The Saga of Fastillion Lemonde, Book 1, Man of the Vine, by Richard T. Schrader, copyright 2013, all rights reserved. Chapter 1, Cry of the Thunderbird. At the hour halfway between sundown and midnight on an early summer evening, the waves of high tide surged against a narrow swathe of beach that formed the northern edge of an island in the extreme western vastness of the Atlantic Ocean. A small sailboat rested askew on its single-beam keel, just far enough up the pebble-strewn shore that the surf could not drag it out to sea as it rhythmically retreated. The lapstrake vessel had sharply pointed lines at both bow and stern, as was customary for longboats crafted by Norsemen. Master shipwrights had used their latest technical knowledge to clinker-set hand-shaved planks with wrought-iron nails they sealed in black tar. Though small, the sailboat was a perfect compromise between weight and strength, fully capable of carrying a hand's count of men on the treacherous open sea, even in severe weather. Further inland was a mixed old-growth forest of oak, birch, and maple that covered the island's interior and formed a nearly sheer barrier that checked the barren periphery of rocky sand. The only interruption in the otherwise impenetrable woods was several acres of cleared terrain. That open ground was high enough above sea level that no storm surge or tidal flood would ever inundate it. The many pointed telltale stumps demonstrated that men had removed the trees by means of axes. Scattered across that open ground, amidst an additional dispersion of coarse grass and immigrant saplings, were the remains of a dozen rectangular longhouses. The dilapidated walls of compacted sod blocks had settled over many decades, so that only chest-high ramparts remained of what had once been fine Norse dwellings. The shaggy crests of tall salt grass that crowned each set of sagging berms shiftlessly waved in harmony with the incoming offshore breezes. In a sheltered corner within the ruins nearest to the sea was a campfire that flickered steadily from a shallow pit. The comforting radiance pushed back the gloom of night in the wilderness and illuminated the faces of 3 Norsemen, the youngest of whom wasn't even old enough to grow a proper beard. Despite his youth, the lad took long draughts from a leather bottle of potent mead that the company passed between them. Uncle Hagar, the youth handed the boater to one of the men seated beside him. He solicited a story using the rich Norse language that they shared as their native tongue. "What's the scariest thing you've ever seen?" Hagar accepted the supple reservoir, then expertly sprayed a stream of dark amber fluid into his mouth from the boater's walrus tusk ivory nozzle for a double swallow. Oleg's uncle was in his early 30s and dressed in the same sort of blue-dyed wool breeches and buckskin jacket that also adorned his 2 companions. A dishevelled yellow beard and similarly long hair obscured most of his weather-beaten features. After he reflexively wiped his already dry chin with his sleeve, Hagar scrutinized his nephew with wintry blue eyes that communicated both seriousness and impending honesty. "We Valborgsons are no cutthroat Vikings, Oleg, but honest men who work hard for our livelihood. Even so, our clan has always been a folk of the hardiest stock and no strangers to the sword, so you know I am not the sort of man who takes easily to womanly fear or milky caterwauling." He let his nephew consider that before he began his tale. "Bear that in mind as I tell you about the time I was attacked by a thunderbird." Oleg grimaced disappointment over the offering, since thunderbirds were a myth, and thus his uncle Hagar's story would be a campfire yarn suitable for children. What Oleg wanted was a manly tale, full of rape and brigandage. It was his first season as a full adult, so he no longer wanted them to restrict his ears to stories only fit for young women. Oleg directed his incredulity toward the third man. "Father, a thunderbird? That is just a legend of the Skraelings, isn't it? I've heard Aunt Flower in Winter tell a few stories about them. I'm sure you know a better tale than that." Hagar felt no surprise that his nephew didn't believe him, since few listeners ever did. It was not in the nature of any man to believe if they had never seen such a fantastical avian predator firsthand. Oleg's uncle urged his older brother. "Go ahead, Harold. Tell him yourself, since he doesn't believe me." Harold patiently turned the plump young turkey that a sharpened stick skewered on a frame over their fire. He was 5 years Hagar's senior, but otherwise markedly similar in features and mannerisms. "There is such a bird," he confirmed soberly despite the mead. "I was there the night the thunderbird came. If you listen to your uncle, you might learn something that could save your life one day. There are far worse things hunting on Vinland than just the bears, timber panthers, and wolves. The honest validation made Oleg curious, because if thunderbirds were real, he had to wonder what other stories he had heard told might also be true. Visions of Norse frost giants, sea dragons, and rock trolls rampaged through his head, but he brushed them aside, as it was too unnerving to consider that his people's fantastic sagas could have their roots in truth. He could not accept that what he already knew about thunderbirds could be factual. Oleg said, "Aunt Flower in winter told me that thunderbirds are so huge that they feed on whales and need powerful storms just to have winds strong enough to keep them aloft." His mocking tone emphasized how ludicrous that description sounded. "You give too much confidence to my wife's words," Hagar complained, "and not enough to mine. She knows a lot of things, but she doesn't know a damn thing about thunderbirds." There was an unmistakable inflection of respect in Hagar's voice as he named the beast that he claimed had nearly taken his life, such that it convinced Oleg that his uncle was not spinning a tall tale, but instead spoke from genuine personal experience. Oleg relented, then sat back. "Tell me about the real thunderbird, then." After he passed the boater to his elder brother, Hagar began his story. "Many years have passed since that night when the thunderbird came. It was 2 years before you were born, but I still remember it all as though it happened only yesterday." He pointed north through the sod wall toward the sea, its surf, and their beached sailboat. "Your father and I had spent the day casting nets off of North Beach with your grandfather. Just like today, we finished up at sunset, then came here to the Hope Ruins to camp and clean the catch. Because the wind was against us, it became dark before we made our landfall. The boat's lamp was burning as your father and I pulled the oars. I had the set nearest to the stern. Your grandfather was telling us a story about the Redskins. There was no warning before the Thunderbird struck." Deep emotions welled up in Hagar, and he had to pause while he sublimated them. It came down silent as an owl. Harold continued the story to draw attention away from his brother's momentary vulnerability. "We didn't even hear so much as a whisper before its talons were already sinking into your Uncle Hagar." Hagar promptly recovered his formidable demeanor, then fixed his fingers into rigid claws to give emphasis to Harold's words. "When the Thunderbird seized me by the shoulders, it felt like I was being stabbed by a pair of iron-tined hay-forks." His sober expression turned grim, and what followed was as close to an admission of fear as he had ever spoken. "Never was there a time, before or since, that I ever thought I was so close to dying." As Hagar took a forlorn breath, Harold took up the story again. Like a white-headed eagle it was. He spread his hands wide overhead to demonstrate the amazing size of the raptor, only it was all black, and its wings spread wider than the length of my sailboat. Harold scrutinized the empty air above him, as though the Thunderbird hovered there at that very moment so that he could describe it by sight. The wind from its wings was like the gusts from a gale, and its deafening screech was like the sound of a calving glacier. "Even now, I can hear the words that your grandfather cried when he saw it. It's Hreisvelg, the corpse-eater. By the gods, we're already dead." To this day, he still believes it is so, and never speaks of what he saw lest Hreisvelg returns to take him back to his lair in Niflheim. Oleg was familiar with Hreisvelg from the sagas of his people. He was a terrible giant who used magic to assume the form of an equally massive eagle. Hreisvelg's perch was beyond the edge of the world and overlooked Hell, the dismal citadel of the dishonored dead that was somewhere deep in the trackless frozen region of mists the Norse called Niflheim. The sweep of Hreisvelg's enormous wings supposedly powered all the winds of the world. "Your uncle was bigger than you are now," Harold continued. "But the Thunderbird yanked him up out of your grandfather's boat like he was no heavier than a rabbit." Oleg adhered to every word from his father, but wanted his uncle Hagar to finish his own story. "What did you do to escape?" He had a tremor of excitement in his voice. "Did you slash the Thunderbird with your knife, or splash it with flaming oil from the lamp?" Hagar recovered the boater, then took several copious gulps to clear the dryness from his throat. "As the Thunderbird lifted me into the air, your grandfather grabbed the gaff." He pantomimed an aggressive overhead raking motion to demonstrate how his father had fought to save him. The old man did his best to set the hook in the Thunderbird, but he wasn't quick enough. The Thunderbird had already flown too high. Hagar kneaded his left shoulder as though it still hurt from the claws that had injured him so many years before. I kicked and struggled for all I was worth, but that thunderbird had a grip on me like the tongs of a fire giant bladesmith. Higher and higher, it took me up into the sky. I'll never forget staring down and seeing the faces of your father and the old man in the boat below me. I knew they were thinking what I was thinking, that I was going to be supper for the beast. Oleg's captivated tone urged his uncle to continue. "Ah, what then? How did you manage to survive?" "It just dropped me," Hagar impassively revealed the anticlimactic outcome as he shrugged his shoulders. "Maybe I was too heavy to carry all the way back to its nest, or maybe Odin sang one of his magic charms to save me. Maybe it was Hreysvelg, and he realized I was not one of the dishonored spirits seeking to escape from hell, and so was not a morsel fitting for his gullet. Who can say for sure? We'll never know." He searched around to find the water jug, but his unsteady hand knocked it over instead, which dumped out the last of its contents into the sandy soil. The way that his uncle needed to try and disguise his meekness disturbed Oleg. He had never imagined that anything that walked, crawled, swam, or flew could make Hagar feel shame or fear. It was by no courage or rage of his own that he had survived the Thunderbird's attack. Valhalla was for Norse warriors who died fighting valorously. Oleg shared his uncle's doubt that such a rabbit's death would have earned him a place in the company of Odin's Einherjar. To show his respect for his uncle, Oleg made no comment or expression that might reveal his thoughts. He merely waited for Hagar to recover his naturally impervious demeanor. Hagar nonchalantly set the water jug back upright. By that time, he had regained the composure to finish his story in a suitably obdurate manner. "I fell from higher than the tallest tree, and when I hit the water, it knocked me senseless. If it wasn't for your father jumping in and fetching me from the sea, I would surely have drowned." The story carried the ring of truth for Oleg. He addressed his father with a satisfied smile. "You always said that it was important that a man know how to swim. Now I see why. You saved Uncle Hagar's life." Harold was a genuine Norseman, so he properly took no notice of praise as though it were commonplace for him. He just poked at the roasting turkey with his knife to see how fully cooked it was. "This is just about ready." He raised his eyes to his son. "Go fill the water jug, and then we'll eat. After supper, I'll tell you the story about the slaughter that occurred at this village. It happened one night more than 80 years ago. On a night much like this one, every villager here died an agonizing death." Oleg got to his feet, brushed the dead grass off his backside, and then took up the unlit oil lamp by its looped handle. The enclosed copper pot had a short spout that sported a flax wick. It was not of Norse manufacture. The lamp had come from a coppersmith's shop in one of the kingdoms of Europe on the other side of the Atlantic. Oleg fumbled with the polished copper half-chimney that served double duty as a windbreak and reflector. He considered how to discourage his father from telling the tale of the massacre at Hope Village. Oleg had heard several versions of it before, and frankly had gotten fed up with it. Oleg realized it would not be easy to dissuade his father. The Norse admired a skilled storyteller so much that one good tale almost always instigated a competition. Harold wanted his proper chance to prove that he was as good a skald as Hagar was, if not better. "Grandfather has already educated me in all he knows about this place," Oleg told his father, to convey his lack of interest in the redundant recounting. "Aunt Flower in winter told me everything he didn't know. Grandfather began with how Thorvald left his brother Eric as chieftain of their clan in Greenland, then came here with a flotilla and settled the two villages. As the first Drighton of Vinland, Thorvald ordered all his thanes to free their thralls just as soon as the two villages were standing. The crops had not taken root, and food was getting scarce. The freed thralls and most of the churls came here, built the third village of Hope, where they fished to feed themselves. They didn't last long as freemen, though. Soon after they had finished building their longhouses, a war party of redskins killed them all in the opening battle of the Beothuk War. It was an old story even for grandfather. He heard it from his own grandfather. Harold persevered, because winning an unreceptive audience was just another part of the skaldic trade. If you heard the whole story, then you must know that the redskins considered this island part of their winter hunting grounds. They would come south at the end of each year to escape the biting cold and harsh blizzards of the north. The new churls had far more pride than wits, and foolishly refused the advice of all the thanes that they should surround their longhouses with proper defences. Even with a ditch, rampart, and stout palisade, the redskins would still have slaughtered them. They were just cowardly peasants after all, and not iron-hearted kin to jarls, as are true Norsemen such as we. Oleg remained disinterested, since he heard nothing new. Yes, I know all that. Everyone does. Harold persevered. Then my father must have also told you that the freed thralls' most foolish mistake of all was placing their village right here on top of a redskin burial ground. They dug up scores of bodies from red ochre-stained graves to make way for their longhouses. He watched his son's eyes to gauge his interest, which was still non-existent. Since he told you all that, I'm sure he also mentioned to you that those redskin Skraelings ate everyone after killing them. Oleg carefully fished a small brand from the fire, then used it to light the lamp. Yes, I heard that story from grandfather, but Aunt Flower in Winter told me that the Beothuk didn't actually eat anyone. They were just upset about the bodies of their dead being disturbed. Her people hated the Beothuk as much as anyone did. She would have no reason to lie. Harold remained skeptical of what he considered the tainted opinion of a biased local. She told you that, did she? Norsemen only spared the derogatory appellation of Skraeling in her case because she was married to a Norseman, and so thereby stood elevated above the lowly status of ignorant savage. She told me the same thing. Hagar confirmed the explanation fostered by his wife. She said they liked to butcher the bodies of their slain enemies to prevent them from getting any sort of fitting funeral. They buried their honoured dead whole instead of burning them as proper folk do. Even those who smoke burn their dead warriors. They call the bodies of their heroes tobacco of the gods. Harold was trying to build up interest in his story, not debate the funerary rituals of Markland's Skraelings, whether they were redskins, the unsociable tobacco-smoking Iroquois, or the Norse's Algonquin allies. Even so, he decided to indulge the matter since it seemed to be of interest to Oleg, and so was something he could build on. What else did she say? Oleg happily deflated his father's assumptions of cannibalism and at the same time finished off his interest in telling his version of the massacre. She told me how the Beothuk believed that when a man enters the next world, he has only those parts of himself that his tribe has ceremoniously buried him with. When the Beothuk learned that the Hope settlers had destroyed their burial ground, they took that as a kind of evil magic meant to disrupt the afterlives of their relatives. They killed everyone here as an act of revenge. As further vengeance, they defleshed all the bodies to condemn the Hope settlers to a kind of eternal suffering, like sending them to that hell Father Alvito is always going on about. The reason they cooked them first was to hasten the process of butchering them. Then how does she explain what the redskins did to their bones? Harold referred to the fact that the first Norseman who reached the village after the massacre had found that the bones of the victims not only bore the telltale butchering slices from the redskins' flint knives, the Beothuk had also broken the bones to extract the edible marrow. Oleg had a ready answer. Aunt Flower in Winter explained to me that the redskins used stones to shatter all the large bones so that the settlers could not even be so much as senseless skeletons in the next world. Because they broke caribou bones for marrow in just the same way, it did seem like they had made a meal of them. In truth, they didn't. Hagar was familiar with all the myriad versions of the Hope massacre, as well as anybody. But he liked Harold's accounting best, since it was full of all the exciting atrocities that made for a great horror story. He wanted to hear his brother tell it all the way through to the end. They were camping for the night, and had nothing better to do anyway besides eat, drink, and tell stories. She does tell it that way, Hagar said in a tone that denounced his wife's opinions in favor of Harold. But I know that the redskins cooked the thralls so that they could eat their flesh, and then they cracked all the bones to slurp out the brains and hot marrow. Those redskins were nothing but a bunch of no-good red-painted man-eating bastards. If you ask me, they got everything they earned and deserved even worse. Thorvald himself died fighting in the war against the redskins. Men such as Thorvald should not be diminished with foolish talk favouring his enemies. Harold still had a ploy left in his skaldic storytelling arsenal. He gave his son a conspiratorial glance. Man, eating aside, I'll wager neither your aunt nor your grandfather thought you were old enough to hear about all the ways they tortured the men before they died, or the awful things that they had done to the women and children. Previous storytellers had denied Oleg all the strictly adult minutiae, so he felt tempted to hear the vulgar particulars described, even if they were not all true. A major part of Norse storytelling was that the skald had the freedom of colourfully embellishing the supporting details to entertain his audience, so long as all the major characters lived or died appropriately. Oleg was well aware that most or all of the gory descriptions would be fictitious, since no one had actually witnessed the events firsthand, then survived to tell about them. Regardless of the inaccuracies, he wanted to hear his father tell the story all the same. The brutal rapes of virgins and tortures of children was just the kind of gruesome narrative he wanted to hear while he sat by the evening campfire. Oleg confirmed with a pitiless grin worthy of his ancestry that he was finally interested in listening to his father recount the whole story in all its macabre detail. "I'll go get water, and when I get back, you can tell me what really happened here that night while we eat." After a satisfied nod of agreement from his father, Oleg took up the empty water jug, then hiked off to fill it. Anticipation for his father's tale motivated Oleg to hurry away on his errand, just as the delicious scent of the roasted turkey goaded him on as well. With the seal oil lamp burning at its fullest wick to illuminate his way, he briskly hiked off for the nearby stream. A convenient source of abundant fresh water was the primary reason that the settlers had built their village over the Beothuk's burial ground in the first place. It was that and the great fishing to be had in the channel between Vinland and the Markland mainland, which was only a league away to the north and by far the closest connection. The rectangle of berms the men used for their overnight refuge had only one opening. It was a narrow gap in the centre of the short east wall opposite their fire. It had once been a doorway that the builders had framed in stone. Not even decades of erosion had widened it significantly. Oleg exited through the breach, then turned south to make his way uphill through the centre of the cleared land, past the other ruins. He crossed more than an acre of open ground before he reached the water supply for the defunct village. It was a spring-fed stream that emerged from the woods to enter a ring of stones that collected the narrow brook into a spacious man-made pool. From there the water flowed into a handcrafted channel that raced off northwest toward the beach. He rested his lamp on a flat stone and then bent over the pool to fill the water jug. Oleg took his time not to skim up any leaves or other floating debris. The moon reflected on the water, and it danced over the ripples the container made in the current. Just as he straightened up after he finished his task, a shadow passed across the lunar face, briefly blocking its light. The moment of unexpected darkness triggered an unreasonable terror in Oleg that seized him like the piercing claws of the thunderbird that he envisioned had just passed in front of the moon on its way down to kill him. He heard no sound of wings, nor did he have any other indication of such a danger beyond a primordial sense as a crafty rabbit might use to escape from an unseen stooping hawk. Oleg acted on his instincts without any time wasted in deliberation. Rather than be taken off as supper for a brood of hungry thunderbird chicks, he dove into the cold water of the pool, then hid beneath the surface for as long as his breath could sustain him. He finally broke the surface in a spray of water to suck a desperately needed breath. Oleg felt overjoyed to find no sign of any thunderbird. He was also pleased that his splashing upon entry and exit had not extinguished his lamp, though he had managed to moisten it. The sky was devoid of giant raptors. There was only the moon, stars, and several small clouds. As he watched skyward, one of the latter passed over the moon to recreate the temporary darkness that had frightened him. As Oleg climbed out of the pool shivering with a slight chill, he felt foolish for having let his uncle's story and his own childish imagination get the better of him. With the lamp in one hand and full water jug in the other, Oleg headed back for the campfire. As he walked, he composed the excuse he would offer his father and uncle about why he was soaking wet. Oleg decided to tell them he slipped on a loose stone and thus fell into the pool. He had no doubt that he would never hear the end of it if the village ever learned the truth. Before Oleg had finished a dozen paces, he heard the crack of a dry twig that snapped somewhere near the pool behind him. He was sufficiently skilled in wilderness craft to understand that it was a sound that could only mean the presence of some man or animal. Since he was still fresh from a cold bath brought on by irrational panic, Oleg did his best to remain calm and not make the same foolish mistake all over again. He tucked the water jug into the crook of his arm that held the lamp. Then he put his free hand to the horn-hilted knife he wore at his belt. When he turned about, he saw only the pool and the tall grass that concealed the ground all the way to the edge of the woods 30 paces further on behind it. Oleg put the water jug on the ground and then held up his lamp. He shined a wide beam using the reflector to get maximum range out of his light. To feel safer, he drew out his knife from its buckskin sheath, then held it before him. The low-carbon open-hearth steel blade was harder and sharper than a similar bloom-iron knife. He considered himself fortunate to own so expensive a variant of the utilitarian tool, as did all the men of his village. To Norsemen, all steel had a mystical majesty that lent not only prestige, but also an accompanying sense of comfort, as other people might get from a religious totem. At first, Oleg wondered if his father, uncle, or both had crept out, then followed him to try and scare him. It was a comforting notion until he tightened his hand around the handle of his knife. The nervous reflex was a harsh reminder that he tried to deny darker assumptions. The weapon was a trivial security for warding off violence anyway. He had never used it for anything bloodier than cleaning fish and game. It occurred to Oleg that his father or uncle would have been guffawing with laughter after they watched him fall into the pool. He amended his suspicion by attributing the noise to some animal that had been sleeping in the grass until he had disturbed it with his splashing and fumbling. Oleg remained still and listened. He hoped it was a bedded-down deer, not that he was going to get close enough to find out. While he waited, he rehearsed the rule for situations involving stalking predators. Any of the major forest carnivores would leave him alone if he didn't force it into a corner or act like helpless food. Oleg's reasoning told him that his only real need for caution was if he was dealing with a wounded beast that was no longer able to hunt natural prey. Oleg remembered the words of his Aunt Flower in winter when she spoke of the great predators, wolves, bears, and panthers. The noble hunting beasts are the sacred brothers of human beings, she had told him. Only the madness of starvation or the foolish acts of men will ever make them your enemy. If the time comes that they are hunting you, she warned, be wary and even afraid. There is a reason those who survive such encounters are distinguished warriors. The light from the lamp foiled Oleg's night vision without the added benefit of shining far enough for him to see properly where he wanted. Seal oil did not burn strong or bright, and the way he had splashed the lamp during his dive into the pool hadn't helped the matter any. He slowly scrutinized the tall grass for some sign of what had broken a stick with a heavy step. It occurred to him then that it would be wiser for him to turn around and leave, but his curiosity already had the better of him. After a long moment, the silhouette of a tall man with a lean, muscular build and no noticeable clothing rose up out of the tall grass at the far right edge of the pool where he had been hiding. The figure stepped out from his cover in a relaxed manner, advanced across the shallow stream, and then stopped at the extreme limit of the lamp's functional illumination. A dark quality was about the man, such that the light seemed to abhor him, in that it neither reflected nor revealed. Oleg never expected to find someone aside from his father or uncle in the area. There were only 2 inhabited villages anywhere on Vinland, and both were half a day's sail around to the south. His home village of Leifsbudir was on the western side of the island, while the sibling community of Straumfjord was located on the opposite eastern coast. Because Norsemen exclusively populated the island, Oleg assumed that the man had to be from one of the 2 villages. "Hey there," Oleg addressed the stranger in friendly Norse, while he also took a single tentative step forward to reveal the man's true features with the lamp's light. "What are you doing lurking around out here in the dark?" The man offered no reply. Instead, he cautiously stepped back just far enough to stay out of Oleg's advancing illumination. He half turned away, as though about to flee back through the grass into the woods beyond, only then he hesitated. As the profile of the man's silhouette changed, Oleg saw that he held a short bow with a nocked arrow in his left hand. A bandolier strap secured a quiver of fletched arrows across the hunter's back. Another smaller buckskin strap held a front-panelled loincloth in place. The weapon was significant to Oleg, because it was not the sort of longbow favoured by the Vinland Norsemen. It was the compact design typical among the innumerable tribes of Marklanders. Oleg easily deduced that the man was a Skraeling, except he had no idea from what tribe. He considered the man's potential nation of origin hampered by the fact that his personal experience with Marklanders was quite limited. The entirety of his education in such matters had come from his close relationship with his Aunt Flower in Winter. She was a Marklander by birth, from one of the plethora of Algonquin tribes. Her particular people had numerous coastal villages and called themselves the Micmac. The Micmac were ancestral enemies of the Beothuk and frequent adversaries of the diverse and populous Iroquoian nations of the northern coasts as well. The Norse had encountered the Micmac soon after they made their first settlements. A mutual hatred for the Beothuk quickly led to a joint military effort to wipe the Redskin nation from the whole area. It had been an extraordinarily bloody campaign that had been so thorough that no one had seen a Beothuk in the better part of a century. That early military success had grown into mutually profitable trade. The intermarriages that followed had cemented the Norse and Micmac into the best of friends and the staunchest of allies. Flower in Winter was but one of a score of Micmac women who had married into the Norse clans over the decades. Oleg's mother had died in childbirth when he was only in his 3rd year of life. From that time on, his Aunt Flower in Winter had mothered him, and many a night he had spent learning at her knee. She had even taught Oleg to speak a passing version of her native Algonquin tongue. It was Oleg's thoroughly considered conclusion that the mysterious archer had to be a Micmac. Their hunters freely travelled through Vinland, especially if they were in pursuit of bears, timber panthers, or wolves, which the Norse wanted to eradicate to protect their flocks of sheep and the island's tastily edible population of deer, moose, and caribou. The first settlers had brought some cows and even a pair of horses. Those animals had not survived even the first few winters. The forest's bears and panthers killed all the cows and horses that the caribou cough and famished clan cooking pots had spared. Oleg didn't even want to entertain his grim alternatives. Since the other Algonquin tribes respected the Micmac's hunting grounds, which Vinland was well inside of, they never intruded. The only other tribes of Marklanders anywhere within canoeing distance of the island were the Iroquois. The Micmac almost continually had disputes with them, and skirmish violence was not uncommon. Only the wise and diplomatic leadership of both nations allowed them to skirt around open warfare. The main issue for strife was that the Iroquoian tribes had annexed a considerable amount of adjacent land that had formerly been under the control of the Beothuk. They had done so on the pretext that they had a genuine ancestral claim to the hunting grounds that only Beothuk aggression had wrested away their control over in the first place. The Norse managed to maintain a tentatively mutual policy of peaceful avoidance with the Iroquois. It wasn't easy, since the Norse entered the northern seas every year for the lucrative hunting of seals, whales, and especially the ivory-bearing walrus, whose tusks were a white gold back in Europe. Oleg felt it prudent to be friendly toward the stranger on the assumption he was a Micmac warrior, out hunting for an honor trophy wolf or bear. He couldn't imagine even a vision-questing shaman being foolish enough to trifle with a timber panther at night. "I'm a friend to the Micmac," Oleg stated in his clumsy grasp of the Micmac's particular brand of the Algonquin tongue. "Are you here hunting for bears or wolves?" The man understood Oleg's friendly intentions and straightened up to face him squarely. His mannerisms conveyed peaceful intentions. "Yes, me hunting," was his stunted reply in a parlance of the Algonquin language that sounded considerably worse than even Oleg's did. It certainly wasn't the speech of a Micmac, but it was intelligible. The figure took a step toward the light, and as he did so, a dozen more hunters rose up out of the grass behind him. "We are hunting," he clarified, with a slight improvement in pronunciation, as if he worked the kinks out of his foreign language skills. "We are good friends to all yellow hairs." It was Oleg's turn to consider retreat, because he sensed that the situation wasn't right, and only the memory of his unwelcome bath kept him from just bolting like a frightened buck. Even if his father and uncle had been standing beside him, Oleg realized that the three of them armed with only their knives could not defeat so many Markland warriors. With a nervous tinge to his voice, Oleg asked, "What are you hunting in the dark?" So strong were his cautionary sensations that it was all he could do not to hide his steel knife, which he realized was more precious than gold to a Marklander fated to a life of stone tools. The first hunter stepped closer until he came within the telling glow of Oleg's lantern. Once he was in the light, the man proved himself to be a Marklander. Only he was definitely no Micmac. Red ochre body pigment completely covered the hunter's impressive body. He could not have more thoroughly decorated himself in the bloody colour if he had jumped into a whole vat of the thickest fabric dye. In most places the paint had partially dried, so that it cracked on his skin, which gave him an earthy, caked mud appearance. The very same red ochre pigment also saturated every bit of his buckskin loincloth, short bow, arrows, and quiver, so that only the whites of the hunter's eyes along with his teeth were a noticeable breach in his convention of colour. The red-skinned hunter smiled evilly, so that Oleg fully appreciated the magnitude of his mistake when he assumed the man was a friendly Micmac. The Markland warrior offered a question in a cold, disturbing tone. "You want to know what we're hunting? We're hunting you." Oleg let the lantern and the water jug fall from his hands with no more concern for them. Before they had even reached the ground, he had already spun about and then sprinted back toward his father and uncle. No Micmac or Norseman had seen a Beothuk in collective living memory, but Oleg had no doubt that he was now the exception to that truism. Their peculiar fascination with the colour red was all the proof that Oleg needed to know that the Redskins had returned with a vengeance. All Norsemen knew that Marklanders could run as fast as deer, and Oleg was no exception. Skraelings had no concept of the wheel or riding on the back of an animal. When on land, they travelled exclusively on foot, and it made them the most capable runners in the world. Oleg realized that if the Redskins had prowled up on their campfire while the three of them had lounged obliviously, the war party would have slaughtered them without so much as a good fight. With that in mind, he realized that he had lost nothing by finding them first. Oleg had no doubt that they would butcher him like a sheep if he stood his ground to fight. His one chance to win something of value was to warn his father and uncle in the hope they might have enough time to escape his fate. If they could make it back to Leifsbuda, they could warn the two villages that the old danger had returned. The Redskins had come back to Vinland and surely wanted their bloody revenge. Even as he ran at top speed, Oleg mustered enough breath to utter a cry that would reach his distant father and uncle. He had only advanced 6 strides when he began his shout. A blow, like from a brawler's fist, struck him in the back to cut his sounding short. The pain was not severe enough to convey the magnitude of his injury. It was the blood that came from his throat, instead of vocalized air, that first let him know that it had been a red-painted Beothuk arrow that had struck him. It was as clear as the flint arrowhead that barely protruded through the front of his jacket. With strength worthy of a Viking berserker, Oleg pressed on even though his slightest movement was a grating pain from the arrow that transfixed his torso. He made another 2 strides before a second arrow tore through the calf of his right leg. The pain of that new injury was far more acute than the first since it split bone. Oleg stayed determined to keep running, but when he put weight onto his broken leg, it refused to function and simply buckled. As he crashed and tumbled across the ground, he snagged the arrow in his calf against a sapling, which wrenched it in his wound before the shaft snapped in 2. The fall knocked out what wind Oleg had left in his single intact lung, and that along with his terrible agony gave him the means to utter an audible croaking gasp. As he lay on the ground, he sucked in a burning lungful of blood and air to try and let out a real scream of alarm. Before he could generate another sound, a pair of Beothuk warriors leaped upon him. One of the Redskins drove a knee into his guts, while the other slammed a forearm into his throat. Their combined actions effectively prevented him from voicing any practicable complaint or warning. Oleg's final action was to slash at his attackers with his knife. He had never loosed the blade from his hand. Before he could put it to any effective use, a third Beothuk hit him in the head with the handle of a wooden club, and after that, he plummeted into darkness from which no man ever rises. Oleg's anguished cries of alarm had lacked sufficient volume to overcome the soft thunder of the ocean surf, the rustling wind in the forest, and the resonance deadening nature of the grassy berms. Despite his valiant attempt to warn his father and uncle, Harold and Hagar remained ignorant about the presence of the Beothuk war party. They had no way to know that Oleg was dying if not already dead, or that they were certain to be the next victims of red-painted Skraeling fury. Harold wondered aloud about his son. What is keeping that boy? Oleg was overdue from his mission to get their supper water from the spring. Harold was anxious to enjoy his gastronomic handiwork and begin his tale of the Redskin Massacre of Hope. The fire-roasted turkey was ready for devouring. The skin was crispy brown, and it dripped succulent juices that sizzled fragrantly in the coals of the campfire. Hagar said, "I prefer mead anyway." Then he shot some into his mouth as proof. He was just as eager to indulge his senses with the combined experiences of delicious food and a chilling story. We should tear into the bird without him. That would teach him to hurry up next time. Harold got up to find his son. "I'll see what's keeping him." His tone conveyed that he was not worried that something serious had befallen Oleg. "Keep turning that turkey, so it doesn't burn." Since Oleg had taken the sailboat's one lantern, Harold had no choice but to search for his son without the aid of an extra light source. Hagar took up his hammer-backed hand-axe. Like their knives, it had a blade of open hearth steel that a professional had honed to a shaving-quality edge. He offered the hand-axe to his brother. "You want to take this?" It was a far deadlier weapon than a knife if such a need should arise. Harold shrugged in rejection. "What for? We would have heard him yelling if there was a prowling beast. I'm betting he found an old Skraeling skull or other relic, and now he is searching for lost gold or some such foolishness." "Suit yourself." Hagar shifted over to his brother's seat so he could easily reach the stick with the turkey and then turn it. Harold picked a stick from the edge of the fire. "I will take this, though." The flame on the end of the chosen twig faded to an ember without the supporting heat of the cooking fire. Harold blew on the tip to encourage its glow. Not knowing the irony of his words, Hagar joked, "Are you going to cauterize some wounds?" Harold explained, "This is in case he snuffed out the lamp while playing around the water." Hagar urged him on. "If you two don't hurry back, I may start eating without you." "If you do," Harold warned as he set off to search for his son. "I'll need your axe after all." After he exited the security of the berms, Harold headed for the pool where he expected to find Oleg lingering. Once he was in sight of the stream, Harold disappointedly saw no sign of the lamp's light. It filled him with foreboding, since it was not dark enough for Oleg to be unable to find his way back to the campfire for lack of a burning lamp, but it was definitely too dark for his son to search for trinkets without additional illumination. Even though Harold could no longer deny that something was oddly amiss, he refused to ingratiate the notion that his son could have fallen victim to some man-eating beast or murdering malefactor. If he had assumed the worst, he would have returned to the campsite to better arm himself and enlist the aid of his brother Hagar. Instead, Harold pressed on to see what he could find at the water's edge. Harold's next assumption was that Oleg must have gone into the forest, which would explain why he couldn't see the light of the lamp. He continued on to the pool, since he expected to see the lamp shining from somewhere in the trees once he got close enough. Not far from the edge of the water, Harold came upon the extinguished lamp. It rested upright on the ground and was still full of oil. The empty water jug was there beside it. The ground was wet with the spilled contents of the toppled vessel. With a quick shot of breath, Harold caused the ember he brought with him to intensify. Then he touched the glowing coal to the wick, blew again, and then the lamp caught flame to burn steadily. Harold discarded the stick to hiss in the mud. Then he held the lamp up high so that Oleg would be able to see it from afar as a beacon. As he cast the light beam southward toward the woods, he shouted for his son, "Oleg!" A long moment passed without any sort of response. "Come on, boy, it's time for supper." Another interval of unwavering silence convinced Harold that Oleg was in real trouble. He dashed to the edge of the pool and then searched about with the light to find some clue as to what had happened to his son. Harold found that the ground was wet at the water's edge, and that led him to believe that Oleg had slipped, fallen into the pool, and then struck his head on a stone to finally drown. A thorough inspection of the clear, shallow water proved that Oleg was not there either. Desperate and frustrated, Harold turned to leave. He decided he needed Hagar's help to search for his son. Harold took a few quick strides back toward the campsite, then paused when he noticed something more revealing than water splashed on the ground. By the yellow light of the burning seal oil, he saw a thin trail of fresh blood that had smeared into the grass. Harold bent down to examine the ground more carefully, and so detected additional signs of trafficked blood that formed a trail that led from where he had found the lamp to a way toward the forest. He drew his knife as a ward against danger as he pursued the track without hesitation. Harold had no clue as to what had befallen his son, but he was not going to risk Oleg bleeding to death or suffering further injury while he ran off to fetch Hagar. With the life of his son at stake, Harold was determined to do anything to save him. He would single-handedly fight the giant wolf Fenrir, the bane of Odin, if the situation demanded it. Harold tracked the blood to the edge of the stream. After he crossed the water, he easily reacquired the trail on the other side and then pressed on. The blood marks led through the tall grass behind the pool, then into the forest beyond. As Harold stalked beneath the canopy of the woods, his lamp's illumination became starkly prominent as all the moon and starlight dwindled to nothing. If not for the unmistakable blood trail he had to follow, Harold would have turned back to enlist the aid of Hagar. No amount of courage or ambition could prevail over the imprudence of plunging into the vast, intractable forest of Vinland to search alone at night. Even as Harold racked his imagination for what circumstances could have brought about such clues as he had uncovered thus far, he found his son with the furthest edge of his lamplight. When Harold saw Oleg where he stood motionless with outstretched arms, as though he tried to make himself more discernible in the poor illumination, he silently thanked his gods in premature gratitude for his son's reprieve. Harold almost laughed at how obvious it was that Oleg had spooked some animal by the pool, managed to wound it with his knife, and then tracked its blood trail out into the woods to collect the carcass. Further assumption concluded that the scuffle had accidentally extinguished the lamp, but Oleg was able to follow the blood trail anyway, using his especially keen night vision. Harold advanced toward his son to congratulate him for his skills as a hunter and tracker. In the time of Harold's next few steps, his elation started to fade, then plummeted into outright dread. At first, he sensed by his son's silent and motionless reaction to his arrival that something was not right with him. Once the light was fully upon Oleg, Harold faltered in horror and nearly dropped the lamp. Oleg was not standing as he first appeared. Long bowstring-like sinews encircled his wrists to suspend him in a crucifixion pose from the branches between two stout trees. The young Norseman was naked, and fresh blood drenched his body from head to toe. The blood Oleg had vomited from his punctured lung covered his face like a moustache and beard. More blood had poured from the apparent puncture wound in his chest, so that it garishly festooned his torso, hips, and legs. The ragged wound in Oleg's calf had drained his body even further. The enormous puddle that soaked the forest litter beneath Oleg's feet made it clear that he was already dead, since no man could live while so deprived of blood. Harold understood that his son's killers undoubtedly still lurked somewhere nearby. Not enough time had passed since Oleg had left to get the water for them to have gone far. Harold felt certain that they had heard him call for his son, and they had seen his light as he approached the forest. Despite the danger to himself and his need to warn his brother, Harold could not leave his son to hang as sacrificial carrion for scavenging animals. Working with haste, he hung the lamp on a branch, then stepped up with his knife to cut his son down. As Harold took hold of one of Oleg's wrists to sever the cord that secured it, he discovered what they had done to Oleg's back, and it was awful enough to make him take a pause. The killers had made 2 vertical incisions on either side of his spine and then separated the ribs from the backbone below the scapula. With the opening so prepared, the murderers had then pulled out Oleg's lungs, so that the final effect was that he had a pair of hideous wings made from his own intact organs. Harold recognized the torture as the infamous blood eagle. It was a distinctive execution from earliest Norse tradition and clear proof that the killers had been Norsemen, or at the very least were knowledgeable in their ways. It was not the first time that Harold had seen the radical mutilation. His uncle Sven had died the same way when Harold had been just a boy. The Valborgsson clan had been feuding with another of Leifsbuda's families. While the fighting with Rolf Bjornsson's clan had ended in favor of the Valborgssons, the victory had come with plenty of reciprocal casualties. Just before Rolf gave up in defeat, then sailed for Greenland. With what remained of his devastated clan, they had captured Sven, then ruthlessly blood-eagled him. Though Sven had already been dead when his family eventually found him, Harold learned from his father that his uncle had not died quickly. He had learned that Sven's lungs would have pulsed with the beating of his heart until death from suffocation and blood loss mercifully ended his prolonged suffering. In light of Norse imagination for torture, the blood eagle was not by reputation the cruelest way to kill an enemy, but it was an unforgettable statement of eternal hatred that the killers could direct toward the victim's allies. Harold choked back his grief and the boiling desire for revenge so he could focus his mind on the business at hand. He quickly cut Oleg down, then laid him on his side away from the pool of his uncongealed blood. That was as much dignity as he could afford to offer his son for the moment. Thus freed to think about the preservation of his own life, Harold held his breath and then listened for any sound of his unseen adversaries. Once satisfied that he was indeed alone, he retrieved the lamp in preparation of backtracking to the campfire, so he could alert his brother Hagar. As Harold gave Oleg a sorrowful, departing glance, he noticed something surprising that warranted closer examination. There was a stone arrowhead that poked slightly from the ragged wound in his son's calf. With an indelicacy born of necessity, Harold used his knife for swiftly extracting the short foresection of the arrow from the flesh of his son. He examined the missile by the lamp's light and immediately recognized it as the work of a skilled, scraling craftsman. The arrow was no Norseman's forgery meant to mislead the investigation of Oleg's murder. Only a seasoned expert could fabricate such a keen and perfectly symmetrical arrowhead from a crude shard of flint. Stone weapons were certainly archaic by Norse standards, but even so, the art of their manufacture required expert training and years of experience no less dedicated than that required by any talented metal smith. Harold wiped aside Oleg's still warm blood to discover the red ochre paint that encrusted the shaft and arrowhead. The sight of it instantly cleared Harold's mind of all suspicions about Norsemen. The red arrow implied culprits that were far more distressing. Of all the Skraeling peoples, only the Redskins festooned everything with their signature red ochre paint. Harold plummeted ever deeper into his abyss of despair as he absorbed the unmistakable truth that the Beothuk had returned to Vinland. It did not escape him that, like Oleg, his brother and he were trespassers on the Redskins' sacred burial ground, and the penalty for such a transgression was already established Norse legend. He had a new overriding obligation, since protecting his son was no longer an issue. Harold had to get word to Leif's Buddha that the Beothuk had returned to the island. If his people did not mobilize to face their old enemy, the Redskins would continue to ambush and kill small groups of Norsemen. They might even destroy both villages before anyone realized the true nature of their plans. Harold understood that their appearance in summer could mean only one thing. They had come for war, and not shelter from winter extremes. The Blood Eagle was further proof. During the Beothuk War, many a captured Redskin warrior received the agonizing execution. Only the Beothuk were as familiar with the deed and its intended meaning as were the Norse who had invented it. After he hung the lamp on a supple branch, then pushed it into a pendulum swing, Harold ran off to rejoin his brother. He hoped the lamp's luminous motion would mislead anyone who watched that he was still near his son. It was not cunning enough to buy him more than a few moments, but he hoped those would be enough. With only his knife to fight with, escape from a war party of Redskins by force of arms was not a prospect he had a chance to survive. Hagar heard Harold call out for Oleg and realized from the apprehension in his brother's voice that something was seriously amiss. He already had suspicions that Oleg had run into trouble, which was why he had offered his hand-axe to Harold in the first place. Hagar was too shrewd not to recognize the audible confirmation of his misgivings. He hopped to his feet, grabbed his hand-axe with one hand, and then pulled his knife with the other. With his weapons ready, Hagar kept low while he made a swift survey of his surroundings. He had camped inside the makeshift ramparts on many occasions, but it was the first time he surveyed them with a warrior's eye to evaluate their defensibility. With no way to see beyond the grassy berms or to know what was happening with his brother, Hagar had to rely on his instincts. Like any experienced Norseman, he had more to draw upon than merely the courage of a race of fearsome warriors. Hagar also had the guile of a hunter, the patience of a trapper, and the intuition of a whaler. The latter could put to shame the proficiency of any land tracker for anticipating the behavior of his quarry. His gut feeling told him that if he was not doing the hunting, then he was already in the role of the prey. Hagar decided to take advantage of the grassy ruins' one meaningful asset. He took cover until the true nature of the situation made itself more apparent. Hagar carefully climbed the southern berm so as not to make any noise or crush an obvious trail into the grass. He concealed himself at the top by lying down in a shallow depression along the crest. With no way for him to tell how well the grass camouflaged him, he just remained still and hoped for the best. Only moments later, Hagar received stark proof of how wise he had been tactically when he withdrew to the only available cover. 12 Beothuk warriors sprang onto the berms from all 4 sides to then voicelessly surge down into the shelter with their weapons poised for slaughter. 6 of them carried short bows with arrows nocked and ready. 4 wielded stone-tipped spears that were as long as a tall man's height. Another 2 warriors held maces that were round river stones they had affixed to wooden handles. One of the spearmen passed close enough to Hagar that he nearly trampled upon the unnoticed Norseman. The redskin war party obviously expected to find their victims seated around the campfire because their disciplined assault focused in that direction. From his hidden vantage, Hagar saw the disappointment and frustration on their fire-lit faces. All of the warriors were young men, no older than their late teens, but each was in superb athletic condition and exhibited a fierce demeanor. The Beothuk were the tallest of all Markland's Skraeling peoples and were in contention for being the most powerfully built as well. The redskin warriors descended from an ancient bloodline that carried distinct appearance as proof of their heritage. The Beothuk that had attempted to ambush Hagar did justice to their fearsome reputation. It was a 13th warrior that engaged Hagar's strictest attention. That redskin's appearance established that he was the war party's captain. The imposing figure strode in through the doorway breach to survey the anticipated bloody handiwork of his youthful fighters. Unlike his charges, the leader was a fully mature man. He stood 2 hands taller than his largest subordinate and was also half again more muscular. His most distinctive indication of rank was the headdress of 12-point whitetail antlers that he wore. For a weapon, he carried a Norseman's horn-handled knife that Hagar immediately recognized as the steel blade that had been on his nephew Oleg's hip when he had left to fetch the water. The polished metal did not gleam in the light of the fire because fresh blood drenched the surface like a wet jelly. The Beothuk war captain immediately realized, as had his warriors before him, that their anticipated quarry had somehow eluded their circumferential assault. A hand gesture summoned the young fighters to gather in a low huddle around him so they could discuss their new objective in hurried whispers. Some of them pointed off toward the south, where Harold had gone to find his son, while others indicated the north, where the sailboat waited on the shore. Hagar felt powerless to do anything since his slightest movement could generate a sound, faint as a whisper, and that would be enough to alert the cautious redskins to his presence. He spoke excellent Algonquin, but couldn't understand any of their hushed Beothuk speech. Their pointing seemed to be about what direction they would move off in next. Hagar believed the bloody knife in the captain's hand was a clear indication that they had already murdered Oleg. Because Harold had not returned, he assumed that his brother had also fallen victim to them. Harold proved Hagar mistaken about his demise when he sprinted up toward the berms. He was still a spear's throw from the entrance of the ruins when he called for his brother. Hagar, redskin Skraelings, killed Oleg. His intention had been to keep the shout somewhat restrained out of consideration that it might alert nearby enemies only his exertion from the run, and heightened emotions made it in excess of necessity. We've got to get to the boat, or we're both dead too. As he peered through the grass from his elevated position, Hagar saw his brother run toward the gap in the eastern berm. It would only be moments before he charged into the ruin to come face to face with the Beothuk war party. A moment after that, he would be dead. The Beothuk warriors also heard Harold's shouts. His arrival terminated their caucus by providing their consensus. Not even their leader understood the Norse language, and neither could any of them see Harold's approach, but they all easily deduced that he was on his way in through the entry gap. Their reaction was swiftly silent and adeptly unified. The redskin warriors divided themselves to either side of the entryway from where they would ambush Harold as he came in. The original Norse design of that stone-framed longhouse entrance had exactly such defensive ambush advantage purposefully in mind. From just outside the gap into the ruined longhouse walls, Harold shouted, "Get moving, Hagar! We've got to get to the boat!" Hagar had already broken from cover by the time he heard his brother's second call. He rolled down the slope of the berm to land on his feet at a run. His course was not away from the ruins to reach the safety of the sailboat. Hagar was inside the ruin and on course for the Beothuk warriors. Harold's call effectively masked the sound of Hagar's descent through the lush grass. Though the Redskins had him hopelessly outnumbered, Hagar remained confident in the potential of his plan. Harold had saved him from drowning years before, and now he would repay that life debt. There was no chance that they would both escape from so many enemies, and Hagar wouldn't let his brother die in an ambush while he fled to save himself like some breech-pissing coward. The Norseman's rush took him east along the southern berm toward the corner. All the Beothuk crouched against the east berm, where they clutched their weapons and waited to waylay Harold. The 7 red-painted warriors on the south side of the entry that were closest to Hagar offered him their backs as they faced toward the breach. The other 6 warriors faced more or less in Hagar's direction, and his burst of motion did not go entirely unnoticed. Even as they realized his presence, it was already too late for them to shout any warning to their comrades before Hagar made his attack. As he overtook the southernmost Beothuk, then used the hammer side of his hand-axe to smash a deep crater in the back of the surprised archer's skull, Hagar roared, "It's a trap!" By not using the blade, he avoided having his weapon become stuck in the corpse of his first kill. "The Redskins are in here, Harold. Run while you can to warn the village." The sudden appearance of Hagar, as he stood with berserk audacity in the spraying blood of his first victim, was an image that the superstitious Beothuk saw as tantamount to mystical retribution sent down by Norse gods. The Redskin warriors wavered as they tried to decide if they would flee from the wrath of an immortal demon or stay and fight a corporeal man. Hagar exploited their hesitation by pressing the momentum of his first attack. After he ripped the hammer's knob from the dead archer's brains, the corpse toppled aside from his path. The next Redskin in line was a spearman. The young Beothuk warrior impulsively wheeled about to defend himself, only to find that the long haft of his weapon struck into the berm to foil his reversal. Hagar capitalized on the clumsiness of his hurried foe by wrapping a burly arm around the Redskin's shoulder from behind. With a quick jerk, Hagar hoisted the man off his feet by the point of his knife thrust under the man's chin. The Beothuk kicked and struggled as the blade sank deep and his blood made a flood from the mortal wound. A bestial howl from the Redskin captain settled the uncertain minds of his men. The Beothuk abandoned all pretext for ambushing Harold or any thoughts of flight. They turned their undivided efforts towards slaying the rampaging Norsemen that already assaulted them. The 5 Beothuk armed with short bows dispersed just enough that they could draw their arrows back and then loose them at Hagar. The frenzy of blood and battle unnerved them sufficiently that hasty aggression seemed preferable to well-conceived accuracy. Hagar maneuvered to ward off their barrage of primitive missiles. As he ducked his head, Hagar used his still twitching victim as his involuntary shield. The incoming arrows clustered into the Beothuk's torso to finish the warrior's life, along with his desperate thrashing. Their short bows lacked sufficient pull to cast heavy, stone-tipped shafts through so muscular a body as the one that Hagar supported. If the Beothuk had possessed sharp iron arrowheads instead, they might have gone through to kill Hagar too. Screaming at the top of his lungs, Hagar called to his god, "Odin!" as his battle cry. His voice had to be loud and truly without fear to bend the fickle ears of the Norse Allfather. Hagar did not hope. He demanded that Odin notice his last valiant deeds and find him worthy to dispatch a Valkyrie that would carry his spirit to Valhalla. With the heroic strength born of rage and his brawny race, Hagar tossed the arrow-filled body aside as a bundle of rags, and then he leaped after the next Beothuk in line. The next Redskin thought himself prepared to deal with Hagar in a fight man to man. He swung his stone-headed mace to smash the malice from the blue eyes that bore down on him with joyful hate. Hagar intercepted the incoming mace with the crook of his hand-axe, and then used a circular yank to pull the bludgeon out of his way. His knife followed with a vicious slash meant for the Redskin's throat. The young Beothuk warrior threw up his free arm to protect his face and neck. It succeeded at the price of a deep slice from wrist to elbow. Even as blood gushed from a severed artery in the crippled arm, the Beothuk fought on with undeterred savagery. The second swing of his mace caught Hagar on the shoulder with a blow that reached bone and stunned the Norseman's arm severely enough that Hagar dropped his hand-axe. Hagar still had the strength and presence of mind to use his knife on the wounded Beothuk again. He buried the blade into the pit of the redskin's raised weapon arm. Before he could free his steel or manage to evade, another of the savages plunged a spear into Hagar's side just beneath his ribs. The powerful thrust of the weapon drove Hagar backward to slam him against the berm, where 3 of the Beothuk archers filled his chest with their arrows while he struggled to free himself. With failing breath but unhindered defiance, Hagar spit a mouthful of blood at the Beothuk. "To hell with all redskins!" A glimmer of white caused Hagar to raise his eyes to see a winged stallion as it descended from on high. Mounted on the Nordic Pegasus was a beautiful shield maiden, dressed in shining silver armor and trailing braided blonde tresses from beneath a gleaming helm. In her hand was an iron-banded horn. With it, she blew a note only a Norseman departed from the mortal world of Midgard could hear. Hagar smiled as the oblivious Beothuk gathered around to watch him die. "Flee, brother!" Hagar shouted with renewed strength, born of his final moment of glory. "Tonight, I feast in Valhalla." The Beothuk captain grabbed Hagar's hair, lifted his head, and then positioned Oleg's knife for slitting his throat. "Call to your gods," the antlered redskin hissed in Algonquin. "They cannot save you from me." "That is so," answered Hagar in the same tongue, "but they shall hear me brag about the 3 redskins I sent screaming into hell." The Beothuk war captain went wild with rage as he slew Hagar with a single brutal knife hack that nearly removed the Norseman's head. It gave the redskin leader no sense of satisfaction, since it failed to accomplish his real goal of getting rid of the smile on Hagar's face. Harold had still been too far away to see what happened inside the berms, as his brother shouted that the Beothuk were inside waiting to ambush him. An instant later, the wild clamour of Hagar's vicious battle made it clear that he had engaged a sizable force of redskins. As Harold continued his run toward the entry to the ruins, his quandary about what he should do gnawed him mercilessly. He realized that his first duty was to carry word of the Beothuk invasion back to the villages so that they would have time to prepare for war. Harold would take no dishonor if he fled combat to undertake that mission, since it would be a life-threatening challenge. Their sailboat was already a loss because he had no chance of moving the heavy vessel off the beach, doing it alone. If he were ever going to get back to Leifsbudir at all, it would have to be on foot and armed with only a knife. He would not only have to hike through the forest alone at night without a light, but he would also have to evade the Beothuk war party that would undoubtedly pursue him. The redskins were masters of wood lore who could track men or animals with equal expertise. They could also cover 3 leagues on foot for every 2 of his. It was the accumulated agony of a hard life that kept Harold from immediately turning aside to escape into the trees. Oleg was not Harold's first personal loss. He still carried the pain of his beloved wife's death, along with their second child. Running away and leaving his brother to die in battle with Oleg's killers was too much of an additional burden for him to bear. Not even his duty to his village and clan could override his need to fight beside his brother and avenge his son. He had no illusions that after he entered the perimeter of the ruined longhouse that either he or his brother would ever re-emerge. Just as he neared the entrance, Harold heard the succinct cry of his mortally wounded brother. Far more telling than the command for him to flee was Hagar's professed destiny to attend Odin's next feast of the Einherjar. It could only mean one thing: Hagar had courageously fallen in battle. It did not elude Harold that his brother had forfeited his life in a noble sacrifice to save him from the ambush, which he would surely have stumbled into to his own demise. At that moment, Harold realized that the role of messenger was his only recourse. If he failed, many more Norsemen would die. The deaths of his son and brother would go unaccounted for, and he would die shirking the duty as a Norse folk clansman. It would have been easier for him to charge in through the breach in the berms with only his knife and then join his brother in death. Instead, he turned aside from the battle, then ran west toward the woods. The Beothuk war captain had cautious cunning, born of significant experience as a war leader. He was aware that the uproar of battle attracted warriors like carrion enticed crows. After he executed Hagar, he sent half of his men to the top of the berms to act as lookouts and also search the grass for other hidden Norsemen. Harold had not gone far by the time one of the Beothuk reached the top of the berm beside the entry breach, then immediately caught sight of him as he dashed away toward the woods. The redskins signaled his discovery to his fellows by making a piercing yodel-like whoop. A moment later, the entire force of Beothuk either bounded over the berms or streamed out through the breach to run Harold down. Hagar had only managed to kill 2 of the redskin warriors. The third that he had used his knife to wound so officiously was still on his feet. The heavily bleeding Beothuk made it up to the top of the southern berm in time to see Harold, but as he made his first step to pursue, the warrior fainted and then tumbled down the far side of the slope to impact face first into the soil. A few convulsions later, he died in the same crumpled heap he landed in. The 10 remaining warriors made their nerve-wracking battle cries with gleeful hostility as they sprinted after Harold. Several of the archers paused at the top of the eastern berm for just long enough to take advantage of that high position to launch arrows after the fleeing Norsemen. Their fletched missiles came close to the mark, but failed to pierce Harold's pale flesh as intended. Their antlered captain was by far the swiftest of all the Beothuk, such that he easily outdistanced his comrades. Harold was neither young nor especially swift. He had no chance to outrun the slowest of his pursuers, much less their fastest. His hesitation to abandon his brother had delayed him too long. Harold harbored no delusion that he would get away. It was a small consolation that they would have most likely caught up with him somewhere in the woods nearby anyway. Even though he had no chance to escape, Harold did not give up hope that he might still be able to get a warning to his fellow Norsemen in Leifsbuda. He had a little time left to implement a plan. The broken arrow that he removed from his son's leg remained clutched in his hand, and it could be the key for him to undermine the Beothuk's necessary veil of secrecy. 2 more arrows narrowly swished past Harold as he veered off to his right toward a tree that he saw that would befit his designs. Various visitors had kept the 3 acres around the ruins fairly clear of new growth over the years. They routinely chopped down new saplings, then left them in the grass to dry to be burnable as future campfire fuel. As Harold reached the lone sizable tree, he put it between himself and the Beothuk, as though his plan was nothing more than a desperate act of taking cover. Even though he had other more elaborate intentions, the evasion proved to be provident when an incoming arrow buried into the tree trunk when it would have otherwise struck him. Harold's real intention was not a feeble attempt at hiding. He was not afraid to fight and die, but successfully pretending that he would be critical for the success of his scheme. He leaped up as high as he could and then grabbed onto one of the larger overhead branches. From the viewpoint of the Beothuk, it appeared that he wanted to climb the tree, which was entirely useless as a defense against enemies who could shoot him with arrows, chop down the tree, or build a fire underneath it. The limb Harold caught was just strong enough to support his hanging weight, so he gave it a good bounce to split the joint where the bough attached to the trunk. While he hung by one arm, Harold stabbed the broken section of arrow into the gaping separation he had created. With the arrow properly secured, he pretended to lose his grip, then dropped back to the ground. After he let go, the green branch only straightened partially back into its proper place and thus remained noticeably askew. A surge of rage flowed in Harold's veins after he had concealed the broken arrow. He wanted to spill the blood of Beothuk warriors as a funerary offering to his son and brother, but instead he ran away, as would the lowliest coward. It was not fear that motivated him. Harold had to put as much distance between himself and the hidden arrow as he could, lest the redskins get the opportunity to become curious and then find it. As he sprinted, his lungs already burned with exhaustion. More arrows flew past him, some missed by only the reach of his arm or less. Harold eagerly anticipated the one that would strike him through the heart so that he need not suffer torture and humiliation. When the Beothuk captain eventually overtook him, Harold would be too tired to fight effectively. His only remaining worry in life was that the redskins might capture him alive and then take him away as a captive. The Beothuk intensified their triumphant whooping as their leader drew close to their prey. The archers couldn't loose any more arrows while their antlered captain was so near to Harold's back. Harold felt the proximity of the war captain and the death that came with him like they were an icy wind on the nape of his neck. His need to run had come to an end. Harold wanted to enter Valhalla with a knife wet with the blood of an enemy leader. With a surprisingly agile dive followed by a tumble, Harold rolled up onto his feet with his knife ready in hand to dispatch the onrushing war captain. The antlered redskin was not even breathing heavily as he halted just a few strides from Harold. The rest of the Beothuk swarmed around in a tight circle and then waited for their leader to make the kill. The redskin captain had Oleg's steel knife in hand, which was the only thing about the contest that spoke of equality. In contrast, Harold was harshly short of breath, far from a supremely conditioned athlete to begin with, and sadly no master of fighting with a knife. The war captain didn't hold his distance. Before Harold had any chance to rest, the red-painted warrior confidently sprang forward to make the first slash. Harold's courage was as firm as his defense. He deflected the blade with a countering swipe of his own. As the crossguards of two nearly identical knives momentarily locked together, Harold lunged forward in a sly ploy to overbear his excessively confident enemy. He thought if he could manage to take the fight to the ground, he had a much better chance of inflicting a lethal wound on his foe. The war captain casually evaded the lunge, and then, with the skill of a master wrestler, he also caught Harold by his weapon arm to throw him to the ground with an expert twist of the hip. Harold landed hard on his back, and it knocked the wind out of him. Before he could recover, 4 of the younger Beothuk leaped upon him and then held him down. Despite Harold struggling, the Beothuk quickly bound his wrists and ankles with bowstring cord. When he cursed at them with all the flowery grace that the Norse language was capable of, they tied a wooden bite gag across his mouth. With Harold safely restrained, the war party began a meticulous search of the whole area. They made absolutely certain that no other Norsemen were unaccounted for, while they also collected all their cast arrows. Aside from the broken shaft that Harold had hidden in the tree, they erased every indication that Beothuk had ever set foot on the island. Once they had those precautions complete, the antlered war captain sent 6 of his warriors off on some hurried mission, while he and his 3 remaining men cut carrying poles from the forest and used Hagar's hand axe to do it. 2 of the Beothuk affixed Harold to a pole and then hauled him down to the beach where they dropped him on the sand. They next brought down the bodies of Oleg, Hagar, and the 3 dead Beothuk warriors. The 6 savages soon returned to the beach from their clandestine mission by paddling 3 large canoes. The vessels were skeletal frames of wood with animal hides that tightly stretched over the outside, waterproofed by tallow. At a command from the war captain, the Beothuk warriors loaded Harold and the dead bodies into the canoes. When all that work was complete, the war party began a search of Harold's sailboat. They had no interest in the nets or fishing gear, which they flung carelessly to the sand. They dumped the barrel of freshly cleaned fish with similar contempt. The wrought iron gaff was of value to them, as was the bloom iron bracket that supported the boat's lantern. The latter they pried off the bulwark using Hagar's hand axe. They prized iron so highly that once they discovered that there were hundreds of nails underneath the protective coating of sealing tar, they tried to plunder those as well. Since they had no tools adequate for the task of extracting them, they abandoned the effort after only taking a few hard-won spikes. The war party soon gave up on the sailboat, since they lacked the skills necessary to sail it away or the time to burn it and sift the nails from the ashes. They could craft a deadly arrowhead from each iron nail, so their yearning to possess them wasn't baseless. As the Beothuk warriors climbed into their canoes to depart, their leader took an ornately plumed spear from the bottom of his canoe, then stabbed it into Hagar's corpse. After he had made the weapon sufficiently bloody, he carried it up the beach while he surveyed the landscape. The captain selected a sandy dune that had a covering of coarse salt grass, and then half-buried the spear there, partially concealing it. With the completion of his final task, the antlered war captain returned to the canoes, then they all pushed out to sea. While the red-painted warriors paddled out through the breakers, Harold managed to raise his head for long enough to see the beach. He took some small comfort in the knowledge that men from his clan would come to search for them. Assuming that a storm didn't sweep his sailboat away, they would find at least that much, not that it would tell them anything. Harold guessed that the Beothuk war captain intended the spear to misdirect the blame for their disappearance onto another tribe. They painted their spears red like everything else they had, so the weapon had to belong to some other people besides the Beothuk. The Micmac carried weapons similar to the one the war captain planted. Harold assumed that they were most likely to take the initial blame. The hidden arrow was his one true hope. With luck, his clan would enlist the services of a skilled woodsman to investigate their disappearance. The man he thought of would have no trouble finding the arrow. The Beothuk canoes headed west toward the mainland. Though he was still alive, Harold didn't expect to live long enough to enjoy any rescue. After what happened to his son, he knew his own death would be wickedly conceived, profoundly painful, and soon in the coming, only not soon enough. Chapter 2. Bane of Eagles. Harold and Hagar had originally planned to camp for one night at the ruined village of Hope and then return home to Leifsbudir by noon on the following day. Before their departure on that ill-fated fishing trip, they had informed their clan about the details of where they would go and when they planned to be back. When the time came for the three men to return, a party of villagers gathered together to welcome them home. The majority of the assembly were a dozen folk from the Valborgsson clan. First among them was their aging chieftain, Oleg's grandfather Orik. As the headman of the most powerful clan in Leifsbudir, he was also the village jarl. He was a squat, ugly man with a jagged scar that crossed his face from his grey-haired chin to his left eyebrow. Among those in his company was Hagar's wife, Flower in Winter. She had a round face and matronly figure that showed her middle age. While her features were unmistakably indigenous, apart from a few pieces of native jewellery, her dress was entirely in the Norse style, as were her speech and mannerisms. The welcoming party moved through the village toward the southern gate in the palisade. Leifsbudir stood upon a broad coastal hill that was completely safe from the highest storm surges. 26 primary structures made up the tight community. The buildings were sod block halls they had constructed in the typical turf-roofed, heavy-beamed architecture that Norsemen had brought with them on their travels around the world. Scattered among the major buildings were other smaller structures in the form of privies, smokehouses, and storage sheds. The log palisade that defensively surrounded the entire hill had once been a mighty fence. Cautious chieftains had originally commissioned its construction at the same time that they had built their settlement. The thralls and churls had dug a circumferential ditch that heaped the excavated material inward to form the rampart upon which they then built the palisade. Those early chieftains had always seen to it that skilled workmen inspected the formidable fortification and kept it in perfect repair, but after the end of the Beothuk War, later village chieftains had left the palisade to decay into a decrepit state. The palisade originally had 3 gated points of entry. Since its glory days, the poor maintenance had generated many other smaller openings of accidental origins. Rot, neglect, and countless broken pins had allowed numerous poles to separate, so that in a dozen places the local children could slip through the defence's superfluous portals. In the more than 2 generations that had passed since the end of the Beothuk War, the villagers had not added one new post or even a single nail in upkeep. The rarely used western gateway led to a steep rocky grade that extended down to the Vinland Sea. Jagged rocks and crashing breakers made that shore totally inhospitable to seagoing vessels. The eastern gateway gave access to the stump-filled pastures where the village's sheep communally grazed. A sod block fence separated the grasslands from the thick forest that dominated the island. Fierce dogs kept prowling predators away from the flocks. Jarl Orik's group exited the village by the southern gateway. Like the other 2 gates, it stood perpetually open. No one had closed any of the palisade's portals in over half a century, and they doubtfully even still functioned. There was a path of set stone that led down the hill to the river. The waterway was narrow and flowed slowly from the island's forested interior to pass by the base of the hill. All of Leifsbudir's ships used the river as the sheltered harbour and access to the open sea. The north bank of the river was an artificial beach that labourers had turned black over the years by spreading the granular dross from the village's iron smelter. Village clans had more than 24 longboats of varying sizes. They occupied a connected line of simple sheds that guarded them from winter snows or strong winds. Long slits in the birch bark roofs allowed the tall masts to extend high above the rafters. The villagers also had several fully enclosed buildings they used for the storage of sails, nets, and other vulnerable materials related to their vessels. Hagar's wife Flower in Winter sat patiently in the shade of her brother-in-law's empty berth as she waited for her husband to come home. The Valborgson men drank from several botays they exchanged while they made small talk. In time it became obvious that Harold was late to return, so their concern began to build. Oric knew his son to be of the punctual sort that, combined with the perishable nature of fish, led him to realize that only some mishap would have caused Harold to delay in bringing his catch to the smokehouse. They must have needed to mend the boat. Oric commented to Hans, who was the chieftain of Clan Olafsson. Oric's voice sounded distorted and rasping, as though he had once sustained an injury to his throat. Hans was a tall bear of a man who, like Oric, was well into his 50s. He had come down to the river to see Harold return, because it was his clan that had built his longboat. The vessel was on her maiden voyage, and since Hans had been the master shipwright, he was curious to hear how she had handled in an unbiased sea trial. The suggestion that the delay was some fault of his craftsmanship was an insult to his well-deserved pride. "Me and mine built the foam wolf," he retorted defensively, "from the first felling of oaks for the timbers to the last dollop of pitch. Father Alvito's boy forged the nails we used from their finest iron. When I told the priest how much metal I needed, he assumed I was sending it to Stormfjord to commission new swords for my thanes." Ulrich, the eldest of Oric's 3 sons, joined the conversation. He was only a year Harold's senior, but because of it he would inherit the lion's share of the clan's property as well as the chieftain's high seat once his father died or lost his wits from age or illness. That inheritance assumed that one of his brothers didn't decide to kill him to reopen the position for the next in succession. He said, "We all know Hans to be the most able shipwright between here and Ireland. Nothing could have gone wrong with the foam wolf under routine conditions. If I had to sail to Greenland tomorrow in a sailboat that size, I would choose no other vessel from any shipwright in the world." All praise aside, perhaps there was a sudden squall at North Beach. Even now I see some signs that hint at a storm brewing off that way. A gale can come up on the Atlantic faster than the skirt of a wine-soaked drossel. "There have been no storms," Hans answered Ulrich, with disagreement despite the ample flattery. Hans and Ulrich had been cooperative adversaries for far too long to need a younger man's attempts at placating diplomacy. Hans was the most experienced Norse sailor in Vinland. Every other year he captained the trading fleet that sailed to Greenland, then back again. It was his weather sense that men called upon when their lives would be forfeit if they sailed into a faulty foretelling. Hans explained, even if there were such a storm, the foam wolf could weather a full gale without so much as creaking, and so could Harold. "I have sailed with your brother and would trust him to captain for me to Greenland. Even with my own sons aboard and 10 holds overflowing with furs and ivory, I still would not miss a wink of sleep on account of his seamanship." Ulrich sounded eager for some optimistic explanation, because he already feared the worst. "What then?" As a romantic explanation, a young man suggested, "I'll wager that they found the burial ground gold." He was a minor warrior of the Valborgson clan. Being of no blood relation to the Jarl, and having done little in the way of personal accomplishments, the Drighten of Vinland in Stormfjord had never asked him to swear his oath of fealty to become a thane. If he ever became lame or too timid to fight, he would find himself performing the toils of a churl. "There is no gold hidden in burial grounds," Flower in Winter said grimly. She already sensed that her husband might never come home and considered saying more, but just fell silent. For all of their stoicism, the Norsemen were not as truly pragmatic as were the Skraeling peoples. No one wanted to be the doomster who spoke aloud that something grim had befallen the 3 men, or that they were already dead. Memories of his encounter with Hraesvelg the Thunderbird consumed Oric's thoughts. His dread was that the great bird was back to make good his vendetta against his clan. That story had been true, as were tales of frost giants, Alfari, and all the rest of the sagas that fools mistook for myths. His only shelter from what he dared not speak of aloud was to remain confident that his kin would sail into the harbour at any moment. Hans waited generously in vain, then was first to return to the village, taking his 2 bodyguards with him. The next to depart was a young woman from the village of Stormfjord who stayed in Leifsbudir for the season. She lived in the hall of a minor clan where she apprenticed to a matron who was Vinland's finest weaver. It was also part of her father's design that she would catch the eye of a worthy warrior and soon after become a wife. It was no accident that she had come down to the river to greet Oleg. None of Oric's people dared leave before the old man gave up his expectation of the imminent arrival of Harold's sailboat. As the shadows grew long and Oric had no room left to doubt that Harold would not arrive, he grudgingly trudged back to his hall. As his first dewclaw boot took purchase on a stone step, he gave Ulrich an order that would abide no compromise. "Take the Eagle's Bane and go look for your brothers. Take all the men you need, anything you need, just bring me back my grandson." The sun began to set and storm clouds gathered by the time Ulrich completed the preparations for his voyage. Eagle's Bane was a longboat that sported 20 oars, an unbreakable mast, and a heavy sail of specially tanned leather that would not rip in the worst of winds. Ulrich selected a score of his clan's hardiest warriors, all thanes to the last, each dressed for war in thick corselet of caribou leather. They wore conical iron helms with the distinctive tangs for nasal protection. Their shields were round with iron rings, rivets, and centre caps. Apart from their ever-present knives, they carried either a pattern-welded iron broadsword or an iron battle-axe with an inset steel bit. Ulrich dressed in superior militant garb worthy of the elder son of a chieftain and village jarl. His helm was new open hearth steel, far stronger than iron, while also thinner and lighter. Instead of a nasal tang, his helm was a goggled mask that guarded his whole upper face in the old style close to his eyes for unhindered vision. The round shield he carried had additional riveted steel bands that reticulated the surface into quadrants to enhance the durability. His corselet was of soft sheepskin because it was not his armor, rather it prevented chafing from the steel ringed byrnie he wore over it. For a weapon, he wore his father's broadsword. Rods of hearth steel joined the pattern weld of iron, which greatly enhanced the weapon's edge and flexibility. The silver wire-wrapped hilt had gem-encrusted crossguards both high and low. A heavy pommel that gave it proper balance was of pure gold. When the men had finished outfitting themselves, they provisioned the Eagle's Bane by lamplight, while Ulrich stood nearby and silently supervised. Because Ulrich commanded the voyage, it was his responsibility to make sure he brought everything they needed and that his men had properly stowed the cargo distributed for balance. His father did not interfere for want of need, and also the heavy mood of dread that weighed upon him. After lightning flashed off to their east, several of the thanes used a fist to stamp their palm with a symbolic hammer blow that was a silent placation to the god Thor. Storms were dreadfully dangerous at sea, and even more lethal when they sailed near the coast or put to land. Wind and waves could drive a boat onto rocks that would shatter a vessel in the span of a few heartbeats. The thanes lined up the wooden rollers so they could run the grand longboat out from its dry shelter down into the river. Hans Olafsson came down the river gate stairs. One of his churls, a young boy of some 8 winters, led his way with a burning lamp. Behind the chieftain was his eldest son Lars and his second oldest of 4 sons, Ingvar. All 3 had dressed in byrnies of rust-free mail and had broadswords in scabbards that hung from their belts. Ulrich acknowledged the chieftain with a glance, but offered no words. Hans advanced on the jarl. "I don't think you have thought about this properly. You can't send those men out at night in foul weather to search the coastline. Your feelings are getting ahead of your judgment." The jarl folded his thick arms across his chest. Harold would not be late unless there was trouble. "I'm sending men to find my kin. They might already be dead," Hans said with a slight change of posture as he adjusted the heavy weight of his sword and armor. His gear made silent testament that he sensed their troubles were far from over, not because he had planned to go along with the search party. As with signs of harsh weather, Hans had a nose that detected danger. Only fools dismissed his warnings casually. Hans advised, "Don't be so rash as to send the rest of your sons into the mouth of the same dragon. Wait till morning. I have a feeling the weather will have cleared by then." Ulrich remained impervious to sound advice. Visions of the Thunderbird blinded his thoughts into a sort of confounded madness. He felt in his bones that only by sending Eagle's Bane could he foil Freysvelg and bring back his missing family. Ulrich is a skilled sailor and a fine warrior. Ulrich reasoned as though it was the truth behind his rash decision. He will do what needs to be done to protect his own. That is why he will make a worthy chieftain in my stead. Hans sounded skeptical. Rolf Bjornsson made a similar gamble long ago. Consider what that cost him. The comment struck Ulrich like a slap and made Ulrich lock his burning gaze onto Hans. When a jarl becomes too weak to defend himself, it is the duty of worthier men to step up and take the reins for the good of all. Lars and Ingvar shuffled as though they thought the exact same thing. If the Eagle's Bane never came back either, they might pay the Valborgsson clan an unfriendly visit. Such a depletion of manpower would effectively cripple them and thus invite the opportunity for a change of leadership. A bright flash of lightning illuminated the east. At the count for its point of origin, 9 leagues away, Hans growled knowingly the instant before the thunder rolled over their heads. It was his proof that he knew weather like no Marklander even dared to claim. Hans broke their silence by advising, "If you send those men out tonight, you better do one thing first." Ulrich played along. "What is that?" Hans advised, "Tell your boy to take off all that damn armor. He's so top-heavy that he'll pitch over the bulwark at the first turn and then sink like an anchor." When Ulrich didn't make any hint of reply, Hans put his boot to his churl's backside none too roughly. It was his message to get him to lead with the lamp back toward Olafsson Hall. His sons hesitated to estimate Ulrich for an instant. Their blank expressions didn't betray their thoughts. A moment later, they followed their father back up the hill. Ulrich had heard everything but had kept working. His men had finished the preparations for their voyage. As they were about to run the longboat down the rollers, Ulrich hailed them. "I don't like the smell of the wind. Get some rest and leave with the first hint of dawn." Chapter 3. shepherd of lions. The squall blew northwest over Vinland throughout the night, while its gusting winds lashed Leifsbuda with heavy rain. The weather had moved on by the first morning light when Ulrich sailed away in the Eagle's Bane with the Volborgsen Thanes. The river gave them easy access through the choppy surf to the Vinland Sea. Once on open water, they raced off to the north under full sail with a favourable wind and all 20 oars striking to the powerful rhythm of professional whalers. They had stowed the heaviest cargo abaft of the mast. Ulrich stood high at the erected prow of his longboat as she flew over the waves like a leaping dolphin. He had removed his armour and then packed that away with the other burdensome baggage. Ulrich was not foolish enough to disregard the advice of Hans Olafsson in matters of watercraft. Ulrich had been up all night and remained so sleepless that he had never even bothered to try taking to his bed. Neither had he tried to soothe himself with the comforting embrace of his favourite young churl. Each night the comely scullery maid had the envious privilege of being her chieftain's mistress. As the Eagle's Bane sailed north from Leifsbuda, Ulrich stood at the palisade's western gate from where he watched and hoped for good news. He was alone at the top of the hill where it overlooked the Vinland Sea, but that did not make him the only one who watched the departure. Harald's disappearance had infected the village with considerable curiosity. The population was customarily up with the dawn, and many of them watched the departure from various clandestine locations. Hans Olafsson had slept soundly, rose early, and then had all his people busy by sunrise. From his eldest son to his lowliest churl, they hurriedly carried out their chieftain's orders. Long before their first meal, Hans had them take inventory of everything he owned. The churls inspected all the clan's buildings for damage, then began repairing any flaws they discovered. They used sand and oil to remove accumulated rust from all the clan's metal armor and tools. The warriors cleaned and sharpened all their weapons. Some busied themselves with the fletching of new arrows, the cutting of leather for new corselets, or the manufacture of extra bowstrings. The thanes tended to their own armaments and also inspected the clan's 6 longboats to be certain they were in perfect condition. When the Olafsson clan became a hive of activity, the other clans took notice. Most of the other chieftains responded by also making preparations for the worst. Even the most complacent clans sharpened their weapons and sand scrubbed their armor. No one had any way of knowing if Harald's disappearance was only temporary or a permanent prelude to greater misfortunes. By early afternoon, the village's accumulated misgivings were a tangible unease in the air. The grim atmosphere was as though a tormented ghost haunted the village. Foreboding jumped from person to person with every meeting of pessimistic gazes. Hans realized the danger of demoralization that came with rampant rumor. He decided to call a meeting of the chieftains, even though there was nothing new for them to discuss until Harald showed up on his own or the search party returned with new information. That assembly would at least provide their host of myriad followers with the illusion that their leaders planned something decisive to deal with the situation. The chieftains were destined to assemble anyway when they finally heard the report from the Eagle's Bane men upon their return. Hans expected them back by sunset at the latest, so his meeting would not be excessively premature. Clan Olafsson churls ran as messengers to inform the other clan chieftains of Hans's invitation. Hans did not wait around for their replies. He shouldered a hefty keg of his clan's wine and then headed off for Leifsbuda's Christian church. Hans was no stranger to Christianity, since he was the only Leifsbuda chieftain who had wholeheartedly converted to the religion of Jesus. A minority of his fellow villagers had also converted. Most of them had married women of middle to high standing that had pressured them into it. The few other Christian men were churls who found the promise of peace and joy in the next world more appealing than Niflheim. It was no secret that nearly all of those who professed having true faith in Christ also continued to make all the traditional Norse religious observances as well, just in case and as a demonstration of community loyalty. The chieftains regularly used the church for all their indoor assemblies because it was the largest structure in Leifsbuda. It was also neutral ground by village tradition. The church was the one place that all the chieftains felt safe from having one of their peers ambushing them with their thanes. At the very least, the church was where no chieftain held a home ground advantage. Unlike the other great halls of Leifsbuda, the church's entrance had a 4-pillared portico that shaded it from sun, rain, and snow. A master woodcarver had detailed all the columns, railings, and every beam in the entire massive structure. The man had used his chisels to craft an orphrey work that substituted sheer artistry for gold. 3 stone steps led up to the thick wooden deck beneath the solid roof. Hans paused on the stones to scrape mud from his boots against an edge before he tromped across the porch to go inside. The church's iron-bound door stood open, as it always did during the day when the weather was tolerable. The entrance was as tall as Hans' extended reach and proportionately just as wide. The exposed inner surface of the thick door had a middle relief that portrayed men as they herded sheep into a sorting pen. To Norsemen, it was a reminder of the time when all the clans worked as one as they divided their communal property back to their individual shares. The church's interior had wooden benches that ran the length of both side walls. Like the rest of the woodwork, the finest craftsmen had exquisitely fashioned them. The entire floor was evenly set paving stone. Centermost was a raised circle of chiseled stone blocks that surrounded and contained the fire pit, as was customary for heating Norse halls. There was no fire at present, not even ready wood or old ashes. The pit was clean and wet from the night's rain that had come down through the circular smoke vent in the roof. A double row of pews extended from near the door to the raised platform at the opposite end. They were like narrow feasting tables with benches on only one side so that the seated had their backs to the entry. Those benches that flanked the fire pit were sufficiently shorter to make way for the stone ring. The far end of the church had a raised wooden dais that was about shoulder height. Its access was a narrow case of stairs at the right-hand end. In the center of the dais was a rostrum that extended forward into a protruding pulpit from where the priest might sermon or read scriptures that rested on the simple lectern at its tip. Its similarity to the whale harpooner's forward post at the prow of a boat was not mere coincidence, but obviously intentional. To Norsemen seated before it, the symbolism was potently emblematic. They felt like a pod of narwhal that raced before Jesus' bowsprit. The pulpit was not the station of a meek figure, but rather the imposing vantage of an aggressive harpooner in search of souls for a bountiful harvest. As Hans made his way toward the fire pit, he saw that the church was not empty. 9 village ladies had gathered in the far left corner in front of the dais. They surrounded the priest, who sat at his personal table beside the church's rear door. Hans put his wine cask on the rim of the fire pit, stretched out his back and shoulder, then went to join them. The women's concerned voices confirmed Hans's expectations. Grimmer rumors about what might have happened to the 3 Valborsen men had eroded the village morale. Those ladies felt unnerved and sought counsel and reassurance from their priest. The church welcomed anyone. Those who had officially converted had taken the baptism to absolve them of their declared sins. Some continued to make a regular practice out of confessing their shortcomings as part of their path to overcome their urges to repeat them. The women felt comfortable confiding their feelings to the priest, since he knew all their secrets and faithfully kept them. Their unconverted husbands felt comfortable with the close rapport, since the priest remained staunchly celibate. The women parted so that Hans and Alvito could see each other as they spoke. Father Alvito was not Norse. He had dark brown hair, a modest stature, and a lean build. Advancing middle age did not detract from his handsome features or reserved virility. He kept his hair meticulously trimmed along with his fingernails, stylish beard, and thin moustache. His captivating green eyes and straight, healthy teeth lent some insight into his obvious popularity with the female villagers. "Good afternoon," the priest greeted his close friend Hans warmly. "I pray all is well with you and your folk." He spoke Norse glibly, but his accent dripped with the honeyed reverberations of an educated and aristocratic Western Frankish upbringing. Hans replied, "All is well with me, but as I'm sure you're already well aware, all is not well with everyone. I have called for the chieftains to gather and speak in council. Afterward we will call the Althing to hear Ulrich speak. I expect the Eagle's Bane to be back before sunset. I would have consulted with you first, my friend, but I assumed you would be agreeable." Alvito had no complaints. "As always, the church's door is open to meet the needs of the community. I'll be out of your way just as soon as I tidy up these papers." Alvito had open books, unrolled scrolls, and loose birch-bark documents strewn over his desk. A well of freshly mixed ink and several quills revealed that he had been penning a future sermon, keeping account of his substantial assets, or perhaps a little of both. I suspect the others are just as anxious for a meeting as I am, Hans added. Alvito agreed. Uneasy is the head that wears the crown, I have heard said, so I think you're right. I'm sure the others are also feeling that eager stir. You're a wise man, and everyone says so. You'll make a fine Jarl one day. Hans liked receiving such high regard from a man who was many times wealthier, travelled, and learned than he was. As Alvito rose from his seat and began to organize his desk, Hans admired the priest's finery. The dye in the coat and trousers was deepest black. The material was an airy but still resilient Micmac weave using the softest spring-sheared gelded ram's wool. A Parisian jeweller had crafted the 10 silver fasteners that had come to Vinland along with the priest by way of an older garment. The underclothes were from a supple cambric cloth the Micmac wove from a downy plant fibre they imported from more southerly neighbours. On the whole, the crisp fit, stylish lapels and white neck sash captured the priest's European panache. Hans finally asked, "Are those new clothes?" He had never seen them before, and they were especially nice. Alvito tugged a lapel. "Do you like them? They're from my seamstress in Straumfjord. I brought her here to take new measurements, and then she crafted these from some sketches I sent home with her. They just came in on a boat the day before yesterday." Hans noted the admiring glances of the women before he admitted his opinion. "They suit you." He would have thought the man vain if he hadn't known him to be otherwise. Alvito owned and operated the only smeltery west of Iceland. Far more than just being its proprietor, he was also the hard-working genius behind the refining process that turned out iron and steel of the finest quality. His monopoly had justly made him fabulously affluent. Everyone, including the Micmac, prized his products, but few possessed the hard currency to acquire them. Father Alvito customarily took his remuneration in the form of barter or skilled labour. All the craftsmen and artists in Vinland had plied their skills for the priest to settle their debt. Most had done such services on numerous occasions. That was why everything from Alvito's shoes and clothes to the woodwork in his halls was the most exquisite in Vinland. Hans was no exception. He had recently delivered him a superb new sailboat to repay a substantial debt. For all his financial prosperity and influence in the community, Father Alvito was still no chieftain. He had no clan, no warriors, and no servants. His ability to defend his own life was as limited as his militant capacity to enforce his wishes. Norsemen measured the worth of a chieftain by the strength of his war band. Churls from the Leifsbuder's clans worked daily in the priest's employ, and their generous wages went to repay the accumulated debts of their respective chieftains. Alvito was not entirely a man alone. He had a nearly grown son. Alvito had adopted a half-native orphan when the boy was not even in his 3rd year. Alvito collected the materials on his desk, made brief apologies to the ladies for leaving them so abruptly, and then he exited through the church's side door. The women felt sorry to lose Alvito's reassuring words. The knowledge that the chieftains would go into council somewhat mollified them, as did their anticipation of an evening gathering to hear from the crew of the Eagle's Bane. After Hans took a seat near the fire pit, he pulled his silver-banded drinking horn from the back of his belt, filled it with wine, and then sat back to await his fellow chieftains. The ladies held up the hems of their tunics to keep them out of the mud as they hurried out the front door. Hans watched their provocative exit, wanting to see some skin, but not even their ankles showed, because their sheepskin boots covered halfway to their knees. Before long, the first of the chieftains arrived. Hans heard the man scrape his boots on the stone steps, then tromp over the deck on his way to the door. Veli Stigson entered at his long stride, then took a seat opposite from Hans. Stigson's small clan of Finnish folk specialized in the herding of caribou. Aside from a drinking horn, Veli brought a sack of jerked venison, which he tossed onto the table near the wine barrel. The other chieftains filtered in one at a time, and each of them brought something to either eat or drink. Oric came in about midway through the roster, carrying a large basket that his mistress had packed. It contained a wheel of crumbly white sheep's milk cheese, loaves of maize bread, and 2 fired ceramic pots, one with honey and the other sheep's butter. His was an elaborate contribution worthy of a jarl. The chieftains sat around the cold fire pit like it was an Arthurian round table of equality. They each filled a horn of wine and sampled the offered provisions while they got comfortable. On the whole, they were older men who felt pestered by sore bones and bad teeth. Such weathered warriors in winter were not prone to sanguineness or quick to gregarious garrulity. After they felt loosened by the good wine, Oric spoke first, because it was his place as the Jarl of Leifsbuda. I wish we had come together to celebrate. Instead, we are here because the Norns have woven sorrow into the days of my clan. The foam wolf is lost along with 2 of my sons and my grandson. Perhaps they drowned at sea or fell victim to some sea serpent or worse. He guzzled wine to drown his emotions, lest he reveal them in an unmanly fashion. Hans ate a hunk of bread he dipped in butter and honey. It was his way to insinuate that there was more celebration in his heart than grim connotations, which was not at all the truth of his thoughts. After he sucked his fingers clean of honey butter, Hans said, "If there is a dark cloud hanging over Leifsbuda, it is not casting its shadow only on your dwellings. Our whole village, and perhaps the entirety of Vinland, seems to have lost favor with the gods. We have grown greedy and lazy in our prosperity. Even if the foam wolf arrives at this very moment and all is well, I still believe we should rethink our fat summertime ways and recall the iron winter ways of our forebears who settled this place. I have let my thanes grow arrogant without war and my churls lazy without labor. When the dark hour comes, they will be too soft to make answer for it." Veli said, "No axe is sharp enough to punish the sea for its treachery. If the storms took the boat, that is the hard way of things. The thunderbirds hunt alone, they say, and one would never take more than 1 man. Such an attack cannot account for the loss of a boat. No dragons roost in the whole of Markland. The Skraelings don't even have legends of winged fire-breathers or limbless water serpents. If we were back in the east, a damnable dragon might explain the missing foam wolf, but not here in the west. Storms did not rise until your kin were already overdue, so I do not blame the waves where bloodier hands explain better. I trust in Hans carpenters and the seamanship of your able sons. If your kin are dead, I think only murder could account for it." "Let us not hasten to the assumption of their deaths," Oric advised. "I will hear from the eagle's bane before I pass judgment. It is not the way of those who smoke to make war upon us, not while knowing that the Micmac would join us in making harsh retribution." Hans agreed. "Premature talk of murder and vengeance is as likely to bring blood as the deeds being true. We should remain vigilant, but not leap to baseless conclusions." That said, Hans added, "You speak truth all the same. Markland has neither dragons nor giants. What it has aplenty is black shamans, blood thieves, and old demons of the night world. If evil found the foam wolf, there will be dark hands that delivered it. True or not, let us agree we do not stand ready for it. Our village is not prepared for war. Let us hope that the young men of this age will be as able to adapt and survive as the Norsemen who followed Thorvald Eriksson back in the day." Oric and Veli both made gruff noises of wordless agreement, then swallowed wine to toast how they there were all of a similar mind about many things of import. The 3 leading chieftains felt loose by then from the wine, tasty delicacies, and their reaffirmed confederacy. A unanimously understood agreement urged Oric to signal to his churl, who kept a post on the front porch, watching in through the door. It was the silent command that all their thanes should begin to enter the church and join the gathering. All the village's citizens, from high to low, were already eager to have news from the Eagle's Bane. They knew about the imminent gathering and wanted to hear any discussion that pertained to the mystery. The chieftains' noble wives and their most important thanes were first to arrive and join the assembly. They also brought drink and edibles to make the long meeting more comfortable for everyone. Age-old tradition had proved wine and mead to be reliable remedies for soothing sore tempers that frequently arose during public forums. The wives of important thanes arrived among the first, as befitted their station. All the wealthy ladies had dressed in their finest garb with freshly braided hair and precious jewelry. The feminine presence was no token gesture, but one entirely due of their rightful prerogative. The women spoke equally in council and often settled matters that held the stubborn men locked in bitter contention. Last of all came the assorted lesser warriors of the clans that necessity demanded occupy the least privileged seats. While they were free men who could bear arms and attend the Althing assembly, their wives were all churls and thus uninvited. All the boys of the village likewise stayed at home along with their unwed sisters. As the last straggling warriors filtered into the church to fill the few remaining seats at the back of the Althing, a boat sailed into the mouth of the Leifsbuda River. Her sharp keel cut through the oncoming current as she drew down on the dross beach. The vessel was not the mighty Eagle's Bane that the villagers eagerly anticipated, nor was it Harold's missing sailboat. The new vessel had another of the slim lapstrake hulls that Clan Olafsson crafted with their impeccable talent as shipwrights. She was roughly the same displacement as Harold's Foam Wolf, but that was where the similarities ended. A striking difference was the boat's triple lateen sails. The Norse hull sported the distinctive feature of especially high bulwarks at both prow and stern. The front figurehead was in the form of a proud stallion with a long, spiralling narwhal's horn that jutted from its forehead to make it into a unicorn. A resin-covered wrought-iron jib boom jutted out above the horn. A forestay ran from a ring at the tip of the boom to the top of the mainmast and thus supported the triangular headsail. The mainmast had an enormous yard with a mainsail that dwarfed the forward jib. A mizzenmast stood aft just before the pilot's bench and flew a mizzen that was mid-sized between the other two sails. With 2 masts and 3 sails at full draft, the Norse yawl was like a gracefully flying gull that could skim over the sea. The unique vessel was the bastard amalgamation of advanced features from vessels Norse to Near Eastern. Instead of a steerboard, the boat had a rudder that the pilot masterfully handled concurrently with the complex array of rigging. As the yawl came parallel to the dross beach, the captain performed a sharp turn that spun the boat about. The current then gently pushed the boat into the landing. By the time the keel scratched into the dross, the captain had already dropped the jibs and began furling the mainsail. A score of churls wandered out from beneath the dockhouses where they had been drinking substandard wine and mead while they awaited Ulrich's return. They couldn't join the Althing because of their low social standing, so they schemed to question the Eagle's Bane men before anyone else ever even saw them. The lateen yawl was not the vessel that they had hoped for, nor were they especially glad to see it. None of them could read the carved Greek letters in the hull, but they still knew the sailboat's name to be Elysian Fortitude. The river's current was sufficient to keep the yawl steady against the beach, while the captain jumped over the port bulwark amidships to land knee-deep in the river. Those churls ventured out far enough to watch, but showed no sign that they would help pull the boat ashore or warmly greet the occupants. Many of the men carried simple clubs, iron-edged shovels, or some other sort of makeshift weapon warriors considered permissible for churls. Rumours that the men of the Foam Wolf had died of murder had everyone in a defensive mood. A striking Markland beauty of teen years appeared at the bulwark where the captain had gone over. Like all people born of the mainland, she had the uniform characteristics of straight black hair, ruddy skin, and dark eyes. Her shapely athletic build, tall stature, and patrician features showed that her Micmac lineage was not too distant from that of the Beothuk. To recommend caution to the captain rather than express scorn, the beauty commented sarcastically, "This is the first time we've ever been received by an armed welcoming party." Her fluent Norse had only a hint of accent that was Frankish and not any influence from her native Algonquin. Aside from being bilingual, she had a manner of dress that also demonstrated a multicultural upbringing. Instead of a conventional Micmac woman's tunic, she wore a high, slit buckskin skirt and a front-fastening jacket cut in the Norse fashion. She showed a superb swath of her firm thigh as she stepped 1 foot onto the rail of the hull, which also revealed that a pair of supple doeskin moccasins reminiscent of Norse knee-high boots covered her feet. A tribal compromise was that her garments sported frilled edges and extensive beading. On her wrists, she wore traditional Micmac jewelry of pure silver and precious turquoise stones. The necklace that adorned her elegant neck was comprised of the great curving claws of a timber panther that small silver beads and Norse ornaments of fashioned gold kept regimentally separated. She waited for the captain to catch her at the hips and then lift her across to the beach so that she wouldn't have to get wet. The captain hesitated to aid her because of the warning comment. He also found that the churls' uncharacteristic posturing of impromptu weapons was even more unusual than their unexpected presence at the river. Until he felt certain the young woman was not in any danger, he decided to leave her safely aboard his vessel. The captain took long strides from the river up the beach. Despite having no weapon besides the long knife at his belt, he did not feel in the least way intimidated. He focused his attention on the oldest of the churls, a portly man of middle age by the name of Galt. "What is the meaning of this? Does Jarl Oric know that you're down here playing warrior?" The tone insulted the churls, as did the way he phrased their behavior. None of them stepped forward to find fault with him. Even when the captain had stood in water to his knees, the churls had taken note of his impressive stature. After he walked up to their elevation, he was obviously a full head taller than every churl present and also much broader through the shoulders. It was common for Norsemen to tower over other sorts of men. The churls were strong in that bloodline, and so by no means were they short. They were not accustomed to yielding that distinction to any man born with eyes and hair darker than their own. That was especially true of such a man who was not even out of his 16th year or fully grown. More than just dark hair and eyes communicated the captain's mixture of Norse and indigenous parentage. His preference for wearing hybrid garments was a visible manifestation of the unique eclecticism that ran deep in him. He dressed his legs with hip-high leggings cut from Norse buckskin breeches. They stayed in place by means of 4 sheepskin thongs that tied securely to his finely tooled belt. A Micmac loincloth also of the finest buckskin, combined with the leggings so that together they gave the appearance that a single garment clothed his lower body, while in fact they were discreetly unconnected. He covered his muscular upper body with a pullover short-sleeved buckskin shirt of a fashion common to both peoples. On his feet he wore Micmac moccasins as opposed to the thick-soled caribou dewclaw boots that the Vinland Norsemen all preferred. "Fastillion, you've come home in the wake of ill tidings," Galt answered, trying to sound like the leader of a company of warriors. "Your father seats the Althing in his church even now. Harold went fishing at Hope in Foamwolf along with Oleg and Hagar. They were due back yesterday but never returned. Ulrich has taken the Eagle's Bane and the clan's finest thanes to seek them out. We're here awaiting their return. They're due before sunset." The churls realized that another Marklander was in the yawl when he emerged from behind the prow's high bulwark to take position beside the young beauty. The composite shortbow with a nocked arrow that he held in his hands revealed that he had been ready to start killing the churls at the first sign of trouble. The Micmac archer was statuesque, even for his own stately people, and outstandingly fit for being over 40 years of age. His hair was short, and he kept it shaved into a narrow stripe down the center of his smooth skull. He left his chest bare except for an ornamental vest made from the curved ribs of a timber panther, which he had strung into a lattice using cords he had made from its dried gut. Like the young captain, he wore buckskin trouser legs with a breechcloth. He adorned both his forearms with long bracelets made from silver, gold, and turquoise. On several fingers and in each of his ears he wore Norse-style gold rings. 3 men lost at Hope, the archer repeated redundantly, in case he misheard and some correction would be forthcoming. He too spoke perfect Norse, but his refined Frankish accent was so severe that it proved Alvito Lemonde had taught him the language. The churls had great respect for the Micmac warrior, and they all nodded that he had heard correctly, then waited for him to ask something further. Their deference was equivalent to what they would show any of the chieftains. The archer asked exactly how many have gone to Hope seeking these missing men. The churls struggled with the numbers because they knew the names of the men but lacked the education to count them. Fastillion knew all the ships and their respective complements. "The Eagle's Bane has 20 oars," he answered the Micmac in fluent Algonquin, "and Ulrich would be captain." The archer shook his head in an expression of antipathy. "They won't be looking for anything but blood, bodies, or something to stab, and that is a lot of boots to trample down all the real signs." His comments were for Fastillion and the girl, so he concealed them in Algonquin speech. He shifted back to Norse to keep the churls from dark speculations. Hopefully, it will turn out to be nothing. The man considered the situation only briefly before he suspected that the truth would be otherwise. "Still, it would be best if I speak with the White Father immediately." The Micmac sprang up onto the hull's railing, then over the water down to the beach. He landed on the dross in a deep crouch with a double crunch. As Fastillion went back to lift the girl down from his sailboat, he told the man, "We'll unload and then meet you at my father's hall. Move our baggage up to your father's lodge, but leave your boat at anchor," the Micmac instructed. His tone was not placating and more akin to a master that spoke to his disciple. "My daughter and I may not be staying. Whatever you do, don't let her out of your sight." He jogged to the stone steps and then took them 3 at a time on his way up to the village. The churls slunk back beneath the dry docks to return to their drinking and gossip. Fastillion walked back into the river. Instead of lifting the girl down, he grasped the rail of the bulwark and then vaulted into his yawl. He told the young woman, "Let's unload so we can get some supper." Her father's comment had her annoyed. "Why do I need someone to keep an eye on me? I was staying in this village before you even knew eyes could be blue." He went to the prow and then heaved over the best bower to make sure the boat remained anchored at the beach. Eaglebane's berth was at the opposite end, so Fastillion's boat would not be in their way when they returned. "If the churls are any indication," he surmised, "everyone in the village must be trying to drink away their worries while armed to the teeth. He is right that it would be best if you just stayed by me." "Fine." She started to gather up and then pile their baggage amidships for eventual unloading, "just so long as you two are not accusing me of being the troublemaker." Fastillion smiled at that. "You? A troublemaker? I can't imagine how anyone would ever get that idea about the soft-spoken raining sunshine." Working together, they unloaded the yawl. Fastillion carried the sea chest and other heavy items up the steps, while Raining Sunshine ported the bedrolls and archery equipment. With everyone at the Althing or indoors, Leifsbuder appeared strangely deserted for an early evening in good weather. Only a few dogs moved about when normally scores of folk would have busily made the most of the day's last rays. The sound of voices from the church assembly grew louder as Fastillion and Raining Sunshine approached Father Alvito's property. No sod wall, stockade, or any other barrier partitioned the grounds from the rest of the village. A sunken boardwalk with a covering of tamped dross provided a mud-free path from the palisade's river gate to Alvito's doors. The huge church dominated the village's skyline with its lofty dome of living turf that was akin to a rectangular green hill. Massive as it was, the church was not Leifsbuder's tallest structure. What at first appeared to be its steeple was actually the furnace flue that rose from Leifsbuder's second-largest building. There were two other impressive structures in Father Alvito's stable of buildings, and both flanked the church. The dross path first led to the double set of barn doors that went into Alvito's blacksmith forge, iron bloomery, and open-hearth steel foundry. Apart from the chimney, the metalworks wasn't as tall as the church, and its floor area was only nearly as spacious. Instead of being a single open rectangle like the church, the foundry's interior was uneven sections that Alvito had dedicated to different specialized work areas. In his foundry, with the help of Fastillion and many hired churls, Alvito produced sponge iron blooms of the highest quality and quantity. They poured impressively pure wrought iron from the furnace, then cast it in sand molds to make billets that were suitable for forging. Alvito's open hearth produced genuine low-carbon steel that bladesmiths as far away as Italy prized for their craft. The most precious of all Alvito's metallurgical endeavors came in the smallest quantity. The priest had mastered the Eastern alchemical mystery of making their legendary Wootz watered steel. The rear of his foundry had an excavated circular furnace and a massive set of bellows that fed it air. Over that furnace was a clay oven that ash filled as insulation. Alvito would place his best wrought iron that he made from the choicest ore into crucibles along with a secret mixture of dried plants and pulverized powders. He would then bury those loaded crucibles in the ash pit. Workers would pump the bellows while Alvito vigilantly monitored his process to ensure the exacting temperatures he required for an entire day and then a night. The intricate art and science he used to make the priceless metal was a labor of love for Fastillion's stepfather and the priest's self-admitted sin of pride. It was not technique alone that made the watered steel that could bend like an archer's bow and also hold an edge that could slice through a bloom iron helmet without dulling. Fastillion had heard his stepfather say many times, with an accompanying praise to his god, that it was a blessing that he ever discovered the local vein of iron ore. Their iron mine contained special impurities that occurred naturally in the ore of only one other mine in the entire world. It was the rare ore itself that truly made that ultimate steel achievable. If steel was a riddle, Alvito had answered it. He was not the expert in metallurgy that his stepfather was, but Fastillion had considerable experience as his skilled apprentice. He'd spent most of his life working in the foundry, where he had endlessly shoveled charcoal and crushed limestone into the furnaces, pumped the great caribou skin bellows, and carted off mountains of unwanted bloomery scoria, which was a constant byproduct of the dirty smelting process. The strenuous menial labor and working the heavy hammers of a smith had developed Fastillion's imposing muscularity, long-winded endurance, and tolerance for heat. Raining Sunshine and Fastillion kept to the path as they passed by the foundry, then moved on to the front of the church. Because the door stood open, the voices of the Althing streamed out in their chaotic chorus. It was not the Norse way for them to take turns as the official speaker in their turn. They frequently voiced one another down, especially when the matter was under hot contention. Whoever gained the most vocalized support from the assembly became speaker for as long as that partiality lasted. As they continued on, they passed the church and then took the path to its conclusion at the third of Alvito's halls, where Fastillion lived with his stepfather, on the opposite side of the church, away from the foundry. Alvito's residential hall was not as large as the great communal dwellings of the Volborsen, Olafsson, or Stigson clans. Those halls had partitions to segregate the lodgings of the top thanes and tertiary additions for the warriors and churls to reside in, but it was far more luxurious. Father Alvito's hall was large enough to accommodate a small clan with its chieftain, thanes, their wives, and children. That made it a veritable mansion for just Fastillion and Alvito. When Reigning Sunshine and her father came to stay with them, as they frequently did, there was no shortage of room to welcome them. When they reached the front entrance, Reigning Sunshine shifted her burdens sufficiently so that she could catch a hold of the iron ring and then pull the door open. The portal was solid oak, one hand thick with huge iron braces, rivets and joints. Despite its weight, it swung outward easily on its 3 well-oiled hinges. The voices of Father Alvito and Reigning Sunshine's father came out from within the hall as the priest informed his friend of the local goings-on. The Micmac archer preferred to speak Norse, while in Leifsbuda, even though Alvito spoke fluent Algonquin. They hushed as their children came in. Most of the hall was a large common room with the fire circle in the center. A knee-high stone ring encompassed the pit and supported an iron cooking grate that covered most of the fire. An iron cooking pot hung over the center from an iron chain supported by an iron trestle. Smooth paving stone covered the floors. Carved and polished paneling lined all the interior walls. Every structural pillar sported elaborate carvings, iron sconces with polished brass or silver mirrors, and iron hooks that would support whatever a person might hang upon them. The most spectacular pelts of bears and timber panthers dressed some of the walls or draped over rafters. Alvito had shelves laden with fine glassware, ceramics, and all manner of ornaments in every precious material. He owned beautiful Marklander art that their most skilled artisans crafted from silver, turquoise, and feathers, which he hung from beams. The corners had narwhal horns stacked like the Grecian spears of a phalanx. Barrels of oil and wine lined the walls of the huge larder. Ivory walrus tusks filled an iron hoop that Alvito had once used to hold logs for the fire. Men, eager to procure Alvito's iron and steel, had traded the priest every manner of precious thing that they could acquire. It had made the priest as wealthy as a king, with a vast hoard of treasure and nowhere to spend it. Fastillion and Reigning Sunshine relieved themselves of their burdens by placing them on the floor. Father Alvito was pleased to see them, so he went to his son, then embraced him warmly. "Twisted Feathers told me that your hunting trip was successful. The trappers of his village must be grateful." "It was Twisted Feathers that killed their snare thief," Fastillion explained, sounding disappointed with his minor contribution. "I was ready to help, but his first arrow stuck the bear in his heart and dropped Red Grin like a stone. The beast didn't even have time to get his crooked maw out of the fish trap we baited him with. His fur was as red as Ragnarsson's beard and his jaw too crooked to close." "It was for the best," the Micmac archer said with sympathy for the marauding bear that he had killed. The kick of a caribou bull had broken his jaw, and many teeth besides. That old wound had remained inflamed. Red Grin had endured beyond his time in constant pain. "The pelt will hang in my lodge at a place of honor. It will be a reminder of how insurmountable strength can become ignoble desperation when life continues long after the moment of real death." Father Alvito took Reigning Sunshine's hand in a gesture of welcome, and then he examined her appreciatively from head to foot. "What happened to the little precocious girl that I used to know?" He reached into his pocket, then pulled out a pair of ivory hair combs of such intricate filigree that they had the apparent delicacy of dried flowers, despite their actual serviceable resilience. Alvito pressed them into her hand. "These are for you, as a commencement present. They are for the hair of the most beautiful of women. I fear they are only adequate for you." "Thank you." She relished the generous gifts. "They're exquisite." Reigning Sunshine flourished her hair, gathered it into a tail behind her neck with one hand, and then placed a comb on either side of her head to hold her bangs out of her face. Once she finished, she turned her head so Fastillion could appreciate the combs. "Do you like them? Maybe you should get a pair. Your hair is nearly as long as mine." Twisted Feathers could not help but chuckle at her mean joke, and even Alvito failed to hide his smirk. Fastillion retained his pride through Norse stoicism. "I'll get this cut off soon enough." By Micmac tradition, a boy could never cut his hair until he became a manly warrior. The shearing would be an integral part of Fastillion's manhood ceremony, but only after he performed a deed that the village elders found worthy of their recognition, and thus they could authorize his graduation. "Well, I hope so," she took the good-natured jibe further. "As long as you keep growing your hair, you're not going to make mine any longer." Twisted Feathers burst into such cutting laughter that he had to look away so as not to unduly scorn his potential son-in-law and acolyte in the woodland ways. Alvito also turned away out of discreet embarrassment. Micmac women had a different set of customs concerning their hair. They didn't shave their heads ceremoniously upon becoming adults. For them, the hairlessness of prepubescent girls was not only a mark of their virginity, but also the antithesis of sexual readiness or desirability. The Micmac had no taboos concerning nudity, such that it was common for young women to run naked in the summer. Even after the onset of puberty, and having completed their ceremony of womanhood, the tribe required that women pluck themselves bare so as to remain sexually quiescent. Tribal custom did not allow them to let their pubic hair grow naturally until after the consummation of their first marriage. Ancient custom also forbade Micmac women from ever marrying an unshorn, unproven boy. Until Fastillion proved he was a man, took his ceremony, and then cut his hair, she would have to remain an unwed virgin. Reigning Sunshine had no shortage of other suitors. If Fastillion did not prove himself soon, Micmac tribal politics could force Reigning Sunshine to marry one of her other admirers. Not all the elders of her tribe liked the idea of her marrying outside her nation anyway, and Fastillion was of questionable heritage. Twisted Feathers went over to pick through the baggage that Fastillion had carried in, so that he could retrieve the rectangular basket that contained his personal gear. "I need to get dressed for the outing," he explained, as he headed off for the room that Alvito reserved for his exclusive use while visiting. "Before you say anything," Alvito told his son, "I know what you're thinking. You can't come with us. The Althing is for chieftains, their warriors, and noble women. Twisted Feathers and I have earned their respect and a place among them. Now is not the time for me to vouch for you, and I wouldn't do it anyway. That is not the right way." Fastillion restrained his sneer as he straightened up to pledge, "I'll earn my own way. If I have to ask for respect, I don't deserve it. Don't worry about me. I will back your decisions." "I knew you would understand," Alvito replied. "There is plenty of food if you're hungry." He departed for his own chamber. "I need to prepare myself as well." Reigning Sunshine went over to the feasting table and then sat down on one of the two long benches. Some carpenter had crafted the set from heavy timber that Alvito had reinforced with iron spikes. Many years of daily use had the furniture properly worn and polished smooth of any splinters. An engraved silver tray with 9 yellowish drinking glasses rested on the table. There was also a copper pitcher and a bottle of the local wine. She poured herself a glass of aged apple cider from the pitcher. It was one of her favorite beverages. Reigning Sunshine sipped it and then sighed with satisfaction before she asked Fastillion, "What do you think happened to those men? Do you believe they're going to turn up in a day or two?" He stripped off his pullover shirt, then tossed it in the corner laundry basket where the local women that Alvito paid to do all the washing would find it. "My gut feeling is that they're dead," he confessed, meaning that it was more than a passing suspicion. "I can feel it." A sturdy stand was nearby that had a wash basin and water pitcher on it. After he filled the bowl with water, Fastillion washed his hands and face using tallow soap and then dried off with a cambric cloth. Reigning Sunshine knew all about Fastillion's uncanny gift of insight that bordered on a fortune-teller's premonition. It was reason enough to assume he was right. She asked, "Who would have killed them then, and why? Do you think they wrecked their boat or capsized at sea?" "I don't know," he answered before he looked at her, "but I think your father does. Before we left your village to hunt for Redgrin, 2 of his friends came by to speak with him. I overheard them say that raiders had massacred a small Huron village on the eastern shore of Great Lake. The Huron think that Micmac were behind it, so they sent for Mohawk trackers and emissaries from the other Iroquoian tribes to powwow on the issue of war." She hadn't heard anything about that. "Did you ask him about it?" No, he told her needlessly, because Raining Sunshine knew her father well enough that she hadn't needed to ask. He tells me what he wants me to know and keeps his true thoughts to himself. They're your people, so you tell me. Fastillion reached into an overhead basket that hung from a rafter so he could remove a round cake of maize bread that he put down on the table. She knew a little. There is no way that Micmac attacked some poor village of Huron fishermen without good reason. Even if there was a good reason for it to happen, they could never keep such a thing secret from the elders. Fastillion agreed with her reasoning, so he said nothing in argument. He took his battered wooden dinner bowl from a shelf loaded with expensive bowls and platters of every sort. After he took the lid from the cauldron, then rested it on the grill, he used the iron ladle that hung from the trestle to fill his bowl. The pot contained hunks of prime caribou meat, sweet tubers, and beans that simmered in thick gravy. A smaller ceramic vessel rested like an island in the center of the gravy, and it contained honey-spiced porridge that Fastillion especially liked. He banged the ladle clean, hung it back on the trestle, and then dropped the lid on the cauldron with a clank. My thinking is that hope is a long way from the Huron lakes. Bad news travels fast, but not that fast. Maybe it is just a coincidence. Fastillion sat down opposite her. His only eating utensil was his knife that he didn't need. He broke off small pieces of bread that he used to scoop food from his bowl into his mouth. Raining Sunshine saw no reason to dwell on the unknowable. When you're finished, let's go swimming. He pulled the cork on the wine bottle, then filled his glass to the top. I'm not sure that's such a great idea. I'm not sure how all those drunken churls down by the river are going to react to you prancing around naked. She rolled her eyes. If they can't mind their eyes or their tongues, we can go upriver to our swimming hole. There will be a bright moon tonight, or if we hurry, we can be back before dark. She glanced down to notice a smudge of refinery soot on her skirt. And look at this, she complained as she stood up. You need to have a word with your cleaning woman. Raining Sunshine unfastened her skirt, then marched bare-bottomed over to the wash basin to remove the blemish. I should be doing this down at the river. She rubbed the stain with the washcloth and a spot of soap until it was gone. Where is a young girl supposed to wash up around here anyway? Fastillion did his best to remain impassive, but his eyes couldn't help but play over her tempting body. He had seen her in various stages of undress countless times over the years, only his perspective had gradually abandoned the innocent sibling disinterest of their childhood. This is not a Micmac village, he reminded her, then gulped down half of his wineglass in an effort to clear his mind of her flawless backside. And you sure don't look like a child from where I'm sitting. She checked her handiwork to be satisfied that the soot was gone. Raining Sunshine turned about as she slipped her clean skirt back on. As she straightened up, tying the drawstrings, she caught his gaze lingering on her, and it made her smile. She liked his covetous expression and appreciation for her budding maturity. Their eyes locked in a silent moment of amorous temptation until the return of Raining Sunshine's father snapped them out of it. Twisted Feathers came out of his chamber dressed for attending the Althing. In addition to what he had worn before, he had added a prodigious headdress of eagle feathers that formed a crest around his head, then swept down his back to as far as his knees. The war bonnet was not the poltroonish ornamentation of a braggart or mere ceremonial embellishment. Each plume was significant, since his village's elders had bestowed them to him individually to denote some heroic accomplishment that Twisted Feathers had completed as either a hunter or a warrior. To the knowing individual who could read its symbolism, the headdress was an array of martial honors that would drown a water buffalo if they were metallic medals instead of airy plumes. His other piece of formal dress was a cloak of tightly woven blue-dyed cambric that hung over one of his shoulders and fastened on one side of his waist in a style that was common to the respected men of his nation. 2 weapons hung from Twisted Feather's belt. He had his usual long knife that a bladesmith had masterfully forged out of Alvito's woot steel and then given a scrimshawed ivory grip. The other weapon was a tomahawk forged of the same water-patterned steel. It had several feathers that hung from just below the flat-backed head. Both weapons had buckskin sheaths of the finest craftsmanship. Neither of Twisted Feather's blades had an equal in their quality anywhere in Markland. The Micmac warrior walked over to his daughter. She had not yet completely retied her skirt, and he noticed her finishing it up, but made nothing of it. "I don't want you going anywhere alone," he told her directly. "You are not to leave the village for any reason. When the Althing is over, there is a good chance we will be leaving. Get something to eat and also some rest if you need it." But we were going to go swimming, she complained, with the disappointed tone of lingering childhood. My hair feels disgusting, and Fastillion smells worse than that bear the two of you skinned. Men are missing, Twisted Feathers lectured her. They were good men. That man Hagar was all lightning and little thunder. He would not have fallen victim to fools or cowards. I want you to stay in the village where I know you are safe until I have gotten to the bottom of this mystery. She silenced her complaints and nodded demurely in submission to his wishes. Yes, father. Alvito came from his chamber freshly shaved and groomed. He had donned his Christian vestments that were the uniform of his station as minister to Vinland's faithful. The white tabard over his clothes had a red border and a heraldic symbol blazoned on the chest. Thread of gold embroidered the illustration of a leafless tree. The cruciform shape of its trunk and twisted branches was not accidental, since a bearded man hung from it. To a Christian, it was undoubtedly Jesus enduring his crucifixion. A Norseman saw something different, because to them it was Odin. According to their faith, Odin spent 9 days hanging on the tree Yggdrasil, his side pierced by a spear as a sacrifice to himself from himself. His gain was to learn the wisdom of the dead. Odin and Jesus shared inexplicable similarities that Alvito exploited for the sake of easing the trauma of conversion. His additional vestments included simple white cuffs on the priest's wrists and ankles. They were symbolic bonds that reflected his servitude to his faith. A braid of cord made from blonde hair belted his tabard at the waist. A sturdy cloth board shaped like a miniature tome hung over his right hip from that cord. Embroidery at its center formed a cruciform sword. The device's implication was that Alvito wore a sword that was the word of his god. Alvito went to his son where he still sat at the table. He put a hand on Fastillion's shoulder. I've been thinking, it would be permissible for you to listen to the Althing from the portico if you wish. No one would begrudge you that much. I have to look after Raining Sunshine, Fastillion replied, without enthusiasm for the portico. We might as well listen to the Althing. That would be better than staying here all night. Alvito knew better than to believe that Fastillion considered watching over Raining Sunshine anything but a pleasure and a privilege. Even so, he decided to play along by speaking in educated Latin. You could always stay here and work on your Bible studies. If you make me read those scriptures one more time, I'll have to convert to Odin just to get away from them, Fastillion answered in the same language. Alvito switched to Greek. Then what about one of my other manuscripts? You can never get too much of the classics. I've read everything twice, and all my favorites 3 times 3. Fastillion's Greek was no less competent than any of his other languages. When are you going to let me read your journals? When I'm dead and gone, Alvito said in French, which they typically used when at home. After my life here comes to an end, you can read them to your heart's content. Until then, my past and my private thoughts are to remain mine alone. He considered for a moment. I know what you can do. I need the foundry accounts transcribed into the ledger. Fastillion definitely didn't want to scribe accounts. Raining Sunshine doesn't deserve to be cooped up in here. I'm sure she would much rather have me take her to listen at the church. I will work on the ledgers later. Very well, Alvito headed for the door. I'll be home before the Althing is over. I never stay until the end. Fastillion said nothing more as he just continued to eat while his stepfather and mentor departed for the Althing. Raining Sunshine returned to her seat and then patiently waited for him to finish up, even though Fastillion refilled his bowl 2 more times. By the time he was done, he had also devoured the entire cake of bread and 3 cups of wine. The consumption was only enough to be satisfying and in no way put him in a glutton's torpor or filled him with a drunkard's giddiness. Raining Sunshine had never so much as tasted alcohol in her life, while Fastillion had conditioned himself to a level of tolerance that approached immunity. As Fastillion got up from the table to rinse his bowl, she stood up too. Since we can't go swimming, she said, I'm going to take a bath instead. You fetch hot water for the tub, and I'll get the cold. He swished water around in his bowl, then rubbed it with his fingers before he dumped the rinse into the swill bucket. Because she was sending him on a womanly chore, Fastillion thought to challenge her authority with some conditions. I'll carry the hot water, but only if I get in first. She grimaced at that notion. The water would choke a crayfish after you're done with it. I'll be quick, I promise, and the water won't be the color of mead. Fastillion pretended to complain as he tossed his bowl back onto its shelf. The things I do for you. Raining Sunshine began to unfasten her jacket by popping the toggles out of the buttonholes. If you're quick and the water is extra hot, I'll make it worth your while. Alvito had a small furnace that burned at all times in his foundry to heat the saltwater annealing tank. There was a second iron reservoir adjacent to the saltwater that kept a large supply of fresh water steaming hot. Fastillion grabbed 2 large buckets on his way out the door. Before long, he hauled them back from the foundry filled with scalding hot water. He brought them around to the back door of the hall, which already stood open. The back of Alvito's hall was adjacent to the palisade, and short green grass covered the ground between the two. That secluded location provided considerable privacy from the rest of the community. Raining Sunshine stood out in the grass beside the largest clinker washtub. She had just finished pouring in enough cold water from the rain barrel to offset the 2 buckets of hot she expected him to bring. She had left her doeskins hanging inside where they would remain clean and dry. Fastillion added the hot water to the tub, being careful not to splash any. When he finished, she gingerly stepped into the water with a bar of mild tallow soap in hand. Fastillion could not help but examine her every delicate feature. His breechcloth was too supple to disguise his aspiration to let his hands know the joy of his eyes. Raining Sunshine sighed as she settled into a seated position in the tub. "It's perfect," she purred, and then stretched up one of her legs to begin soaping her thigh. He offered, "I'm going to get some more hot water." As she lazily laid back and then rolled her head to the side to face him, it put her perspective on the same level as his noticeable tumescence. The sight of his frustration made her giggle. "You better take a cold bath. If your blood gets any hotter, you might trip and poke a hole in something. Maybe even you," he joked boredly, though it wasn't really a jest. She dropped her leg with a splash and then tightly crossed her ankles. "Don't worry about me. You would have a better chance of using your elbow to clean wax from my ear." Fastillion did his best not to think about it as he took up the buckets and then returned to the foundry for more hot water. While he was there, he took the time to add some buckets of cold to the heating tank so it would be full for the next time. When he returned, Raining Sunshine busily rinsed out the herbal extracts she used in her hair, which was the final step in her bathing process. As she climbed out of the tub to dry in the air, he poured in another bucket of hot water, threw off his buckskins, and then stepped in. Fastillion first leaned forward to dunk his head and rinse out his hair. When he came up again, Raining Sunshine waited with the soap and a cambric cloth. As she began to scrub his neck and shoulders, she whispered in his ear, "I told you I was going to make it worth your while." Chapter 4. Call for Vengeance. Raining Sunshine sat at the feasting table, combing out her hair when Fastillion came in from his room. He had dressed in fresh buckskins, ready to go out. The bath had refreshed him, and Raining Sunshine's playfully thorough hands-on participation had him in a cheerful mood. She had finished his bath by expertly braiding his hair before securing it in 2 places with golden bands. They exited the hall together and then followed the dross pathway to the church's portico. The door still stood wide open, but not as a deliberate concession that the chieftains offered for the benefit of excluded eavesdroppers. The warm weather and densely packed crowd within made the ventilation a necessity. Fastillion felt no desire to complain, since he had no legitimate claim to being a respected warrior of the village clans. The porch at least qualified as a watershed between the uninvited commoners and the noble society that had gathered within for the Althing. When the time came that he had accomplished worthy deeds that could speak on his behalf, he would assert himself further. Raining Sunshine was not altogether interested in the debate, so she contented herself by standing at the railing to watch the sunset. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the warm reddish glow made it seem as though the sun actually crashed into the endless tracts of Markland's forests and then set the trees ablaze. Ulrich and the men of the Eagle's Bane were due back by that time. The impetus of forthcoming information from that search party reinvigorated the discussion. Fastillion stood at the doorframe to listen in and watch as much as he could see into the crowded room. The red-bearded chieftain of the Ragnarsson clan spoke. "We all know Hans to be the most able shipwright between here and Norway. It was by no fault of his craft that those Valborsen men did not return. Whatever happened to them occurred on land. No beached boat, however excellent, could have protected them from the wargs that ambushed their camp and slaughtered them in the night. A woman said, 'I am aware of no Norsemen from this or my father's village that have turned into mad dog killers, then run off into the wilds.' Helga was the wife of Hans Olafsson's eldest son and a daughter of the Drighten of Vinland who resided in Straumfjord. She was one of the wealthiest and most beautiful Norse women in all of Vinland. Her long blonde hair and pale skin was like golden honey pouring down over milk. Helga gave Chief Ragnarsson a doubtful expression. "Exactly what wargs do you speak of?" Chief Ragnarsson had no answer for her. "Who do you think is responsible then?" Helga surmised. "Disappearing Vinlanders reminds me of what happened to Jarl Rolf Bjornsson and his clan years ago. I think it more likely that some plot of dagger diplomacy murdered those 3 Valborsen men. Maybe someone around here thinks it is time for a new Jarl of Leifsbuda." Her inference outraged Jarl Oric Valborgsson, since it was he and his men who had disposed of the Jarl Bjornsson and his clan, and they had used more than a modest amount of treachery in the process. Helga Thorvaldsdottir was too powerful and influential a woman for him to scold, so he sublimated his outrage to a more civil growl. "I don't think it was Norsemen at all, Lady Thorvaldsdottir. There are but few of us compared to the vast multitudes of Skraelings. They have more tribes than we have fighting men. We know they produce more than a few feral raiders. It will come as no surprise to me that my kin were slain by the murderous hands of Skraelings bent on bloodlust and thievery. Such is the nature of their kind." Flower in Winter, the indigenous wife of the missing Harold, spoke up in defense of her race in perfect Norse. "Not even the most warlike Iroquois would profit by sundering the armistice this region has known for generations." Her long standing in the community and indispensable knowledge of local affairs made her a valuable participant in the Althing. While I vehemently disagree with you saying that all Marklanders are the same, they do all agree that there is more prosperity found in peace than in war. None of the civilized tribes will be at the root of this. If it was renegades from one of the great nations, you should ask them to seek out these wargs and punish them. The debate summarily degenerated into a pointless squabble about which Norsemen held grudges against the Valborgsson clan and which indigenous tribes might have the audacity to raid Vinland. With nothing more to learn from the tedious argument, Fastillion impatiently left his post at the door to begin pacing along the deck of the porch. First, he went to the railing that faced the foundry, and then he spun about to make a circuit to the opposite railing that faced his stepfather's hall. "I should be allowed in there," he complained for Raining Sunshine to hear. "My father built this hall, which means that one day it will belong to me, just like everything else of his." Having the village elders exclude him from the debate really vexed Fastillion, not that he had anything useful to add to the conversation. He had thought he could be content to wait patiently for his time to come when he should assert himself as an adult, but that challenge was proving to be more difficult than he had anticipated. During his life in Leifsbudir, Fastillion had routinely found himself the target of considerable prejudice because of his mixed and almost certainly illegitimate ancestry. Being the only adopted child of a clanless Christian priest proved to be no better family background in the narrow-minded estimations of his fellow Vinlanders. Fate had served Fastillion a life that made him generally deplored in the often brutal and entirely clannish society of Leifsbudir. He was not the only villager of mixed ancestry, but the others had extensive family clans that help isolate them from potentially violent discrimination. Despite his stepfather's disapproval of fighting, Fastillion sometimes had to use his fists and the artful skills of Markland wrestling to take his deserved respect from the other young men by force. His considerable talent for leaving others bruised and bloody had become his foreseeable response to any taunts or harassment from the older youths of his community, and the churls especially. Raining Sunshine did her best to comfort his unshorn pride by pacing along beside him. She did not mention aloud that she was outside with him more by personal preference and her father's wishes than because of any official regulation. Though they were both in their 16th year, unlike Fastillion, her village considered her an adult. Her Markland community was 1 league inland along the fertile shores of the Micmac River, directly west from Leifsbudir across the narrow Vinland Sea. It was the largest and southernmost of all the Micmac tribes. Being an unmarried woman did technically exclude her from the privilege of joining the Althing. She had an extenuating circumstance in that she was the only surviving child of a well-known foreign noble who had the standing of a thane at the very least. If Twisted Feathers had wished it, she could have sat inside beside him. In truth, it was her loyalty to her friend, sensitivity to his feelings, and the strong scent of so many Norsemen in close confines that kept her on the porch. The fact that the Althing discussed nothing of any import to her clinched the matter completely. Raining Sunshine had nothing to be miffed about, so she remained in her usual pleasant deportment. "You're not a man yet," she mused in perfect Norse as she reached out to gently grasp his long braid of dark hair and then tug it as proof of her point. The playful harassment was her way to distract him from his problems. She hoped it would remind him of the bath where she took the opportunity to familiarize herself with his intimidating marital obligation. Despite Fastillion's copious manifestation of appreciation, the meticulous washing had done little more for her than justify her already considerable trepidations. Regardless, her father had raised her to face her trials with courageous determination and always be in support of her man. Fastillion relented his pacing to smile on her. "There is nothing I won't do to have you," he said in Algonquin as he gently tugged his braid free through her delicate hands. "Not only must I earn my shearing, but I have to do it in such a way that no one can deny that I am worthy of you." After she let go of his hair, Raining Sunshine reached up with one hand so she could absently play with her necklace of panther claws, as she always did when her thoughts turned to her deceased older brother, Iron Rabbit. Not long after his manhood ceremony, he had gone out alone to hunt an infamous timber panther that had already killed numerous other hunters. Iron Rabbit had joined those men in death. Twisted Feathers had avenged his son, and Raining Sunshine wore the panther's claws as a memorial. Fastillion's drive to prove he was a man was something she understood and respected. She also grasped that it could end up costing him his life. He took her hands to stop her fretting. "I know what you're thinking. Iron Rabbit died doing what he loved, but I am not your brother. I will come through the fire unscathed and proven to be a man. After that, I will make you my wife. I was born with nothing. Through my father, I will be a very wealthy man. By my own deeds, I will make you proud of me and earn a place among the warriors in both our villages. Never will the day come that you have to want for anything." It was true that Fastillion had been born with nothing. His impressive stature was nearly the entirety of the inheritance left to him by the anonymous Norseman that had fathered him. His father was a man that Fastillion had never known and had no name for him to claim. The remainder of that fatherly birthright included his handsome face and the robust frame stacked solid with striated muscle. The only material possession he had arrived in Leifsbudir with was a large wrought-iron knife that had served as the proof of his paternal ancestry. His similarly nameless Markland mother had abandoned him on the doorstep of the village's forest gate when he was barely old enough to walk. Her only legacy to him had been her people's russet eyes and dark hair. They were two features that made him starkly dissimilar from the Norsemen who populated Vinland almost to exclusion. In Leifsbudir, the acceptable deviation from the norm was reddish hair or green eyes. Norsemen considered earthy tones as marks of scraling ancestry, unworthy of thanes or chieftains. Raining Sunshine swooned with amour and wobbled as she stood on her tiptoes to lean forward, then brush the tip of her nose against his. In her world, the touching of mouths was like the suckling of a woman's breast. Kissing was not a sexual expression shared by lovers. Rather, it was a sign of affection between a mother and her child. For her, the rubbing of noses was the appropriate gesture to express her passionate feelings for her surreptitious amoroso. He rested his hands lightly on her hips as he shared the sensual affectation. As he discreetly maneuvered to brush their lips together and introduce her to the Norse passion for kissing, the volume of the debate suddenly exploded. Lars Olafsson was ready to kill one of the Valborgsson warriors over something he had said about his clan's shipbuilding talents. Only the strength of Lars's able brothers kept him from breaking the man's neck with his bare hands. The commotion shocked Fastillion and Raining Sunshine from their rapture, and so put an end to their romantic interlude. They watched the conflict to discover that the men of the two involved clans officiously put an end to the battle before it ever began. Their interest dwindled just as soon as they realized that nothing new of interest or import was at the root of the fervently pointless quarreling. Fastillion next turned his ear to a rumble of thunder that rolled in from far away to the east. The disorganized squabbling that came from the church told him that a general consensus was still far off, while the grumbling thunder kept him informed on the approach of a storm that brewed out over the Atlantic. He calculated the storm's position to determine that it would not be any threat to the Eagle's Bane. Violent arguments and bad weather were both common enough in Leifsbudir that neither unduly concerned him. Dusk turned to night, while the whole village waited for the Eagle's Bane to arrive, and then hopefully the Althing would reach some conclusion that recommended an appropriate response. Before it became too dark to see, Fastillion lit the pair of boat's lamps that hung at either end of the church's porch. It was expensive to burn the oil of 2 lamps just to illuminate his meandering on the portico beside raining sunshine, but his stepfather could easily afford it, and the expenditure somehow diminished his feelings of indignity. With the fullness of night came the arrival of Ulrich and the Eagle's Bane search party. They rowed into the mouth of the Leifsbuda River, towing Harold's abandoned sailboat Foam Wolf in their wake. Such was the hasty temperament of the search party that they didn't even bother properly stowing their valuable longboat in its weathering shed. Instead, they left their vessel on the beach, along with Harold's smaller craft and Fastillion's sailboat. The score of armed men ushered wordlessly through the questioning churls, then marched up the stairs to enter the village. Without any delay, they passed through the palisade's port gate, then proceeded directly for the church. Fastillion and Raining Sunshine watched the men approach, as did a few of the warriors inside the church who were nearest the door and kept lookout. When they saw Ulrich at the head of his band, they alerted everyone at the Althing that the search party had finally returned. Ulrich carried the Micmac spear that the Beothuk had planted on the beach at Hope. He held it as though he was the standard-bearer of a victorious detachment of triumphing soldiers. Fastillion and Raining Sunshine stepped aside as the men entered the church. The whole Althing stayed silent enough to hear the rustling of clothes as everyone turned to watch the men and behold the upheld spear. The expressions on the faces of the search party revealed that they had failed to bring back any of the missing men alive, which made the symbolism of the spear all the more manifest. Without anyone speaking a word, the spear alone settled the debate in the minds of all but the wisest. "So it is true," Oric declared for all ears, and especially those on the lovely head of Helga Thorvaldsdottir. "Skraelings murdered my 2 sons, and my grandson as well. I knew that the filthy savages from the mainland were behind all of this. By the wrought-iron balls of Thor, they should all die of clogged bowels." Ulrich marched through the crowd toward his father. He advanced with such pontifical ceremony that it was as though he delivered some diabolical villain he had heroically apprehended instead of a blood-encrusted spear. No Roman soldier could have presented Constantine with the weapon that had slew Jesus at his crucifixion and been more pretentious about his success. He handed over the spear to his father as a token of having done his duty. "By the blood on this spear, father, I have ascertained the fate of my brothers and nephew. They are surely dead." After he relinquished the weapon, Ulrich came about to stare on his sister-in-law, Flower in Winter, with antipathy, for in that moment she was a Skraeling to his eyes. Their murders are no less obvious than the make of the weapon, which identifies their killers. It is a Micmac fighting spear. That revelation made the room explode in an uproar. Most felt horrified that their loyal friends and allies had turned against them. The few who were wiser realized that such a betrayal was far too out of character to be believable based on only the weight of a single weapon. Flower in Winter stood up as she shouted, "What warrior would abandon a favored weapon on the field, especially after consecrating it in the blood of a worthy foe? Do not hunters consider even their broken arrows to be valued trophies if the shaft had first done its duty? No Micmac would slay a Vinlander out of rage or mischief, not like this. The true culprits left that weapon for someone to find. It's obviously an attempt at misdirection. If you don't believe me, are you suggesting that I am so cunning I have just invented the very concepts of lying and misdirection in war?" "Nonsense," Oric raged. A pack of drunken Skraelings bent on slaughter could easily lose track of a spear thrown off into the dark. Their lust for weapons of iron and steel would make a spear such as this seem worthless by comparison. The turn of events stunned Raining Sunshine. Having heard the Althing hold her people accountable for the crimes of murder and banditry was almost too awful to believe. Perhaps even worse was that she was readily available for the first round of retributions. Having a bunch of vengeful Norsemen gang rape her to death was as close to her worst nightmare as she wanted to even risk formulating. She had no doubt that her father, Fastillion, and even the good Father Alvito would fight to defend her. That would only mean that she would have to see them cut down before she suffered her own dismal fate. "This can't be happening," Raining Sunshine lamented. "That spear has to belong to someone else." Fastillion never doubted for a moment that the Micmac were innocent. The Valborgsons are fools to even consider that their truest allies have become an enemy. I can't say that I'm surprised, though. They wouldn't know a Micmac spear from a turkey skewer. Even if they did know better, anyone could have stolen a Micmac spear and then left it there. She had no experience with war or cunning treachery to make any sense of the situation. What do you think is happening? Someone wants to split up Vinland's alliance with your people because together we are too powerful to ever defeat otherwise. It's like how wolves divide the flock so they can get an opportunity to slaughter the lambs. If they're not careful, Vinland is going to blunder into a slaughter. I can feel it. Raining Sunshine realized this ruse will make them waste precious time that should be spent chasing the real wolves. They're going to start killing their own sheepdogs instead, he agreed with her. This is much worse than just the deaths I had imagined. My father knows more about spears than all the rest of us put together, Raining Sunshine advised. He needs to get up and say something before this gets totally out of hand. My guess is that Ulrich wants to sail to the nearest enclave of peaceful farmers and then hack them to pieces. Ulrich silenced the Althing as he began to tell the tale of his search. We found Harold's boat on the beach at Hope. The Skraelings had flung their gear all over the beach and taken all the iron. They even tried to rip the nails from the hull, but gave up after only a few. We found Harold's camp, where their uneaten turkey laid in the dirt. Pools of blood stained the ground. Aside from that spear, we found no other weapons. For all of the spilled blood, there were no bodies. Venomous rage filled Auric. Such was his need to exact some sort of revenge. We now know beyond any doubt that they met with foul play. Harold would never have abandoned his boat, and Hagar would have never run from a fight. Auric had paid Hans Olafsson a small fortune in furs and ivory to build the foam wolf for Harold just that last winter, and it had instantly become his son's most prized possession. The chieftain slowly turned to let everyone in the room get a glimpse of his pitiless gaze. I say that the Marklanders killed my kin. To find the culprits, we need search no further than those who made this spear, the Micmac. The chieftain's harsh and unproven accusation summoned up a roar of comments from all sides of the assembly. Some men injudiciously agreed with Auric's opinion, while others vehemently refuted it. The topic of Micmac bent on committing murder generated hot-tempered arguments in the room that swiftly degenerated toward a mass melee of open fist-fighting. Countless past sermons gave Alvito's voice a subtle yet commanding tone that could quickly get people's attention. He spoke from behind the lectern at the tip of his church's pulpit, which was the place where he felt and appeared the most powerful. "Calm down, everyone," he called out in Norse, while his hands waved to get their attention. "Nothing will get done if you keep arguing with one another. We need more facts before we start blaming anyone." The Althing drew back from being an unruly mob because of the wise words from Fastillion's stepfather that distracted them from their quarreling. The room fell silent as everyone stared at Alvito and considered his wisdom. Auric took the opportunity to fill the vacuity with more of his tirade. "Those were my kin in that boat." He snarled with a bursting temper. "My sons and my favorite grandson are dead. If the Micmac think they can wage a secret war against us, they couldn't be more wrong. My clan will take our revenge, even if the rest of you refuse to stand behind us." His short, thick arms set firmly at his hips. "The blood of my kinsmen cries out for fire and vengeance." Auric's rash threats ignited another explosion of fierce quarreling. Before Alvito could silence the rabble, his friend Twisted Feathers did it for him. The Micmac warrior hushed the room by taking his tomahawk from its holster at his belt, then chopping the polished blade into a heavy oak table. The room became so quiet that the splintering sound was harshly audible as he pulled it back out. "Your kinsmen are indeed worthy of retribution," said Twisted Feathers in Norse. "Do not forget that I too lost a son once, so I know well your feelings and the apparent urgency to medicate pain with revenge." The reminder had everyone's attention, especially Auric's, because he respected Twisted Feathers and had known the man's son who had grown into a man of quality in his own right. "Because of your grief," the Micmac continued, while he gave the Jarl a hard gaze, "I'm willing to overlook your hasty words, but with all due respect, if you try to raise arms against my people without first establishing some legitimate provocation, you will force me to take aggressive action of my own. We cannot allow any one man to destroy the prosperous peace we have shared for so long." Auric was not a man easily intimidated, so he returned Twisted Feathers' dangerous stare. "We all remember when your son died by claw and fang from the ghost of the hills," he said judiciously. "But at least you knew the cat to be the culprit, and you had the opportunity to hunt it down and take your just revenge. Now I have lost 2 sons and a grandchild as well, but there is no perpetrator for me to slay. Knowing what I do, I say that there is no one else to accuse but the Micmac. Any other breed of savage would have taken the sailboat with them. Only the Micmac would have reason to leave it behind, knowing that we would recognize it. He made his final accusation in a rasping voice. What makes you so sure that your people aren't churning out renegades? Renegades, Twisted Feathers repeated the word, while he shook his head with public disgust for Oric's hypocrisy. You're confusing my people with your own clan, Jarl Oric. I seem to remember the time when your men started putting their blades into the backs of Rolf Bjornsson's men before they even knew you held a grudge against them. A flush of red started at Oric's neck that worked its way through his face before he spoke pitilessly. Rolf had been throwing his weight around here for years. When he fell into a moment of weakness, I was there to get even. Betrayal had nothing to do with it. Twisted Feathers crossed the room, then stabbed his finger into Oric's thick chest as an open challenge between two warriors. That spear could have been planted there by anyone. No warrior of any tribe would have left such a fine weapon while it was still in such perfect condition. The guilty party obviously placed it there to create accusations such as yours. You have my personal assurance that no Micmac was involved in the disappearance of your kin. Can you offer me the same oath about your own race? Maybe it was the men of Straumfjord that abducted or murdered your sons. Have you considered that? They must have dozens of those spears hanging on the walls of their halls. Most of the men in the hall had relatives in Straumfjord and resented the accusation. Jarl Oric silenced their complaints in a clear demonstration of his authority. There is no reason for the men of Straumfjord to do such a thing, and many reasons why they should not. Why would they jeopardize the willingness of our village to sell them longboats or supply all their iron? The same desire to maintain trade could be said about my folk, Twisted Feathers rejoined. We supply most of your food, your timber, and even the precious iron ore. I don't believe that either Micmac or Norsemen were responsible for the disappearance of your kin. There has to be another explanation. Quite likely, the trouble stems from one of the Iroquois tribes to the north. I wouldn't put it past the Mohawk or one of their allies to do something like this. They've always been jealous of the prosperous relationship shared by our peoples, like our iron axes. By planting that spear, they might have hoped to erode our alliance. Twisted Feathers shook his head in mock sorrow. It seems that their plan is working perfectly. They might win a war against both our peoples without ever even striking another blow. Hans Olafsson stood up to address the unruly congregation. At first light tomorrow, I will personally sail my largest longboat to Straumfjord and question them on these matters. If they know anything about your missing kin, I will learn of it. I have many daughters and nieces among their folk, and they are still loyal to me. Many of the men in the room voiced support for Hans's offer. One of the lesser chieftains asked, "What do we do about the Micmac? If they're up to no good, we should try to expose their treachery before anyone else disappears." A new wave of discord flooded the church as many supported this concern. Alvito silenced them from behind his pulpit. Rather than approaching our Micmac neighbors as potential enemies, he advised in a level-headed tone, we should first seek their aid as friends. Oric's sons didn't swim to the mainland. If they left the island at all, it had to be by boat. We don't have the manpower or the familiarity to search the vast Markland coast ourselves, so their help may yet prove invaluable. Speaking of their help, Hans cut in, we have one of their most respected warriors here already. He turned to Twisted Feathers to ask him, what can you do to help find them? The room fell especially silent as everyone waited for Twisted Feathers to answer. I will go to your North Beach, the Micmac hero pledged to their satisfaction. I may be able to find tracks or signs that were missed by the good men of Clan Valborgsson. Jarl Oric asked, what if you find nothing? His words toward Twisted Feathers had an accusing tone that implied more than he said openly, as though perhaps the failure might be deliberate. Twisted Feathers answered, I would return home, then organize my folk to help search the coast and its waterways. Jarl Oric maintained a hostile posture. That's not what I meant. What if you find proof that Micmac renegades are responsible and then decide to cover it up? I'm betting that you would want to keep something like that quiet, then you could go clean up your longhouse all private like in the name of good relations. When Twisted Feathers failed to respond, Oric knew that his conjecture was all too close to the truth. His posture softened as his stunted arms opened as though he was about to be generous. I'll have my men take you in the Eagle's Bane. He spoke in a magnanimous tone, as though it disguised his distrust and supposed cunning. That way, we can be sure of your findings. If the longboat leaves tonight, you can be there before sunrise. The Micmac shook his head with an emphatic no. I don't trust you, Jarl Oric, so I'll not surround myself by the swords of your men and then hope to their generous natures. Oric wasn't surprised that Twisted Feathers refused his offer. If his men learned that the Micmac were at fault, they might very well turn their swords against Twisted Feathers when they attacked him in their rage. Oric offered a compromise. How about some of the Ragnarsons? Their clan has a few good longboats and some able sailors. Twisted Feathers remained uninterested. If you want me to take someone along as a spectator, it will be a man of my own choosing. A majority of the assembled chieftains gradually voiced their willingness to abide by his choice. Thorvald Ragnarsson spoke up for himself and his clan with less capitulation in his voice. If my men aren't good enough, whom do you have in mind then? He felt insulted that Twisted Feathers wouldn't trust his men as an escort either. I want to take Alvito's boy Fastillion, the Micmac stated with resolve. I'll have him or no one. The selection of Fastillion stirred up a brief controversy as he had few supporters compared to the many that viewed him with indeterminate suspicion. Thorvald said, not only is he just a boy, he's half Marklander. He emphasized the word Marklander to remind everyone that the specific tribe of Fastillion's mother was unknown to all. How can we trust a Marklander to bring us back the truth? Hans Olafsson was one of those in agreement with Fastillion going along. Fastillion may not be a confirmed man of the clans, but he is old enough that he soon will be. Even though he lacks pure Norse blood, he does stand to inherit a lot more in holdings than most men here. He has enough personal investment that I don't doubt his loyalty toward this village's best interests. All that he owns is bound to our same fate. The chieftain's supportive words were enough that the rest of the room soon agreed that Fastillion would be an acceptable choice. The meeting began to dissolve at that point until Hans got everyone's attention once again. We should see about locking the gates tonight, Hans advised. I, for one, will sleep a whole lot better knowing that they're closed. For the first time that night, no one spoke up to disagree with a proposal. Hans waited a long moment to see if anyone would offer to help, only no one did. Me and mine shall see that it gets done, he declared finally. It only makes sense, considering that we're the finest carpenters and the only ones with all the right tools. The men at the meeting had nothing more to hear or decide, so they offered brief parting words to their friends before they filed out to go home. It wasn't long before the church was empty, except for some of the oldest men who lingered to gossip in small groups. Fastillion and Reigning Sunshine walked in at that point to find their fathers talking in close quarters, just like the other elders. The two men separated as their children drew close. Fastillion could tell by his stepfather's expression that Twisted Feathers had privately told him some disturbingly bad news. Twisted Feathers walked over to take the hand of his daughter. We're taking you home in Fastillion's sailboat first thing, he told her in Micmac Algonquin. I want you to go and get anything that you're taking with you. She seemed as though she was about to complain, so he appeased her with more information. Once you're safe, Fastillion and I will go to check out this North Beach campsite. We should be back by tomorrow night, only I can't guarantee it until we know what is there. Alvito waved for his son to follow him as he started off for the rear of the church. Come with me, he told his stepson in the French they spoke privately. I have something for you to take with you on your journey. He led Fastillion out the church's rear side door, which was the quickest way to get to their hall. After they entered through their home's rear door, Alvito lit a lamp and then continued on toward his private chamber. If the village goes to war or is attacked, you will be expected to fight alongside the other men. I'm sure you already know that. Fastillion followed his stepfather through the heavy door into his private room. It was a rare occurrence for Fastillion to go inside. He asked, "What's all this talk about fighting? Did Twisted Feathers tell you something that the rest of us don't know?" Alvito pulled a weathered sea chest from under his fur-covered bed and then cast open the lid to inspect its contents. The priest had been a sailor for many years of his youth, and his father had given him the chest when he first went to sea. The locker had been with him throughout his sailing years until the voyage that finally delivered him to Vinland. Alvito explained, "I have something for you. I know that you're a fine archer, but you'll need something more than a tomahawk or a knife to hold your own in close quarters." Fastillion moved closer to watch as his stepfather pulled a pair of swords from the bottom of his crowded sea chest. They were single-edged blades that had a distinct backward curve to their stout spines. Well-worn sea spray-stained leather scabbards protected the swords from exposure. He sensed rightly that they were something special. What are those? I've never seen that style of blade before. Alvito slid one sword halfway from its scabbard so that Fastillion could admire its polished, acid-etched, watered steel. These scimitars were made by the finest bladesmith in Damascus, from the choicest Telangana steel of India. He showed his stepson an unfamiliar expression of undisclosed gratification. They served me well at one time, though it has been years since they have seen the light of day. Now they're yours, my son. May they guard your life, and you always use them for good purposes. Fastillion could not believe the splendor of the gift. You're giving them to me? I never knew that you even owned any weapons. I have not always been a priest, Alvito informed his stepson with a secret regret under his voice. My father was a wealthy man, and he paid for me to be educated at the finest seminary in France. Even though I graduated with honors, I had yet to receive my calling, so rather than join the ranks of the church, I had decided to go to sea instead. He offered one of the swords to his stepson. I acquired these scimitars when I first became the captain of my own sailing boat. Fastillion fully unsheathed the blade and then held it up to marvel at its construction. It had the distinctive watering of the true wood steel, only instead of swirls and pools, it had a uniform pattern of stripes. I have never seen such steel, he praised the quality. Why have you never made any such as this? It has long been my dream to do so, Alvito confessed. They call that watering the ladder of Allah, and it is the mark of the perfect steel. Such a result is still beyond my ability, not that my humble efforts have any equal in the Western world. Alvito had raised Fastillion to appreciate steel, and so his son realized that a pair of perfect wood steel weapons was a prize worthy of a Norwegian king. The blades were no meager bludgeons of rusting-edged wrought iron that a typical warrior would wield. The sword in Fastillion's hand was of the finest quality anywhere in the world. Even the brass grip and pommel sported delicate engravings that showed grape-laden vines. Fastillion felt overwhelmed by the magnitude of his stepfather's gift. It was more than just their monitorial value that impressed him. They also signified his stepfather's trust and acknowledgement of his adulthood. I don't know what to say, Fastillion stammered at a genuine loss for finer words. Did you ever have a chance to use them? The question caused Alvito to lose his pleased expression and then take on a dour demeanor. Just see to it that you use them properly. I taught you Greek and Latin letters in the hope that you might one day embrace the faith and become a priest yourself. Don't think that this means I've lost that aspiration. I had to come to it in my own time, so the same may well be true for you. Try as he might, Fastillion couldn't read his stepfather's emotions beyond the fact that there was more to the swords than Alvito would tell. I'll use them wisely, he promised, as he set to attaching the scabbards to his belt. Not that I expect to get a good opportunity to test them out. That's just what I'm concerned about, Alvito admonished him, while they locked gazes. They're meant to protect you from the dangers that come against you, not to encourage you to go searching for trouble. Fastillion felt eager to gather his gear and go off to his sailboat. Don't worry, father. You know me better than that. I won't use them to settle any arguments with the local loudmouths. Alvito closed his sea chest and then pushed it back under his bed. Hurry up and pack your gear. Twisted Feathers will be waiting. Fastillion went around the hall to collect what he would take with him. He wondered if he shouldn't leave one of the scimitars behind, because the additional weight seemed uncomfortable, and he knew they would make it difficult for him to run. From his room, he got his longbow, arrow quiver, and water skin. He also brought a second, smaller skin that contained strong wine. So prepared, Fastillion lit a full lantern and then left the house to make his way down to the river. Both his new scimitars hung proudly from his belt. On the way to his sailboat, Fastillion encountered Hans Olafsson with 6 of the men from his clan. They worked on the palisade's port gate in an effort to get it to close and seal. On his way through, Fastillion asked, "How bad is it?" Hans frowned in disgust. "Worse than I expected. All of the gates and nearly half the poles need to be replaced with new timber." A quick survey of the palisade's size imparted to Fastillion the magnitude of the task. The repairs that Hans had in mind would require hundreds of new poles and weeks of work from every man in the village. Fastillion had to ask, "You're not thinking of giving up, are you?" It seemed likely that Hans might, if judged by the confounded expression on his face. "We can't fix it alone," Hans answered grimly. "I'm thinking it might be time for me and mine to move to Greenland permanently. Maybe what's going on now is just a hint of worse things to come." That's what I'm going to go and find out right now, Fastillion said, with a wave goodbye as he headed down the path toward the longboats at the river. Though he didn't say anything more about it, he secretly hoped that Olafsson wasn't serious about leaving. Raining Sunshine waited at Harold Valborgson's foam wolf that Ulrich had towed back from North Beach. Twisted Feathers carefully examined the light damage that the vessel had sustained. When Fastillion joined them in the inspection, Twisted Feathers indicated where the Beothuk had rudely chopped and pried several nails from the hull. Fastillion asked, "What do you make of that?" Twisted Feathers stated what should have been obvious. Whoever killed these men also tried to take the nails so that they could use them for making arrowheads. It narrows down who could be responsible. Fastillion understood the rest. If it was one of the northern tribes, they wouldn't have any experience pulling nails, and they wouldn't have any choice but to leave the boat behind. That last part confused Raining Sunshine. Why would they have to leave it behind? Only an experienced Norseman would know how to handle a craft like this on the open sea, Fastillion explained. Even in a river, they would have found it too difficult to row with paddles over these high bulwarks. There was something else that Fastillion hadn't figured out. I don't understand why they didn't burn her. By leaving the boat behind, they had to have known we would have reclaimed it to make use of it. Destroying our ships would give them the advantage in a war. Raining Sunshine guessed, "I heard that Harold had a campfire, and I'm sure he had lamp oil." They didn't burn it so that Vinlanders would have a reason to search Hope for the missing men, rather than assume they had ended up somewhere else. By leaving the boat, they had some assurance that you would find that spear and then blame us for the killings. Twisted Feathers made an affirming hum as he nodded with introspective agreement with her deductions. He had seen all that interested him, so he jumped down to the riverbank and then headed for Fastillion's sailboat that would take them to the village of Hope. Under the tutelage of Alvito, Fastillion had become an expert sailor. They were the only two men in Vinland who fully understood the intricacies of the swinging yardarm and the complex rigging that was essential to the lateen design. After they put their gear into his sailboat, Fastillion hung their lantern from a wrought-iron support that riveted to the starboard beam. Twisted Feathers helped his daughter into the sailboat before he and Fastillion shoved the vessel off the beach out into the river. Once it was on the water, the two of them also climbed aboard. Fastillion set the oars in their carriages and then rowed them away from shore. Once he had the boat at the center of the river, he shipped the oars and then hoisted the sails. A strong breeze soon had them cutting a swift wake toward the mainland to the west. Raining Sunshine sat close to Fastillion while he kept his hand on the rudder and his mind on sailing. After a long while, she asked him, "What's with the swords? Is your father expecting you to run into trouble?" He shrugged to indicate that he wasn't really sure why he had gotten them, but his grin showed how proud he was to have them. "I think he figured that it was about time I took my place as a man in the village." She didn't really like the sound of that. "You must be thinking about doing something dangerous enough that it will justify your haircut. Don't get yourself killed out of your haste to rush me into your bed." Raining Sunshine reached around his back as though to cuddle with him, and then suggestively slid her hand down his thick, long braid. "I can always wash your back again." Even though her suspicions were accurate, he replied, "No offense, but I have more reasons to prove myself than just you. Trust me when I tell you that I'm not in any big hurry to try killing an angry bear with a rock or some other crazy stunt. I have to prove that I'm a man if I'm ever going to get any respect in either of our villages. What danger did you have to face to pass your womanhood ceremony, grind some bad-tempered maize to bake some bread cakes?" She chuckled at his playful jibe. "Well, if you must know, I had to weave a blanket." She counted items on her fingers. "Then I made a few baskets, fired some pottery, and then had to memorize a bunch of rituals." Fastillion scoffed. "What? You didn't have to scrape hides to make new clothes?" "I had to do that too," she admitted with the flip of another digit. Raining Sunshine lifted her shirt high enough to show him the white doeskin belt that she wore. It had many beads, and she had covered it in fine embroidery work. "See," she said proudly, "I've made a maiden's belt that shows all the young warriors that I'm ready to get married." When he seemed disappointed with his own lack of progress, she patted his shoulder reassuringly. "You don't have to kill a rogue bear to prove yourself. Why don't you just sneak into a Mohican village and make off with their chief's headdress? That would be something worth bragging about." "Is that all?" He didn't feel encouraged. "If they caught me, they would grind my ass into maize flour, if I was lucky." She shook her head over his lack of enthusiasm. "When my father was your age, he had to kill an enemy in battle, then bring back the man's weapons and ears as proof. I'd say you've got it easy in these days of peace. Ears, huh? He pondered the difficulty of that. Just who exactly did he find worthy of that distinction? She stared at him seriously. The world is a big place, and our village has trouble with raiders and thieves, even when we're not warring against Iroquois poachers. There are plenty of rogue warriors who get banished from their tribes, then become renegades, while other men are just murderous by nature. Twisted Feathers rested so deeply that they thought he was asleep. He surprised them when he spoke up. Your time will come. He said it with a discomforting certainty. While you're with me, I don't need you on some foolish quest for grandeur. All you need to do is keep quiet, pay attention to what is around you, and do exactly as I tell you without pausing to think about it first. The rest of the voyage passed uneventfully as they sailed directly west from Vinland to reach the enormous mouth of the Micmac River that flowed out from the Markland interior. The current was slow enough that they had no trouble sailing against it to reach Twisted Feathers village, which was a short way inland from the sea. Twisted Feathers community was especially large and uniquely prosperous for a Micmac village. While the Norsemen of Vinland had been slow to adopt the ideas of their Markland neighbours, the Micmac had swiftly absorbed many notions first provided by their Caucasian friends. The village had more than 100 roundhouses spaciously spread out on both sides of the river. The Micmac supported such a huge population because of the Norse wrought iron ploughshares they used. Teams of young men pulled the yards to scratch out furrows in the soft soil so they could plant enormous crops of maize, beans, and squash. The improved technology allowed them to reap amazing quantities of their staple foods. So productive were their fields that the Vinlanders no longer even bothered to farm, but instead traded for their food with products like wool, sheep's milk cheese, tallow candles, tallow soap, and metal tools. The Micmac had once built peaked wigwam roundhouses from timber, skins, and birch bark. They had since learned to construct buildings with short, shoulder-high walls of tightly fitted stone. The artisans capped each house with a conical roof of birch bark shingles. Though the Norsemen had first taught them the intricacies of stone architecture, the Micmac had swiftly transcended the skills of their teachers until they could build the finer houses of the two peoples. Fastillion's sailboat arrived at the village to find that most of the homes had the smoke from cooking fires streaming out from the ventilation holes at the center peak of their roofs. There were scores of inverted birch bark canoes that lined the shores of the river. Dozens of meticulously fashioned fishing nets draped over wooden frames that kept them dry and tangle-free through the night. The wooden cages the Micmac used for trapping fish and fur-bearing animals rested in stacks grouped like bricks. Fastillion put his sailboat ashore on the north bank. The whole while that they were in the vicinity of the village, they were under the watchful gaze of numerous Micmac warriors that kept a close eye on the river and took note of any traffic. Most of those guardians had guard dogs with them. The animals barked savagely at the sailboat and its 3 occupants. While Fastillion and Twisted Feathers secured the vessel on the riverbank, 5 of the dog-accompanied guards approached them. Each of the men carried a short bow, in addition to a quiver of arrows. The oldest of the guards gave Twisted Feathers a smirking expression as he drew close. The man spoke good-naturedly. "What are you all dressed up for? The Life's-Buda men must think you're some kind of big chief with all those plumes on your head." Twisted Feathers still wore his headdress and cloak. None of the guards wore any feathers or colourful garments, since it was not the Micmac custom for their casual daily wear. They did paint lines and patterns on themselves with a black pigment to accentuate their masculine musculatures. They were having a town meeting, Twisted Feathers explained, while he straightened his expensive wrap. He held the lamp from the sailboat as he started to lead the way up into the village. "I always wear my feathers when I go to a public affair, and this isn't even my best cloak. I have that red one that I wear to tribal council." One of the other men asked, "Do you bring any news?" There must have been some reason for them to hold a meeting. Twisted Feathers paused to put his hand on the shoulder of the oldest guard. 3 Vinlanders are missing under suspicious circumstances. They are almost certainly dead, murdered. You better pass the word that a war party might be working the area. The youngest guard asked in surprise. "A war party of whom?" "I don't know yet," Twisted Feathers admitted. "The White Father's son and I are going out tonight to check into it. I should know more by tomorrow." The guards broke off to return to their patrol routes and spread the warning about the war party that might be in the area causing trouble. As they left, Twisted Feathers led Fastillion and his daughter on toward his home. None of the village's roundhouses stood down by the river. as the Micmac used the land nearest the water for community purposes. Along the shore they had huge pens made of tightly woven latticed fencing that detained hundreds of domesticated turkeys. Other corrals held small numbers of sheep that they had acquired from Norse flocks that had originally come from Greenland. They passed rows of clay ovens the village women used for baking bread, as well as larger ovens that the Micmac used to fire their pottery. The residential roundhouses stood on higher ground well above the river, away from the pungent smell of sheep and turkey droppings. Twisted Feather's house was on the extreme edge of the village nearest the forest. His home wasn't especially large, but he kept it well maintained. Instead of a door, a double layer of thick caribou hides blocked the portal, and as with all the other Micmac roundhouses, they had to step downstairs after going in through the flap entrance. The house builders had excavated the interior floor about waist-deep into the ground and then paved it in smooth stone. The sunken floor made for a much higher interior ceiling than the exterior appearance of the house first implied. Unlike Norse halls and longhouses, the Micmac roundhouse was a single large room without any partitions. Raining Sunshine had decorated most of the walls with colourful blankets and several artistic weavings that involved feathers and porcupine quills. A raised stone hearth was at the centre of the room and served the dual purposes of cooking food and heating the chamber in winter. Dozens of weapons leaned against the walls in a grand collection. They included numerous bows, all sorts of spears, deadly javelins, stone tomahawks, and wooden war clubs. Each of the weapons had masterful carving and craftsmanship to the point of being pieces of functional artwork. Once they were inside, Twisted Feathers folded his cloak, stored it, and then put his headdress on a wooden stand he had carved for the very purpose. "I'm leaving the two of you here," he told Fastillion. "Try and get some sleep, and we'll leave just as soon as I get back." He left the house without another word. Raining Sunshine prepared Fastillion a place to sleep by arranging a pallet of furs on the floor with several brightly patterned blankets as well. After he lay down, she blew out the lamp. He heard the rustling as she removed her skirt and jacket, then hung them on her usual pegs. As she climbed beneath his blanket to lie down beside him, she asked, "What do you think happened to those men from your village?" Fastillion was on his side, so she positioned herself in front of him, then shimmied backward until his thighs pressed against the back of her own legs, with her fragrant hair not far from his face. "I don't know," he replied honestly, then stretched out, relishing the feeling of brushing against her. "I'm sure we'll find out in the morning." Chapter 5. Path of the Broken Arrow. Twisted Feathers returned home late in the night, carrying a wax candle that burned brightly enough to illuminate the otherwise lightless roundhouse. He awoke Fastillion with a shake to his shoulder and a whisper, "Time to go." Raining Sunshine glanced up from her sleep for just long enough to acknowledge her father's arrival before she abruptly rededicated her head to the stuffed feather pillow she blissfully enjoyed. Fastillion promptly got up out of bed. He felt somewhat embarrassed that Twisted Feathers had found him sleeping beside his naked daughter. Even though Fastillion was fully dressed and they shared a bed more often than not when they were together, their affectionate sibling relationship had changed considerably since she had taken her womanhood ceremony and began wearing her white doeskin eligibility belt. Twisted Feathers showed no readable reaction over the potential impropriety and only seemed concerned with being on their way. Fastillion gave Raining Sunshine a final appreciative glance as he left her behind, then followed her father out of the roundhouse. Two Micmac warriors waited outside the roundhouse for Twisted Feathers to return with Fastillion. Both men were around 40 years of age, or perhaps a little older. They were still in superb athletic condition, as was typical of all Micmac warriors and indigenous people in general. Each man had a knife and tomahawk made of polished hearth steel. The weapons rode easily on their hips from doeskin harnesses as befitted fighting men of extensive experience. The steel had come from Olvito's foundry. A clan of master bladesmiths in the village of Straumfjord had skillfully forged the metal into weapons of superior quality. The Straumfjord smiths turned out a plethora of fine tools for fieldwork or battle, all highly prized on both sides of the Vinland Sea by Micmac and Norsemen alike. In addition to their hearth steel weapons, both men carried longbows of Micmac manufacture in the Norse design. Along with the buckskin breeches and short tunics that they wore, they also carried arrow quivers, game bags, and water skins. The two warriors recognized Fastillion just as he knew them, as old friends of Twisted Feathers. The three Micmac had fought beside one another on many prior occasions. One of the warriors questioned Fastillion to test his reaction. "Isn't this going to be your first manhunt?" That Micmac hunter was distinct for the many white scars that covered his arms and both cheeks on his face. "Yes," Fastillion confessed, without having known that they planned on hunting men. He knew the warrior's name to be 10 Badgers, and that his scars had come from a pack of wolves that had attacked him one winter. 10 Badgers had been carrying a deer carcass home after a successful hunt when a starving pack fell upon him to steal the deer rather than feast on a human. 10 Badgers hadn't been inclined toward giving up his meat, so he killed 5 of the predators with his knife before the rest of the wolves gave up on their attempted theft. "You'll be in good company," the other warrior assured Fastillion. "I wish I had been following veterans on my first time out." He raised his right hand to show that he had a missing pinky. "Maybe I'd still have my finger." Fastillion also knew the hunter named Spotted Crow and could recall many stories about his courageous exploits. The warrior had lost his finger when he was just 17 years of age, and a renegade Maliseet warrior took it off with an arrow shot from ambush. Moments later, the young Micmac repaid the favor of the injury by killing the offending archer with a blow from his mace. "It's good to see you again," Fastillion told him truthfully. "So, what's all this talk about man-hunting?" Twisted Feathers got them on the move by leading the way down to the river from his roundhouse. "Let's get to the sailboat and be on our way. We've just enough time to reach North Beach before sunrise." The 4 of them walked down to the shoreline. After they loaded their gear into the sailboat, the men pushed it out into the river's mild current. Fastillion rowed them away from the riverbank, then raised the mainsail into the breeze that cut across the water. Under his able sailing skills, they soon raced out toward the sea on their way back to Vinland. Fastillion navigated waters that he knew intimately well enough to take his sailboat up to full speed, even though it was nighttime with the added hindrance of greatly reduced visibility. The 3 Micmac warriors had to relocate themselves to the same side of the sailboat as Fastillion leaned his vessel way over to take more of the hull out of the water and thus gain additional speed. As they sailed that way over the sea, mild swells pitched the sailboat, which made Twisted Feathers' friends grasp at the bulwark, but they made no audible complaints. Fastillion relished being in control and having the opportunity to demonstrate his superlative skill at handling his unique sailboat. He felt confident enough to take a few drinks from his wineskin to keep off the chill and better enjoy the cruise. The Micmac as a people rarely drank alcohol of any sort, so he didn't bother offering to share. Only the village elders imbibed alcohol, and they restricted that to the most special of occasions like principal holidays or important weddings. Drunkenness was a serious crime for anyone of middle age or younger years. It was one of the few Micmac traditions that Fastillion had never taken to heart, as he liked wine for both its effects and flavor. Even so, he was careful not to drink too much and thereby offend his Micmac friends. The sailboat landed at North Beach, just in time for them to watch the sunrise. Fastillion felt he had made impressive time, only it proved to be no more than Twisted Feathers had expected of him. The 3 senior hunters wasted no time in disembarking to begin their careful search of the surrounding area. As Twisted Feathers started across the sand, he called for Fastillion to follow him. "I want you to keep your bow ready and stay close to me. I don't expect that anyone is around here, but you never really know." Fastillion abided by his mentor's request and kept careful watch while Twisted Feathers examined the ground as he paced off the area. The Micmac hunter's observations led him to the ruined longhouse where the 3 Valborsen men had chosen to camp on their fateful night. He took his time as he poked through the crushed grass and inspected the disturbed soil with the tip of his knife. "Come and see this," he finally summoned Fastillion to the southeast corner of the longhouse. "There's blood here, and in other places where a lot of the grass got trampled too." Fastillion inspected the signs for himself before asking, "What does that tell us?" Twisted Feathers had taught him to track over the years, but the man still had much to divulge as the truly seasoned expert in the subtleties of the craft. "It makes it a lot less likely that those Norsemen are still alive," Twisted Feathers explained. "Some of this could be the blood of their enemies, only I doubt that all of it is." A shout carried to them from Spotted Crow, who was over by the fresh water pool. "I've found something," the hunter called to them. "Come see this." Twisted Feathers and Fastillion jogged over to see what it was the man had discovered. They arrived to find the hunter wading through the heavy grass behind the pool. There was an ambush, he told them, as he gestured to the grass around his feet. "A dozen men or so had laid in here for a while. There are tracks all over the place, and a few bloodstains too." 10 badgers stepped out from the woods nearby. I found something in here as well. He waved for them to join him, so they followed into the trees to the spot where the Beothuk had killed Oleg. 10 badgers pointed out the remains of the sinews that still hung from tree branches over that spot. Someone was tied here. He next indicated the ground at his feet, where there was a large stain of blood. I would also venture to guess that they died here too. Spotted Crow began a search from that spot by making an ever-widening circle. When he had gone about 15 paces further south into the woods, he found where the Beothuk had cut down their carrying poles. "Come here and see this," he called to them. "I found something else." Fastillion made an inspection of the severed stumps and fingered the smooth slices in the green wood to discover some minute traces of blood. He said these were cut with an axe or sword. That was significant, because the Norse were the only source for iron tools anywhere in the far western world. Because iron and especially steel were so difficult to make, challenging to shape, and expensive to purchase, only the wealthiest Micmac enjoyed the luxury of metal tools or weapons. Twisted Feathers didn't find the discovery to be quite so foretelling. I'm sure the Valborsons had an axe or sword with them. Whoever killed them could have used theirs. The Micmac hunters split up again as they continued to search around. Fastillion returned to following Twisted Feathers as his guard. The searchers remained dedicated to finding some clue that would identify the assassins who spilled the blood of the Norse fishermen. On his way back to the berms that surrounded the campsite, Twisted Feathers noticed the lone tree with the branch Harold had broken. All the wilted leaves that drooped from it easily identified the afflicted limb. The two investigators approached for a closer inspection. As a teacher would confer with a student, the hunter asked Fastillion, "What do you make of that?" He gave it some thought before he answered, "It seems that somebody tried to climb the tree, and then the branch broke under their weight." "I don't think so." Twisted Feathers indicated the configuration of the limbs. "The other side has more branches that would have been much easier to ascend." He inspected the trunk and found where sap leaked from an arrow wound in the bark. "Why don't you climb up there and see for yourself?" It actually was easier for Fastillion to climb the side of the tree that was opposite the broken limb. Once he was high up off the ground, he saw the broken arrow that Harold had stuck into the joint of the fractured limb. "Hey," he called down excitedly, "how do you suppose this got up here?" After he wiggled the arrow free from the fissure, Fastillion dropped it to his mentor. "What do you make of that?" Twisted Feathers' expertise in arrow manufacture was the basis for his name due to the helical arrangement of the fletching that made his hunting shafts the most accurate in all of Markland. He examined the broken portion of arrow intently, but really only required a momentary glance to recognize it for what it was. To further his examination to the point of certainty, he took out his knife and then cut the stone head free from the section of shaft. Tightly wrapped sinew and a black plant-based adhesive had fixed the two parts together, but he managed to separate them. He showed Fastillion the distinctive flint point. "You see this? There are no notches at the base of this head for tying it on. I've seen arrowheads like this before, but they were old relics that I dug up. Nobody makes them like this anymore." Fastillion climbed down from the tree and then inspected the arrowhead and shaft for himself. He didn't understand. "So what are you saying? Is this some sort of antique, then? Another planted weapon to throw us off the real trail?" His handling of the wood had left some red stain on his hands that he was about to wipe off on the grass, but then Twisted Feathers noticed and grabbed his wrist to take a closer inspection. "It's just old blood," Fastillion told him, since he thought it was nothing. "Not just old blood." Twisted Feathers took the arrow shaft, then rubbed at it to remove more of the red pigment. "That's red ochre, mixed into grease paint." Fastillion sensed that they had made real progress in their investigation. "Who makes it? I don't know of anyone who paints their arrows red." "I do," Twisted Feathers grimly assured him. "It's time for us to go." He faced to the south, cupped his hands around his mouth, and then shouted for his friends. "Over here! I know our foes! Come quickly!" Spotted Crow and 10 badgers ran over to join them. Twisted Feathers showed them the arrow they had discovered in the tree. Both hunters inspected the pieces curiously. "This is a strange design," Spotted Crow said with interest. "It's a total piece of shit, to be honest. Where do you recognize it from?" Twisted Feathers gestured for them to follow him as he headed off for the sailboat. "I found similar arrowheads when I was hunting Ghost of the Hills. They were in that cave beneath the old Thunderbird mural." "I know the place," 10 badgers grimaced. "My grandfather called it Table Rock. It's an old Beothuk holy ground." He took the arrow shaft from Spotted Crow, then used his fingernail to scrape off some of the red ochre. Do you really think they're back after all these years? Fastillion blurted out the derogatory Norse vernacular in genuine disbelief. Redskins? They're real. No one has seen a Beothuk in over 70 years. Someone has more than seen them, Twisted Feathers reminded him. Those 3 Valborson men got jumped by a dozen or more of your redskins. We're going to have to hurry if we want to have any chance at all of rescuing them. 1 or more could still be alive and in one piece. Fastillion wasn't sure he wanted to go after them. Where would they take them? What do they do with their prisoners? Table Rock is one of their shrines, Spotted Crow explained. They may go there to perform a sacrifice and maybe even have a feast. It's as good a place as any for us to start searching for them. Fastillion didn't think it wise for just the 4 of them to go after a dozen armed killers of such legendary ferocity and mercilessness. Shouldn't we go back to your village and tell them what's going on? We can assemble a much larger force and then go after them. Twisted Feathers shook his head no. They already have more than a day's head start. If they make it back to their home as agents of a successful raid, it's a sure thing that matters will get a whole lot worse. 10 Badgers gripped Fastillion's shoulder to reassure him. We have to stop them if we can. The Beothuk are savages who believe that war and religion are the same thing. You don't want them getting the idea that their carrion-slurping gods are with them. Their mission has to end in failure or they'll be back that much sooner in 10 times the numbers. Fastillion felt confused. How can they still be around if no one has ever seen them? Even if no one in the Micmac nation has seen them, surely someone from one of the Iroquois tribes would have encountered them before now. His answer came from Twisted Feathers. In many ways, life has not changed since my ancient ancestors first settled these lands eons ago. We still walk or use canoes just as they did. The same escarpments and rapids that restricted their travel still keep us away. I know of many hills and valleys that no men go to because they're so difficult to reach. 100 Beothuk tribes could be hidden in the rough country and no one would ever see them. Not see them and then live to tell about it, 10 Badgers added for clarity. Spotted Crow said, there is that village of Huron that they slaughtered. When they reached the sailboat, they pushed it out into the waves, and then they all jumped in once they had it out on the water. Fastillion pulled at the oars until they cleared the surf, and then he raised sail. With everything ready for travel, Fastillion asked, which way are we going? He had only modest enthusiasm for going to war for his first time. I've never been to this Table Rock place before. Twisted Feathers pointed westward toward Markland. The shrine is in the bluffs along the Naskapitan River. Fastillion knew where to find that waterway. The current will be too swift for us to sail up that river. We'll have to go in on foot. That's just as well. Twisted Feathers remained unperturbed. I'm hoping to find where they ditched their canoes and then walked in themselves. If they're not going home on foot, finding their watercraft will mean that they're still in the area. The voyage to the Naskapitan River proved to be unproblematic, so that by midday they had secured the sailboat in a sheltered grotto near the mouth of the waterway. Twisted Feathers and his 2 friends immediately began a careful search of the local area. It wasn't long before they found 3 red-painted animal skin canoes that the Beothuk raiders had hidden in the trees under some brush for concealment. Fastillion took his turn examining the canoes and found that they were generally inferior in quality to Micmac craft of similar displacement. He also noticed that 2 of the canoes had large bloodstains in their bottoms. His careful inspection revealed several long blonde hairs that had stuck into the congealed gore. Fastillion showed the hairs to his 3 companions. From all this blood, I'd say that at least 2 of the Valborsons are already dead. It seemed obvious enough that the hairs had come from the same bodies that had bled out in the bottom of the canoes. He asked, why would the Beothuk bother to bring the bodies along with them? Couldn't they have just dumped them into the sea if they wanted to hide them? Twisted Feathers took out his tomahawk, then approached the canoes to disable them with some judicious chopping. I believe they brought the bodies along for the banquet at their shrine. Fastillion needed clarification. You mean they really do eat human flesh? Twisted Feathers confirmed it. So say the stories from my village. He chopped enough holes into the canoes that they would never float again without major repairs. Our elders also say that their men like to bed one another and the fathers deflower their own daughters. His tone suggested that ancestral hatred could easily turn to exaggeration where unflattering folk tales were concerned. While Twisted Feathers ruined the canoes, his 2 friends found the trail the Beothuk had taken into the forest. The raiders had left plenty of dripped blood and footprints to show the way they had departed. Before the four of them set off in pursuit, Twisted Feathers approached Fastillion to give him some instructions. I want you to keep silent at all times. You walk exactly as we walk. Stay behind me and step only where I step. He checked over Fastillion for loose items that might jingle or otherwise give them away. Try to think of this as just another hunting trip for moose or caribou. Yeah, 10 badgers spoke up, except these deer will eat your liver if they manage to catch you. He took a small jar from his game bag, opened it, and then used 2 fingers to scoop out a dollop of black grease paint. Here, Paleface, 10 badgers offered the jar to Fastillion. You need this more than I do. The hunter started to rub the dark pigment across his face and over his hands as a form of camouflage. Fastillion followed the example as he painted himself in similar fashion. He had time to think on what he had heard about the Beothuk and thought it sounded more like slander than substantiated facts. The Micmac were too passionate about their hatred for the Redskins for Fastillion to believe their stories on blind faith. Once he was ready, he passed the paint jar to Spotted Crow. Before long, all 4 of them had painted themselves up and were ready to start the hunt. Twisted Feathers took the point of their advance. He kept his bow loaded with an arrow, and his eyes carefully scanned in every direction as he slowly poked his way through the forest. Rather than walk on the trail that the Beothuk had used, he stayed parallel to it so they could watch the path without using it. Fastillion took 3rd position in line behind Spotted Crow. The hunt progressed no faster than a crawl as they picked their way through the hot, humid forest and bothersome insects. Fastillion's mind often wandered because of his boredom. Most of his distraction concerned lamenting his discomforts, but he also thought about raining sunshine and the temptations that came with sharing a bed with her as he had the night before. A long time passed before his distractions finally came to a halt because 10 badgers grabbed his shoulder from behind as a signal for him to pay attention. Fastillion raised his gaze to see that Twisted Feathers had stopped up ahead and held his hand up in a fist for them to halt as well. The forest seemed uncomfortably silent while they just stood motionless, watching and listening. There were no birds that called from the trees, and even the insects were mysteriously calm, as though something unnatural stifled them. The 4 of them just waited in the deep woods for a duration that felt interminable. From out of the void came the clear sound of water as it pattered onto leaves, and then Fastillion smelled the urine before he realized he heard a man letting it out. Twisted Feathers pointed toward some thick brush up ahead on the opposite side of the trail they discreetly followed. More signals from Twisted Feathers instructed them all into slowly dropping to the ground, turning around, and then they started to crawl back the way they came. Only after they had retreated for a long distance did Twisted Feathers get them back up and then lead them off in another direction. The new course crossed over the trail and then made a wide detour through the forest. Fastillion maintained a sharper vigil than he had done previously because the mysterious encounter left him on edge. They headed down toward the river, advanced along its bank, and then picked their way back up through the dense brush to head toward the trail once again. Twisted Feathers' indirect route took them through the thickest brambles and a hedge of thorn bushes. Before he eventually returned them to where they had their encounter with the urination, only their new approach was from the opposite direction. The 4 of them crept and crawled their way forward through the undergrowth until they finally saw their opposition. 2 red-painted Beothuk warriors watched the trail from behind the cover of a blind they had constructed from leafy brush. Both men held shortbows and had stone-headed maces on hand as well. The location of their blind was excellent for ambushing anyone that happened to approach them by the trail, as Fastillion would have done if he had been alone. While the Redskins were invisible when viewed from that direction, they had no cover at all from their rear. Neither Beothuk had any idea that 4 hunters had gotten behind them to set up an ambush of their own. Twisted Feathers tapped Fastillion on the shoulder, then gestured for him to use his bow to take one of the Beothuk down. It was a long moment for Fastillion as he raised his bow in preparation of killing a man for his first time. His heart hammered in his chest more fiercely than it ever had when he hunted for wild game. It didn't bother him that he was about to put an arrow into another man's back from surprise. He had killed dozens of large animals of various sorts in his time, and that was the way he had hunted them. His great concern was that he might miss and thereby disappoint the 3 Micmac hunters who waited beside him watching critically. After taking a deep breath and focusing his will, Fastillion drew back his arrow and then released. The massive pull of his longbow made it necessary for him to aim during the motion of drawing back his arrow, since he could not hope to hold the arrow at its full draw for longer than the briefest instant. The missile spun out of the bow on its helical fletching and in so doing never deviated from its path by any one tendency. The spin made it shed imperfections equally in all directions, which cancelled them out into a flawlessly straight course. His arrow's sharp wrought-iron point pierced the larger of the two Beothuk through the spine at the base of his neck. The shaft passed clean through the man's torso to spike the redskin to the tree he leaned against. The second Beothuk needed a moment to appreciate what had just happened to his companion. After he came to his senses and realized they were under attack, he spun about to see who fell upon them. By the time that his gaze managed to pick out his adversaries, arrows from the bows of 10 badgers and Spotted Crow struck him in the chest simultaneously. Twisted Feathers had been ready to act in support of them with his bow, only his assistance wasn't required, since both Beothuk went down without his help. He was the first to break from cover, then advanced to examine the bodies. "Let's be quick," he said in a hushed tone. "There are plenty more still out there awaiting our attention." Both Beothuk were still alive, despite their massive injuries. Fastillion's victim noisily gurgled as he drowned in his own blood. The other redskin twitched and shivered as though freezing cold. Neither man lingered for long before they finally succumbed to their wounds. Fastillion pulled at the man he had killed to loosen him from the tree. After the corpse slumped to the ground, Fastillion took the time to study the redskin warrior. The dead man's eyes remained open as they stared blankly from a face that wasn't much older than his own. The features were much akin to any other Marklander, aside from the red paint and a bone ornament that pierced through the septum in his nose. Fastillion asked a bit too eagerly, "Are we taking their ears? I want proof that I've killed an enemy so that I can take the manhood ceremony." "Just take your arrow," Twisted Feathers told him with an edge of annoyance in his voice. "Your father wouldn't think much of you taking kill trophies off a human." Fastillion grabbed his arrow, then tried to pull it out from the man's back, but found that the shaft had broken through so much bone and cartilage that the arrowhead refused to slide out. "I can't get it," Fastillion told his mentor of his frustration. "What do you want me to do?" "Cut off the head to clear the shaft," Twisted Feathers advised. "You should be able to get it out then. You can always fix the arrow later or just put it aside as a trophy." Fastillion used his knife to cut off the sharp arrowhead as instructed, then pulled out the shaft. It came out easily enough, as greased as it was with fresh blood. While Twisted Feathers made a cursory search of the area, his two friends extracted their arrows as well. Hidden in the nearby bushes was a furred boater that held water and a buckskin bag that contained strips of smoked meat. Twisted Feathers dumped out the food and then poked through it with his knife. Fastillion asked about the meat. "What kind is it?" He expected it might be human flesh. "It's smoked caribou." Twisted Feathers kicked the scraps into the bushes. Spotted Crow gathered up the redskin weapons. "Are we going to trap the bodies?" Twisted Feathers shook his head. "No, I don't think any of their kind will be back this way. It's more likely that we would maim an animal, or worse yet, some friendly hunter out traipsing around." "We don't need these then." Spotted Crow used his knife to put ruinous deep slices into the Beothuk bows and arrows. If he had used his tomahawk, the sound of the blows would have echoed through the forest. He snapped the points off the flint arrowheads by pressing them against the blade of his axe. Last of all, he ruined both of the maces. Fastillion used his knife to slash apart the Beothuk's water skin and game bag to find nothing of interest. The shock of the encounter had worn off by then, and he felt a renewed sense of confidence. "I'm ready to kill a few more of these bastards," he said as he sheathed his knife. "They're not so tough." "You'll get your chance," Twisted Feathers said as he signaled for them to get back to the hunt. "We'll see if you're still so fierce when they start fighting back." The four of them returned to prowling through the forest. Just as before, they shadowed the trail without walking on it. Their progress was slow because Twisted Feathers was patient almost to a fault. Fastillion finally understood why they needed to be so cautious. The alternative was to risk walking into a Beothuk ambush, and he had just seen how easily a man could die when an enemy archer had the advantage of surprise. He also came to comprehend that if they wanted to take out an entire Beothuk war party, it was essential that the Redskins didn't know that they were coming. The sun sank into afternoon as they continued their gradual advance. Ragged cliffs rose up on their right until they became an impassable wall that overshadowed their valley. The ribbon of the river became visible at times down below to their left, but it usually stayed hidden behind the dense cover of trees and undergrowth. Some additional caution became necessary because the crumbling cliffs shed rubble in the form of rocks in various sizes. They were careful not to dislodge any of those stones because it would send them cascading down the hill toward the river, which might give away their position. Twisted Feathers signaled a halt when they came upon a new trail that crossed before them. The second path climbed up from the river, then headed up into the cliffs above them. Large, flat stones were visible in some places along that new trail in a way that they seemed to form broad stairsteps. The path had once been wide and established from frequent traffic, but it had since gone overgrown with tangled roots and immigrant undergrowth. In an effort to be certain that they were alone and unobserved, the four of them waited in silence for any sign of Beothuk that might be in hiding close by. One indication of their enemy's presence in the region was the distant stench of death and burning flesh that lingered in the still forest air. Once satisfied that they remained undetected, Twisted Feathers whispered softly into the ears of his two friends and then gestured for Fastillion to follow him. The two senior hunters would wait in an ambush position beside the new trail, while Twisted Feathers and Fastillion headed down toward the river to reconnoiter. They found it difficult to make the descent to the water without the use of the trail that they carefully flanked. In one place, they had to climb down a sheer ledge that was higher than Fastillion's reach. Despite their climbing difficulties, they arrived at the river without any serious mishap. The path they followed went straight down to the riverbank, where it met up with the first huge stone in a naturally occurring progression of boulders. That line of stones rose up out of the river to form a crude leapfrog bridge that spanned all the way across the water. Another trail met up with the other end of the bridge from where it disappeared into the forest on that side. The water formed rapids as it forced its way between the massive stones, and the sound it generated concealed any subtle noises made in the vicinity. Thick lichen made the bridge stones green with its growth. The smaller rocks along the riverbank had similar coverings. Twisted Feathers insisted they stay hidden until he felt sure that there were no Beothuk about. Once he decided it was safe, he led Fastillion to the edge of the water for a closer inspection. They found footprints where the Beothuk stood to draw their water, and also a few bloodstains where they had treated wounds or washed fresh meat. "We have two choices," Twisted Feathers told Fastillion in a low voice. "If we set our ambush here by the water, we can take them down a few at a time, and they'll have trouble flanking us because of the river. However, I think that they'll eventually figure out that something is going on long before we can get them all, and then they may just decide to flee into the forest. If that happens, most of them might get away." Fastillion guessed the alternative. "So what happens if we go up to the shrine and take them on there?" That was the option that Twisted Feathers preferred if Fastillion was up for the challenge. "I figure that we would have to kill at least two apiece before they even knew what was happening. If we didn't overwhelm them with arrows at the onset, they might overrun us with sheer numbers. Assuming we made the necessary kills, I think they would still fight for their holy grounds rather than accept the shame of abandoning their gods, especially once they realize just how few of us there are." An interruption came in the form of an agonized scream that drifted down from the cliffs above them. It was a terrible sound that combined unimaginable suffering with an underlying desperation that was unlike anything that could come from any wound sustained in combat. They could tell that the cry hadn't come from their two companions who waited up the path, or even from a Beothuk they had taken down in ambush. No mere violence of action could account for the hideous sound. "We need to get up there and do this." Fastillion told his mentor to confirm his preference as to the form of their assault. "I don't want to hang around down here, then end up fighting them in the dark." Twisted Feathers put a hand on Fastillion's shoulder to study his expression. "Are you sure about this? There's no telling what we're going to find up there. If you can't hit what you're aiming at every time, there's no point in even trying. There aren't enough of us for me to fight beside you and offer you protection. If you want to walk into the bear's den, you're going to have to prove your power to stand alone and be a man." "I can do this," Fastillion assured him. "I won't let you down." Twisted Feathers offered a resolute expression of acceptance for Fastillion's decision. "All right, we're going to do this." The Micmac hunter turned and then led the way back up through the woods. The two Micmac who watched the trail above them alleviated the concern about another ambush, so they took the trail instead of having to move through the adjacent brush. They still carefully watched for loose stones or trip lines that might reveal their presence. Once the four of them were back together, they formed a huddle to share information and make their plan. "They must have a prisoner," 10 Badgers whispered in reference to the scream they had all heard. "As bad as that may be for him, it could be good for us if they're all busy either torturing him or just watching it happen. We should go up there and take them out while they're still distracted." Twisted Feathers agreed with his friend. When I was hunting Ghost of the Hills, I found a trail that leads up above the cave in back of the shrine. I want to put Fastillion up there where he can work on them with his bow. The three of us will attack them from the woods, and if everything goes right, they'll pull back into the cave, and then we'll have them trapped. Fastillion felt eager to get started, and he sensed that the longer they delayed, the more he would come to fear what lay ahead. Are you going to show me this trail, or can you just tell me how to find it? I'll show you. Twisted Feathers directed his eyes toward his two more mature companions. You two wait here. I'll be back shortly. The hunters shared a moment of silent agreement as Fastillion and his mentor slipped off through the forest. Twisted Feathers led with grim determination as he took Fastillion further west and then around to the north on his way up toward the cliffs. Even though there was no trail to show the way, Twisted Feathers unerringly located the fissure he searched after. It was a narrow ravine that came down from the cliff overhead, where descending rainwater had cut the crevice over centuries to be just wide enough for one man to ascend, and it stayed dry during times of good weather. Twisted Feathers pointed up the crack with the tip of his bow. That crevice leads all the way to the top of the cliff. Climb up there and then work your way back to the east. When you've gone far enough, you'll come to the edge of a cliff that overlooks their shrine. You wait there until we begin the attack. When our first arrows fly, that will be your signal to join us. He turned to go, then paused to say something more. You won't be able to see the cave or the Thunderbird mural, but you'll still know the place when you see it. Fastillion shouldered his bow so that he could start his climb. Whom should I strike at first? Twisted Feathers' voice became cold and void of any hint of compassion. Begin with those who are prepared to fight, and then kill those who try to escape into the forest. The Beothuk who hide or seek shelter in the cave are of lesser importance. Don't bother finishing wounded men while fresh ones are still in range of your arrows. Fastillion made a final check of his gear to be sure it wouldn't come loose while he climbed. Is there anything else that I should know? The Micmac glanced away at the ground before he eyed Fastillion with some reservations. If the battle should go against us, you will have nowhere to retreat. This is the only way up the escarpment, so one man could defend it against 20 if he was brave and capable. You won't find enough food or water to withstand a siege, which is why I won't take us all up there. They would just wait us out. While Fastillion climbed to the top of the eroded fissure, he pondered Twisted Feathers' final words. He thought it meant that he would most likely be trapped up on the cliff and then killed after a desperate defense should the fight go against them. Fastillion wouldn't want to have them take him alive, even if he only judged his fate by that terrible scream that they had heard. When he reached the top, he found that the thin soil sported only stunted trees amidst a carpet of coarse grass, which was all that could survive in the dry, rocky soil. With the utmost caution, and his back toward the setting sun, Fastillion stalked toward the edge that overlooked the Beothuk shrine. He remained ever vigilant not to make any sound that might give away his position. The ledge of the cliff he would fight from was easy to find, and it had a thick shield of grass that he could use for cover. Fastillion crawled over to the edge by moving slowly on his belly like a snake. The hot air that wafted up from below had the strong sense of roasted flesh and perforated bowels. As he poked his nose through the grass, then peered down, he saw a scene that filled him with dread. The cliff he gazed down from formed an overhang that prevented him from seeing the rock face directly below him where the cave and the Thunderbird mural were supposed to be. Just as Twisted Feathers had said, the site was unmistakable as a Beothuk holy shrine. Fastillion's perch was roughly 25 paces above the floor of the shrine, which was a circular area of smooth stonework about 20 paces in diameter. In the center stood a huge waist-high slab of granite that had the appearance of a giant table or a bed that 3 adults could sleep upon spaciously. A curving line of 9 massive standing stones marked the perimeter of the circular clearing. Freshly applied red ochre paint stained each of the megaliths so that they all seemed like grim, bloody sentinels. The forest encroached to within 10 paces of the semicircle of standing stones. The mighty trees stood taller than Fastillion's perch, so that the shrine made an open cylinder in the forest when viewed from his elevated position. Harvesters of firewood had never touched that old-growth forest. The closely packed trees were of such great girth that they enclosed the shrine like a natural living palisade. A horrific Beothuk ceremony took place at the shrine. It was a grotesque menagerie of spectacles that were in competition for being the most appalling. Perhaps least unpleasant were the swollen and stinking Beothuk corpses that draped over the top of 3 of the megaliths. Their blood caked the towering rocks and then rolled down the sides in thick rivulets as it had drained from their wounds. The crimson gore blended so neatly with the red ochre paint that in most places some effort was required to differentiate between the two. Far worse than the Beothuk dead was what Fastillion saw on the central table. Spread out on the stone surface was the butchered remains of two of the missing Leifsbuda Norsemen. The men were still recognizable by their eyeless faces. One of them was Oleg, who had once been one of Fastillion's antagonistic adversaries. Being of similar age, they had fought on several occasions as Norse youths would as they established the village pecking order. Fastillion had methodically beaten down his smaller rival each time they had conflicted. His easy victories were despite the bold fearlessness and aggressive determination Oleg had always shown in life. The sight of Oleg's unfortunate fate at the hands of the Beothuk was enough to wash away Fastillion's few lingering resentments, so that what remained in him was an ambition to avenge the wrongful deaths of fellow Norsemen. One of the Beothuk butchers had opened Oleg from throat to groin and then pulled out all of his internal organs. The hunks of soft, sticky tissue glistened in colors of pink and grey from where they rested around his body in a sort of monstrous banquet. Oleg's uncle Hagar was also on the table, and he too suffered from total evisceration. The combined blood from the two corpses had drenched the table and then flowed over the edges to soak the ground as well. Fastillion also saw the third missing man and recognized him as Oleg's father, Harold. He was still alive, which was no cause to celebrate. The Beothuk had tied him naked in a seated position up against a standing stone that was directly opposite the cave so that he happened to face toward Fastillion. They had arranged a small circle of rocks before him, then filled that ring with gleaming coals that burned in a low fire. A simple wooden scaffold stood over the coals. It was the sort of framework normally used for smoking fish or strips of venison, but the Beothuk used it to hold Harold's right leg over the cooking fire. The intense heat that cooked his leg made it hideously swollen and considerably darkened. A small consolation was that at least someone had tied a tourniquet just below Harold's knee so that he didn't bleed to death. As bad as the circumstance of his right leg was, his left leg was even worse off. The Beothuk had taken off Harold's left foot at the ankle and then stripped off every morsel of flesh from the bones below his knee on that side. Nothing but a pair of grisly bones remained of the left leg, and each bone had a crust of burnt blood so that it appeared basted with culinary glaze. The Beothuk had carefully tied off the devoured leg with another tourniquet of sinew so that despite the massive injury, Harold remained alive. Even while he was unconscious, Harold's face contorted in agony. Just within Fastillion's view, and straight down beneath the cliff, stood the Beothuk leader with the antler headdress. The Beothuk war captain chanted in a low voice that used the guttural tongue of his savage people. Fastillion couldn't understand the words he used, but from the way that Antlerman held up his arms while he faced the tabletop, it seemed that he preached or tried to summon the attention of his wicked, cannibalistic gods. 7 other Beothuk were also in attendance at his depraved ritual, and they stood with their backs to standing stones like guards in ceremonial positions. Only 2 of the megaliths remained unattended. One was the standing stone furthest to the south near the cliff, and the other was the stone that they had tied Harold against. All the standing Beothuk warriors had their weapons in hand. Some of them held short bows, while others had spears or maces. Fastillion realized that the success of their attack was already in doubt because the megaliths shielded the Beothuk from attacks that would come at them from out of the woods. He saw another problem in that the Redskins were fully armed, and that clearly negated the plan to ambush them before they got to their weapons. There was nothing for Fastillion to do but ready his bow and wait for the attack to begin. He took several extra arrows from his quiver, then placed them within easy reach before he rested quietly in the concealing grass. While he watched impatiently, he considered what he could do when the fighting began. Killing Antlerman seemed a worthy opening shot, except that he couldn't bend his bow against the Beothuk leader while the man was nearly straight below him. There was no way that Fastillion could get far enough out over the ledge to attack him effectively. He finally decided that the next most worthy target would be one of the Beothuk archers who seemed the most dangerous under the circumstances, since they had the capacity to strike back from a distance. Time wore on, and still the Micmac did not launch their arrows to begin the assault. Fastillion began to wonder if they had abandoned the plan for some unknown reason. He considered that perhaps he should make his own retreat down from the dangerous loft he occupied, knowing that if the Beothuk somehow discovered him, they would trap him up on the cliff, and then he could only expect death or capture. Down below, Antlerman continued his sermon, though nothing seemed to come of it. His men didn't budge from their posts or even show much genuine interest, and neither did some sign come down from his carrion gods to show that they listened. Fastillion's doubts and trepidations grew steadily worse until he finally felt prepared to leave. His last dilemma before he departed was his temptation to loose one arrow before he would then escape into the forest. He figured that he could kill one of them and still get down from the cliff before the Beothuk circled around to the narrow crevice that gave access to his perch. While the Beothuk searched the precipice for a mysterious archer, he would slip off through the forest and then be long gone. Before he could make his choice about which of them to kill, the situation changed dramatically. A Markland warrior's whooping cry came from the forest south of the shrine where the trail lay. The call made the Beothuk guards become sharply alert and ready for a fight. A few moments after the signal, a second war party of Beothuk came up the trail toward the shrine, and at their head was a hulking brute of a war captain. The leader was a Beothuk of the largest size who wore a headdress of buffalo hide that covered his head, fell across his broad shoulders, and hung midway down his back. Huge curved buffalo horns sprouted from the headdress to adorn the warrior's head. Heavy slabs of muscle draped on the horned warrior's frame like the worst glutton would shake with glutinous fat. Because of his immense athletic power, Buffalo Man didn't even notice the restrictive weight of his cumbersome headgear. His only other clothing was a red-stained loincloth. A dozen armed Beothuk warriors entered into the shrine in a line that trailed behind their gigantic leader. Two of them carried the bodies of the dead guards from back on the trail. They soon dropped those corpses on the shrine's stone floor south of the tabletop. Buffalo Man strode in and then barked a harsh tirade at Antlerman to make it clear that he wasn't happy about finding the two dead sentries back on the trail. He soon came to realize that Antlerman didn't care about the two dead men, but he was outraged over the interruption to his ritual. Antlerman abandoned his chanting to vent his displeasure at the bothersome horned war captain. Within moments, the two Beothuk leaders were in the midst of a heated argument that included much in the way of shouts and animated gestures. Fastillion finally understood why the three Micmac hunters had delayed beginning their missile assault. They had realized some time earlier that another force of Beothuk approached along the trail. They wisely concluded that it would be advantageous to keep under cover while they watched the new enemies make their progress toward the shrine. Indecision tore at Fastillion then, as he wondered just what he should do. Part of him wanted to abandon his post, then hastily make his escape, while another part of him thought he should stay put in case Twisted Feathers began the attack after all. In the end, he chose to stay and make ready to fight. The argument between the two Beothuk war captains soon dwindled to nothing, and then Buffalo Man left the sacrificial table in frustration. He soon became distracted from his fuming when he noticed their Norseman prisoner. Buffalo Man stalked over toward Harold to examine him, and liking what he found, he made brief comments directed toward Antlerman. The antlered war captain made a curt reply to Buffalo Man's inquiry, then added contemptuous gestures that implied that the horned warrior should do as he wished. It was clear by his tone and attitude that Antlerman was far more interested in returning to the chant of his ritual than enduring any more interruptions. Buffalo Man felt satisfied with whatever the antlered war shaman had said to him. After he took his stone axe from his belt, he knelt down beside Harold's fire pit, where he used his weapon to scrape at the coals. With a flick of his wrist, he sent some of the larger glowing embers up against Harold's groin, where they began to burn into his flesh. When the coals failed to bring Harold around to consciousness, Buffalo Man began to slap him about the face and shake his head by a handful of long blonde hair. Despite the abuses, the prisoner still didn't return to his senses. Undaunted, Buffalo Man summoned over one of his warriors, who brought him a small boater. The hulking war captain opened the skin, then poured some of the liquid into Harold's mouth. Moments later, Harold coughed, sputtered, and then awakened. No sooner had his eyes fluttered open than he began to scream. It was the same awful, tortured sound that Fastillion had heard once before while down by the river with Twisted Feathers. Harold bucked and struggled at his bindings as he tried to shake the burning coals from his searing loins. At least by some small miracle, the cooking fire had destroyed nearly all capacity for sensation in his legs, even though the prolonged suffering he endured thus far had surely driven him mad. "You're all the sons of whores," Harold sputtered at them in spittle-flinging rage, despite his agony. "You were fathered by dogs and suckled on excrement." The words were lost on the Beothuk, who understood nothing of the Norse language. Buffalo Man laughed with amusement all the same, and then slapped Harold several more times just for fun. "Scream more," he told Harold in his halting grasp of an Algonquin tongue. "Your friends are near. Call them to save you." When Harold clamped his mouth shut in defiance of the request, Buffalo Man responded by using his axe to flick more coals onto Harold's crotch. "Scream," he bellowed into Harold's face with that tone of mocking amusement. "Beg them to save you." Harold restrained his voice with a heroic resolve, but it was not without limits as the burning of his scrotum finally dragged a shriek from his throat. "Odin and Thor," he cried toward the sky, "by all the gods, avenge my son and my brother." Buffalo Man laughed with satisfaction, then barked orders to his Beothuk warriors. The newly arrived redskins promptly obeyed by joining Antlerman's fighters in taking cover behind the megaliths. All the Beothuk then watched intently toward the woods for anyone who might come to rescue Harold. Only Antlerman refused to participate in the ploy of finding out who killed the two guards on the trail. His attention remained fanatically affixed to the tabletop, where he prayed over the sacrificial offering of butchered Norse flesh. Buffalo Man scraped more coals against Harold's groin, then used the blade of his axe to fan the smoke toward his nostrils. He savoured inhaling the fetid air as though it carried some delightful aroma. Chapter 6. Shrine of the Windigo Shamans. As Fastillion watched the cruel antics of Buffalo Man, it filled him with a sense of rage like he had never known before. Not until he had seen the Beothuk war captain's evil actions had he ever imagined that men of any sort were capable of such merciless brutality. He became infuriated most of all by the fact that the redskin warriors seemed to find the torture and suffering of Harold to be genuinely hilarious. Fastillion understood that Buffalo Man's viciousness was in part due to an uncomplicated plan to elicit an injudicious reaction from Harold's hidden allies. It was reasonable for the war captain to assume that the men who had killed the two guards back on the trail not only still lurked somewhere in the woods nearby, but they also knew exactly where he and his men were to be found. The Beothuk had not exactly kept the location of their camp a secret by all their rank burning of flesh and Harold's tortured screams. Fastillion's realization that Buffalo Man wanted to lure them into a trap by using Harold as the bait did nothing to ease his resentment. He felt that maintaining his concealment and impotently watching Harold suffer was an act of indisputable cowardice by the standards of either a Norseman or a Micmac warrior. With each passing moment that he hesitated to act, he felt his masculinity drain from him as if his inaction were a mortal and irrevocable sin to his pride. It was a broiling conflict in Fastillion's heart, but still he maintained his silent vigil. Sticking to Twisted Feather's plan and safely preserving his own life remained the dominant motivation within him. Harold's suffering and injuries once more drove him to unconsciousness. Buffalo Man was far from finished with him. The vicious bastard of a war captain used his thick, stubby fingers to pinch Harold's roasted calf, and then, with a jerking twist, he tore off a chunk of tender meat. After he examined the piece of cooked flesh and then sniffed it appreciatively, the huge warrior popped it into his mouth. His act of cannibalism made all those redskin warriors who witnessed it grimace with disgust. Their repulsed reactions proved that not all Beothuk consumed the flesh of men or even were accustomed to witnessing the act of cannibalism. The tortured Norseman snapped back into alertness as he felt the assault to his leg. Watching Buffalo Man eat his flesh made Harold wail out in another of his pitiful cries. "You taste sweet," the buffalo-horned war captain told him amusedly. "You must eat a lot of honey." Harold's horrific howling ended in a desperate prayer that was totally unexpected from a traditionally pagan Norseman such as he was. "Help me, Jesus," he cried. "I beg you to slay this devil that devours me." The desperation in his voice was so manifest that Buffalo Man had to laugh heartily at the sound of it. Many of the other Beothuk warriors laughed along with their war captain, even those men who had felt disgusted when they witnessed his consumption of human flesh. The combined chorus of their mirth sent Fastillion over the edge of his self-control. Harold's pleas for the aid of Jesus rang in his ears and made him think of his stepfather and to wonder what Alvito would do in the same situation. One of the mace-wielding Beothuk warriors abandoned his cover to start dancing around Harold's standing stone in an expression of delight over the suffering of their prisoner. As the warrior did his dance, he frequently bent over at the waist while he pumped his arms up and down in an exaggerated running motion. The dancer's comical cavorting fueled Fastillion's hatred to the point that it forced him to take homicidal action. He first carefully extracted himself from the grass at the edge of the cliff, then he stood up to get a better operating angle for his longbow. The buffoon of a prancing Beothuk continued his twirling dance while Fastillion nocked an arrow, drew it back to his chin, and then let it fly toward the gambolling droll. That red-painted fool's clowning and laughter abruptly ceased as the arrow plunged through his back. It was an unlikely hit that severed a main blood channel that led to the dancer's heart. The wrought-iron point of the arrow emerged from the Beothuk's chest, while the fletching still adorned his back, and only a minimal amount of blood escaped around the transfixing shaft. The dancer's life snuffed out like a breath had blown out a feeble flame. His legs failed him amid twirl, so that he spun about and then crashed face down into the stone floor of the shrine. All the other Beothuk warriors had been watching toward the nearby woods at the moment that Fastillion's arrow killed the dancing man. The mirth-stricken redskin was dead on the ground before any of them even realized an arrow had struck him. Their chorus of laughter and Harold's moaning had drowned out the sound of Fastillion's bowstring. The shaft's release and subsequent impact had gone undetected. The atmosphere of amusement around the Beothuk shrine faded as quickly as had the dancer's life once they realized that the man fell slain by an arrow. There was no way for the Beothuk warriors to even know from which way the arrow had come, since the missile had struck the dancer while he twirled and contorted in a lowered headbend. The circumstances constructed the illusion that the arrow had flown in at a horizontal attitude when it skewered the dancer while he stood upright. Their general assumption became that the offending assassin had to be in the woods beyond the standing stones. In fear of more incoming arrows from the woods, the red-painted warriors timidly huddled behind their various megaliths while they watched toward the trees with an enhanced wariness. Buffalo Man ducked behind Harold's megalith so he could avoid becoming the hidden archer's next victim. Perhaps he believed the archer wouldn't risk hitting their prisoner even if the stone failed to protect him. Once he was in a position that seemed safe, the war captain shouted for his men to enter the woods, then kill the unseen adversary. His warriors heard the commands, but they were not eager to expose themselves to a deadly arrow. Only one lone Beothuk spearman had the courage to step out from behind cover. While he stayed low, he darted due east toward the forest in an effort to reach the safety of the massive trees. The bold redskin was only halfway to the forest when a speeding arrow came straight at him from the woods and then plunged into his stomach just below the sternum. It put him down with a wound that would not be immediately fatal, but proved horribly painful and wholly debilitating. The pierced Beothuk collapsed into a quivering fit of agonized screaming. He suffered all the worse, knowing that his wound would certainly be the end of him. Antlerman ignored the violent chaos that erupted around him. He remained focused on his ceremonial chanting. Likewise, Buffalo Man also remained unaffected by the second man to become a casualty under his command. The buffalo-horned war captain ordered more warriors to advance toward the woods, only his men would have no part of it. While he waved and shouted in exaggerated anger, another arrow flew in from the woods to the south. It soared over the tabletop, crossed the shrine, and then struck into one of the redskins as he hid behind a megalith on the northern side. The twirling missile pierced the Beothuk through his back and right lung to drop him to the ground, where he writhed in obvious agony from the mortal injury. A redskin warrior that stood closest to the wounded man bravely rushed out from behind his cover to try lending aid to the fallen man who must have been a brother or close friend. As he grabbed the wounded warrior by the wrists, then tried to pull him to safety, another arrow swept in from the northern woods to skewer the rescuer across the hips through his kidneys. The two men collapsed to lay together where they squirmed and moaned in the same growing pool of their mingling blood. Fastillion realized that it was his arrow that signaled the beginning of their assault. Because the three Micmac hunters had revealed their presence by responding to his killing of the dancer with arrows of their own, he felt committed to maintaining the pressure of the attack he had started. Fastillion hadn't hesitated to knock a second arrow after he had sent his first, though at the time he hadn't been sure that he would ever send it. He found that if he stood back from the edge of the cliff and took advantage of the angle over the edge, he could see down while he only exposed himself from the shoulders up. It gave him an excellent vantage for engaging the Beothuk with his longbow, while at the same time making it very difficult for them to send arrows back up in return should they ever get the opportunity. The remaining Beothuk warriors quickly came to realize that their present situation had become untenable to the point of being suicidal. Rather than stay behind the useless megaliths and suffer the arrows of unseen archers, they decided to follow Buffalo Man's original orders to take offensive action. With shouts to coordinate their charge, the remaining 15 redskin warriors leaped out from behind their cover and then sprinted toward the woods. They fanned themselves out as they advanced in all directions except back toward the cave over which Fastillion had his perch. Fastillion singled out an eastbound Beothuk archer and then dropped him with an arrow that plunged down through the center of the man's back. The redskin spilled to the ground to gag and gurgle with regular gouts of blood that vomited explosively from his mouth as he convulsed ever closer to death. 3 more arrows sang from the Micmac's bows as they flashed out from their concealment among the trees. Each of the streaking shafts cut down one of the advancing Beothuk warriors so that only 11 of the ochre-painted redskins lived long enough that they safely reached the trees. Buffalo Man wasn't among the warriors who made the heroic charge. He much preferred to remain in his position of cover while he let his men face the lethal barrage of twirling missiles. From his position of safety, his sharp eyes saw Fastillion's arrow come down from atop the cliff to kill one of his men. Buffalo Man retraced the arrow's trajectory until his gaze found Fastillion and recognized him as a youth of inexperience with a skittish expression typical of those new to war. The discovery made him smile and think of the many impending cruelties that he would inflict on Fastillion once he caught him. Buffalo Man lifted his stone axe and then pointed it directly at Fastillion as he shouted for Antler Man to take notice of him as well. Fastillion loaded another arrow as he crept closer to the edge of the cliff. He felt safe to expose himself since neither war captain carried a bow or any other missile weapon that could strike back at him. All the Beothuk that had carried bows were already either dead or had left for the woods. As he leaned out over the ledge, he saw Buffalo Man sprint off toward the trees as though he intended to help kill Twisted Feathers and the other 2 Micmac huntsmen. Fastillion considered putting an arrow into Antler Man, who he could also see, but he thought better of it. Since his 3 Micmac allies already faced 11 men, he felt that the hulking buffalo-horned war captain was too powerful a foe to have after them as well. As Fastillion drew back his arrow, Buffalo Man seized up the body of one of his fallen comrades. His arms possessed such supernatural strength that he effortlessly swung the corpse across his back so that the body could serve as a shield that would protect him against arrows until he reached the safety of the forest. Fastillion stretched his bow to its maximum draw before he released on Buffalo Man anyway. The corpse would have provided adequate protection against a short bow with a stone-tipped arrow, which was the threat that Buffalo Man anticipated. Fastillion's shaft came tipped with a wrought-iron blade he had carefully honed to a shaving edge. His European-style longbow had a draw weight that was one of the heaviest anywhere in the Western world and easily double that of any Markland shortbow. By sending his arrow downhill, gravity only heightened the advantage of his weapon's power. His arrow hit the corpse in the soft abdominal flesh above the kidney, punched clean through the body and the buffalo hide beneath that, to then finally score deep into Buffalo Man's shoulder. He shouted down in the Micmac's Algonquin for Buffalo Man's benefit, "How did that taste? Was it sweet as honey?" As Buffalo Man heaved the corpse off his back, the process also tore the arrow free from his shoulder. Seemingly indifferent to the deep wound, Buffalo Man's eyes literally glowed red with supernatural hatred for Fastillion, while at the same time the war shaman bellowed a vocal display of rage that was purely inhuman. The Beothuk warlord snarled up at him. "You look like a girl to me, little warrior. Smoke from you is going to smell like a burning virgin's cleft flower." While Fastillion had his attention on Buffalo Man, Antler Man didn't remain idle. In the same way that the strength and voice of Buffalo Man seemed paranormal, the deer-antlered war captain's words came out accented with an immense guttural power that wasn't present before. "You are a shaman's son," he shouted up at Fastillion in clumsy Algonquin. That is why Blood Falcon refuses to come. The red Beothic leader in antlers gave Fastillion a hard and unwavering gaze. In his eyes was the same infernal glow that revealed a powerful shaman's magic that swelled within him. The next sound that came from Antlerman's throat was a feral, rippling roar that was fit only for a timber panther. Fastillion had heard men imitate the sounds of animals many times before. The roar that came from Antlerman's throat was no mere imitation in that it sounded inexplicably genuine. Even before the growl had finished, Antlerman ran a few strides, then leaped into the air with a display of inhuman vigor. The leap carried him all the way to the top of a megalith that was easily the height of his extended overhead reach. Fastillion trained his bow at Antlerman, but before he could release an arrow to kill him, the war captain leapt again toward the cliff, which took him out of sight. Having lost that target, Fastillion immediately shifted his aim toward Buffalo Man, rather than hesitate over the unexpectedly super-athletic actions of Antlerman. His aim focused on the buffalo-horned war captain just in time to see the hulking warrior throw his stone-bladed axe on its way toward Fastillion high up at the top of the cliff. Without time to think, Fastillion dropped to one knee while he simultaneously drew back the smooth action of his longbow. The axe whistled as it whirled through the air. Fastillion's missile also spun a deadly course due to his arrow's twisted helical fletching. No sooner had the arrow gotten away, and then the incoming axe struck the upper limb of Fastillion's longbow to sever the bowstring. It was the finest stretch-dried panther's gut, but the keen edge of the flint axe blade still cut it cleanly. The severed string acted as a whip that lashed Fastillion across the back of his hand and cut him cleanly as a knife. Fortunately, his bow had been under minimum tension when the string sprung loose. If the bow had been under full stress to its maximum draw at the time the string severed, its snapping action could have inflicted upon him a much harsher wound. After it severed the bowstring, the axe continued on its path, where it cut off the top of a small tree before it tumbled into a thicket of bushes. Fastillion's arrow flew too swiftly for Buffalo Man to evade. The shaft thumped audibly into the massive right lobe of the war captain's chest. A rib bone must have been in the path of the arrowhead because the missile didn't sink deeply enough to emerge from the shaman's back. When he grasped the arrow that protruded from his chest and then ripped the wrought iron point free from the bone that trapped it, the Beothuk champion bellowed in a reverberating call of pain and rage that was more bovine than man. As he flung the extracted arrow away, Buffalo Man shouted up at the cliff, "Behold my bison shaman magic, little woman! No arrow can kill me!" In an exhibition of his undeniable power, he flexed the awesome musculature of his body until he demonstrated the strength of an enraged bull bison in furious rut. He held that pose just long enough for Fastillion to gawk at him in horrified awe before he then charged off toward the woods to the south. "I'm coming to get you, little woman," the shaman taunted Fastillion with his call. "Soon we will be cooking you too." Fastillion understood that Buffalo Man headed for the crevice so that he could climb up onto the cliff to reach him. He also knew that Antlerman scaled the sheer rock face to make his way up to get at him as well. It meant that it wouldn't be long before the two Beothuk war captains would have him trapped between them. He needed his bow to defend himself, so he immediately set to repairing it as his first priority. There was an extra bowstring in the side pouch of his quiver, so he ran to retrieve it. Fastillion changed his mind as he realized he wouldn't have time to restring his longbow. He heard Antlerman dislodge gravel and rip out handfuls of the tough cliff-dwelling plants as he climbed up the sheer face of rock. Having seen the way the man could jump, Fastillion knew that the strange shaman would be able to climb with equal efficiency and so would soon make his way to the top of the cliff. As Fastillion reached for his swords, he realized that the wound on his hand soaked his grip with slippery blood. To alleviate the problem, he wrapped his wounded hand with a long strip of cloth that he normally used for tying around his forehead to keep his hair away from his face. So prepared, he pulled both of his scimitars, then stepped toward the edge of the cliff, where he figured Antlerman would appear. As Fastillion cautiously leaned out to peer over the edge of the cliff, the climbing Beothuk warrior shaman surprised him with a cunningly thrown tuft of grass and dirt. The gritty hunk of sod flew from the man's hand with deadly accuracy to hit Fastillion directly in the face so that the sandy soil slashed into his eyes and effectively blinded him. Fastillion fell back from the ledge, then dropped his sword so that he could desperately fumble for his water skin. As quickly as he could manage, he unstoppered the boater and then squirted water into his burning eyes to flush out the debris. It took precious moments for him to restore his vision, and once he had, he just dropped the skin, which let his only supply of water drain out on the ground. By the time he snatched up his swords once again, Antlerman vaulted himself up over the ledge, then stood ready with Oleg's hearth-steel knife in his hand. Normally, a man with a knife would have been at a serious disadvantage against a man with 2 swords. Even though that was his situation, Antlerman had a cruel, toothy smile that showed that he was anything but intimidated. "Blood Falcon will come soon," he sneered. "Your shaman's son flesh will call him for me." The words passed over Fastillion as though Antlerman had never spoken them. To Fastillion, confronting the Beothuk war captain felt like he battled with a force of nature rather than faced a fellow human being. His emotions were as though he had just fallen into the ripping currents of a turbulent river and had to swim fiercely if he wanted to preserve his life. It was a circumstance where no amount of words or emotion would avail him in the slightest. His only option was to act with all the wit and courage he could muster. Fastillion stood at a fighter's angle and then raised the blades of his scimitars as if he held a pair of heavy hammers when he worked the smithy. The only advantage he felt sure of was that Antlerman had his back to the cliff. If the Beothuk retreated even a few steps, he would fall to his death. Just as Fastillion committed himself to making a lunge, Antlerman preempted him by throwing his knife straight for his throat. Before Fastillion could think or choose, his limbs acted of their own accord. His legs made him settle back onto his feet for better balance and a lowered center of gravity. Both swords crossed before him like shields as his arms shifted the weapons into a defensive position. The knife struck against the flat side of one of the scimitars and then deflected away. For the briefest instant, Fastillion felt elated by his fortune in battle. He had just disarmed his enemy, while he maintained both of his own superior weapons. The sensation departed as Antlerman leapt on him and then tackled him to the ground. The redskin had only thrown his knife as a simple and effective ruse, which he then followed up at a leap that had the uncanny speed of a panther. Antlerman was on Fastillion before he even had time to understand what had happened. His rack of antlers came in first to entangle Fastillion's swords and keep them at bay. As the 2 of them crashed to the ground, the scimitar in Fastillion's wounded hand bounced away. The blood from his wounded hand had soaked the bandage, then made his grip too slippery to maintain. Fastillion kept his hold on the second blade, but the Beothuk already had a firm grasp on that same wrist and then pinned the arm to the ground. The Beothuk's second hand clamped onto Fastillion's throat, where it began to squeeze the life out of him. Fastillion instinctively tried to push the Beothuk off of him, but his free hand only slid over the greasy paint that covered the war captain's chest. A carved pendant of stone hung from the Beothuk's neck on a necklace of sinew so that it dangled right in front of Fastillion's face. The figurine was of a man in a cruciform posture with a huge head that had a row of long fangs that descended from the upper jaw. Fastillion wrapped his free hand in the sinew of the necklace, then twisted on it as he pulled. He quickly managed to take up all the slack in the cord so that he could use it for strangling his Beothuk foe. The war captain's eyes continued to glow with black magic as he throttled Fastillion with only one hand. He was so immensely strong that Fastillion had no chance of throwing him off or shaking loose that iron grip. The sinew necklace tightened around Fastillion's fist until it cut a deep trough in the Beothuk's neck. The redskin warrior still grinned evilly while he choked off Fastillion's air. With a final savage twist of his hand, Fastillion tightened the sinew until he thought it would cut the Beothuk's throat or break his neck. To his horrified disappointment, it was the cord that gave away first, so that the necklace came off in his hand. As Fastillion's vision blurred from lack of air, he just made out the useless pendant as it dangled from his bloody fist. Antlerman also stared at the red ochre-encrusted pendant, only his expression became more dreadful than Fastillion's as he was about to die. Instead of slipping away into death as he expected, Fastillion felt the grip on his throat weaken dramatically. The sudden reprieve was enough for him to take in a desperately needed breath. After that gulp of air, his emotions soared up with the joy of unexpected salvation. His resurgence of hope came as he watched the red light fade from the Beothuk war captain's eyes to leave behind an expression of fearful doubt that took its place. Antlerman's incredible strength faded as abruptly as did the unearthly radiance from his eyes. After only a moment without his pendant, his vigor withered to a level that was appropriate for a man of his size and athletic condition. Just as significant as the loss of his power was the disappearance of the Beothuk's boundless confidence. Fastillion sensed the man's moment of weakness, so he acted to exploit it. He abandoned his remaining sword so that he had both his hands free. Not only was Fastillion both larger and stronger than the Beothuk war captain, years of practice had made him an excellent wrestler in the Micmac ground-fighting style. While he rolled over to his left, Fastillion smashed an elbow into the shaman's jaw. The demoralized war captain fell aside so that Fastillion came up on top of him. The redskin struggled furiously, unable to escape or reassert his dominance. Fastillion crushed the man's nose flat with an unrestrained headbutt, slammed his knee several times into the painted warrior's groin, and then repeatedly smashed the point of his elbow into the Beothuk's face. Unlike the Norse, who favored administering blows from their fists when fighting unarmed, Fastillion used much more decisive techniques. As they continued to brawl, the Beothuk kept trying to raise his head up to stab at Fastillion's face with his rack of antlers. The headdress held securely to the shaman's head, but it still made for a clumsy and ineffectual weapon. Fastillion used his advantage of size and strength to shake off his enemy's clinging grasp. He grabbed the Beothuk by his antlers and then rolled with him off to one side with that extra leverage. After his first tumble, Fastillion had the redskin on top of him. He rolled again and then kicked up with his legs to perform a mighty heaving toss that sent the Beothuk toward the edge of the cliff. Antlerman came down on his back in the grass near the ledge and then continued to roll from the excess momentum that sent his legs over the open air. The shaman scrambled to clutch at the weeds so he could climb his way back up to safety. Before he could rescue himself, Fastillion was back on his feet, rushing toward him. The Beothuk grunted with exertion as he pulled with all his diminished might. The coarse weeds he grasped at ripped from the ground by their roots because they refused to hold enough traction in the dry soil to aid his frantic efforts. Fastillion shouted in rage, "Call your big magic now! Maybe you know a chant that will let you fly." He planted a running kick into Antlerman's face so that his foot smashed into the redskin's jaw and successfully dislodged the war captain's desperate grip on the weeds. As the Beothuk fell away from the ledge, Fastillion leaned out to watch him plummet down to the shrine below. Antlerman shrieked and flapped his arms wildly, like swimming as he plunged off the cliff. His right leg caught the edge of the tabletop stone as though he might nearly land on his feet. The limb made an audible snap as the bone shattered on impact. The broken leg sufficed to give the Beothuk a measure of spin that made the rest of his body slam down onto the table more or less flat on his back. The corpses and their piles of offal splattered under his weight and somewhat absorbed the remaining energy of his fall. Antlerman slid on the gore to shoot off the end of the table and end up sprawled out in front of Harold's fire. That tormented Norseman witnessed the fall and then began to laugh hysterically at his enemy's painful calamity. "That's right, Fastillion," he shouted gleefully. "Kill those sons of bitches! Kill them all!" Fastillion remembered that Buffalo Man was still after him, so he threw down the sinew necklace with its talisman, put his scimitars back in their scabbards, and then picked up his bow before he headed for his quiver. Working swiftly, he took a new bowstring from his quiver's pouch, stripped off the old one, then set to stringing his bow with the new line of gut. Because new bowstrings were prone to stretching out when first put to his bow, he over-twisted the strings during their manufacture to shorten them. The bowstring would stretch out to its proper length after he had it strung. As he bent the bow over his hip, he found that the string was too short to get on. With his bloody hand, all the excitement, and his exhaustion from fighting, he couldn't bend his bow far enough to restring it. There was no way for Fastillion to know where Buffalo Man was at the moment, but he assumed that he had to be getting close. Rather than unwinding the bowstring to get it to a proper length, Fastillion abandoned his bow on the ground so that he could head over to the escarpment's only access. His swords were in hand by the time he reached the top of the crevice. Long moments passed while Fastillion watched down the steep crack waiting for Buffalo Man to appear. He made a cursory search for a boulder or two that he could roll down onto his enemy to crush him, only no large rocks were anywhere near about. A brief cry of surprise and alarm came up from the forest below, then another scream followed soon after. Fastillion assumed that it had to do with the fighting between the 3 Micmac warriors and their 11 foes. He couldn't remember if he had heard other sounds of combat while he battled with Antlerman. In the back of his mind, he felt that he must have he wasn't sure. It occurred to Fastillion then that he couldn't just wait idly by while his friends fought for their lives against overwhelming odds. He started to climb down the crevice while he still held both his swords. Fastillion had to descend slowly so as not to slip and fall. It would have been easier if he had sheathed his scimitars, but he wasn't going to risk that while Buffalo Man was still after him. Fastillion was halfway down the escarpment when the buffalo-horned behemoth of a Beothuk war captain appeared at the base of the crevice. The towering redskin had picked up a spear from one of his fallen warriors. He held the weapon lightly in one huge hand while he pointed it up the narrow crevice toward Fastillion. "Little woman," he growled as he started his ascent, "first we will fight, and then I will cook your legs." The reach of his spear gave him a strong advantage against Fastillion's short blades, especially in the narrow confines of that sloping crevice where there was little room for evasion. It was a difficult situation for Fastillion as the battle adrenaline clouded his mind to the border of panic. The fierce beat of his heart and the rush of blood wouldn't allow him to catch his breath or regain any reasonable composure. There hadn't been time for contemplation during his fight with Antler Man. That battle had just seemed to happen on its own. As he stared at the evil grin of Buffalo Man, Fastillion had time to consider what it might be like to have a spear rammed into his bowels. Fastillion considered throwing his weapons, because it seemed unlikely that the hulking war captain would be able to evade them while he forced his way up the channel. He also considered going back up to the top of the cliff so that he could stand on level ground when he fought with the brute of a Beothuk. The situation changed before he had to decide. "Hey!" Twisted Feathers yelled in challenge as he emerged from the woods behind Buffalo Man. "Where do you think you're going?" He had his knife and tomahawk held ready in his hands. Both weapons dripped with the freshly spilled blood of Beothuk warriors. It was all Buffalo Man could do, just to turn his immense frame around in the narrow crevice. As he started back down to fight Twisted Feathers, he glanced over his shoulder at Fastillion. "You can't get away, little woman," he leered cruelly. "I will be back for you soon." Buffalo Man had only climbed a short distance, so it took him just a few steps to get back down to where he stood firmly on the forest floor. "Come, Micmac," he summoned Twisted Feathers forward with a cocky flip of his fingers. "You are old and weak. You will die badly." Not only was he more than a head taller than Twisted Feathers and weighed more by half in all striated muscle, Buffalo Man had made some sort of pact with the infernal powers so that they had granted him supernatural invincibility. The two conflicting Markland champions were still 10 paces apart when 10 badgers and Spotted Crow charged out of the brush that choked the woods around the base of the cliffs. They had their bows in hand with arrows nocked. Before any of the warriors could consider the implications of honor, Buffalo Man let out a bloodthirsty battle cry as he charged for Twisted Feathers. The Beothuk rightly assumed that the 3 Micmac would gang up on him, and so he chose to act first. He sprinted to close the distance with Twisted Feathers, who remained his chosen foe. The 2 Micmac archers drew back on their bows to send their arrows before Buffalo Man got in range to strike with his flint-pointed spear. An arrow from 10 Badger's bow slammed into the cannibal's ribs on his left side to bury deep. Spotted Crow's arrow punched through the buffalo hide headdress near the Beothuk's left collarbone, then pierced the flesh beneath until the point protruded from the rear of Buffalo Man's shoulder. Both wounds were deadly serious, yet neither slowed the unstoppable Redskin's advance. Fastillion didn't hesitate to scramble down the escarpment as fast as his legs could carry him. He used his buckskin-clad elbows to steady his descent rather than risk scraping the watered steel of his naked blades along the wall. From the fight with Antler Man, Fastillion knew that the Beothuk war shamans had some sort of magic that empowered them in battle. The accumulating wounds of the buffalo-horned warrior were proof enough that he too enjoyed some form of supernatural protection. As Fastillion made his descent, he saw splatters of blood on the ground left behind by Buffalo Man's first arrow wound. The bleeding of his own hand wouldn't prevent him from fighting, but Fastillion did wonder just how many bleeding wounds Buffalo Man could endure before his strength failed him. Even with 2 arrows punched through his body and additional arrow wounds from Fastillion besides, Buffalo Man still closed on Twisted Feathers with the agility of a leaping wolf. His spear led the way as it sought out the Micmac's heart. As they came together, Twisted Feathers used a sweeping hook from his tomahawk to deflect the spear away, and then, after a graceful reverse spin, he slipped forward to stab his knife into Buffalo Man's sternum. Twisted Feathers sank the blade to the crossguard. If his foe had been only some mortal warrior, the Micmac would have casually won their duel with his opening strike. The massive red-painted war captain brayed like a beast from his injury, yet fought on, seemingly undaunted. A mighty swing from his thick arm swatted Twisted Feathers away through the air as though he were not more than a boy, and the slap had come from an angry bear. "I cannot die," the unkillable shaman howled so that blood flecked from his lips and bubbled around the weapons that protruded from him. "I am the bison shaman." In a sort of warning to his Micmac allies, Fastillion screamed, "The talisman!" He wanted to say more, only he couldn't get anything else from his arid throat. His neck was painfully sore and swollen from the strangling he had suffered at the hand of Antler Man. It was all Fastillion could do to breathe enough to satisfy his exerted need for air. Time seemed to slow down, and the sounds around him became oddly distant, yet unusually clear. He heard the two Micmac archers shout for their friend to get out of the way of the Beothuck's aggression. Fastillion felt sure that Buffalo Man would continue to fight so long as he retained possession of the enchanted object that assuredly hung about his neck somewhere beneath his headdress. The two Micmac archers swiftly knocked fresh arrows to their bowstrings, only not in time to stop Buffalo Man from reaching Twisted Feathers. Before they could draw, aim, and then release their deadly shafts, Twisted Feathers acted to his own defense. He rolled up onto one knee, then threw his tomahawk in a twirling overhand launch to the promise, "You can die!" After only a single spin, the long, narrow beard of his tomahawk cleaved into Buffalo Man's leg just above the knee. It did nothing to slow the advancing war captain, who just ignored the injury, even though it would have crippled any lesser man. Not only did Twisted Feathers fail to kill or incapacitate his foe, he left himself unarmed by throwing away his last weapon. "You gave me just a bee sting," the Beothuck laughed wickedly as he raised his spear to plunge it into the Micmac. "Now I will sting you." Twisted Feathers froze in place as his imminent death descended upon him. It was not terror that paralyzed the clever Micmac, even though that is what he pretended for the Beothuck war shaman. In order to lure a predictable attack, he feigned passivity. When Buffalo Man stabbed at Twisted Feathers' throat to make a quick kill, the Micmac's inert compliance exploded into a twisting dive at the right instant, so that the spear's blade passed over his shoulder to do no more than slice a superficial line along his face from chin to ear. Twisted Feathers did more than just evade the killing stroke. He grasped the spear shaft in both hands, then held on for all that he was worth. Buffalo Man swept up with the spear after he missed so that he might use the blade to slash his enemy as he would with a knife on a pole. As the Beothuck exercised his full might upon the spear shaft, he lifted the Micmac warrior clear off his feet and then suspended him in the air. It lasted only a moment before the spear shaft snapped, and then Twisted Feathers fell away, still holding the spear blade attached to a short section of handle. Both of the Micmac archers launched their next arrows to bring the conflict to an end. Their streaking missiles slammed into the raging redskins' back, where they buried to their fletching. Either arrow would have felled any mortal man. The bison shaman weathered them both without weakening or even making any sound of complaint. Twisted Feathers landed crudely when he fell after the spear broke. He never got a chance to recover his footing before Buffalo Man began to club him with the remaining haft of the weapon. Using the front spear portion that he held, the Micmac struggled to fend off the merciless barrage of blows that the Beothuck rained down upon him. The archers knocked their third arrows as Fastillion reached the bottom of the crevice at a run. He closed on the colossal war captain with all speed. "Face me," he cried to distract the rampaging cannibal. "I come for you." The buffalo-horned war shaman howled with satisfaction. "Watch his death, little woman." He lashed out again to land more ferocious blows with the pole. "Now he dies." Twisted Feathers staggered under the vicious beating he received. As a final act of desperation, he successfully dodged the next of the Beothuck's swings and then lunged in to stab the spearhead deep into the redskin's belly. Unhindered by yet another deadly wound, the Beothuck war captain raised his spear shaft for a final unstoppable smash that would crush in the Micmac's skull. More blood drained from the redskin's many wounds as he exerted himself at his maximum intensity. The garish fluid spilled from his contorted mouth as he raged, and still his strength seemed limitless. He bathed in his draining life fluids so that his already red-painted body became even more so, only slicker and wet. All the blood, protruding arrows, and fathomless malevolence made him seem more like a demon than a mortal man. Fastillion dropped one of his scimitars so that he could wield the other in a two-handed grip. He sprinted up to the back of Buffalo Man a moment before the brutish war captain could fulfill his homicidal boast. To focus all his power into the slash of his sword, Fastillion screamed, "Die, you bastard!" His swing would have been better suited for a club than any articulate tool for waging war. Fastillion hacked into the crook of the Beothuk's neck and shoulder, where the scimitar sank to the depth of the shaman's spine. The physical injury was an incidental effect compared to Fastillion's actual intention, which was to sever the sinew cord that held the talisman he felt sure had to be hanging around the cannibal's stout neck. Buffalo Man's headdress covered his neck, shoulders, and upper back so completely that if the necklace was there, Fastillion had no way to see it. Time passed at a crawl, while Fastillion waited to see the effect of his attack. The scimitar remained deeply embedded in Buffalo Man's torso like an axe chocked into a half-split log. The redskin war captain stood motionless with the spear shaft poised overhead for a final swing at Twisted Feathers. As Fastillion ripped his blade free to strike again, blood sprayed from the massive fissure in the Beothuk's neck. Before Fastillion could hack him again, the rigger fled from Buffalo Man's limbs, and then his dead body collapsed inertly to the ground. 10 badgers and Spotted Crow dropped their bows to pull their knives instead. After they had watched the colossal Beothuk endure so many seemingly fatal wounds, they had every reason to doubt that he was in fact finished with life. While Spotted Crow plunged his knife into the redskin's heart, 10 badgers grabbed the horns of the buffalo headdress and then ripped it off the dead man's head. As the buffalo hide and horns came away, Fastillion saw the severed sinew of a necklace slide off with it. "He's dead," Fastillion assured them as he picked up the severed sinew with its fanged humanoid amulet. "This magical talisman is what kept him alive." He showed them the carved figurine that was identical to the one that the antlered shaman had worn. "The other redskin, the shaman with the antlers, he had one of these too, but I pulled it off of him before I threw him off the cliff." Twisted Feathers rubbed at his lumps and bruises as he got to his feet. He gave Buffalo Man an introspective examination before he kicked the corpse for good measure. "Well, that wasn't so bad," he said euphemistically as his glance shifted to Fastillion. "You did all right for your first battle. I'm glad you came down here when you did. I was running out of tricks for keeping him distracted." He pulled his tomahawk and knife out of the body. Fastillion used Buffalo Man's headdress to wipe the war captain's blood from the scimitar that had killed him. He held the weapon up for its christening as he said, "I'm naming this sword Bull Tamer." Fastillion put the blade into its scabbard. After he recovered the other scimitar, he sheathed that one too. Lastly, he tucked the war captain's talisman into his belt for safekeeping. It was his intention to destroy it, only not just yet. Handling the figurine reminded Fastillion of the other necklace that had belonged to Antler Man. He also remembered that other war captain was not necessarily dead after his fall. That shaman could still need further assistance to enter the next world. It then occurred to him that Harold still cooked over his fire and therefore was desperately in need of their assistance. "We need to get back to the shrine," he told the 3 Micmac with urgency about that necessity. "Harold is still cooking and needs our help." Chapter 7. Dead and the Damned. Fastillion ran through the forest to get back to the shrine, where he found that Antler Man had managed to crawl most of the way to the forest's edge before he passed out. One of the shaman's legs had badly broken, such that there was a spur of bone that projected out through his flesh. Large patches of swollen bruising showed where he had sustained other injuries to his head and chest from the impact with the table when he fell. Fastillion left him sprawled out where he lay while he went over to help Harold. He first cut the Norseman free from his bonds and then pulled him away from the fire that had so evilly cooked him. Harold was conscious and held onto Fastillion's arms as his saviour pulled him across the smooth stone floor of the shrine, away from the fire and the megalith. "You did a good job," he gasped to his rescuer. "A real good job. Did you get them all, or did some of them get away?" "We got them all," Fastillion promised him. "The one with the antlers might still be alive, but I'll take care of him too." Harold cast a gaze around the shrine as he searched for Fastillion's companions. "Whom did you bring with you? Are my kinsmen here? I don't see them." "3 Micmac are with me," Fastillion told him. "They'll be here soon." He searched around for his water skin, then remembered that he left it up on the cliff. "Do you want me to go and get you some water?" "No water," Harold gasped, and then pointed to the skin that Buffalo Man had forced upon him to wake him up. "You can get me some of that." Fastillion got the boater, then sniffed at the contents to see what he would be giving him, then handed it over anyway. "What is this shit?" Harold took a long drink that gave him a measure of relief from his pain. "It's some sort of maize beer." He offered the skin back to Fastillion. "Try some. It's strong but good." Harold coughed and then winced in agony. When he saw that Fastillion hesitated, he thrust the skin at him. "Don't make me drink alone." He smiled weakly after he said it, as though he had made a joke. The beverage obviously wasn't doing Harold any harm, so Fastillion drank some of it to appease him. It was a potent maize-based beer that wasn't tasty, though sufficiently palatable. As the warmth of alcohol flushed Fastillion's stomach, he took another drink to intensify the effect. "Here," he handed the skin back. "I need to go get something." Fastillion got up to search around for a piece of wood that would be large enough for him to use as a chopping block. It was plainly obvious that he would have to cut off the cooked portions of Harold's legs if he was going to have any chance of saving his life. Now that he could observe the shrine from ground level, he saw the cave and the painted mural of a red thunderbird that was on the face of the cliff directly above it. The cave was about half again the height of a man and several times that wide. It was much too deep for him to explore without the aid of an artificial light source. The Beothuk had heaped a large pile of firewood just inside the cave's mouth to keep it dry from rain. Fastillion selected a log of sufficient dimensions from the pile of wood, then dragged it over to Harold, where he slid it underneath the Norseman's cooked legs just above the knees. "I'll need to put on new tourniquets," Fastillion told Harold bluntly. He needed to understand what needed to happen. "After you're fixed up, I'll carry you back to my sailboat, and you'll be home before morning." Harold seized Fastillion's shoulder to get his undivided attention. When their gazes locked, he gave the mixed-blooded youth an expression that was unmistakable as his resolve to die. "I'm not going back," he stated without emotion, "even if I could live without my 2 good legs." Harold led Fastillion's eyes down to his horribly burned and blistered loins. "I can't live without all 3. I'll not have my wife and kin see me like this and then nurse over me like I'm a helpless baby for the rest of my days." He spit to show that his mouth wasn't dry with fear. "Shit, I'm going to die anyway. Nothing can change that now. The only question is if it will be quick or slow." Fastillion marked the conviction in Harold's words so he wouldn't argue with him. "What do you want me to do?" He reached for Bull Tamer. "I'll help you in whatever way that you say." An unwholesome smile came onto Harold's cracked lips. "First of all, don't smash me in the head while I'm not suspecting it. I've got some things to say first, and I'm not afraid of dying. Pain is the worst part of it, and I've already endured as much of that as any man could ever expect to." When Fastillion silently expressed agreement, Harold thumbed over toward Antler Man. "I want you to drag that son of a bitch over here and let me have at him. I want some revenge to spice my last moment, and believe me, he's got it coming." It was a reasonable request to Fastillion, so he walked over, grabbed the shaman by his antlers, and then dragged him over to Harold. As he pulled at the Beothuk, he saw how well the headdress stayed on the shaman's head. Both antlers were still part of the original skull cap from the buck they had come from. Antlerman's hair threaded through holes he had drilled in the cap, and then by tightly knotting it, he had firmly affixed the headdress to his own skull. Soon enough, Fastillion dropped Antlerman beside Harold. "Wake him up with some of that." Harold pointed to the Beothuk drinking skin. "A swallow or 2 of that fire piss should bring him around. I want him awake when he dies." "Let me tie him up first," Fastillion said, before he left to collect some cord for the task. Using his knife, he got some of the sinews that the Beothuk had used to keep Harold tied to his standing stone. Fastillion bound Antlerman's hands behind his back and then securely hitched his ankles together so that he couldn't kick either. Once he had their prisoner prepared, Fastillion got the boater, then poured some of its contents into Antlerman's mouth. He felt pleased to discover that the kick he had given the shaman up on the cliff had knocked out the Beothuk's front teeth as it had sent him off the precipice. Within moments, the Beothuk war captain sputtered, then came to his senses. His eyes filled with fright and alarm as he surmised his situation. That's right, Harold grinned at his helpless enemy. You've fallen headfirst into hell's deepest shit pit, and I just happen to be here to hold your head under. Neither one of us ever thought we'd see the day when I'd have a chance for some payback. He held his hand out to Fastillion. My brother's hand axe is around here somewhere. Harold beamed a wicked smile. Get it for me so I can use it to kill this bastard. After a brief inspection of the shrine, Fastillion found the hatchet lying on the edge of the tabletop. He picked it up and then brought it over to Harold. As their prisoner began to thrash and slide himself away like a crawling worm, Fastillion saw that Harold would have a hard time killing him without help. In an effort to be of additional assistance to the weak and dying Norseman, he asked, "Do you want me to hold him up for you?" "Good idea," Harold said, as he struggled to sit up and get good leverage for swinging the hand axe. "I want a shot at his legs first, and then I'll work on his face a bit." While Fastillion held Antlerman by the shoulders, Harold spun the hand axe in his grip so that he could use the hammer side for his attack. "This is for my son," he said, as he raised the weapon. "You no good rotten prick sucker." Harold's victim couldn't understand a word he said, not that it really mattered. After taking careful aim to antagonize his victim, Harold smashed Antlerman in the leg where the broken bone protruded through the meat. The hammerhead sheared off the exposed spur of bone, which made Antlerman shriek in agony. Harold just laughed until he had to cough sickly from the exertion. While setting up for another swing, he asked facetiously, "You like that?" His next blow would apply the axe's keen blade. "If you enjoyed that, then I'm sure you're really going to love this." Using both hands, he hacked the hand axe into the shin of Antlerman's good leg, then twisted the handle until he heard the bone shatter. In addition to spilling a lot of blood, it elicited a horrible fit of screaming from the Beothuk shaman. Fastillion held on tight as the redskin struggled to distance himself from Harold's savagery. "I don't think he enjoyed that," he joked for Harold's benefit. It was the man's dying wish to get some revenge, and Fastillion wanted to make him feel that he did a good job of exacting it. Fastillion had neither sympathy nor pity for the Beothuk shaman. The man was a ruthless butcher who deserved everything he got and worse. He thought the man should be grateful that he would die quickly compared to what they had done to Harold. "Give him some more," Fastillion encouraged. "You still owe him some for your brother." The mentioning of Hagar brought a cold cruelty to Harold's eyes. Hagar killed those three. He pointed at the bodies they had placed atop the megaliths. "He fought like a bull walrus among a herd of sheep. I want you to tell my father that. You tell them that Hagar died a warrior's death." Without warning, he lashed out with the hammer side of the axe and shattered the Beothuk's jaw. He then reversed the swing to slam the flat of the axe across the other side of the shaman's face. The second blow crushed the bone that framed out the redskin's right eye. As the side of his face collapsed inward, the pressure caused his eye to bulge out in a hideous half-expression of comical surprise. "That got his attention," Fastillion guffawed. "Maybe you should hit him on the other side to balance out his features." Harold made a vertical stroke with the hand axe that sheared off one of the antlers from the headdress. The antler bounced several paces away. "Get that for me," he gestured to the antler with his bloody hand axe. "I've got a use for it." When Fastillion let go of the shaman, the man collapsed beside Harold, too weak to defend himself or attempt escape. Fastillion fetched the antler, then gave it to Harold. "What are you going to do with that?" The Norseman grasped the shaman by the remaining antler on his headdress. He used it to adjust the man's head for a convenient angle of attack. "I'm going to fix his eye," Harold smiled wickedly. "It wouldn't be nice for me to leave him looking like a nut-eyed salmon." Using the loose antler as a tool, Harold shoved the longest tine through the Beothuk's bugging eye and then into his brain, which ended the redskin's life. Fastillion rolled the body out of the way. "Do you have any other messages for your clan?" Harold began to cough, and then he had to lie back because of his weakness. He finally took another long swallow from the Beothuk drinking skin. The beverage seemed to restore some of his strength. "I want to tell you what happened at North Beach." Harold drank another swallow, then coughed mucus from his lungs. "My clan needs to know all that occurred." Speaking slowly, he recounted for Fastillion his story about the Beothuk when they attacked and how he became their prisoner. The three Micmac warriors arrived before Harold finished his story. They dragged the corpse of Buffalo Man to the shrine and then labored to collect the other dead Beothuk from the forest as well. The Micmac assembled the corpses by the time Fastillion knew Harold's entire tale. Only one detail confused Fastillion. Why did they give Oleg the cuts of the blood eagle? Because of the war, Harold explained weakly. Scores of Beothuk warriors had endured the Blood Eagle at the hands of our victorious ancestors. Their descendants must want to return the favor. Twisted Feathers approached to interrupt their discourse. It seems that only the 2 war captains were seasoned warriors. He made a sweeping gesture over the many dead. The rest of these fighters were little more than boys. If I had to guess, I'd say they were here as training or maybe on a mission for some sort of manhood ceremony. Regardless, we can be sure that more Beothuk will be coming. These were only a scouting force. By killing them all, we've discouraged their explorations, but only for a while. Fastillion asked, "What happens now?" He directed his question toward Twisted Feathers because he saw by his mentor's expression that he had something already in mind. "I want to leave a message for the Beothuk," Twisted Feathers replied. "Another war party will come here eventually to see what happened to these men we've killed. It would be best if they found something they would consider a bad omen." He paused so Fastillion would have a moment to consider what he implied. "I plan to use the bodies to our advantage. It won't be very Christian, but I feel it's absolutely necessary." Harold couldn't follow their fast and fluent Micmac speech. What is he going on about? "He thinks we need to arrange their dead," Fastillion translated, "so that they don't like what they find when they come back here searching for these men." It sounded reasonable to Harold and reminded him of something else. "I was calling out to the gods when you killed that dancing warrior. Since you're the son of Alvito, I believe that it was Jesus who answered my prayer. Tell your father that I embraced his faith and acknowledged the Savior. That was the moment that you came to help me." Fastillion wasn't sure what to say, because nothing he had done was in the name of Jesus or Odin. He didn't want to discourage a dying man from finding his peace of mind, so he agreed, "I'll tell him." "There's something more," Harold coughed. "Just in case Odin was listening, I want you to raise that shaman you helped me kill. Put him up on a spear as a tribute to the Allfather." He smiled weakly. "That way I'll be covered in either case." "Sure," Fastillion agreed, even though he didn't believe in religion despite his upbringing. If Harold wanted a pagan display to give him some comfort before he died, Fastillion could arrange it at no expense to his sensibilities. To do it right, he asked, "Do you want the stake up his ass or through his chest?" "Let him sit on it," Harold chuckled with a ragged sound coming from his lungs. "That way it will inconvenience the buggering bastards that find him." Fastillion considered telling him that bears or wolves would probably pull down the body long before anyone else came along to find it, but he decided against it. Harold would be dead soon enough, so he never needed to know. It left only one matter that he felt was unconcluded. "I have to ask, do you want us to try and bury the 3 of you, or would you prefer fire?" "I guess you didn't bring a shovel," Harold darkly joked. "The Valborgson way is fire. You had better burn us. It's the proper way for Norsemen to leave the toils of Midgard after first falling in battle, of course. I like the idea of a great fire consuming the 3 of us together." He made a sick chuckle. "You would think I would have had my fill of fire by now, but one more will suit me just fine." Fastillion left the conversation to hang as he got up to start moving the firewood out from the cave. He carried out armloads of the dry timber and then piled it on the tabletop stone. A few pieces of Oleg and Hagar had fallen to the ground when Antlerman took his fall. Fastillion gathered those up and put them back on the stone too. To add to the firewood, he also collected the Beothuk weapons and cast them on the pyre for burning as well. Spotted Crow approached Fastillion while he worked. "We need to borrow one of your swords." He offered up his unnamed blade. "What for?" "It's too hard to cut off heads with just a tomahawk," the Micmac explained. "Your sword will make this go a whole lot quicker." "Leave that one," Fastillion pointed out Antlerman. "Harold wants him for a funeral ornament." Harold waved for Fastillion to come over to him. "I need a knife. I'm really hurting. I think it's time for me to go." Fastillion went over and then offered the fearless Norseman his knife. "Are you sure you don't want me to help you?" "No need." Harold took the knife, then used it to cut off his tourniquets. No blood came from the cauterized remains of his legs. He handed the knife back. "Tell your friends that I thank them for the help. I'm counting on you to tell my kin all that you know." "I will," Fastillion promised as he sheathed his knife. "They will learn that their men fought with courage, killed some of their enemies, and died from wounds sustained in valiant battle." Harold laid back on the stone floor, then relaxed while his living blood mixed with the poisoned meat of his burned legs. "If you hurry up and skewer that shaman," he said quietly, "I'll have one final laugh before setting off on my greatest adventure. I think I hear the wings of Valkyrie." Fastillion took Hagar's hand axe, then went into the woods to get a skewering pole. As he walked off, he saw Spotted Crow chop off one of the heads, then move on to the next corpse. The other two Micmac busied themselves by tying together the hair of the severed heads so that they would form collective bundles. Fastillion quickly cut and cleaned a pole, then returned to Harold. The dying man's pallor had worsened noticeably during the interval. It was no pleasant task or easy matter for Fastillion to fit the pole into Antler Man's corpse. In the end, he had to use a convenient log as a bludgeon to hammer the skewer into place. After that, it was only a matter of finding a crack in the stone floor of the shrine that would accommodate the pole to hold it upright. Fastillion enlisted the aid of the 3 Micmac to help him lift the corpse and then set the skewer. A few wedges of cracked stone sufficed to keep the pole standing upright. "He looks fine," Harold said weakly while he admired the skewer. "Just fine." He studied the tabletop for a moment. "There's not enough wood on there to burn 3 bodies down to ashes, but it will have to do. I don't expect you to find enough timber for a full-sized pyre." A racking seizure overcame Harold. His eyes rolled back into his head, and then he died. Fastillion reached out to close Harold's eyes. "Help me," he told the 3 Micmac who stood nearby watching. "I don't want him lying on the ground. He was a brave man worthy of our respect." The 4 of them lifted Harold's body and then carefully carried it to the tabletop where they placed it over the piled firewood. Fastillion lit the pyre using some dry grass and coals from the fire that had cooked Harold's legs. The new fire spread slowly through the pyre, which was fine because Fastillion was in no particular hurry. While he watched the flames lick at the wood, the Micmac began to arrange the Beothuk dead. They positioned 25 decapitated bodies around the tabletop with special care. The Micmac put the first man on his knees, tucked over in a fetal crouch. Not only had they severed all the heads, they emasculated all the Beothuk as well. The Micmac placed the second corpse behind the first so that he appeared to be mounting the body in a deviant sexual display. The third man they set in the same fashion upon the second, and so they continued around the sacrificial stone in a sort of chain. When they had finished, Fastillion recovered his unnamed sword. He considered naming it after the gory deed of taking 25 heads, but decided against it. The name would come from a valiant deed done by his hand, or not at all. After he had cleaned and sheathed the scimitar, he glanced around the shrine to see that the combined blood from all the dead literally drenched the stone floor and filled the air with its coppery stench. It was then that he noticed that he and his 3 friends had also somehow managed to cover themselves with the blood of their enemies. Fastillion asked, "Why place the bodies like this?" He meant the castrations as much as the poses. The 3 Micmac grinned over the sight of their macabre display, but Twisted Feathers answered him. "Assuming that forest carnivores don't drag them all off first, the Beothuk won't like finding their men in such undignified positions. They're very ceremonial, especially where death is concerned." "We cut off their members and pouches," Spotted Crow added, "so that these warriors will be impotent in the next world." He smiled over his description. "At least that is how the Beothuk will see it. Believe me, they'll be plenty distraught if they find out. Few things upset them more than the defiling of their dead." Fastillion searched about for the bloody pile of sex organs. "Where are they now?" "We put them in a sack," 10 Badgers explained, "so we can take them with us. They can undo the curse by burying all the pieces together. We'll dump them somewhere that the Beothuk will never be able to recover them." Fastillion didn't appreciate the tactic on myriad levels. While it wasn't potions and chanting, he still recognized that negatively manipulating a soul's afterlife was the very essence of black magic. "If you think it's necessary," was all he said non-committally, as though that made him no part of it. All he needed was to think back to the magical talismans of the Beothuk war shamans to know that black magic was all too real and nothing he should tamper with lightly. The Micmac proceeded to the heads, which they had tied together in groups of 5. They had placed each of the 5 hideous bundles atop one of the easternmost megaliths. The hair between the heads was long enough to let the bundles spread out over the top edges of the stones like evil garlands that gazed in all directions as would fleshy gargoyles. Fastillion paused to admire the great number of Beothuk dead, and it seemed inconceivable that the 4 of them had killed so many. Genuinely impressed, he asked, "How did the 3 of you manage to kill 17 armed men?" A moment later, he had done the Arabic division in his head. "That's just 1 man short of 6 apiece." Fastillion's stepfather had taught him to perform complex mathematics as part of his many book-learning lessons. Alvito had learned numbers and their calculation from Arab merchants while he had still been a sea captain. Juggling numbers was an essential skill for any man who tried to make his fortune by the buying and selling of cargo of any sort. They were only boys, Spotted Crow reminded him casually, better suited for running and wrestling than armed combat against Micmac veterans carrying honed hearth steel. We also set trip lines in the forest, Twisted Feathers added. That fouled them up as they pursued us through the trees and brush. It's an old Micmac tactic that I'll show you when I get a chance. Don't coddle him, 10 Badgers told Twisted Feathers while he gave Fastillion an irritated expression. I wish he had done some counting before he started flinging about his hot-tempered arrows. He directed his next comment toward Fastillion. You nearly got us all killed. What were you thinking? The criticism didn't humble Fastillion as he responded curtly. For all I knew, the three of you were already long gone or dead. I was the one stuck up on that damn cliff with only one way down, a way that they knew all about, I might add. The only person I put in danger by killing the first of those bastards was myself. Even after I started bending my bow, the three of you could still have taken off. All they did after that dancing fool fell was take cover behind the standing stones to try and figure out where I was. Twisted Feathers beamed with pride over Fastillion's explanation of his actions. It's easy for a warrior to follow a brave man into battle, he said, but much harder to be the first man to step into the fray. You saw a good opportunity to kill an enemy and you took it, even though by doing so you put yourself in danger. That is what I'll tell the elders when you ask to take your manhood ceremony. I assure you that they'll be glad to accept you after my recommendation. I'll speak for you as well, 10 Badgers said with a grin, to show that he had only been coarse to test Fastillion's reaction. They shall learn that you also killed 5 Beothuk warriors and that 2 of them were black shaman war captains. It was only then that Fastillion realized that he had faced down the antlered Beothuk champion and defeated him single-handedly. I can't take credit for killing the shaman with the buffalo horns, he said with what he felt was proper humility. The 3 of you had him bristling with your weapons by the time I got there to finish him off. I collected your arrows. Spotted Crow held up the 4 bloody missiles that Fastillion had shot during the battle. I saw you put 2 of these into the bison shaman while he was still at the shrine. Then I saw you finish him with a stroke from your sword bull tamer. No one would argue that it was you that killed him. You saved my life, Twisted Feathers admitted openly. I don't pretend to understand what dark magic they were using, but I'm glad you figured it out. Fastillion still had the second pendant, and that reminded him that he had left the other talisman atop the cliff, along with his bow, arrow quiver, and water skin. I need to go up on the cliff and collect a few of my things, he told them. He was actually more anxious to have some time to himself so he could think. The 3 Micmacs started off toward the path that led down to the river. We're going to the water so we can wash up, Twisted Feathers told him. Come with us, and you can get your stuff later. I'll meet you down there, Fastillion replied as he headed for the crevice that climbed up the cliff. I won't be long. He was soon up atop the cliff and had collected those things that he had left there. There was enough water remaining in his skin for the purpose of washing the wet blood of battle from his face and hands. After he cleaned himself, he took hold of the 2 Beothuk pendants with the intention to smash them with the pommel of his knife. As he held them in his hand, his thoughts wandered off to stories he had heard in the village of Leifsbudir. Men from the clans recited long sagas at night for the entertainment of those who came to listen. One story he recalled involved an enchanted sword that a hero used to slay a dragon, and another story had a magical harp that was in the possession of a fierce rune-casting mountain giant. Fastillion realized then that what he held in his hand was a pair of special devices that some Beothuk shaman had potently imbued with powerful magic. Even though an enemy people had contrived them, he knew that the figurines had to be valuable and perhaps even useful if he could only decipher their secrets. He had no doubt that his stepfather would see them as pagan relics of an evil nature that were only fit for destruction. Because he knew that Alvito might very well be right, Fastillion didn't have the indiscretion necessary for him to put one of them around his neck to see what would happen. As a compromise, he stuffed them into the side pouch of his arrow quiver for safekeeping. Fastillion remained on the cliff for long enough to restring his longbow, and then he climbed back down the crevice to the forest below. He felt sufficiently clean that he didn't consider it necessary for him to go down to the river, then wash further. The camouflage grease paint would not readily come off with water anyway, not that it really mattered to him. When he got back to Twisted Feathers village, he would take a proper bath in the river. Norsemen were not the most prolific of bathers. Micmac considered cleanliness an essential part of their daily life for two reasons they frequently expounded and Fastillion had learned. Their first motivation was a common-sense approach to prevent infectious disease. The other incentive was the mindset of their especially hygienic women who had no tolerance or affection for men who stank of soil and sweat. Fastillion had no experience with their women aside from raining sunshine, but she never hesitated to inform him whenever he smelled bad. Perhaps it was to her credit that he had always obliged her with a bath on those occasions. The three Micmac were still down by the water when Fastillion made it back to the shrine. It occurred to him that he told them that he would meet them at the river. Before he could fulfill that obligation, something came up that had him distracted. The funeral pyre blazed fully by then, and its light illuminated the interior of the cave, which had previously been impenetrably dark. Fastillion took it as a favorable sign for him to explore inside, beyond where he had taken the firewood to build the pyre. He found that the cave narrowed as he traveled deeper into the cliff. The floor was dry and littered with debris of bark that had fallen from the firewood, as well as old leaves from the forest. A fissure in the rock wall formed a small niche where he discovered some of the items the Beothuk had taken from Harold's party. Foremost was their lantern, and it was still 2/3 full of oil. Beside it was a pair of hearth-steel knives, the wrought-iron head of a fisherman's gaff, and an iron lamp bracket that the Beothuk had torn off of the sailboat. He took the items and then carried them outside, where he put down everything but the lamp, which he lit with a small brand from the funeral pyre. Armed with the glowing lantern, he re-entered the cave to explore even deeper. Fastillion made a quick further inspection of the niche to find that way in the back was a doeskin bag of high quality. When he untied the drawstrings, then peered inside, he discovered that it contained the dried and shredded leaves of the tobacco plant. It was a Huron delicacy that they smoked and inhaled using their special pipes. The habit was common among all the Algonquin peoples, though not everyone did it, and those who did usually reserved the activity for ceremonial occasions. Fastillion had never smoked tobacco, but he knew that it imparted pleasurable, slightly euphoric feelings that were not as intense as the consumption of certain mushrooms, which was only slightly less common a practice. He put the tobacco outside the entrance with the other recovered items and then delved in for more, as he was intent on seeing the back of the cave. Once he was deep enough that only the lantern provided his illumination, a sense that he needed to take caution came upon him so severely that it bordered on a flash of nausea. His alleviation was to draw Bull Tamer and then hold it ready in his left hand with the lantern still in his right. As he pressed on, the cave choked down to a passage no wider than his shoulders. After he squeezed through, he came to find a larger chamber concealed within. It was a naturally formed oval some 20 paces by 10. First, his nostrils found an old scent that befitted an animal's den. His sensitive nose then detected the stale smell of men's perspiration with the faint odor of an unwashed woman in estrus. He panned the light of his lantern along the walls to illuminate red ochre paintings of men with spears and various forest animals. One painting of particular note showed a giant man in the circle of lesser men. The giant had fangs, wild hair, and a contorted posture as though he were as much a beast as a person. In his arms he held a man's corpse from which he took huge bites out of the torso. The back of the chamber had a crude pile of animal furs. As he stepped closer to investigate, he realized that it was one huge bearskin that covered a mound of something else. He grabbed a leg on the hide, then yanked it away from the corner. As it slid away, his nostrils told him that he had exposed the source of the robust female scent he had detected only faintly moments earlier. The lantern light fell upon the naked back of a Beothuk female. He identified her nationality by the red ochre paint that covered her completely. She huddled in a crouch with her head hidden beneath her arms, much like a child overcome with fear. He watched her in stunned silence until he saw a tremor on her skin that revealed she still breathed and was very much alive. Though she was completely nude, he realized that she might have a weapon hidden beneath her, so he kept a careful distance. As he glanced over her, Fastillion realized that she was a captive, since the Beothuk had bothered to bind her tightly at the ankles with buckskin thongs. He stepped back, set the lantern down where it would illuminate the chamber, and then he walked up to snatch her by the bindings on her legs. The woman squealed in terror as he jerked her legs out and then dragged her away from the wall onto the bearskin, which he had first pulled out across the floor. When he had exposed her arms out in front of her, he saw that her wrists had bindings also, only they were not as thorough as those upon her legs. After having stretched her out in the light, Fastillion saw that she was perhaps a few years older than he was, and had beautifully toned muscles with feminine curves. Another yank and a twist flipped her over onto her back so that he could see that she had a comely face and the firm, full breasts of a young woman in her prime. He stepped back again to consider his find. While it seemed obvious that she was Beothuk, he couldn't understand why they would have tied her up. It also occurred to him that he had to decide what to do with her. Fastillion suspected that the Micmac would want to kill her, considering their all-consuming hatred for her people. The raw scent of her made it difficult for him not to reflect on the obvious potential for giving her a thorough Viking raping. It was what the men of Leifsbuda would do in his situation. They would rape her and then kill her, maybe even take her back to the village to be a bed slave they would pass around for free or rent out. In the end, he was certain that her fate was to be a miserable one. He shook his head sadly, having no desire to rape or torture a helpless woman, regardless of her obvious physical beauty or hostile tribal origins. Fastillion's mother had abandoned him with only a swaddling of doeskin and the knife he wore, a blade that he assumed had belonged to his Norseman father. It was not inconceivable that his own mother was a Beothuk, though he sincerely doubted it. His intentions were compassionate, even though he didn't see how the situation would allow for much application of it. "I don't suppose you have anything to say for yourself," he said absently. Her eyes had been strictly squeezed shut, but they flew open after she heard him speak. His Micmac Algonquin words had surprised her, and then he doubly astonished her with his predominantly Caucasian appearance. "Help me," she blurted out in shocked Algonquin that was peculiar while otherwise perfectly intelligible. "Please," she begged. "I'm not Beothuk. I'm a Cree tribeswoman. They painted me up like this. I don't know why." Her voice carried genuine levels of fear, distress, and hope for relief. "I heard the fighting outside, and I thought you were one of them. I thought they were coming back, and that the time had come for them to sacrifice me." Just saying the words made her cry terrified tears, as though she had long dreaded the execution that she had somehow miraculously managed to avoid thus far. Since she had bindings and was unarmed, Fastillion felt safe enough to kneel down beside her. He put his hand on her face to try comforting her. "Then you're luckier than you could ever imagine," he told her softly, while he checked her over. "You came real close to remaining unnoticed and left in here to starve to death." While he did in part want to ease her discomfort, he was more interested in finding some aspect of her that might reveal the truth of what she claimed. "Your parents are Cree, huh? The Cree are a forest people that live west of the Huron lands. So how did you end up here?" "My tribe is a small band of hunters," she explained rapidly. "We moved east to escape the continuous warring in our homelands. The Huron welcomed us, and we have lived on their western borders for many years." She sat up, then pressed herself against him as her savior. "They captured me 4 days ago when my father and brother took me fishing. The red men came in the night, killed them both, and then took me away with them. It was a huge man with a bison horn headdress, along with a party of red man warriors." Fastillion had sympathy for her, as her story seemed plausible and was most likely legitimate. "They're all dead now," he said to soothe her. "You don't have to worry about red men anymore. I'll go get my 3 friends, and we'll take you out of here. Perhaps we can take you back to your village in a few days." She hoped his friends were also Norsemen. "Are your friends sailing men too?" Her brown eyes were huge and adoring in their gratitude. "I've never been aboard a sailboat." "No," Fastillion disappointed her. "They're Micmac warriors, 3 of the best." She shrank back from him with renewed distress. "No, you can't tell them about me." Her voice trembled noticeably. "If they see me painted up like this, they'll kill me for sure." He smiled at that inconceivable notion. "No harm will come to you. They're good men, I promise. They are better men than those who come from my village. If Norsemen had found you instead of us, they would have raped you, killed you, and not bothered to ask you any questions." She remained unconvinced. "Everyone knows about the Micmac. They hate the red men. They hate them more than anything. If you reveal me to them, I'll never get home or even live to see another day." He wasn't pleased to hear her speak about the Micmac as being merciless or thoughtless, so he replied brusquely, "I would think that after being nearly eaten by a horde of redskins, you'd be happier about seeing a few Micmac warriors." She questioned the idea as though it were purely ludicrous. "What do you mean by eat me? Red men don't eat people. Having them devour my flesh was the least of my worries. What concerns me now is getting my skull beat in by some bloodthirsty Micmac out on a red man joy-killing spree." Fastillion pointed out the artwork with the man-eating giant. Why do you say they don't eat people? What do you think that is supposed to be? She glanced over at the picture and immediately recognized it. That drawing shows a creature from local legend. It's a monstrous spirit known to all the tribes, even the heartless Micmac. My tribe calls that particular demon the Windigo Manitou. Our legend states that he can possess the bodies of starving people and then compel them to eat the flesh of human beings. That picture doesn't mean that all red men are cannibals. Can't you see that your man-eating rumor is just one more lie the Micmacs spread around to justify their ruthless aggression? Fastillion didn't believe her. I saw a bison head eat the flesh off of a man's leg. You're just going to have to trust my judgment. He stood up to leave. If you are who you say you are, then you've got nothing to worry about. I'll leave you the lantern. She held out her wrists for him to cut the thongs that restrained her. Aren't you going to at least untie me? If you would just let me wash off this paint first, it would make explaining things to your friends that much easier. If I needed special preparations for explaining things to them, they wouldn't be my friends, Fastillion said as he started walking out. I'll untie you just as soon as I get back, so just try and relax. He made his way out of the cave, then headed down the path to the river. By the time he was halfway down, he met the 3 Micmac who were on their way back up. Twisted Feathers could tell by Fastillion's behavior that something was going on. What did you find? I found a woman tied up in the back of the cave, Fastillion confessed. She says that she's a Cree and she speaks decent Algonquin, unlike that trade squawk that the Beothuk used. There must be more. Twisted Feathers perceived a discrepancy in his description. What is wrong with her? When I found her, the Beothuk had her wrists and ankles tied like a prisoner. He paused before he made the unbecoming admission. They also have her painted up like the queen of their village. The 3 warriors instantly took on pitiless expressions as they hurriedly followed Fastillion back to the cave. When the 4 of them went into the rear chamber, still lit by the lamp, they found the young woman seated upright and concealing her nudity behind the bearskin. She had wiped some of the red ochre from her face and forearms onto the fur, but it did little to make her appear less like a Beothuk. Twisted Feathers was the first to approach her, and he had a murderous intent in his eyes. He spouted off at her in a short stream of language that could only have been Beothuk, which was nothing like Algonquin. The woman shrank back in fear, but it was uncertain whether or not she had understood. Fastillion asked him in Norse to keep their conversation private. What did you say to her? I said, say your prayers, bitch, because you're about to die. It was in her native Beothuk language, of course. He shrugged in response to Fastillion's questioning gaze. I thought it might help to clarify her origins. She's one of them, 10 Badgers exclaimed in Micmac with certainty. I can see it in her eyes. She can't disguise her hatred for us as Micmac. We need to kill her and carve her up so that her kind will know what to expect if they come around here again, or try and send in any more infiltrators. In a mixture of terror and anger, the girl screamed, I'm not an infiltrator. It's not my fault that this happened to me. She pleadingly sought Fastillion's sympathy. I told you they would be like this. If you don't help me, they're going to murder me. Fastillion asked, Are you sure that she's a Beothuk? I have to be certain before I can see any harm done to her. I'm sure she's one of their man-eating whores, 10 Badgers answered. It's in her eyes. It's all in the eyes. Maybe she is, maybe she isn't, said Twisted Feathers. Either way, out of prudence, I still say that we have to kill her. It's the only way to be sure. There's just too much at stake. I, too, say that we kill her, Spotted Crow offered his dispassionate opinion. I really doubt the Cree would want her back anyway, not after a whole tribe of Beothuk used her like a whore. She's most likely got one growing in her belly already. She didn't say they raped her, Fastillion added, in the hope it might raise her value in their estimations. Maybe she was to be a prize they were taking back home or a sacrifice to their blood-hawk god. The 3 Micmac were even more skeptical after they heard that revelation. Twisted Feathers asked Fastillion rhetorically, didn't rape her. If they didn't, I'd say that's all the proof we need that she's in with them. We have to get rid of her. If she was a real Cree, they would have plucked her 100 times by now. Fastillion wasn't convinced that she was an enemy or that the Micmac were sure about it either. He also didn't see how she could be especially dangerous even if she were a Beothuk. If she were a redskin, it wouldn't hurt anyone if the Micmac made her a slave or the captive wife of some low-ranking tribesman. He reasoned, I don't see where the danger in her is anyway. I want to take her back, then see if we can return her to her family. If she isn't really a Cree, those people will be able to tell us, and then we will know for sure. If I find out she's lying to us, I'll happily kill her myself. I'll tell you where the danger in her is. Ten Badgers clarified. She wants to count how many fighting men we have, how many roundhouses are in the village, the numbers and displacement of our guards, and all those sorts of things. When she knows it all, she'll run off and tell her people all they need to know to plan a surprise attack against our village. It's not a new trick or even a clever one, but it works. Fastillion went to the painted woman where she desperately clutched onto his leg with her hands, even though her wrists were still in their bindings. I found her, he claimed boldly. That makes her my property. He gazed staunchly at Twisted Feathers. You know my father. He wouldn't want me to kill her without some sort of proof that she deserved it. I'm offering her my protection until I can get her back to her home. So be it, Twisted Feathers coolly accepted Fastillion's wishes. You've proved yourself to be a man in my eyes, so I'll treat you like one. Manhood ceremony or no. If you want to take her back with you to Leifsbuda, you go right ahead. You can't take her anywhere near any Micmac villages. Keep her for a slave whore or just return her to her home village, but I warn you, she'll have to kill you before she lets you take her into a village of the Cree. If she's Cree and not a Beothuk, then I'm a two-headed Mohawk. Fastillion felt satisfied with the outcome, so he asked her, Where's your village? She suddenly elated as the three Micmac turned, then left the cave, obviously willing to leave her alive and in Fastillion's even-handed care. Thank you, she purred. I owe you my life. I'll do anything to repay my debt to you. He kept to the issue. Where is your village? She paused to think about it. I'm not exactly sure where I am now, and I was never very good with finding my way about. I can tell you that my village is beside a lake we call the Dreaming Tarn. It's a day's walk north of the Naskapitan River and about 9 days' walk inland from the ocean. It wasn't good news for Fastillion since he wanted to take her somewhere they could reach by sailboat. He definitely didn't want to make some prolonged overland journey. You'll come home with me for now, he told her, as a more convenient solution. With war parties of Beothuk prowling the woods, it wouldn't be safe for just the two of us to set off on foot alone. His decision didn't seem to upset her, just so long as I don't end up back in the hands of red men. She offered him her wrists with a hopeful expression. My hands are hurting. Will you please untie me? He considered her request, then decided to oblige her. If you try to run away or ever reach for a weapon, he drew his knife, then pointed it into her face. I'll be forced to kill you. He cut the thongs from her wrists, then bent down to do the same for her ankles. I want you to give me your name. My name is Silvertree. She rubbed at her wrists to restore the circulation. You have my promise that I won't try to run or ever lift any weapon to harm you. Her smile beamed appreciation. I owe you my life and will do anything you ask of me. Anything at all. She made the final offer in a suggestive tone that seemed to imply that her physical charms were included in the offer. All right, he took her hand to lead her out. I don't have any clothes for you to wear, so you might want to bring that bearskin along with you. She wrapped herself in the heavy fur while Fastillion took up the lantern. They walked together toward the mouth of the cave and then out into the illumination that came from the funeral pyre as well as the afternoon sun. As soon as they were outside, she cringed with a squealing sound of horror because she had seen the mutilated corpses and severed heads of the Beothuk. It's awful, she gasped, as though near to nausea. How can the Micmac be so monstrous? I helped them do it, he said, then regretted his admission. At first he had wanted to impress her that he was a man capable of violent action, but it only made him seem like a remorseless butcher. They came to our island unprovoked and killed 3 Norsemen. His excuse felt bland on his tongue in comparison to the carnage they had done in reprisal. I guess they brought it upon themselves then, Silvertree said neutrally, as though she agreed with his reasonable defense. Can we go down to the river now? I would like to wash myself before we depart. We leave immediately, Twisted Feathers said as he came out of the woods with his 2 friends. It will be dark soon, and the weather may turn sour. He spoke to Fastillion while refusing to acknowledge the young woman. We'll keep her blindfolded so she won't know where we're going. You can drop us off somewhere on the coast from where we can hike our way in. After that, you can take her to Leifsbuda or to her home village if that's still your plan. Fastillion was in agreement, so he prodded the woman with his finger to get her attention. You'll have to carry a few things. He pointed out the lantern, the bag of tobacco, and the gaff, all of which she picked up obediently. The Micmac hunters carried Hager's hand-axe and the 3 Valborgson knives. With no more delay, the 5 of them headed off through the woods to return to Fastillion's sailboat. They reached the seashore to find that Buffalo Man and his war party had been there. 4 additional canoes were on the beach where the second group of Beothuk had left them unconcealed. The war party had discovered the canoes that belonged to Antler Man's band. They had pulled them out for examination. Worst of all, they had also found Fastillion's sailboat. Fastillion ran to his prized vessel to examine it for damage. He was much relieved and quite surprised to find the sailboat unharmed. "We got lucky," he said with relief. "They didn't even bother to take my lantern." "They were in a hurry to come after us," Twisted Feathers explained. "Once they realized that we were in the woods, they wanted to take us down from behind. We're fortunate they didn't chop a hole in the hull, because I know I would have." To prove his words, he used his hand axe to ruin the 4 new canoes. 10 Badgers used his knife to cut a wide band of fur from the bearskin that Silvertree used to cover herself. After he punched a pair of holes in the strip he cut off, he added a thong of buckskin to create a serviceable blindfold for her to wear. Rather than put it on the woman himself, he handed it to Fastillion. "She's yours now, so you make sure she can't see around this. Many innocent lives could be forfeit if she learns where our village can be found." Fastillion helped Silvertree into his sailboat before he tied the fur securely over her eyes. "Don't touch this, or try and remove it," he told her sharply, "because if you do, I'll know that you're an enemy. If it comes to that, you'll envy what happened to those redskins back at the shrine." Despite the harsh threat, she still smiled with easy acceptance. "You can trust me." Her hand caressed his for a moment. "I promise not to peek." The 4 men pushed the sailboat out into the surf and then climbed aboard. Fastillion had Silvertree lay down at the bottom of the hull so that she wouldn't be able to see beyond the bulwarks even if she did manage to peek around her blindfold. The outgoing current from the river made it easy for Fastillion to get his vessel out to sea, where he raised the lateen sail, then set a course for Twisted Feathers' Micmac village. The sun was already well into setting, and it would be dark long before they reached the mouth of the Micmac River. It would be after midnight when Fastillion finally reached Leifsbudir. Fastillion felt exhausted from his long day of sailing, hiking and fighting, but he steeled his will to the demands yet unfinished before him. He found that the skin of wine that he had brought was still aboard, and several mouthfuls of that did much to renew his vigor. Chapter 8. No Traitors Among Enemies. Favorable winds swiftly delivered Fastillion's sailboat to a landing at the mouth of the Micmac's home river. He made sure that Silvertree kept her head down while the 3 warriors disembarked. They left Hagar's hand axe and the 3 hearth-steel knives so that Fastillion could return them to Oric Valborson. Once the men were safely on the beach with all their gear, they pushed the sailboat back into the surf, leaving Fastillion to row himself back out to sea. Twisted Feathers called out to his young pupil as he was setting his oars. "What are you going to do now? You'll need to come back to meet with the elders and take your manhood ceremony." Fastillion shouted in reply, "I'll be back just as soon as I've given Leifsbudir an account of what's happened. My father can keep an eye on Silvertree for a few days. I'm sure that it's going to take us a while to figure out how to get her home." Twisted Feathers frowned over Fastillion's persistent enthusiasm to assist the woman. "You were right when you said that your father would want you to try helping her. He told me once that he was so stubborn because his mother was a Spaniard, whoever they are. You're so much like him for one who shares none of that same blood." He advised stridently, "If you must take that woman, remember what we have done to those Beothuk whose pricks she's been milking. They dance castrated in hell, and that whore will want you to join them there." The voice of Silvertree came from the floor of the sailboat. "After this warrior of genuine courage takes me back to my people, they shall hear of how you Micmac treated their wayward daughter. All of your foul words will reach Cree ears, and they will know what a race of devils you are." "Perhaps they shall," 10 Badgers answered her coldly. "You'd be dead already if I knew for sure that you're a Beothuk. You can tell them we're a cautious folk with no trust for red-painted whores." "Curse you all," she screamed. "You are all farmers and sheep-herders. You have no warriors left among you, only blanket weavers and stone-stacking cowards. We Cree know the stories of your fallen ways. You've lost the dreams of your hunting ancestors to become women who know only how to scratch at the soil." Fastillion shoved her roughly with his foot. "That's enough. Shut your mouth, or I'll leave you here with them." She ceased her tirade, and her voice became gentle and grateful once again. "I'm sorry. You're a heroic Norseman who has saved me from a terrible fate. I'm yours to command." "Then just stay down and keep quiet." He started to row them away from shore. His sailboat was huge for such a labor, so the progress was minimal for all his back-breaking effort. "If I'd known you had such a poisoned tongue in your mouth, I'd have left you tied up and put a gag on you as well." Silvertree remained silent for a long while. They were halfway across the Vinland Sea before she finally spoke up again. "Are you going to let me wash off this paint before you take me into your village? I wouldn't like to have to go through the same troubles all over again." He considered the potential reactions from the people in his village and realized that she would not receive a warm welcome if there were any suspicion of her being a Beothuk or one of their spies. The Valborgsons had been ready to attack Micmac to vent their rage. A suspected Beothuk could expect no mercy or hesitation from them to ascertain any legitimate guilt. He offered, "I know a place where we can stop and clean up before reaching Leifsbudir. Getting you some clothes will be a little more difficult." As he saw her huddled down in the hull under the bearskin, he decided they were far enough from Markland to have satisfied the Micmac's desire for secrecy. "You can get up now and take off that blindfold. There's no need for it anymore." She uncovered her eyes, then repositioned herself onto a bench while she kept the bearskin closely wrapped about her. Once comfortable, she said, "I can't tell you how glad I'll be to scrub off this awful red paint. Its base is some sort of grease made from an animal fat." She made an expression of affable disgust. "I wonder if I'll ever be free from the smell of it." "Let's hope so," he quipped. "We can scrub you with sand if need be." Her smile was alluring with her straight white teeth that beamed pleasant emotions from her red face in the moonlight. "We'll do whatever we have to." It was midnight by the time they approached the mouth of the Leifsbudir River. The waterway was shallow and narrow to the point of being barely adequate for supporting the maritime needs of the Norsemen. Fastillion sailed up the placid waterway, then approached the southern bank while still well short of the village. He anchored the sailboat in the clear, fresh water of a small lagoon that was adjacent to the river. "We trap salmon in here during the run," he told her as he climbed over the side into the waist-deep water. "We'll be safe here while we get you cleaned up." He held out his arms to lend her some assistance. "I'll carry a bearskin to keep it dry. You can give me that lantern too." She handed him the lantern and then the fur before she slipped over the side to join him in the cool water. Silvertree pointed up the hill toward a dark structure she saw on the ridge above the lagoon. "What's that up there?" "It's a longhouse that the beekeepers use," he answered, without needing to glance back. "Now that the bears keep their distance from our dogs, we keep most of the village's beehives on this side of the river where they're much more productive. I think it's because the sheep eat all the flowers on the northern side. They use that house for cutting the combs, brewing the mead, and storing a few other things." He waded toward the bank and then exited the water. "While you're washing up, I'll go up there to see if I can find something for you to wear. The beekeepers often have extra clothes that they work in." Silvertree stayed at the edge of the water, where she squatted down and then began to rub the red pigment from the skin on her arms. "This is going to take me a while." She smeared the red coloring, but couldn't effectively scrub it off. "This paint is so greasy that it doesn't wash away very well in water." "I'm sure you'll manage." He sounded disinterested as he spread the bearskin out on the ground with the fur side down. After he piled a few pinches of tinder onto the poorly tanned leather, he struck sparks on it using his flint and steel, all of which he kept in a waterproof sealskin pouch. Only moments later, he had the tinder smoking, and after a gentle blow of air, it burst into a small flame. Fastillion lit the lantern with a small stick and then scattered the tinder because he had no more use for it. "I'll be right back, but if by some chance anyone finds you here, you tell them that you're with Fastillion and they won't hurt you." "Fastillion," she tested his name and pronounced it only with some difficulty. "You have a very strange name, but I like it." "That's good," he replied with sarcasm, "because it's the only one I've got." He kept the light shielded with his hand as he marched up the hill toward the small longhouse. "And another thing," he sent a hard glance back at her, "keep away from my sailboat. In fact, I don't want you to leave that spot." "I won't," she agreed easily, and seemingly took no offense over his distrust. "Not even if a snake tries to bite me." Fastillion climbed up the steep bank. He found the longhouse's door unlocked as he went inside. With summer coming on, the first harvest of honey was already in, and it filled the chamber with a wonderfully sweet scent that hung heavy in the air. After he shut the door, he turned up the lantern, then opened its shield to shine the light around the place so he could search for something that Silvertree might be able to wear when he took her into the village. Fastillion felt confident that there would be guards who watched the gates of Leifsbudir and that he would not be able to enter unchallenged. More than that, he was also sure that everyone would get up just as soon as word of his return had spread, since they would be eager to hear his explanation. Taking her in naked would only complicate matters for them both. He wasn't even going to tell them about her being painted up like a Beothuk, since it would only serve to spread mistrust for her, not that he was altogether sure that it wasn't warranted. He found a suitable garment that hung from a peg on the wall behind the door. It was a long-sleeved pullover of buckskin that would fall just low enough at the waist to be a tunic for her, though not a modest one. He was in principle stealing the garment, but he would make excuses for his necessity later. Fastillion shuttered the lantern before he left the longhouse, then sealed the door. He didn't want anyone from Life's Boudir to see the light and then send men to investigate. When he returned to the river, he found Silvertree where he had left her. She had made minimal progress removing her paint, which made it obvious that it would be a time-consuming endeavor. She had moved closer to the bank so that she could kneel at the edge of the water. The light of the moon illuminated her skin so that nothing of her nudity was beyond his inspection, especially when she bent forward to splash her face with water. With a coy expression, she glanced back over her shoulder and saw the garment he brought for her. "That will be perfect," she said with an adorable pout. "If I could just get this stuff to come off." He put the short tunic on the bearskin before he approached Silvertree while still holding the shuttered lantern. "I'll give you a hand," he offered congenially. "I've got an idea that should speed things along." "You're not going to scrub me with sand, are you?" She seemed genuinely displeased by the prospect. "I want the paint to come off, not my skin." His tone was a mixture of friendliness and humor. "I'm not thinking about anything so drastic." Her beauty was so disarming that it made her seem far from dangerous rather than more so, because even with his limited experience, he understood that she was being deliberately ingratiating. "Trust me," he told her, "you couldn't be in better hands." Her smile faded into a timid expression of curious anticipation as she said, "Feel free to indulge yourself. I'll never get this stuff off on my own." She folded her hands in her lap, then waited for him to liberate her from the red Beothuk pigment. Fastillion knelt down behind her, where his robust whisper betrayed his growing desire to put his hands on her body. "Don't make any sudden moves. If you're not careful, I might hurt you." To punctuate his words, he pulled his knife and let her see it before he poked it down into the sand just within her reach. Fastillion acted as though he ignored her and the knife while he opened the lantern to blow out the flame. In reality, he watched her closely as a test to see if she would try to grab the weapon and then turn it against him. If she went for the blade, he would have just enough time to get his hands around her slim neck, then break it for her. Fortunately for her, she never gave the blade any particular notice, or did anything else to support the suspicion that she was a Beothuk infiltrator. With the lantern extinguished, he opened the fuel reservoir and then poured some of the warm whale oil onto Silvertree's shoulder. "Oh," she murmured in sensual joy as he lavishly rubbed the fine oil into her skin. "That feels wonderful." The processed oil swiftly emulsified the Beothuk paint and lifted it away from her skin. Once the effect had spread to the limit of the volume of oil he had applied, Fastillion took up his knife. "Don't flinch," he whispered into her ear. "I wouldn't want to cut you." With a smooth shaving motion, he used the edge of his knife to sluice the oil paint mixture from her skin and then flick it off into the water. What remained was the creamy skin of her naked shoulder. She had a warm, yellowish-brown complexion that was the color of fine vellum. The elated sounds she made as he rubbed more oil onto her skin alluringly contrasted the stifled breath she took as the knife passed over her flesh like she were a silky hone. It was a long, drawn-out process as Fastillion repeatedly rubbed on oil and then shaved it clean from her delicate skin. With each application, he found himself massaging her more meticulously until it was beyond what he required to lift up the paint. She revelled in his caresses, only not so much that she regretted the sluicing of the blade. His slow, deliberate passes with the knife were not an unpleasant interlude, but rather proved to be equally arousing. A combination of virgin bashfulness and Christian prudence urged Fastillion to concentrate his efforts on the least provocative areas of her body until he had eliminated them. Eventually, his oiled hands tentatively found their way to her breasts, and the necessity of cleaning them proved to be a luxury. He found the impetuously proud stiffness of her teased nipples to be a delightful disparity from the otherwise unbroken feminine softness that was the rest of her body. All the while, she squirmed luxuriantly, unable to remain still or silence her burbling murmurs of pleasure as he took away the crimson oil in a dangerous game played out with gentle precision. In the final stage of removing the red paint, Fastillion rubbed the whale oil across her buttocks, hips, and between her upper thighs. She hummed with satisfaction while slowly adjusting her posture to direct his hands for her greater pleasure. At the same time, she gradually shifted her position to slide back closer to her benefactor. Silvertree finally maneuvered until she had Fastillion's hips pressing against her buttocks, with only his loincloth separating them from a lustful interaction. When he didn't seize upon the opportunity to ravish her, she made a more blatant advance by rubbing against what she recognized as his own clearly evident desire. "I want to show you how grateful I am," she panted. "I heard the Micmac say that you are about to take your manhood ceremony. Allow me to guide you on part of that journey." Fastillion was on the verge of submitting when he paused to consider raining sunshine and all that she meant to him. He had a pang of conscience as he wondered how she would respond when she learned that he had succumbed to the lustful charms of a strange woman, a woman that her father suspected of being a Beothuk infiltrator. He knew that he was in love with Twisted Feather's daughter primarily because he couldn't stop thinking about her feelings, even while Silvertree had him hovering at the pinnacle moment of seduction. His thoughts rapidly distilled down to a question of consequence. Would he regret his choice if he were to vent his passions on the wantonly willing Silvertree? The answer flooded into him with a conviction that was unlike anything born of mere imagination. He knew that he should restrain himself if he wanted to preserve a future with the woman he truly loved. To do otherwise would destroy the peculiar sibling intimacy that they had developed over a decade. It was a relationship he found far more precious than anything that Silvertree hoped to provide for him. Even after he made up his mind, Fastillion felt hard-pressed to defy the sensation of having a beautiful woman slowly wriggle against him. The final necessary reinforcement to his will came from two notions that nudged into his thoughts. Firstly, he knew that his stepfather would never want him fathering a bastard child in an act of thoughtless lust, an act that most likely defined his own unwanted conception. Perhaps more significant to him was the Norse-inspired belief that a young man stopped growing taller or more muscular after he lost his virginity. Norse society considered it prudent for a man to refrain from the pleasures of women until he had entered his 20s, when he could be sure that he wasn't going to stunt his growth from his maximum potential. In the end, it was the vain desire to be a powerfully built man that gave Fastillion the strength he needed to push himself away from Silvertree. "Hurry up and finish cleaning yourself," he said as he backed away from her. "It's getting late, and there's still much that I have to do before I can get some sleep." As a gesture of apology and a demonstration of trust, he tossed the knife down into the sand beside her. It was the only weapon outside the sailboat, so it was not without genuine risk. His sudden transition to aloofness disappointed her, but she restrained her feelings of frustration. "I'm sorry if I offended you," she spoke in a submissively placating tone. "I only wanted to show my appreciation in the only way left for me." He regretted his abrupt rejection of her advances, even though he still felt it was necessary. "I'm not offended, so just be quick and say no more of it. You may still come to find that my people are no more accepting of you than the Micmac were. If that proves true, you may want to reconsider what you think you owe me. I have you to protect me." She sounded confident as she took up the knife and then returned to scraping off her oily body paint. "I'm sure that everything will work out and I'll be home in no time." Fastillion sat on the bearskin and rehearsed in his mind what he would say to the village. He mostly felt concerned about organizing the details that he would omit. His stepfather would hear the complete story when they had sufficient time to discuss it. His edited report would be for the clan elders and especially Auric Valborgsson. They had no need to know about Silvertree's body paint or the pendants that the shamans had worn. Silvertree eventually finished her bath, then approached him, holding out the knife to return it to him. "I've heard stories about the hard silver of the yellow-haired men. This is the first time that I've ever touched it." Fastillion took the blade. "Our word for it is iron." He returned the knife to his sheath. "Steel is even harder." "It is sharp," she added enthusiastically, as though she had handled something magical. "It is like newly broken cutting stone." The red ochre grease paint was completely gone from her body, even from her hair, which glistened with a residue of whale oil. "I wish I had a comb," she complained, while she ran her fingers through the long black strands that streamed from her head. "I must look terrible." He made a point of not staring at her too closely. She was shameless about her nudity, and in truth she looked even more beautiful with all the paint removed. "Here," he tossed her the short tunic. "We need to get going." Fastillion carried the lantern and the bearskin back to the sailboat. She held the tunic up over her head to keep it dry as she waded out after him. He climbed in first, then helped her up over the bulwark. Her oily skin shed water magnificently, so that she only needed to wipe herself with her hands before she dressed. It was a simple matter for Fastillion to navigate his sailboat the short remaining distance to the village of Leifsbuda. There was no way for him to get his boat out of the water and up to the shed, even with the well-meaning help of Silvertree. He anchored the vessel in place with the intention to return in the morning with sufficient help to finish the chore. When Fastillion gathered his gear, he had Silvertree carry the bearskin and both of the lanterns. They walked together up toward the palisade's port gate, which was still open. Before Fastillion entered, he stopped and then called out to warn of his approach. "Hoy there, Leifsbuder! This is Fastillion, and I have returned." 2 men came to the gate opening, both armed with drawn broadswords. "Hold there," one of them shouted back. "Say again who you are and who that is with you." "I'm Fastillion Lemonde, the son of Alvito Lemonde the priest. I have a woman with me and no one else. I also bring important news about the missing Valborgsons because my journey was successful." "Come up then," the man replied. "Keep your weapons down and approach slowly." Fastillion headed to the gate with Silvertree in tow. The 2 guards were men from Clan Olafsson who recognized him immediately and then stepped aside to allow his entry. "I'll spread the word of your return," the second guard offered. "What do you want me to tell them?" "Say that the Valborgsson men are dead, as are the men who killed them." Fastillion didn't pause to talk at length. He walked on to head directly for his stepfather's hall. "Let any man who wishes to hear the tale gather in the church. What I have to say cannot wait for morning." Both guards took a moment to admire Silvertree in her alluringly short tunic before they abandoned their posts to carry Fastillion's news to every hall in the village. Fastillion realized that he didn't have much time before he would have to be in the church to tell what happened, so he hastened to his stepfather's home. They went in together to find that the interior was so dark that Fastillion had to hold her hand as he found his way about by memory alone. Alvito came out of his room holding a lit candle when he heard them come in. He asked in their French house language, "Are you all right? If you've been hurt, I can fetch Ingrid Olafsson to tend to you." "I'm fine," Fastillion assured him, "just a small cut on my hand from a snapped bowstring." He led Silvertree forward. "I'm not alone. I've brought home a new friend." The priest approached so he could carefully examine them both. He had good eyes with sharp perceptions and finally made an expression of satisfied understanding. "From all the blood on your clothes, I can see that you've been in a battle. Tell me what happened." Using his candle, he lit a lantern that better illuminated the room. "You can have something to eat while we talk." Alvito led the way toward the fire. He had them sit at the feasting table, where he served them both bowls of hot food from the cooking cauldron. He added fresh bread with sheep's milk cheese, butter, and fresh honey. "You've got red paint on your clothes too," he said, still using their private language. "What have you been doing?" Silvertree was ravenous, with a hunger appropriate for someone who had suffered a prolonged captivity. She eagerly pursued her dinner, using her fingers in an appreciative silence. When she paused to drink from her wineglass, the glass vessel had her awestruck with its beautiful symmetry. Her previous experience was no preparation for comprehending such a creation. She gawked at the transparent vessel as she tried to conceive where they had excavated crystalline stone that nature had formed into a perfect shape for holding a drink. The glass stood out as but one example of the many things the Norse possessed that to her were products of the most splendid magic. Fastillion ate his food slowly. Between bites, he recounted all that had happened since he had departed on the mission with Twisted Feathers the night before. He told the story in detail, beginning with what he had learned from Harold about North Beach. Fastillion honestly divulged how he had found Silvertree painted up like a Beothuk, and that Twisted Feathers thought she was an infiltrator. His only omission was the fact that he saved the pendants from the 2 war captains and still had them hidden in his quiver's pouch. He felt that Alvito would want them destroyed for purely religious reasons that Fastillion did not share. "She's clean now," Alvito pointed out. "You must have stopped somewhere on the way back in." He gave Fastillion a serious expression, having deduced the origin of the paint on his stepson's breechcloth. "Did she offer herself to you? She has a generous countenance about her." Fastillion stirred uncomfortably in his seat. "It nearly came to that. I knew better than to involve myself with a woman that might cut my throat if I let my guard down." Alvito smiled with approval for his stepson's wisdom. "You did the right thing," he spoke, as though he meant Fastillion's choice of abstinence, then clarified otherwise. "It would have been an evil deed to just kill her because of an unfounded suspicion. I'll be glad to keep an eye on her until we can know for certain." Around a mouthful of tender caribou meat and maize bread, Fastillion asked, "Is there any way of finding out? How do you know if someone is an infiltrator?" "There are ways." Alvito tugged the point of his beard as he pondered the problem. Has she been talking about missing her family and her concern for what they must be going through? Fastillion shook his head. No, she's hardly mentioned them at all, aside from the fact that her father and brother were killed. I think more than anything else, she's just relieved to be out of the clutches of her abductors. The priest was suspicious of Silvertree, but kept his feelings concealed. If she's not speaking of her family, that's not a good sign. When a girl grows up spending her whole life in the same village, it becomes her entire world. If she hasn't mentioned those people or drawn any attention to her surviving family, it could only mean that they're just a cover story. He paused to refill his stepson's wineglass from the bottle on the table. From what you've told me, it's safe to say that even if she is a Beothuk, all of her accomplices are already dead. Silvertree showed Alvito her empty bowl. May I have more, please? Her smile was charming and showed no sign of being nervous that they discussed her potential for doing mischief. Even if she couldn't follow their conversation, she had surely understood them when they used words like Beothuk and Redskin. Alvito got up to refill her bowl from the pot. He was a genuinely generous host, even to a prospective enemy. After he returned the bowl to Silvertree and then sat back down, he said, "Since none of her people know where she is, they obviously can't come here searching for her. If she plans to inform them about us, she's going to need a way off the island, and I doubt that she knows how to sail. I'd say that she's harmless for the time being. My guess is that if she is a Beothuk, she'll play nice until she has certain means for getting back to her own people. If we watch her carefully, the truth will come out soon enough." "What if she is a redskin?" Fastillion punctuated his question by stabbing a hunk of meat with his knife. He had cleaned his blade before starting to eat with it. "What do we do with traitors?" "If she is Beothuk," Alvito answered thoughtfully, "that would make us rightfully her enemy, and therefore she can't by that definition actually betray us. If she is working against us, it will only prove that she has the courage to put up a fight and a proper loyalty for her own people. We have to respect that, even if we can't tolerate it. We would have to kill her, of course, but at least we can make it quick and painless. I'll not see her raped or tortured like the Volborgsons would do if they found out she was their adversary. They might turn on her anyway if they learn that you found her painted. You need to keep that our secret." Fastillion agreed with his stepfather's thinking. "Can you keep an eye on her while I go and get cleaned up? I want to change my clothes and put a bandage on my hand before going over to the church. I'll sit with her." He got up and cleared Fastillion's dinner dishes. "Find her something more to wear. We can't send her over there dressed in only a shirt." "Stay here with my father," Fastillion told Silvertree. "I'll be back soon. I have to tell the village elders what I have seen. They'll want to see you too." She nodded in agreement. Silvertree had something else of pressing concern to her. "If you don't mind," she showed him her empty wineglass, "I'd like some more red water, and perhaps I could have some more of the fluffy maize cake too." Alvito waved for him to go. "I'll see to our guest." He refilled her glass from the bottle and then served her more of the bread that she favoured as well. Fastillion went outside to the rain barrel behind the hall where he filled a bucket with fresh water. He washed thoroughly, using soap, and then went to his room to dress in clean buckskins. In his heart, he began to trust Silvertree, but he still thought it prudent to avoid potential trouble by hiding all his weapons under his bed. The arsenal included his longbow, the arrow quiver, a hunting spear, a tomahawk, several knives, and a brace of javelins with a finely carved atlatl for throwing them. He decided to wear his scimitars to the meeting along with his wrought-iron knife. The swords had served him well in the battle against the Beothuk, and their cumbersome weight provided him with a sensation of security. Fastillion also felt a certain pride that he could carry them as the necessary tools of a warrior rather than as the boastful adornments of a braggart. He had a large chest of Raining Sunshine's things in his room. She left extra clothes and various personal effects for her use during visits. Fastillion selected a plain doeskin tunic and a wooden comb so that Silvertree could fix her hair. He took them out to her so that she could get ready to go. Alvito still watched over her at the table. When Fastillion came into the room, the priest approached him. "You should head over to the church to tell them what's going on. I'll bring her over just as soon as she's ready. She stinks of moose fat and whale oil. I want her to get a proper washing with some soap. It would be in her best interest if they see her at her finest. Men find it more difficult to speak harshly against a beautiful woman. In that case," Fastillion joked, "maybe we should leave her in that shirt." Alvito laughed with him. "That's a little too much, I think. If she coughed, they would see her legs up to her navel." "You're in good hands," Fastillion told Silvertree as he handed her the new tunic and the comb. "Mind the words of my father, and I'll be seeing you shortly." From a box over the hearth, he took a wad of clean moss and a sheepskin strap to make a bandage for his hand. Her typical smile had grown to a grin due to the wine she had drunk already. I will listen and do what he says. I like your father's shaman's eyes. They're green as the shoots of wild onions. Her joviality changed to concern when she saw the reddening injury to his hand. You should let me make a poultice for you. If evil fluids gather in the wound, it could become serious. Fastillion believed in medicine wholeheartedly. We'll work on that later. This will do for now. He tied the moss snugly over his cut. Make a list of what you'll need, and I'll see what I can do about getting it for you. Make a list? She furrowed her brow in confusion. Is that like composing a song? I'll help her, Alvito assured him. You better get going. Fastillion drained his wineglass before he headed out. He left by the back door of the hall to enter the church through its rear side door. In his hands were the hand axe and knives that had belonged to the dead Valborsen men. Even before he entered, he heard the tumult of excited voices as the occupants considered the implications of what they already knew. Fastillion had said little to the gate guards, but it had been enough to excite the clans and encourage wild speculation. The room quieted as Fastillion walked in. Oric Valborsen waited near the dais to be the first to speak with him. The old man's eyes fell heavily on the weapons that Fastillion carried. So it's true, he said sourly. Somehow I had still hoped there might be some mistake. There's no mistake, Fastillion handed them over. Your kinsmen are dead. I lit the pyre myself. Oric asked without malice, why didn't you bring them back? It was more out of curiosity than some failed responsibility on the part of Fastillion. Hagar and Oleg were in no condition to be carried, Fastillion reported. Beothuk warriors had butchered them beyond the option of returning with their remains. A wild roar of astounded voices filled the church as every man battled to comprehend that the Beothuk had been involved. It was the last thing that any of them had expected to hear. Oric silenced them by doing no more than raising his hand. His Norseman's resolve to contain fragile emotions did not disguise the sorrow behind his eyes. He asked with his rasping voice, nearly a croak, what of Harold? Didn't they do the same to him? No, Fastillion answered boldly, because he felt determined to speak of Harold in terms that would adequately convey the man's courage. Harold was still alive when we found him. 2 Beothuk war shamans had cooked his legs and then ate the flesh of them before his living eyes. There was no way for us to save him. He was all but dead when we found him. His last request was for us to burn him along with the remains of his brother and son. Before he died of his terrible injuries, he told me about what happened to them on North Beach. Oric rubbed at his beard to conceal some of his distress. When you say that Harold was near death, do you mean our death or the Micmac definition of dying? Fastillion understood the underlying implications of Oric's question. It was common knowledge that the Micmac believed that anyone whose health had deteriorated to the point that they could no longer provide a useful service to the tribe were effectively dead already. Such tribe members received an elaborate funeral where they and everyone else would say whatever profound feelings or memories they wished to elaborate upon. After the funeral, the tribe considered the sick individual to be spiritually dead. What remained of them was but a physical shell that they transported to the burial grounds and then placed on an elevated platform to await corporeal death. Theoretically, that person might return to the village, but Fastillion had never heard of anyone who had. If they did, they would find that no one would be willing to speak to them or offer even the slightest form of assistance, as to do so would bring shame to the spirit of the departed. Such a person would be an abomination akin to a zombie. I offered Harold the option of returning to Leif's Buddha, Fastillion clarified, while feeling that his first answer should have been sufficient. Your son refused because he knew that he wouldn't survive the voyage. He said that even if he could make it back, he would rather die as a Norseman than live as a crippled burden to his clan. Oric was about to say more, but Fastillion silenced him by thrusting out his palm for the man to remain quiet. I came here to tell you about your kinsman, not to be criticized or seek your approval. You may either listen to what I have to say, or I shall go and seek the comfort of my bed. You're just a boy, Oric growled. You'll submit to the will of the chieftains and answer whatever we ask of you for as long as we choose to ask it. Like hell I will, Fastillion defied Oric. I risked my life for your clan, and even now you're desperate to learn what I already know. Don't think that I'm standing here asking for the rights due to every man here. He took a firm stance and set his hands on the hilts of his scimitars. I'm taking them. The room froze into a stunned silence as everyone wondered how Oric would react to the unexpected challenge. Fastillion waited only a moment for his due recognition before he would turn to go home. Wait, Oric said to him in an even tone. Do not go. I would not have it said that I was ungrateful to one who did faithful service to my clan. I see in your eyes and hear in your words that you are ready to take your place among us as a man of Leifsbuda. I will send for wine, and we shall listen as you tell us what has come to pass." Fastillion relented graciously as he took a seat. Once comfortable, he recounted what he knew to the assembly, beginning with the fateful night on North Beach. Harold had told Fastillion that he had found Oleg already dead from the blood eagle with the broken arrow in his leg. Beyond that, he hadn't known just how Oleg came into contact with the Beothuk war party, or how well he had fought to his own defense, if at all. From the available clues, Fastillion believed that Oleg had encountered the Beothuk near the watering hole, where Spotted Crow had discovered signs that warriors had hid in the grass there. Fastillion embellished the details about Oleg, so he would come across as a brave Norseman who had died courageously facing overwhelming odds. It was true for all that Fastillion knew, and would hurt no one if it weren't. There was no need for him to embellish on the behalf of Hagar, who had fought, then died with unquestionable valor and had confirmed kills to his name. 2 of Oryx's churls brought in a small barrel of the locally made wine, then served up drinks while everyone listened. Alvito and Silvertree entered the church just as Fastillion told the hall about his battle at the shrine. They both took seats after they got cups of wine. She looked magnificent after he had gotten her freshly washed with real soap, then dressed in a decent tunic, hair combed, and wearing some simple jewelry provided by Alvito. All the men seemed to approve of her by their curiously appreciative glances and whispered comments. Their verbal discretion was unnecessary, since she understood nothing of the Norse language and couldn't even follow Fastillion's story. Fastillion said nothing of the pendants when he spoke of the 2 war captains and their fantastically imperishable natures. He mentioned their glowing eyes and inhuman prowess, but offered no explanation as to why they were so powerful. The story of the Windigo Manitou passed through his thoughts as he spoke of the men. It made him wonder if there was some relationship between the demon of cannibalism and the 2 shamans. He hadn't seen Antlerman eat any of Harold's flesh, but he suspected that he had done just that. The other Beothuk showed revulsion to the cannibalism, and someone had eaten Harold's leg long before Buffalo Man had ever arrived at the shrine. When he got the opportunity, Fastillion intended to question Silvertree further about the topic, since she seemed knowledgeable enough to help him piece the mystery together. When the time came to explain the origins of Silvertree, Fastillion told them that she had only been briefly in Beothuk custody as a prisoner. He mentioned nothing about the red paint she had been wearing. As he told the 2 lies, he couldn't help but realize the implausibility of Silvertree's story, which made the deceit necessary on her behalf. If the men of Leifsbudir heard that she had spent days in Beothuk custody, they would assuredly question why her abductors had neither raped nor beaten her. When Fastillion thought about it, she didn't even have ligature marks on her wrists and ankles. Upon recollection, it was entirely plausible that she had bound her own ankles so thoroughly, but owing to the difficulty involved, had only done a passing performance when she bound up her own wrists by pulling the knots with her teeth. After Fastillion finished telling his story, he took the time to answer any of their questions. A few of the men asked for general clarifications before Oryx's remaining son brought up a pertinent notion. Ulrich asked bluntly, "Did they rape her? I don't see any bruises on her, and she is the loveliest slave I've seen in ages." "No," Fastillion answered swiftly, because he knew any delay would discredit him more than the truth ever could. "I believe that they plan to take her back to their village as a trophy for one of their chieftains. It would seem that beautiful women such as her are rare and valuable, even among warlike cannibals." Most of the room found his answer understandable, though a few remained suspicious. Ulrich was one of those who remained unconvinced by Fastillion's story. What did Twisted Feathers and his 2 compatriots have to say about her? He pressed suspiciously, "Since they're not with you now, you must have stopped at their village before you came back here." The question made Fastillion pause to consider his answer. He knew that a direct lie was far different than simple aggrandizement or omission of details. Being Micmac, he explained reasonably, they were suspicious of her, as they would be of any other outsider. They said they didn't maintain relations with the Cree, and so saw no reason to risk compromising the location of their village by taking her there. I dropped them off on the coast to walk home, then brought her here. He knew it was risky to tell them so much, but it was better than destroying his credibility should they find out the truth later, which was likely since the whole village knew Twisted Feathers quite well. The answer did much to spread doubt and suspicion about Silvertree. Ulrich seized the opportunity to expound upon his misgivings. Bring her up front so that we can strip her down and check her for marks. If she was captured just recently, she'll still have a few scrapes and bruises as proof of her story. That's not going to happen. Fastillion shook his head in an emphatic no. She's a guest in my house and won't be subjected to such humiliating treatment. Such abuse would be an insult to my father and me. I won't allow it. Nearly every man in the room wanted to see Silvertree disrobed, regardless of its value in ascertaining the truth of her story, so they voiced support for the suggestion accordingly. The chieftain of Clan Ragnarsson had even more to say. You're obviously not telling us everything. The room fell silent to give him their full attention. I've been listening to you talk, and every time you speak about this woman, you start lying like Loki when Thor caught him with a handful of Sif's golden skeins. I'm not sure what's going on. Maybe she was just the first wench that ever wet your prick, or maybe you both have something to hide. I don't know, but I sure want to find out. 3 of our village's men have died, killed by the Beothuk no less, and it seems that she has had more to do with it than you're choosing to let on. She had nothing to do with their deaths, Fastillion answered, to a room full of accusing stares. She's just a scared young woman who needed my help. He walked down the center aisle to collect Silvertree, then lead her out of the unreceptive room. You've heard all that I know to tell you, so I'm going home and she's coming with me. That's not all, Ragnarsson barked. She's not one of us. She's a filthy Markland savage, and so by coming here, she's placed herself at our discretion. Until it's determined whether or not she's a threat to this village, this isn't over. If she is a danger to us, we'll make her wish she'd never come out of that cave. Many of the men in the church made cruel laughs as they thought about the pleasures they would like to wring from her luscious body before they injured her too much for such games. After that, she would only be fit for the sport as they killed her. Fastillion paused to give them all a rigid stare that left no doubt that he would fight any man who dared to lay a hand on her. Need I remind any of you of what you're so fond of saying? I too have the blood of a so-called filthy savage in my veins. She is as much a member of my race as are any of you. He relaxed somewhat when confronted by so many eyes that fast became deeply antagonistic against him. She is not, however, a member of my community. He sounded almost apologetic, but then found an even greater resolve to confront them with. I'm proud to be a Vinlander and will always be loyal to my village. I wanted to avoid mentioning this, knowing your reactions, but I tell you now that they had covered her in redskin paint. She was wearing it when I found her. Twisted Feathers and the other Micmac said that she was almost certainly a Beothuk infiltrator. They wanted to kill her, but I interceded. He took Silvertree's hand and had her stand up from her seat. You all have my word that I won't allow her to do any harm. Auric Valborgsson nearly went berserk. She's Beothuk. We'll skin her alive. Not till I'm done with her, Ulrich shouted as he grabbed his crotch to convey his intentions. Most of the other men began to leap up from their seats with thoughts of getting in line to join in the raping. Alvito stood up slowly. No one will touch her until she has proven herself to be a danger to us. He didn't raise his voice, but it held such an unspoken conviction that the room fell silent. The underlying tone of retaliation was unmistakable and genuinely intimidating, even when coming from a peaceful priest of modest proportions. Auric growled, "What do you mean?" "Fastillion has every right to her," Alvito elaborated. "Whether she is Cree or Beothuk, it makes no difference to me. She is property, young, lovely, valuable property. If he wants to make her a wife or a slave, it doesn't matter where she came from. By Norse tradition, enemies make for the best thralls, do they not? Young lovely beauties make the finest thralls of all, as not one of you will contest." Auric was unable to counter the legality of the issue. All that came from his throat was a disgruntled growl. "But," he finally stammered, "what if she is an infiltrator? We can't let her take the details of our village back to her people." "That's true," Alvito conceded. "Let us all agree then that she's not to leave the village without an armed escort. If she tries to undermine our interests, your hostility will be justified. Until that time, she is under my protection." "Your protection," Auric scoffed at the idea. He felt that Alvito threatened his authority as the Jarl of Leifsbudir. "What if we decide to just kill her anyway?" Alvito clarified his position. "If you or anyone else harms this poor girl without proper justification, I'll pay her weight in hearth steel to the man or men willing to slay the malefactor. In fact, I'll do anything necessary to assure the protection of my stepson and his property. I swear to it by Almighty God." The threat was a potent one, since the only thing better known about Alvito than his wealth and the covetous quality of his steel was his conviction to his faith and any oaths that pertained to it. Not only was there a score of skilled swordsmen in Leifsbudir who would happily take up the mercenary challenge to collect such a bounty, there were certainly even more such men in the village of Straumfjord, not to mention among the Micmac. No one doubted that death would come swiftly for any man who harmed the woman before she did something to bring it upon herself. Oric had lost face, so he wasn't prepared to back down just yet. "Are you sure it's wise for you to take this position against my clan? She's a Beothuk and deserves to die." While giving Oric a hard gaze that stopped him cold, Alvito asked, "Is that a joke? You've just implied that you have no intention of respecting the sovereignty of my clan, however small a group we may be." "You may think you know me, Jarl Oric," he said dryly, "but if you do anything to try and harm my family, you'll find out that you don't have any idea at all what kind of man I am." "Everyone just needs to calm down," said Ragnarsson, trying to be diplomatic. "I think Alvito is right. Fastillion justly took the woman as booty after a heroic battle. It's only right to leave her to him as his just reward. Let us not forget that we have a Beothuk invasion to worry about." Ulrich felt satisfied with Fastillion's belated honesty and the confining conditions Alvito placed on Silvertree's freedom. He approached Fastillion, then glared at him. "She's yours, but remember this. If she does turn on us, you better hope that it's your throat she cuts first. You're responsible for her, and therefore accountable for all that she does." "As it should be," Fastillion agreed, not at all intimidated. "I killed 5 Beothuk warriors today, including 2 war-captain shamans. I can handle 1 Cree woman." He still held Silvertree's hand as she stood close to him and welcomed the protective contact. "If there are any other women you need me to protect you from, Ulrich," Fastillion told him smartly, "don't hesitate to let me know." Since the sniping Valborsen man had nothing more to say, Fastillion turned his back on him, then led his female companion to the rear side door to go home. "It's time for sleep," Oric addressed the room in an effort to restore his image of authority. "We'll reconvene in the morning to discuss the preparations that must be made for a war against the Beothuk. The village's defences are in need of extensive repairs. We need to send delegations to Straumfjord and to the Micmac as well, so we can all join together in a war council." He waved for everyone to get going home. "All of you remember that if it weren't for Fastillion's dauntless pursuit of the Redskin raiders and the valiant deaths of my sons, we wouldn't have this opportunity to properly defend ourselves." "By Odin's beard and the balls of Thor," Ragnarsson properly blasphemed as he went out the church's front doors, "the Redskins shall find us ready for war." Chapter 9. Shackles of Loyalty. Fastillion felt totally exhausted by the time he left the church to go home and get some sleep. He lit a lantern as soon as they were inside the hall and then took Silvertree to his room. While she waited patiently, he started making a pallet of furs for her on the floor beside his bed. There were guest rooms in the hall, but Fastillion didn't think it wise to leave her alone unsupervised. "I'm not sure how much of that meeting you understood," he told her to break the uncomfortable silence. "Maybe you saw that the rest of my village is not exactly delighted to have you here." She gave him an unequivocal stare to indicate that she had clearly gathered as much. "I translated their intentions by the way they leered at me and grabbed their crotches." Silvertree conveyed no fear, only endurable disappointment. "They want to make me a communal slave so they can take turns with me." It surprised him that she wasn't more disturbed over the situation. Since she was being so forbearing, he decided to tell her the rest. "They would have taken turns abusing you all right, but only for tonight. Then they were going to kill you." Her only reaction was to frown, and it conveyed that she wasn't at all surprised. He spread out a colourfully patterned blanket as the top cover for her sleeping furs. "Before I get some rest," he changed the subject, "you need to know your rules. The agreement we made is that you wouldn't leave the village without an escort. More than that, I recommend you don't leave my father's property at all if you're alone. We put ourselves at some risk by vouching for you, so please do your best to listen to what you're told and try to stay out of trouble." He yawned, stretched, and then pulled off his jacket, which he cast across the room to land on a clothing locker. Silvertree sat down on her pallet and then absently stroked the soft fabric of her blanket. She was like most Marklanders in that none of the styles of weaving she was familiar with included woolen textiles. Twisted Feather's Micmac tribe had learned the art from Norse women, but his people had tales that rumoured of foreign tribes in the extreme south who were skilled indigenous blanket makers. They even had stories that those people had strange mountain camels. Fastillion wasn't sure what to believe. The unique position of his home did allow him to understand just how big and diverse Midgard actually was, since most peoples of the East didn't even know that his far western continent existed at all. She asked with a plaintive expression, "Why are you helping me? You risk angering your own tribe over a disparaged outsider, and yet you don't even expect the right to indulge yourself on me. Is there some other use you have in mind for me? Am I to be your cook, or perhaps you want me to keep your house clean? What are my duties to be while I'm staying here?" He was too tired for her semantic self-defacing. "You're here as a guest, not a servant. When I can organize some help, I'll go to your village and bring some of your people back here to get you. That way, everyone here can finally be assured that you're just who you say you are. Maybe we can even establish some trade between our two peoples. If they bring us furs, we can give them iron tools and weapons. With the Beothuk back on the warpath, they may even want to join us in fending off redskin aggression." She smiled unenthusiastically as she rolled up onto her knees and then peeled off her tunic. "I'm really looking forward to going home," she said passively while she folded the garment before placing it beside her pallet. Silvertree slid beneath her blanket in preparation for sleep. "You seem so much closer to the Micmac than the other men of your village." She thought it an odd curiosity. "Yet they're the ones who wanted to kill me most. I don't understand that." Fastillion stuffed his scimitars beneath his bed before he stripped off the rest of his clothes. When he laid down, he kept his sheathed knife with him by placing it under his pillow on the off chance that she tried anything. "I told you that the Micmac are good people," he yawned. "You're going to have to learn to trust me." "Yes," she murmured softly from her pillow. "That's what I meant." Fastillion blew out the lantern, rolled over, and then fell asleep. His slumber was disturbed some indeterminable time later by resounding cracks of thunder and a driving rain that began to hammer at the roof. The storm didn't fully awaken him, but it roused him just enough to let him realize what was happening. He had some concern that his sailboat might be in danger, but decided that he had secured it properly. As he relaxed and buried his face back into his pillow, Silvertree quietly climbed up from her pallet to crawl into his bed beside him. He was tempted to reach for his knife and tell her to get back to her pallet, only he hesitated when he realized that she trembled with what he assumed to be fear. His sympathy was not so great that he offered her a comforting embrace. He did have enough compassion that he allowed her to stay. The storm raged on while Fastillion returned to sleep with Silvertree's breath warming his shoulder. The storm grew worse without disturbing his deep slumber again. It was Silvertree that awoke him next. It was still dark, and he was lying on his back as she gently crawled over him to straddle his hips. "You need to get back in your own bed," he told her softly, not wanting to hurt her feelings. As desirable as she was, Silvertree was incapable of extinguishing his ambition to have reigning sunshine assuming the same position. "I'm sorry," she said, broken-heartedly, without moving off of him. Fastillion squinted to shrug off the cloudiness of sleep. He found that it was still too dark for him to see anything besides indistinguishable shadows. It was clear by her positioning and lack of movement that she wasn't trying to seduce him. When a pair of her tears crashed down onto his chest, he became doubly certain that she had something else in mind. He reached down, then stroked her firm thighs in an effort to be soothing. When he found her so desirable, he regretted doing it. "You have nothing to be sorry about," he whispered. "Yes, I do." Her voice was tremulous. Before he could say anything more, she clarified her meaning by pressing a long, wrought-iron brooch pin against his jugular vein. Fastillion became instantly alert as he realized the truth of his situation. Time and again, reliable people had warned him about the dangers of her hidden malevolent nature, and he had ignored their sound reasoning and prudent wisdom like a complete fool. It was clear that the moment had finally come for him to pay the price for his gullibility. Since it was too dark for her to see any better than he could, he took the risk of provoking her by cautiously slipping one of his hands away from her warm skin to slowly edge it up toward his pillow where the knife was hopefully still hidden. "I guess this means that you're a Beothuk after all," he said stupidly, despite how obvious the truth already was. Under the circumstances, he couldn't think of anything else to say. She made a rhythmic vertical change with her weight that let him feel that she nodded heavily. "I am Beothuk now," she admitted sadly. "I really was born among the Cree." Her voice came out whimpering and broken with sorrow. "The red men killed my family and then took me away just as I told you, except that was more than 10 years ago. I have been one of their slaves ever since." It occurred to him then that she could easily have stabbed him in the throat without going through the unnecessarily dangerous endeavor of waking him up in such an intimate fashion. He took her emotional tears as further indication that she had more in mind than just murdering him. Since she seemed inclined toward conversation, he pressed her for more of her story. It was a way that he could delay his own execution. As calmly as he could, while his hand slipped ever closer to his hidden knife, he asked, "Why were you tied up then? Is that the way they kept you from escaping?" A shifting horizontal motion conveyed that she shook her head. "No. When I heard the fighting outside the cave, I tied myself with the cords and then hid under the bearskin. I was so afraid, and I just wanted to live. When you found me, I told you those lies to save my life. You believed in me and protected me. You were so kind to me and became my friend." More of her tears pelted his skin. "That is why I have no choice in what I must do, but I want you to understand how much this pains me." She sobbed in sincere anguish. "I wanted to just run away, but how could I, feeling the way about you that I do?" The tips of his fingers brushed the leather sheath of his knife. "You were a slave then, but now I have set you free. You don't have to go back to them. You can stay here and make a new life for yourself. What they did to you doesn't make you one of them." "Yes, it does," she cried in a stifled tone that she hoped Alvito wouldn't hear. "I was a cook for their warriors and a companion for their beds." When she felt him shift slightly, she pressed the brooch pin harder until it almost broke his skin. "Don't you see now that those warriors weren't raping me?" A tortured peal of sorrow made her tremble. "They didn't have to, because I was taught long ago to enjoy what they did with me. Until meeting you, I didn't know it could be any other way." He still felt sorry for her, even though he had to kill her. "That doesn't matter. Your past can all be over if you only want it to be." She shook her head no again, and it made her tears cascade down. "It's too late for me. I have willingly taken part in their holy ceremonies. Even though my mind and body remains Cree, the Beothuk gods preside over my spirit. If I betray the edicts of the gods, they will cast my spirit out of the circle of life and leave me to writhe in eternal torment. That is why you must die by my hand." She tensed as though she prepared for the final thrust that would send his blood spraying across the room and end his life. "This is the only way that I can prove my loyalty and safeguard my spirit. Even though this life of mine is ruined, I can still have a chance for happiness in the next one." Fastillion folded his hand around the handle of his knife to slowly start working it free from its sheath. He felt certain that he could pull it out, then stab her, even if she thrust the brooch into his throat at that moment. Having them die together wasn't the route he preferred, so he thought quickly as to how he could keep her talking. "I thought you wanted me to understand," he said gently, as though still her friend. "I don't understand at all. Why can't you just get up and go? I promise that I won't try to stop you." "My faith won't allow it," she declined. "Our laws decree that all Micmac are beings of purest evil. For me to befriend a Micmac or one of their allies is the worst of all our sins. As a friend of the Micmac, your spirit has long become trapped in their web of evil." She slowly leaned forward until her breasts pressed against his chest, and she was in range for delicately rubbing the tips of their noses together for a passionate Markland kiss of love and death. Her whole body luxuriantly caressed his with subtle repositioning. Silvertree made her cathartic confession, "I have tried, but I can't purge my yearning to be with you or curb my desire to feel you touching me. So you see, the sin is contagious, and now the Micmac's curse has infected me too. My only hope is to kill you, and then my spirit can be free. If I don't prove to them that you're still the enemy, my gods will never reincarnate me. They would abandon my spirit and leave it to wander forever beyond the cycle of rebirth. The short time we've been together and our friendship has become precious to me, but not worth never-ending punishment." She tenderly rubbed noses with him again in a heartfelt, passionate display that to her was the act of deeply romantic kissing. "So you see," she whispered softly, "I have no choice in what I must do, and so neither do you." With her motives fully explained, she raised herself back upright. Fastillion used her adjustment to conceal his motion as he pulled the knife out from under his pillow. The pressure of the brooch pin lessened slightly, and then a flash of lightning briefly cast light in through the cracks of the window's shutter. He saw that she had her eyes pinched closed and her chin held high, as though she proudly waited for some transcending moment to come upon her, even if that revelation was Fastillion cutting her throat with a knife that she already knew that he had. Silvertree's upright posture left her arm extended in such a way that she would find it difficult to stab effectively with her small weapon. Fastillion raised his knife to press the point against the skin between her breasts. He was ready to administer a fatal thrust if she tensed even the smallest muscle. In another flash of lightning, he saw her face cringe as she felt the knife's point and instinctively flinched in reaction to her imminent death. It was at that moment that Fastillion fully understood her elaborate intentions. Silvertree couldn't return to the Cree after having been a bed-slave among the Beothuk for her entire adult life. Having tasted a better way of living during her brief time in Fastillion's company, she certainly didn't want to murder her only friend just to return to the degrading servitude of her former masters. Not only did she have nowhere to go, there was a raging storm thundering outside. She didn't even have any way off the island, even if she did successfully sneak out of the village. Her life among the Beothuk had made her into a domestic servant, not a skilled hunter-gatherer who could sustain herself off the land. It was clear that she felt cornered in every way. Silvertree had watched him put his knife under his pillow, so it was no surprise to her that he had the weapon in hand and was prepared to use it against her. With Viking determination, she had constructed a compromise where she could die a quick death, spare his life, and symbolically satisfy the intolerant religious obligation that haunted her. It was a plan that required the kind of fanatical courage that Fastillion considered a flowering virtue worthy of his respect in friend and foe alike. He called upon his education in Christianity for a solution to their dilemma. Though his stepfather wouldn't appreciate the reference, Fastillion saw great similarity between the Christian faith and Silvertree's pagan religion. They both shackled their believers with the excessive burden of circumventing sin and the interminable consequences thereof. He also understood the immoderate nature of zealotry and the fact that if he refused to take her life, he would force her hand into taking his instead. Fastillion empathized with her ultimate goals. She wanted to protect what she saw as her immortal soul and also spare the life of an enemy she had come to adore. He had liberated her from slavery, shown her respect, and treated her with kindness. It made sense to him that in her confused state she had come to believe that she loved him. Alvito would be Fastillion's solution to the nonsensical system of beliefs that controlled her. His stepfather would not only appreciate her need for a secure afterlife, the priest considered curing such tribulations of the spirit to be his very vocation. Before Silvertree realized that he had no intention of splitting her heart with his knife, Fastillion used his free hand to grab her wrist to pull the brooch pin away from his throat. She struggled briefly to loosen his grip, then stab him anyway, but within a moment she came to realize that she lacked the necessary physical strength for effectively resisting him. As soon as Fastillion had control over the pin, he cast aside his knife with no more need for it. Another flash of lightning illuminated the room, and in that moment they gazed into one another's eyes. Silvertree's expression was desperate and confused. Because Fastillion had deprived her of the avenues of either taking his life or forcing him to take hers, she could expect nothing more than to have him turn her over to the licentious men of Leifsbudir who would repeatedly rape, torture, and then finally execute her. "You threaten to stick this in my neck," he said impassively, while he squeezed her offending wrist as a way of explanation before he slapped her across the face as hard as he could with his free hand. The blow knocked her clear off his bed to land on her sleeping pallet. While she was on the floor, he scolded her, "Never do anything like that again." Silvertree was no stranger to beatings. To minimize her requisite punishment, she remained face down on her blanket, where she kept scrupulously silent and made no effort to rise up or offer any sign of resistance. She understood that Fastillion's verbal directive about her future conduct was also a reprieve from him turning her over to the men of his village. After a long moment, she realized that she still held the iron brooch pin. She quickly cast it aside, as though it were a hot coal that burned her hand. Thusly disarmed, she returned to her passive position without making so much as a whimper. Silvertree remained still and hardly breathing, while Fastillion considered whether or not she needed a more elaborate thrashing to learn her lesson. Despite the trauma and mind-bending religious indoctrination the Beothuk had routinely put her through, he didn't take her assault on him casually. She warranted a death sentence for her lies, being a Beothuk and then trying to kill him. While he did pity her, he also felt that she needed to understand that he wasn't going to tolerate any more threats on his life. Fastillion swung his legs out of bed so that he sat gazing over her. He grabbed a handful of her hair that he used to raise her head up. "I'm sure you didn't want to serve the Beothuk when they first captured you, but in time you learned to submit anyway. Since I don't have years to bring you around to my way of thinking, perhaps cutting off your thumbs will keep you from trying to stab me." She cringed at the notion of being a disfigured woman in a physical world, but even then didn't dare utter a sound. He wanted an answer. Can you think of another way that I can gain your acquiescence? Silvertree nodded rapidly in a sort of shiver. Please do not maim me. I swear that I shall forevermore be faithful. She tucked up her knees so that she was in a submissive bowing position. I deserve to be whipped or otherwise beaten, but I could not serve you well without my thumbs. He let go of her hair. I think you've already had enough of that sort of thing. His tone showed that his anger had downgraded to being mere aggravation. Even though compassion stirred him as he watched her display of obeisance, he still didn't regret having slapped her. Fastillion had to take into account that she never actually intended to kill him, and that she had only made the violent gesture in response to her feelings, which he loosely defined as forbidden love. She remained prostrate while he pondered just what else he should do with her. He was inclined toward just going back to sleep, leaving her to her pallet with nothing more than a stern warning to stay out of his bed. The ambiance of uncertainty finally broke when Alvito opened the door to Fastillion's room. He held a burning candle, and its light blazed to their night-struck eyes. I heard something going on, he said discreetly to conceal his accurate idea of what had happened. Is everything all right in here? The sounds of the storm outside punctuated the sharpness of his perceptions and made him seem like a comforting lighthouse that offered deliverance from the tumultuous weather. Fastillion reached down to stroke her hair so that his stepfather would see that all was well. She has finally divulged the truth to me, he told his stepfather in Micmac, so that she too would understand his explanation. Though she was born a Cree, for the last 10 years she has been a slave among the Beothuk, long enough that she feels that she has become one of them. The priest stepped further into the room to cast light on her with his candle. It seems so clear to me now. He showed no admiration as he studied her naked beauty with his dutifully chaste eyes. Do you see how her skin's complexion is so light and even? It took a moment for Fastillion to realize the obviousness of the truth. Silvertree had not the slightest hint of a tan anywhere on her person. The backs of her hands and her face were exactly the same shade as equal to the most concealed areas of her body. Her skin was so magnificently soft and pale because every portion of it had spent a decade masked from the sun by the Beothuk's red moisturizing grease paint. Their red adornment was more than just decoration. It was also a perfect sunblock and even kept the skin delightfully soft. Your lie would have been ruined in the next few days anyway, Fastillion told her as he stroked her hair again to ease her fear. Just as soon as we had you out in the sun, you would have burned to a crisp. You don't have the skin of someone who had just recently been fishing by the river with her father and brother. Fastillion's tone was light, almost jovial, but she gazed up at him with a heart that was still heavy with her original burden that drove her to suicide and attempted murder. She asked demurely, "What is to become of me now? Not that it really matters." He had her sit up straight by raising her with 2 fingers under her chin. They could see a red, hand-shaped pattern of swelling standing out plainly on her cheek. "I'm still willing to help you," Fastillion told her when she met his gaze. "I know that you think that your spirit is lost to you and that we are both cursed, me through the Micmac and you by our friendship." Her head fell sorrowfully to acknowledge that she felt his words were true. It could not be otherwise. He raised her chin again to regain her attention. "But you're wrong. My father happens to be a mighty shaman of the light. He was born in a land that is far across the ocean, in the place where the sun is born each day and then begins its journey across the sky. His magic ceremonies are more powerful than those of any Beothuk shaman. He serves a god with the power of forgiveness and the authority to liberate you from the sin of befriending an ally of the Micmac. Just as I set you free from your bondage, he can free your spirit from their dominion." She drank in his words with a desperate ear that was born of what she saw as a hopeless situation. Though her belief in the power of Beothuk gods was formidable, Silvertree's religious dogma didn't rule out the counteracting capacity of other more powerful rituals. She asked Alvito, "Could your magic rescue my spirit?" Silvertree desolately explained why she thought he would be unsuccessful. "The shamans of the Red Men used me in many of their ceremonies. 4 years ago, for my ritual of womanhood, they made me drink a magic broth and then took me into the great cave of the spirit ancestors." Her voice wavered as she started to cry from the emotions associated with her memories. "I saw the Beothuk gods take human form. I watched them dance and they took my virginity. From their mouths I heard them say that I belonged to them and that they were always watching me." Alvito sat down the candle to have his hands free for taking a blanket off a chest in the room. "I do know the secrets of such amateur magics. He draped the blanket over her and then helped her to stand. I'm not impressed by shamans who have to feed a young girl fermented herbs and intoxicating mushrooms so they can pretend to be gods by dressing up in ceremonial costumes, all just to rob her of her virginity. When he saw her expression of doubt, he wrapped the blanket tighter, then embraced her like a daughter. You're troubled about your spirit, but I can show you that it is but a leaf that has fallen from the great tree that is your immortal soul. If you want to, I can help you cast off the Beothuk and their spells like they're no more than a dirty tunic. Silvertree shed tears of relief while she wallowed in his embrace. I'll do anything to be the kind of woman he thought I was when he saved me. She shifted her gaze to Fastillion, then shuddered. I don't want to be a red-skin whore. I never called you that, Fastillion said in his own defense. Seeing them together reminded him of his stepfather's generous compassion that had caused Alvito to adopt him in the first place. His stepfather gave him a glance that indicated he should keep quiet and let it pass. Come with me, Alvito told her in a fatherly tone. You can have a glass of your red water and then get some sleep in the guest room. I promise to stay awake and make prayers for your healing and protection. He took up the candle and led her out. In the morning, we can start teaching you about the only true God to ever walk among his people in the body of a man. Fastillion got his knife off the floor so he could put it back in its sheath under his pillow. When he rubbed at his neck, his hand found a spot of his fresh blood. He forgave Silvertree for the minor injury and the near-death experience she had given him. She had endured the heart-stopping anxiety of an impending execution numerous times since the moment he first uncovered her in the cave. He could only imagine the treatment she had received at the hands of the Beothuk. It had no doubt included demands on her to perform numerous debasing acts, frequent disciplinary beatings, and the reprehensible living conditions common to all slaves. It helped him to remember how fortunate his own life was because of the care provided by Alvito and Twisted Feathers. He went back to bed feeling good about his decision to help her against all better advice. By the time he fell asleep, it was still unclear to him if he had discovered some potent inner sense for reading into the characters of others or if he had just gotten lucky. It was late in the morning when Fastillion awoke. After he quickly dressed and put his knife on his belt, he went out to check on the welfare of his sailboat. He had left it on the edge of the river, and the night storm could have easily swept it out to sea if the bindings had failed. When Fastillion left his room, he found Alvito seated in the hall's main chamber. The priest sat on the long couch where he busily wrote in one of his journals. The leather-bound tome contained sheets of real Arabic paper to a thickness of 3 fingers. He had several such books that had been blank at the time of their purchase. Alvito had only just begun filling the 3rd tome with his meticulous script that included passages in both Greek and Latin. His collection contained scores of other books he had not himself authored, including Bibles in both principal languages. Alvito had collected the immensely expensive tomes during his worldly sea travels. Fastillion's stepfather had never allowed him to peruse the private journals, but he had studied all of the other books during the lessons when Alvito taught him how to read. It wasn't until Fastillion was close that he realized that Silvertree slept peacefully on the couch beside his stepfather. Her head rested on his thigh like a pillow, and she wore a contented expression. "Good morning," Alvito offered pleasantly. "I'm not sure if you have any plans, but there is some work that I'm going to need done today. We need to get the smelter up to full production. They'll need plenty of iron for fixing the palisade, not to mention all the new swords and arrows." Fastillion paused to examine their guest. "Has she been any trouble?" Alvito shook his head no, in a way that showed that he enjoyed her company. "She's never been alone before, so it makes her afraid to sleep. Apparently the Beothuk live in communal longhouses as opposed to single-family dwellings like the Micmac. She could prove very useful as a source of intelligence," Fastillion pointed out. "She must know a great deal about her former captors." The priest put his book aside, as well as his quill and inkwell. "I'm curious about what your plans are for her. I meant what I said the other night at the church. She's yours now that you saved her." His expression made it clear that he was proud of Fastillion's actions. "I think you've learned the Christian truth that the lesser man kills because he lacks the genuine strength and courage to offer benevolence." "I'm not sure what you mean." Fastillion rubbed at his neck where she had stabbed him as he considered what Silvertree meant to him. "I didn't spare her life to make her a thrall, and I definitely don't want to marry her." Alvito stroked her hair as if to emphasize that she was both charming and beautiful. "You don't think she'd make you a good wife? I know the fickleness of women. Not only is she already partial to you, she rightly feels that she owes you her life as the hero who risked all to restore her freedom. Such are the notions of the heart that make for a loyal woman, one who will be faithful and obedient for all of her days. When the priest saw his stepson's skepticism, he expounded on the lesson to make his point. You would not be as happy with a wife bought from her father at the price of some gold bracelets, or one who is lured to you by the promise of a wealthy home or your handsome face. Such women are only loyal until the luster fades, and then one day you come home to find her sleeping with your neighbor. Fastillion shook his head in an emphatic no. I could never love a woman such as her. Whenever I see her, I keep thinking about the scores of Beothuk who've already had her. I'm sure she even shared the beds of those 2 cannibalistic shamans I killed. He shivered at the thought of it. In truth, she disgusts me. Alvito frowned over Fastillion's description of the young woman. You are still young yourself, and have yet to travel or see the ways of the world. To expect every woman to be a pristine virgin of faultless beauty just to be worthy of respect or a good husband is like expecting every man to be a towering hero that leads the way into every battle as Achilles. We are each only mortal and must make do with what we are born to be. Women are more often than not the victims of men. You confuse the virtue found in a good woman's heart with how jealously her former master guarded her body. The Lord works in mysterious ways. Don't let your own good fortunes in life blind you to the truer ways of the world. I hear the wisdom in your words, Fastillion conceded. My desire is your unrealistic dream to claim a pristine virgin of faultless beauty. I have considered it at length, and I want reigning sunshine to be my wife. We are no longer children, and in my heart she is no sister, but a maiden that I long to make my bride. I'm not surprised to hear you say that, Alvito said, entirely pleased by the decision. I have often thought that the 2 of you would come together in such a union. I wonder, however, how would you feel about her if she fell into the hands of enemies and they forced her brave endurance of their terrible abuses? If she escaped their vile clutches and then returned to you, would she be filth in your eyes? You should consider well your answer. It may reflect that you don't care so much about the woman you claim to love, but in fact are simply vain about the integrity of your possessions. I have heard it said that battle is the furnace that forges men. Though I won't tell you how I know this, I can say in all truth that women have their own furnace in this world. Be careful that you don't throw out steel as sponge iron slag because you have not taken the time to look past the outer crust. Fastillion realized the hypocrisy of his opinions, but the revelation didn't instantly resolve them. While he had to admit that his ways would be unfair if applied to the whole world, he wasn't prepared to abandon them. He was not so vain as to openly call himself a towering hero that always led the way into battle, and yet inwardly it defined his personal ambitions all the same. It also made sense that women had their own burdens, and that undoubtedly they proved their mettle by enduring the abuse that was so inherent in the natures of men. It did nothing to diminish how much he valued reigning sunshine's purity. He would still love her if she had endured the suffering that Silvertree had, but not without a tremendous sense of loss and a burning bitterness that would always leave him thirsting for revenge on her behalf. While she would make me an outstanding wife, Fastillion admitted, as he stepped up to brush strands of hair from Silvertree's comely face, I do not love her. Her beauty tempts me, as does my curiosity about the passionate talents her every motion exudes, but that is all. He locked gazes with his stepfather, man to man. To me, reigning sunshine is more beautiful still, and her innocence an even greater temptation. For years, I have loved her as my friend and sister. Now I feel it is time that we are meant to be so much more. You have chosen the more difficult route, Alvito replied. It is the nature of men to fall in love with the most beautiful woman they've ever seen, and then dedicate themselves to acquiring that object of their desires. Very rarely are they ever successful, and more rarely still does the woman ever love them in return. Are you sure that reigning sunshine loves you? We are both practical men who do not cloud our minds with comforting notions. It has surely occurred to you that even though the Micmac embrace you into their tribe, they may feel prejudice about allowing a half-breed and outsider to marry one of the most precious young ladies in their village. Women are far more concerned about the opinions of their community than are men. You have always endured discrimination, and so it means nothing to you, but you may come to find that she is not so eager to suffer the ridicule of her peers. Fastillion had to pause as he considered his stepfather's warning. He knew that it was true that reigning sunshine was more than pure-blooded. Her family bore a sort of Micmac nobility that her tribe knew well, and she was deeply proud of calling her own. Her father's ancestors were an unbroken chain of legendary warriors that included Twisted Feathers, but had ended with the untimely death of Iron Rabbit. Reigning Sunshine's mother had been a celebrated healer midwife, even though she could not in the end save herself. She had died soon after Reigning Sunshine's birth. The chieftains and shamans of many villages had sought her expertise for their wives in labor. Her mother's ancient ancestor, Black Winter Ferret, had been so great a medicine man that his name remained a veritable oath of power among Micmac shamans, even generations after his death. Reigning Sunshine had grown up as a pupil of her village's wisest women. They had steeped her in the secret lore and rituals that their women held sacred, and they forbid any Micmac man ever to know. Fastillion hadn't a clue what the implications even were. Perhaps they groomed her to be a wise woman, as was her mother, or else they prepared her to assume the role of wife for a young champion in her village. It was a safe assumption that they wouldn't be asking her opinion either way. The realization struck Fastillion like a hammer. Whatever they planned for Reigning Sunshine, her village definitely considered her a prime resource of the tribe, a treasure that they would never squander under any circumstances. It was ludicrous of him to think that they would be willing to let her go to be his wife and live with the Norsemen of Leifsbuda permanently. "Your wisdom cuts me deeply," Fastillion intoned. "If she is to be mine, I must not only win the respect of their elders, I must prove my intentions to become a loyal member of their village and defend its interests." Alvito beamed with the satisfaction of a proud father. "You can do it, my son. You are no mere Norseman, nor a simple Micmac hunter. I have educated you in arts that make you a man of many nations. There is much that you have to offer them, besides the muscle to swing a sword." He smiled mischievously. "If need be, we can provide their village with a smelter of your own. They would be hard-pressed to turn a cold shoulder to you then." His stepfather's open willingness to let him abandon Leifsbuda and embrace his Micmac side took Fastillion aback. "What of my place here by your side?" "Your place is pursuing your own life's ambitions," Alvito declared without regret. "I can afford to hire all the help I'll ever need." Fastillion asked, "If there was another smelter, wouldn't that undermine your own wealth and importance?" Alvito smiled benignly. "You should know by now that I seek neither of those things. You are truly my son, and all this is destined to be yours anyway." "I must go see about my sailboat," Fastillion excused. "As soon as I get back, we'll go to the foundry and do the work you have in mind." Since Alvito had nothing more to say, Fastillion went on his way. Leifsbuda was already busily about its morning business and had been that way since the earliest dawn. The clan halls stood open. The men organized their weapons and tools for the necessities that awaited them. Lars Olafsson directed a large crew that surveyed the palisade for repairs. When he saw Fastillion headed toward the river, he waved for him to come over. "Hoy, Fastillion!" Fastillion diverted his course to go and speak with him. "How goes the work?" "We need your help," Lars confessed. "Fetch your harp of beads and something to write upon. Counting all these poles and knowing the requisite number of nails is beyond the skill of shipwrights such as we are. Without your help, it will take us all day, and even then, we'll still likely get it wrong." Fastillion felt surprised to have Lars speak to him so deferentially. "If you and yours will go down to the river and haul my sailboat up to its proper place, I'll be happy to help you." Lars and his men gladly agreed to his terms. They went straight away to do the deed. Fastillion turned back for home to get what he required. He found Alvito just where he had left him. Fastillion explained Lars's necessity, and Alvito agreed that he should pursue the undertaking. "We can get to the foundry when you're done," Alvito deferred to the requirement. "It wouldn't do any of us any good to delay the efforts of all our carpenters. Besides, we need to know how much iron will be needed to support them." He pointed toward the chest across the room that held Fastillion's educational supplies. "Use the wax boards. There's no sense in wasting any vellum." Fastillion went to the chest where he took out his abacus and several wooden slates with beeswax covers. He could write in the wax using an etching awl. The advantage of the wax boards were that he could leave them out in the sun when he no longer needed them, then they would soften back into blank slates for his repeated use. Sheepskin was excellent for storing permanent records, but it was prohibitively expensive for trivial use. Lars and his men had finished moving the sailboat by the time Fastillion returned. He was relieved to learn that the storm and its flash flooding of the river had not harmed his vessel. Since he was in a hurry to complete the survey, Fastillion set upon the task immediately. He knew how to go about the endeavor mostly because of his favorite book. Alvito had provided him with the Greek translation of an amazing journal originally penned by a Roman engineer who had mined gold in Hispania. The man had been a superlative genius who became legendary in the annals of his empire for his single-handed accumulation of fabulous profit. The man had written the details of his enterprise 1 millennia before Fastillion's birth, and yet his technical wisdom remained superior to anything the world had developed since. While the specifics of hydraulic gold mining had nothing to do with Fastillion's task, the fundamental principles of applying mathematics to large-scale building projects were very much applicable. Fastillion selected 3 men of similar height and length of stride to independently pace off the distance of the whole palisade. He averaged their results to determine the exact distance. Even though the entire structure didn't need replacing, he thought it useful to determine what would be required if they did so. He selected several more men who were able to count as far as their fingers and toes to examine individual poles. Their job was to determine how many iron pins they would require on the average for securing each post to its lintels. Fastillion personally walked the palisade with Lars and the others so they could inspect the individual poles and lintels to determine which ones they would have to replace. They discovered that most of the original bloom iron pins in the rotten poles were worthy of salvage. The first settlers had brought the pins with them for the express purpose of building their defences. The wood had insulated the iron nails from the weather and kept them from rusting to oblivion. It was noon by the time Fastillion had assembled all his figures, then began the computations to determine the requisite materials. He knew the weight of the individual pins from working in the foundry, so he calculated the total volume of iron they would need for all the replacements. Lars supplied him with the knowledge of how many logs would fit onto a timber barge and how many men they required to fill a barge in a day's work, which did not include the sailing time from Markland, where they harvested all their trees. Since the Norsemen had no draft animals, they found it too difficult to transport timber overland, so instead they transported the logs on barges. The riverbanks of Markland had many large trees that the Norsemen could fell directly into the water. It allowed the harvesters to float them about with minimal difficulty. While Fastillion finalized the details with Lars, Silvertree approached them from the direction of Alvito's hall. She dressed in the tunic he had given her, and aside from the blemish on her face from Fastillion's slap, she looked happy and attractive. Silvertree carried a small wineskin and a covered ceramic dish with a wooden spoon. "I've brought you lunch," she told Fastillion pleasantly in her distinctive Algonquin. "Your father told me that you had gone out without any breakfast, so I've brought you something." Lars admired her, and especially appreciated the mark on her face that showed how Fastillion had properly disciplined her sometime in the night. By his way of thinking, it meant that he had thoroughly bedded her as well. It was a notion that he clearly envied and scrupulously imagined. "I see that you've made her your woman," Lars quipped, without taking his eyes from the sumptuous swelling of her breasts that pressed out from beneath the soft doe skin of her tunic. "You must have done a good job if she brings you food with such a smile." Fastillion accepted the meal from her and ignored Lars's commentary. He asked her, "Is everything well with you?" Fastillion reached up to touch her face where he had struck her. Now that others noticed her injury, he regretted having inflicted it. It wasn't the sort of reputation he was interested in fostering. She didn't flinch away from his caress and actually welcomed it. "My spirit has returned to me, and even now it grows into a soul." Silvertree reached beneath her collar to pull out a delicate chain of silver rings that supported a small golden crucifix. "Your father gave me this. He says that this talisman has no magic, but I think it must because it is so beautiful. Among my former people, this is a treasure worthy of the chieftain." He was glad that Alvito was able to remodel her convictions so swiftly. "Is he expecting you to be back soon?" "No," she replied. "He's busy in his house of hard silver and said that I could come out and be with you until you go there too." Fastillion shrugged indifferently. "If you want to follow me, that's fine, but I want you to stay in the shade until you've had a chance to adjust. It won't serve anyone if you get sunburn." With a tilting of her head, she led him toward the shade of an open pavilion where he could eat in comfort. "Come sit with me while you eat and do your wax carving." He had no reason to object, so Fastillion joined her under the pavilion. A long while passed while he snacked and finished his numeric breakdown. He began briefing Lars as soon as he finished. They concluded their discussion just when the southern lookout sounded the alarm. The man rang the iron triangle that hung in his wall tower to rouse the attention of every man in the village. "2 canoes of armed men are coming up the river," the lookout shouted. "I think they're Micmac." The men of the village clans had already armed themselves during their morning of preparations. At first, they mustered to meet a force of potential invaders and then disbanded once reliable observers certified that the visitors were indeed Micmac allies. Fastillion assumed that it was a delegation related to the upcoming war with the Beothuk, so he made no effort to get up and greet them. He soon discovered that the visitors amounted to a score of armed young men from Twisted Feather's tribe, and at their head was Raining Sunshine. She wore a hunting tunic with its high-slit skirt that made it easier for her to climb and run. Her longbow was in her hands, and more unusually, she had an arrow nocked to the string. Fastillion stood up to see just what they were up to. He didn't even have a chance to speak before Raining Sunshine pointed out Silvertree while she called her small army to arms. She cried, "There's that Beothuk bitch!" With a wave, she sent the young warriors forward. "Let's get her!" She raised her bow as she stalked forward, as though she hunted rabbits. Fastillion left the pavilion to meet her in the open. Silvertree dashed after him, then clung to his back for protection. She asked in appropriate distress, "Who is that?" Having people threatening to harm her had lately become all too familiar to her. "She wants to kill me." Fastillion kept Silvertree sheltered behind him. "What the hell are you doing?" He directed his words at Raining Sunshine, only slightly less surprised than Silvertree was. "Put down that bow." Get out of the way. She was in no mood to listen to Fastillion or to compromise. "My father may have been willing to let you kill yourself by taking that frozen snake to warm under your wing, but I'm certainly not going to tolerate it." The group of young Micmac fighters spread themselves into a semicircle to surround Fastillion and Silvertree. Most of them carried spears, while a few had stone-headed maces or flint tomahawks. The Micmac warrior's subtly aggressive advance alerted Lars. With a wave of his own, he summoned 15 of the young Norsemen of Life's Buddha. The men drew swords or axes, then charged in to complete the other half of the circle. They stood ready as warriors willing to defend Fastillion and his captured prize. Chapter 10. The Festival of Frigg. While he eyed the angry Micmac warriors with suspicion, Lars asked Fastillion, "What is happening here?" He ventured a guess. "Are they angry that you bedded her too?" Lars carefully angled his gleaming broadsword to reflect the brilliant light of the high sun at them. The Micmac would see that his wealthy clan afforded to arm him with a beautiful yard of pattern-welded iron and hearth steel. "They seem like they're ready to kill you. I thought all you scraling types were friends." Fastillion held out his hands in a gesture for everyone to stay calm. "They're not here to hurt me," he told Lars in Norse before he switched to the Micmac's Algonquin. "Lower your weapons before you start a conflict that will plummet our tribes into an irreversible war. This is not your village. It's not your place to come here like this under arms." The freshly polished blades of the Norse fighters and their natural bloodlust to use them really did unnerve the young Micmac men. Fastillion's comments proved sufficient to eliminate what remained of their militant convictions. They lowered their weapons as they slowly backed away to show that they bore no further intent of aggression. Raining Sunshine felt disgusted with their lack of conviction. She still held her bow, ready for making a kill shot. "Give her up to me," she demanded unconditionally. "My father swears that she's a Beothuk, and I've come here to put her down. I was lucky to get here as soon as I have. I was afraid she had cut your throat already." Fastillion couldn't admit to her just how close her instincts were to being true. Silvertree was a Beothuk that had tried to kill him, but he felt that danger had passed. "Look," he tried to placate her with a reasonable tone, "just put down your bow and we'll talk this over. There's nothing for you to worry about. Silvertree is quite peaceable. She slept in my room last night, and as you can see, I'm still very much alive." His divulging that Silvertree had shared his room only infuriated Raining Sunshine all the more. She gasped in disbelieving amazement. "You took that whore into your bed!" Her dumbstruck expression twisted into a state of envenomed fury when she realized something that was even more offensive to her sensibilities. "You slept with that creature, and then you dressed her in one of my tunics?" She had originally come just to kill Silvertree, but that was an act of kindness compared to the bad intent that beamed from her vehemently jealous eyes. "It's not what it seems like," Fastillion spluttered as he realized his mistake. Unexpectedly, she slowly placed her bow on the ground as though she had abandoned her hostilities. That was not at all her intention, because she drew out her long hearth steel knife, grasping it in a fighter's stabbing grip. Raining Sunshine was all too willing to ingratiate her homicidal motivations that stemmed from crushing envy over a rival and the seething malevolence born of her people's undying hatred for the Beothuk race. "Your cannibal whore's red colouring is all gone," she hissed in the bitterest mocking revulsion. But that's no problem. She suddenly dashed at them in a sprint that incorporated the full extent of her long-legged athletic grace. "I'll fix her makeup." Silvertree screamed as she clung to Fastillion's back rather than try to run from the fleet-footed Raining Sunshine who approached like a ravenous wolf. "Keep her away from me," she pleaded with him. "I'll give her back the tunic." Fastillion shook her loose so that he could have the freedom to act quickly. He didn't have time for further explanations before Raining Sunshine was already upon them. She feinted to the right, then darted around to his left in an effort to get behind him and give Silvertree a vicious stabbing. Fastillion was ready to intercede, and since he wasn't the object of her aggression, it wasn't difficult for him to grab a hold of Raining Sunshine's wrist to keep her in place. As she struggled to free her arm to stab her nemesis, Raining Sunshine cursed him in Norse. "Let go of me, you whore-mongering bastard! When I'm done with her, you're next!" His size and strength were sufficient to allow him to dominate her without inflicting any injury. Fastillion shook her wrist until the massive knife flipped from her grip. "I'm trying to tell you that nothing happened between us." She continued to struggle, so he pulled her into a bear hug that pressed her into his chest. "I didn't touch her, and have no reason to want to." Raining Sunshine was taller than Silvertree, so she had no trouble meeting his gaze. "You're saying that she was in your bed, but you didn't lay on her?" Her burning jealousy was a confirmation of love that filled him with a rush of elation. "I didn't do anything with her because it's you that I desire." He held her close, then rubbed his nose against hers. "I've always wanted you, for as long as I can remember. I want you to be my wife." His words and the touch of his nose drained all the resistance from her limbs. "But I thought," she began to say, before he brushed their lips like he had their noses, and then he kissed her in Norse fashion. The intimate action was new to them both, and neither of them hesitated to prolong the experience. The Micmac men couldn't believe what they saw. Most of them immediately turned around to head back for their canoes. A few stayed behind long enough to kick at the dirt and otherwise vent their disgusted frustration. They had come in the hopes that one of them would win Raining Sunshine's affections by showing how manly they were in her moment of need. The Lifespuder men were much more pleased, so they shouted with amusement that Fastillion flaunted his dominion over two lovely Markland women as though just to anger the Micmac who had threatened him. Lars asked Fastillion, "What's your secret? Are you going to start sleeping with them both at the same time?" Raining Sunshine leaned back to eye Fastillion suspiciously. "What does he mean by that?" "He's like you," Fastillion answered credulously. "Lars assumes what he wants to know without ever bothering to ask about the truth. I swear to you that I never did anything with her." It occurred to him that he was partially lying, since his hands had felt over Silvertree entirely when they washed off her paint in the river. It hadn't led to anything more serious, so he felt he was sufficiently honest. To divert attention from his slight guilt, he indicated her own ostensible impropriety with a glance at the host of handsome young Micmac warriors she had come with. "Maybe I should be asking you about them." She shrugged it off sheepishly. "When I said that I needed someone to paddle me to Lifespudir, I found plenty of volunteers. It seems that I've become quite popular now that I'm expected to take a husband." Raining Sunshine embraced him, then laid her head against his chest. "Now they're upset, because they can see that I've already made my decision about who to endorse to my father." She gazed up at him with an expression to show that she wanted him to kiss her again. "With your success over the Beothuk, the elders can't help but grant you your manhood ceremony. After that, I hope you're planning on speaking to my father about paying my bride price. I know you can afford it." While the two of them occupied their attentions with another bout of passionate kissing, Silvertree picked up Raining Sunshine's fallen knife and then discreetly pointed it against her rival for Fastillion's affections. She asked with a broken-hearted frown of envy and defeat, "She is the reason you spurn me. You deserve better than an arrogant, fumbling virgin who couldn't keep your longhouse any better than your bed." Raining Sunshine leapt back from his embrace, seemingly afraid that Silvertree might try and knife her. "I told you she was a backstabber. Let me get rid of her." "She's nothing of the kind." He defied Raining Sunshine's hostility with a sharp glance before he held out his hand for Silvertree to give him the knife. "I've come to realize that the Micmac have done everything in their power to encourage the hostility between your two peoples. If you could look beyond your black-hearted legends, you'd see that she's not so different from you. Silvertree fell to her knees as she gave Fastillion the blade as if she was a knight that showed deference to her king. "I would never harm your favorite woman," she told him demurely before she briefly gave Reigning Sunshine a hateful glance. "Even though she came here to murder me out of her people's wicked avarice and her own jealousy." She gazed pleadingly into Fastillion's face for some sign of his past demonstrations of affection for her. "If you wish, I will tell you the tragic tale of how the Beorthuk and the Micmac were once beloved friends, just like you and I are now. It was before the time of their loathsome betrayal and their demonic descent into the state of depraved evil that they still exist in to this very day." "You're no better," Fastillion scolded Silvertree. "You don't even know each other, but you banter like the bitterest of enemies." He took her hand and had her stand up. "Until you have actually met a Micmac, you have no basis for the nasty things that you say about them." Reigning Sunshine cautiously waited until Fastillion glanced away to put her knife into his belt, and then she leaped on Silvertree to tackle her to the ground. The two young women began to wrestle, scratch, and screech like a pair of timber panthers. Fastillion promptly snatched Reigning Sunshine about her waist to hoist her away, while Lars helpfully charged in and did the same with Silvertree. Lars's smile was huge as he held the Beorthuk slave girl around her waist with her arms and legs flailing. "You must be giving it to them right," he chuckled. "They're fighting over who gets it next." "You both better stop this nonsense right now," Fastillion demanded in Micmac, "or we'll dunk you both in the river to cool off." Both women relaxed to avoid receiving a dousing, then contented themselves by exchanging wrathful stares. Fastillion put Reigning Sunshine down, then she promptly took his arm just to show Silvertree who had his affections. "I don't want you to have anything more to do with her," she insisted. "I won't have her filling your ears with her Beorthuk poisonous whispers." "Well, that's just too bad for you then," Fastillion rejected her mandate. "She happens to be a good person, and she knows a great many things that are of interest to me. I intend to hear her out." "It doesn't matter if she's good or bad," Reigning Sunshine argued with a stamp of her foot that demonstrated her feisty nature. "She'll never be welcome in any Micmac village, so you just better pick one of these men here for her to bed down with. If I see her touching you again, I'll gut her like a fish." To emphasize her point, she took back her knife and returned it to her sheath. Fastillion couldn't help but consider her words. It was true that the Micmac would never accept Silvertree into one of their tribes. The heated rivalry between the two nations burgeoned from mutually inflexible traditions of slander and sacrosanct principles. It was the very sort of narrow-minded thinking that made Fastillion avoid taking an active participation in any form of religion, even his stepfather's. Silvertree's only options were to become a nun in his stepfather's church or to take a husband from among the Norsemen in Straumfjord or Leifsbudir. He sort of liked the idea of making her an enthralled concubine or secondary wife, but quickly dismissed the notion. It was inconceivable that anyone but Silvertree would be amiable to that solution. Reigning Sunshine would sooner slit his throat than tolerate such a situation. It was extremely doubtful that either of their fathers would allow such a thing either. Alvito didn't believe in polygamy, and while the Micmac did allow for it under some circumstances, they would never see Silvertree as anything but a blood-sworn enemy. "You're right," Fastillion surprised his fiancée with the admission. "The best she can hope for is to select a husband right here in Leifsbudir. If I sent her to Straumfjord, I wouldn't be able to make sure she wasn't getting mistreated." Silvertree understood him perfectly and flushed with jubilant optimism as though she didn't even care that Fastillion was forever beyond her reach. "You mean I actually get to pick the man who gets to own me?" She asked the question like it was the most wonderful innovation of all time. "You can pick yourself a husband if you like," Fastillion told her, while he tried to hide his disappointment that her craving for his affections had evaporated so easily. "Or you can trust me to find you someone who will treat you properly. Some of the men here would not consider you a proper woman because of your ancestry." The reference confused her. "Not consider me a woman? They would be certain after the first night with me. I can promise you that." Her sensuous expression ensured that she would indulge the man with her every sexual talent. "That's not what I meant," he clarified with a twinge of covetousness for the lost experience. "The wrong man would handle you in wicked ways that they would never dare inflict on a blonde-haired woman. Do you understand? They wouldn't see you as being an equal." Silvertree twisted about in Lars's arms to see the Norseman's handsome face. "What about this one? I saw him ordering about many of the other men, so he must be a man of authority." I'm sure that he likes me. Not only does he not want to put me down, but I can feel that his horn is as high and hard as an oak in winter. She wiggled about so that she rubbed Lars with her hip. His aching expression proved that her estimations were entirely accurate. Fastillion gestured for Lars to put her down while he still spoke to Silvertree in Algonquin. If you really think you'd be happy with him, I'll check into it. If my father is willing to stand in as your father, we can get you a bride price and be in a position to complain if Lars or the Olafsson clan doesn't treat you rightly. Lars put her down. Then she provocatively straightened her tunic before him so that he could admire her firm body. She turned her back on him, then gave Fastillion a wink. He's plenty handsome enough for my needs. She glanced over her shoulder at Lars before she left him, using a walk that accentuated her sultrily swishing hips. Once she was certain that she had his undivided attention, she grinned at Fastillion. See what you can do about getting him for me. Her instantaneous change of attitude galled Fastillion, only he did his best not to show it. I have to go and help my father. Please take the crockery back home, and I'll meet you there shortly. Silvertree obliged him by gathering up what remained of the lunch she had brought him. She took the dishes with her back to Alvito's hall. After a half-dozen paces, she abruptly stopped, placed her burdens on the ground, and then turned about. I almost forgot, she said casually, as she stripped off her tunic in a single smooth motion that left her naked except for her silver necklace. She threw the garment at Raining Sunshine so that it landed over her nemesis' head like a net. Here's your nasty old tunic, you frigid, dry-crotched moose cow. Fastillion readied himself to grab Raining Sunshine to stop her from chasing down Silvertree to stab her with the knife. Raining Sunshine surprised him by restraining her anger. She calmly folded the tunic before hanging it over her arm. On second thought, she called to the smugly smiling Silvertree, instead of finding you a husband, I'm going to demand that you become my slave as my wedding present. Silvertree impassively ignored the comment, picked up the containers, and then proudly continued on her way. The men of Leifsbudir didn't shout or whistle. They stood in awed silence as they drank in her feminine beauty. They were especially engrossed with the fact that she had meticulously plucked out all of her already racially sparse body hair to keep herself the smooth appearance of a prepubescent girl. In her case, it was a preventative measure against lice and a convenience since she would normally be soaked in grease paint. Raining Sunshine wasn't finished with her. You'll live on a leash outside the front of my roundhouse, she chided. Your new name will be Mud Puddle because every man in my village will be using you for a boot scrape. Silvertree broke stride, then came to a stop. She wavered on the brink of self-control before she finally mastered herself, then continued on. Before her naked rival completed 3 more steps, Raining Sunshine finished her jibe in a ruthlessly cold and insinuating tone. I'll want you to feel at home, and that would be just like you're used to, every man's wash water. The Beothuk slave girl stopped again, turned around, and then gave Raining Sunshine a dark expression of such smouldering emotion that it made Fastillion's heart skip a beat. Even though her message remained completely unspoken, he had never witnessed a more reliable pledge to seek vengeance. Raining Sunshine had succeeded in cutting her with words she would never forgive or forget. A moment later, her hard exterior cracked. Silvertree stumbled and nearly fell when she turned to run back toward Alvito's hall. By the way she hung her head, it seemed as though she was in tears. Raining Sunshine didn't feel deterred by her success and had more insults to hurl. And when you have a little bastard Beothuk brat, she started, but Fastillion shut her up with only a harsh glance that conveyed his genuine desire to toss her in a mud puddle. Raining Sunshine played innocent. What? Just shut up, Fastillion scolded her. What the hell is wrong with you? I don't want to hear you talking about such things. I'm most likely a bastard myself and definitely of mixed blood. I don't like hearing you say things like that. She took on an expression as though he had doused her rage with cold water. She started it, Raining Sunshine excused almost apologetically, by calling me a moose cow and worse. She could tell by his expression that her attitude wasn't winning him back to her side. After a moment of reflection, she thought differently about her actions. I'm sorry, but I haven't done her any harm. They're just words. I know I was wrong for coming here as I have. Now that I see that she isn't out to kill you, I don't want to hurt her. I was angry that you ignored my father's good advice. I've been up all night worrying about what she might be up to. For all I knew, she was going to kill you last night in your sleep. She pouted with genuine shame. I've never hurt anyone in my life and would never harm an innocent or a child. You know that. I just want her to go away so that we can be together. Fastillion took Reigning Sunshine's arm as he led her over to get her bow. "My father is waiting for me. Unless you're going home with your army of boyfriends, you're going to have to stay in the company of Silvertree. Do you think you can avoid trying to kill her for a while?" "I promise to leave her alone," she pledged honestly as she collected her bow and arrow. He led the way to the pavilion to collect his abacus and writing slates. "Even if you don't mean it, I want you to apologize to her. Silvertree really is a Cree, one that they enslaved. Considering the way they used her and how long she was with them, she actually may have children among them, maybe even children that they killed for all I know. The things you said were terribly cruel. I'll be lucky if she doesn't try poisoning you or something." Reigning Sunshine hung on his arm as she regretted her behavior. "I don't know what came over me," was her only excuse. "I'll do my best to make it up to her. We can even be friends if that will make you happy." "It would make me happy," he put an arm around her shoulders. "I think I do know what came over you. The Micmac and the Beothuk have a secret past that your people don't like talking about. They raised you to hate them with all your heart, but they never told you the real reason why. There is more to this than a legacy of fighting. Your people have warred at one time or another with every nation in Markland. I've noticed that your people don't have this same passion about killing any of the Iroquois tribes. First of all, the Micmac are our people, not just mine," she reminded him as to where they would be living for the rest of their lives. "Secondly, we don't call them rattlesnakes for nothing. Those bloodthirsty Mohawks have killed as many of my people as any nation. That is why our name for them means man-eaters." He used her correction about his tribal allegiance. "I need to know the things she can tell me, things that will help our people. She can tell me about the Beothuk, how many villages they have, the numbers of their warriors, and the organization of their leadership. It might be feasible for us to selectively assassinate their most warlike chieftains and shamans to end this war before it ever gets going." Reigning Sunshine frowned. "That sounds really dangerous. Who would be foolish enough to go off and try to do such a thing?" "They'll have to be fought one way or another," he assured her. "A man with a family to protect is not my idea of a fool. Neither is a man who needs to prove himself to the Micmac elders." She picked up on his thinly veiled reference, so came to a halt. "You don't have to prove anything more to them than you already have. If they try to keep us apart, I'll abandon my home, and we will live here instead. Not even my father can separate us." She embraced him, nuzzled his neck, and then chuckled. "I've waited for years for you to realize that I'm not a boy, so I'm not about to let anything ruin my happiness now." He kissed her again, just because he could, and to appreciate how she actually welcomed it. The reality of their budding romance was even sweeter than he had imagined when he had daydreamed about it countless times. "I've known you aren't a boy for a while now," he flirted with her. "Why do you think that I was always eager that we go swimming?" When they arrived at the hall, Fastillion paused outside the door to listen to the sounds that came from within the foundry. He heard that his stepfather and the team of Leifsbudir men he hired to help him were already busily at work inside. Fastillion took Reigning Sunshine into the residential hall to be sure that she and Silvertree could come to some sort of peaceable consensus before he would leave them together. A quick inspection revealed that Silvertree had retreated into Fastillion's room behind a closed door. When Fastillion wanted to go in alone, Reigning Sunshine grabbed his arm to stop him. "I don't want you in there with her," she complained in as genteel manner as she could manage. Reigning Sunshine reminded him, "She doesn't even have any clothes on." He was about to argue, but she silenced him by peeling off her tunic, then handing it to him. Reigning Sunshine's only adornments were her ever-present clawed necklace and also her maiden's belt, which stylishly accentuated the slender muscularity of her stomach. She gave him a moment to admire her bare figure in stunned silence before she explained, "Tell her that I'm really very sorry about what I said and that she can have the clothes off my back as proof of my apology." He nodded numbly, unable to avert his gaze. "That's nice of you," he stammered, because he found it difficult to concentrate. "I'm sure she'll appreciate it." She stepped up, wrapped her arms about his neck, and then rubbed noses. "Just remember," she purred, "this belt is yours to take off of me whenever you want. There's nothing she can do for you that I won't do better." She stepped back to give him another chance to examine her. Reigning Sunshine's fingers delicately plucked at the strings that secured her belt to remind him that her virginity was his for the taking. "You know how the women of my village have been schooling me in the sacred rituals." Her smirk had one raised eyebrow that insinuated that she had learned some sexual things as well as the practical. "I have ways of pleasing you that you wouldn't even believe." "You don't have to worry about Silvertree," he said, while he studied her redundantly in an effort to discover her finest feature. "You saw how she smouldered with desire for Lars. It will be easy to put her in a good home, and that will be the end of her. He finally broke himself away, then went into his room. Silvertree waited behind the door as Fastillion walked in. Once he was inside, she pushed the door closed and then took the tunic off his arm. She was still as bare as she was on her walk through the village, but even so, she tossed the garment onto his bed. I listened to you talking to her. I accept her apology, but I don't want anything that was hers. That includes me, he told her dryly with thoughts of Lars and the way she fawned over him. I want the two of you to forgive your previous misunderstandings and make a fresh start of things. You don't speak Norse, and this is a small village. You're going to need a friend you can talk to. You're not hers yet, she said with renewed confidence. When he raised his arms to argue the matter, she stepped into them and then embraced him. I only pretended to be interested in that man when I saw how jealous it made you. It proves to me that you still desire my company, whatever you might say about that prudish girl. When he made an expression of doubt, she offered her proof. You know, I wouldn't trust that man. Lars, you called him. I remember him from the meeting last night. He was as willing to hurt me as any of the rest of them. He gently pushed her away. I'm sorry, but there can never be anything more between us than the friendship I'm offering you. He went over to pick up the tunic, which he held out for her. Put this on. You're coming with me to talk with Raining Sunshine. I want to see the two of you make up before I go. I have important things to do. War is coming. I don't have time to settle the bickering of women. The door popped open as Raining Sunshine darted in to close it quickly behind her. She wore nothing more than before, except an expression of nervous surprise. A moment later, she and Silvertree stared each other down in a cold silence. Raining Sunshine reacted first by fluffing her hair and then posing with a hand on her hip as if to say that she was clearly the more comely in a contest of their undressed bodies. Silvertree shook out her long black mane, then let her hands do an alluring review of her flawless skin. The display successfully lured Fastillion's eyes into following along the trail of her fingers. His attention made Silvertree smile with satisfaction that Raining Sunshine was not so secure in her superior beauty as she fancied herself. Before Fastillion could decide what to do with them, his stepfather opened the door to reveal just what had caused Raining Sunshine to come scampering into the room in the first place. Alvito eyed the three of them with lightly disguised disappointment. His gaze first made a prudently elevated pause on Twisted Feather's daughter. It's nice to have you back in my home again. Allow my polite assumption that since you're not getting ready for bed or taking a bath, that you must be going swimming. If you don't mind, I'm like your father in that I would prefer that you wear your clothes in this village until you get down to the river. Yes, sir, she said in embarrassment as she stepped off to get a garment from her locker. Next, Alvito expressed his discontent with Silvertree. Someone came to the foundry to tell me about your free-spirited march through the village. He spoke loud enough to make Raining Sunshine realize that he similarly knew about her warlike activities. Your freedom of movement is conditionally based on your behavior. I'm hopeful that it's your desire to cooperate in your adjustment to our ways. Silvertree had no shortage of respect for figures of religious authority. She demurely lowered her eyes while she accepted her chastisement. I'm sorry, Father Alvito, she said bashfully. I will do better from now on. Alvito grabbed Fastillion's shoulder. We have a lot of work to do, and I can no longer wait for your help. He glanced over at Raining Sunshine since she wore a fresh tunic. While we're gone, I expect you to instruct Silvertree in the rules of appropriate behavior. The two of you will be polite to one another, even if you can't be friends. Is that understood? Both women smiled deferentially to show they would comply. The priest took a small pouch from his belt, which he held out to Silvertree. This is the silver to purchase you some new clothes and whatever other beautifying accessories that you feel you might need to be comfortable. There is enough here for you to also purchase the ingredients you require for brewing the healing poultice you offered to make for Fastillion's hand. I am sure that Raining Sunshine will be happy to let you wear an article of her clothing until she has taken you around the village to acquire your purchases. I'd be happy to help her, Raining Sunshine chimed good-naturedly. She'll need someone to start teaching her to speak Norse, too. Her change in attitude clearly conveyed that she didn't want Alvito mentioning to her father that she had behaved inappropriately. Alvito exited first. Fastillion followed after his stepfather. When Fastillion briefly glanced back into the room before he closed the door, Raining Sunshine gave him a mischievous smile while she hoisted her tunic all the way to her maiden's belt to assure him that her feelings hadn't changed in the slightest. A similar glimpse over at Silvertree let her clever smile promise to him that she felt far from defeated and still vied for his affections. After he closed the door, Fastillion was soon outside with his stepfather. Alvito paused on the porch to talk with his stepson. "I have been all over the world," he began, educating his son. "I have visited many lands and witnessed the ways of the people in all of them. What I have to tell you is not because I am your father, nor is it mere flattery. To anyone who can see, it is plain that God has gifted you with qualities women find irresistible. Though you might think I'm being ridiculous, it's the simple truth that you are one of his rarities among men, an Adonis, as it were." One of Alvito's books that Fastillion had studied was a text on the tales of Greek religion in their native language. He had to ask, "An Adonis? You must be warning me to avoid the affection of goddesses, because it's highly unlikely that a boar will ever kill me, much less I shall ever see one. Raining sunshine is beautiful, but I think calling her Aphrodite is somewhat extreme. I do see what you mean about making her jealous, though. She can be extremely dangerous. You should have seen her go after Silvertree with her knife." Alvito gave him an annoyed stare that indicated that his stepson needed to just shut up and listen. "I'm verifying that you're not only impressively tall, even for the son of a Norseman, but your breadth of muscle is keeping stride. You have a handsome countenance to accompany the athletic prosperity of your body, so that despite the uncommon combination of your ancestry, you are fast becoming a man who is second to none in stature. My pride in you approaches sin when I say that I could stand you in comparison to any noble prince from between here and Calcutta, knowing that the other fathers, though they be mighty kings, would have to bow their heads to me in capitulation." Fastillion felt embarrassed by his stepfather's unprecedented demonstration of praise. He did not feel flattered, only uncomfortable, because he could sense some negative conclusion lay at the end of his lecture. "If this is somehow about the way they were traipsing around naked in my room, I swear to you that nothing was going to happen. The situation wasn't the way it seemed." Alvito concurred with a nod, because Fastillion had begun to strike upon the point he approached. "You know that among caribou, the greatest of the bulls attract to themselves huge harems of cows. The same is true for walrus, deer, and even sheep. In God's unfathomable wisdom, he chose to infuse one common desire into the minds of all females, among every sort of creature. One and all, they feel the same uncontrollable draw toward the spectacle of physical perfection in the male of their kind." Fastillion mistakenly assumed that his stepfather was discreetly offering him a lesson in human reproduction. "I know where babies come from and how they're made, so there's no need to get into it." "That's not what I'm talking about." Alvito waved him down to be quiet and listen. "I'm explaining to you why women behave so witlessly when they're around you. Surely you have noticed it, even before just now in your room. I'm warning you that your potential for attracting women is a dangerous gift, and it has yet even to reach its full potency. Soon you will find that faithful wives from this very village will be offering themselves to you from the shadows of their doorways. The daughters of good men will cast off all prudence to have a place in your bed with no concern for marriage or fear of unwanted children. Those amorous women that you reject will respond to the rebuff by hating you with an equally unreasonable passion. Even men will come to loathe you for no more reason than the incidental way that you draw the eyes of their women." "I'm not sure that I understand," Fastillion admitted, while numerous potential conclusions ran through his head. He considered that perhaps neither Raining Sunshine nor Silvertree were in their right minds, and only pursued him for the reasons his stepfather described. "Are you saying that I can't trust the affections of any woman ever?" Alvito considered that, and then agreed. "In a way, yes, that's what I'm saying. Because it comes so easily to you. It's not a worthwhile reason for you to make an important decision. A woman must offer you something more than her lust to be worthy of special consideration, like marriage. If you want my advice, it amounts to this. If you're going to involve yourself casually with the many women who will pursue you, always be cautious of the consequences. Taking Silvertree to your bed won't harm anyone, except maybe her feelings when you finally put her out. To do the same with Raining Sunshine will have serious repercussions. She is an impressionable young woman with a promising future that needs our protection. Taking her unceremoniously would also endanger your relationship with her tribe and her father. What if I have serious intentions about Raining Sunshine? Fastillion truly believed that he wanted her for his wife. I want us to be the first for each other and not worry about anyone else. Alvito warned, when you only know one woman physically, it makes the temptation for having other women all the more appealing. You'll always be wondering if they have something to offer to you that your wife does not. Considering Raining Sunshine's virginal lack of experience, she obviously won't know much, if you grasp my meaning. Fastillion wasn't sure if he did. Is there a lot to know? It made him more curious about what Silvertree might have to offer. You've been around the world. How many women were you with before taking your vows to be a priest? Alvito coughed into his hand to conceal his discomfort in answering. Though I've never been married, I've had more than my fair share of ladies from many nations and all walks of life. Only recently did Pope Gregory in Rome decree that priests should be celibate, and many still refuse the order. So you can understand that despite the way that I have raised you, I had little incentive when growing up to act so responsibly. I can tell you that in the Far East there are schools that teach young women to know 1,000 ways of pleasing a man. Compared to that, Raining Sunshine knows next to nothing. That doesn't mean you won't be happy together. Fastillion knew his desire. If I want to be happy with Raining Sunshine, what do you recommend that I do? It's simple, Alvito advised. You need to get Silvertree out of the house as soon as you can. Alvito slapped his stepson's back to show his sympathy. I can see the tension growing between the two of you. If you stay together much longer, you're going to end up bedding her. I guarantee it. His father was probably right, because Fastillion already wanted to keep Silvertree in his life. Is there anything else I can do? Alvito shrugged. Back home in Europe, young men would frequent bawdy houses and solicit the charms of many prostitutes before they got married, something they euphemistically called sowing the wild oats. The people commonly believed that such sinful conduct would exhaust a young man's desire to wander once he engaged to wed. While there are loose women both on Vinland and among the Micmac, I doubt any of them possess the extreme youth and beauty that you so casually find appealing. I would say they were more of the common variety of women and hardly skilled enough to help you understand what you could find with an Eastern madam of the harem. I'm not telling you this to recommend such a course of action. I just want you to understand what commonly happens to other men who find themselves in your situation. With the lecture over, Alvito led Fastillion to the foundry so they could get to work. They went together into the foundry, which was already at full production. Alvito regularly employed 6 local men to help him smelt iron ore, and they were all in attendance. Fastillion joined in to perform a mixture of physical labor with other more cognitive duties. Either Alvito or Fastillion always carefully monitored the temperature of the furnace. They directed the workers when it was time to infuse more heat by having them inject additional charcoal with their iron-edged wooden shovels and pump more air with the bellows. Periodically, they had to temporarily cool the furnace and clear the slag before they recharged it with fresh ore. The workers regularly poured molten iron into sand molds where it hardened into billets. The iron ore came from a bountiful mine located on the Markland mainland. Alvito had brought the knowledge of iron manufacturing to Vinland. He also used his foundry for the occasional smelting of other metals such as copper, silver, lead, and gold. He had personally located the iron mine and then orchestrated a labor arrangement with the Micmac, who had learned from him how to excavate the ore using iron tools. They collected the ore and then transported it to Leifsbuda on barges built by Clan Olafsson. Alvito paid them for their efforts with a share of the finished product. The arrangement had made those Micmac involved into wealthy men. By mid-afternoon, a fully laden Micmac ore barge arrived at Leifsbudia's beach to deliver their latest supply, which had departed from their village at first light that morning in response to the upcoming conflict with the Beothuk. Fastillion remained at the foundry, while Alvito went down to the river where he supervised the securing of the barge. 4 large canoes towed the flat-bottomed vessel into position before a score of Leifsbudia men used ropes with block and tackle to haul the vessel out of the water. In addition to the heavy iron ore, the barge also contained an equally large but considerably lighter load of charcoal, which the Micmac collected from their many cooking, kiln, and oven fires. The Micmac oarsmen beached their canoes, then unpacked temporary shelters for spending the night near the village. Not long after the men had secured the ore barge, Hans Olafsson returned to the village in his longboat from his expedition to Straumfjord. He had obviously not learned anything about the missing Valborgsson men. By sunset, villagers had told him about how the Beothuk had killed the 3 men and everything else that had come of it. Hans stopped by the foundry to discuss the situation with Alvito. Fastillion was once again in charge of the ironworks, while Hans occupied his stepfather. He suspected that the discussion was about Hans Olafsson's intention to abandon Vinland and take his clan to Greenland permanently. It was just after dark when Raining Sunshine and Silvertree brought dinner out to the foundry. They had finished making their tour of the village's seamstresses some time earlier. Silvertree purchased new clothes for herself and then collected assorted medicinal components as well. Working together, the two Markland beauties had cooked an elaborate supper that included one uniquely Beothuk dish in the form of a spicy roasted porcupine that proved to be delicious. Both of them had gone to considerable efforts to dress themselves in a comely fashion before they presented the meal. They had put one another's hair into Norse braids and further decorated their tresses with sweet-smelling spring flowers. The men ate their food while they also maintained their regular work duties. The operations of the foundry were too involved for them to shut it down for only a brief interval. Both women served wine and food while they made no pretense of eating anything themselves. Fastillion noticed that the only fault in their peaceful cooperation was where he was concerned. They frequently came into conflict while they tried to be the one who served him more food or kept his wine cup filled. After dinner finished, the work continued until late into the night. With the fresh load of iron ore and charcoal to keep them occupied, Alvito saw no reason to delay production. Fastillion worked hard and only rarely became distracted by thoughts of his predicament of managing his women. When he considered what Alvito had told him on the porch, he came to some conclusions. The only thing that kept him from exploring his desire for Silvertree was his respect for the feelings of Raining Sunshine. He felt torn between a life of casual encounters and committing himself to one woman for all of his days. Silvertree offered him an opportunity to subject himself to the pleasures of a woman with considerable talents and experience. Raining Sunshine was surely as ignorant of such matters as he was, and the demand it put on him to perform was perhaps as intimidating as it was a temptation. It was midnight by the time that Alvito shut down the furnace and then gave Fastillion leave to go home. Fastillion hadn't seen or heard from his two Markland women since they took away the supper crockery hours before. He went behind the hall where he thoroughly washed himself with soap and water before heading off to bed. As exhausted as he felt, Fastillion still held a real ambition to reunite with his two spirited companions. The unpredictable tension they put into his life had quickly become something that he found wanting in its absence. Fastillion had his lantern burning when he went inside. He stopped by the cauldron to eat some of the leftovers from dinner and then headed for the guest room. His curiosity about which of the women he would find there was titillating because it would also reveal which of them had the gumption to try spending the night with him in his room. Fastillion hadn't expected to find the chamber empty. The bed remained made just as it had been all day. He headed for his own room then to find out what was going on. Fastillion entered to quite a surprise. His first sensation was an assault on his nostrils that left his head swimming. The air wafted with the heady scents of burnt incense and expensive rose oil perfume. Both were popular ceremonial concoctions of the indigenous peoples of Markland. Less distinct, but still unmistakable, were the scents of the smoke of burnt wax candles, a tangy herbal blend like a medicinal salve, the sweet vapors of wine, and the musky fragrance of women overcome with sensual excitement. He stepped in quietly, then hung his lamp from a hooked sconce to see numerous vessels of crockery that held half-eaten treats from dinner as well as other snacks of fruit, nuts, and raw seafood delicacies like the Marklanders frequently preferred. Several skins of strong wine hung about still open. Half-finished glasses of the intoxicating beverage rested on the table beside his bed. He approached his bed, then slowly peeled off the top blanket. Underneath were the entwined bodies of Raining Sunshine and Silvertree. His fiancée had discarded her maiden's belt and her jewelry so that they both slept equally exposed to nature. With the blanket pulled away, they positively radiated the scents he had first detected upon entering the room. Raining Sunshine was deeply asleep, and she had the most contented smile, a rosy blush on her breasts and loins, and an arm that embraced her former adversary. Silvertree felt the cool night air, and it awoke her to notice Fastillion had withdrawn their blanket. She opened her eyes to give him a mischievous grin. "You're late," she murmured through a yawn. "We tried to wait up for you as long as we could, but she just can't handle her red water at all." He felt stunned to the point of being speechless. It didn't occur to him to ask what happened because he already knew. The Bordius saga that concerned the Norse goddesses raced through his mind as the answer. He had heard it many times, and admittedly, it was one of his favorites. According to the story, the warrior gods of the Aesir had gone off to battle with the Vanir, the elf gods of Alfheim. The battle lasted for long months, before it finally ended in a truce that they cemented with an exchange of hostages. The Aesir had left all their goddesses at home alone to await their return, but the goddesses' boredom soon became unbearable. Seeking a reprieve from their frustrations, the goddesses gathered together in Frigg's hall of Fensalir to speak with her. Frigg was first among all the Norse goddesses, and they revered her as being the wisest of them concerning all things feminine. When the goddesses complained of their loneliness and frustration, Frigg offered them an unexpected solution. The Queen of Goddesses sealed the door to her hall and served her guests strong wine while she had her musicians play. When the celebration reached its peak of excitement and drunkenness, Frigg took the goddess Lofn into her arms, and together they kissed and embraced as though husband to wife. The details tended to vary with the teller from that point, but always in the tale, the goddesses made love to one another with feverish kisses and exploring hands until one and all had been satisfied. The story's title was The Festival of Frigg, and from it the name of Odin's wife had become synonymous in the Norse language for the act of a woman being pleasured by hand, whether it be her own, her husband's, or in some cases another woman. Fastillion's nose led him to a jar on the small table that contained the herbal salve he had smelled. It contained generous quantities of the oil from crushed flowers and other herbs he couldn't recognize. He suspected that Silvertree had used it to drug Raining Sunshine. He asked her accusingly, "What is this? Did you use this to put her in a stupor?" "It's nothing dangerous or unnatural," she replied, while doing a sensuous stretch that ended with another yawn. "It's just a salve that I threw together. I told Raining Sunshine that when properly applied to her, it would allow her to experience the sexual ecstasy of her first man without any of the usual sensations of pain." He considered her explanation and believed from Raining Sunshine's recent behavior that she had genuinely planned to make love to him for their first time when he got back from the foundry. She had no way of knowing that he would return so late. Fastillion asked, "Does it really work for that, or was it just a trick so you could take advantage of her?" "I did not take advantage of anyone." Silvertree gently stroked Raining Sunshine's abdomen and then traced a finger under the curving mound of one of her breasts. The Micmac beauty stretched luxuriously under the caress before she murmured something pleasant but unintelligible. Silvertree informed him, "This poor thing did not even know what pleasure was until I took the time to teach her. It took me a while, but I thoroughly worked the salve's magic. By the time I finished, she got everything she bargained for and so much more." Silvertree's expression showed that she had enjoyed providing the experience nearly as much as Raining Sunshine had enjoyed receiving it. "But to answer your question, yes, it would also work for you. Well, considering your potential, let's just say that it would have helped." Fastillion knelt down beside his bed before he took Raining Sunshine's hand. She briefly opened her eyes, then gave him an expression of purest love and adoration. "I'm ready for you," she slurred while she reached out to embrace him. A moment later, her arm fell limp as she drunkenly slipped back into unconsciousness. "She's totally sloshed," he glowered at Silvertree harshly. "You should not have gotten her like this. Her people forbid her from partaking of wine. She's never had any before in her life." Silvertree shrugged innocently. "She mentioned something about that. I explained that it would do wonders for loosening her up and taming those first-time jitters. I have never met anyone so skittish about the whole matter." She smiled at Fastillion with a coy pout. "I guess you wouldn't know anything about that either, being a virgin yourself." The whole situation had Fastillion taken aback. Not only was he upset with Silvertree for getting Raining Sunshine blind drunk on wine, but he also bemoaned the fact that his virginal fiancée had inadvertently committed an unexpected infidelity. The fact that Silvertree had conspired to bring it all about and was actually amused by his distress over the whole matter angered him most of all. Fastillion finally understood Alvito's warning about her. Silvertree was far wiser in the ways of the world than either of them. While they still struggled with the feelings of adolescence, she considered such emotions to be nothing more than childishness. Silvertree's innocent smirk was nearly enough to make him lose his temper. His voice quaked with his turmoil of emotions as he asked her, "What's so funny about this? You're lucky that I don't put you out. How could you?" She took on an expression of sincere compassion for him as she reached out to caress his face, only he drew away. "I almost wish you would," she whispered. "My gift has always been to know the desires of men, and I know you. You're a slave to your teachers. I'm in no danger of you acting on your true feelings. If you're so mad at me for showing her what she should have known about years ago, why don't you actually do something about it? Instead, you're going to quote me one of your silly speeches. Maybe you should give me a stern lecturing. I'm sure I'll feel just terrible, maybe even cry." Silvertree's mocking attitude toward his dismay was just about more than he could stand. Fastillion was not unhinged enough to beat her, but he felt tempted. It was only because her antics were more lascivious than vindictive that he spared her. In her own way, Silvertree even seemed to think that she had done them a favor. He couldn't find it in himself to blame Raining Sunshine either. She was only the unwitting victim of a cunning seductress. All he could do was just stare over his contentedly smiling yet thoroughly despoiled love and shake his head in somber consternation. Instead of feeling any guilt or demonstrating any remorse, Silvertree drew up her knees in a sexual pose. While one of her hands cupped her breast, she used the other to demonstrate how she would apply the same herbal balm onto herself. "I can teach you too," she purred. "I can show you everything you need to know to make her wedding night more pleasurable than she could ever dream of it being." She read Fastillion's indecisive turmoil and knew how to overcome it. Would you prefer her agonized cries as you rip her away from childhood amidst blood and tears? How much longing would she have for you after that? Come to me and do it for her. Something inside him snapped as all of his doubts and misgivings just drained away. Fastillion knew at that moment that he was a man who could do whatever he pleased. She was right about him being a boy who felt so enslaved by the edicts of his mentors that he never considered making decisions on his own. He decided to prove to her that he could act on his desires rather than always restraining them with his stepfather's cumbersome notions of morality and religion. He took up the jar of salve, which he tossed onto her belly. "Since this works so well, you better use some. You're going to need it." Without waiting to judge her reaction, he set about arranging her sleeping pallet on the floor beside the bed. Silvertree scooped 2 fingers of the salve from the container, then luxuriously applied it to her body. The thought of Fastillion having his way with her to such an extreme that she might actually relive some hint of her first virginal pains made her giddy with lustful anticipation. Her evening of offering ministrations to Raining Sunshine had cultivated an already considerable yearning in her that she felt near to bursting from the pent-up energy. Once he had the pallet ready, Fastillion walked around to her side of the bed, pulled her up to stand with him, and then roughly forced a kiss on her. Using her mouth and lips as an instrument of showing affection was something she understood very well, but not in the strange and comparatively unfulfilling Norse custom of kissing. Silvertree used her hands for furtively exploring beneath his breechcloth while he stripped off his jacket. Her intimidated expression conveyed that she was obviously impressed with the generous uniformity of his body. Fastillion wasn't gentle about taking her down to the pallet, since he found it easy to incorporate his lingering hostility toward her into his physical desires. He forced her down onto her knees with her face shoved into her pillow, and her whole body trembled with expectancy. She groaned with delight as he grasped her at the hips, and then she howled as he slapped her backside with his hand so hard that she felt as though he had taken off a layer of skin. He only intensified her surprise and confusion by shoving her over onto her side and then leaving her there. Fastillion stepped over her to climb into bed with Raining Sunshine, and then he pulled up the blanket to cover them both, as it was his intention to go to sleep. "Blow out the lantern when you're done with your ointment," he told her coldly. "Be sure to enjoy yourself, because that is all the attention you're ever going to get out of me." Chapter 11. Chains of Credence. Despite how late he had gone to bed, Fastillion awoke with the first rays of sunrise, only not of his own accord. Silvertree roused him with the cool touch of a wet cambric cloth as she washed his body from a copper wash basin of fresh water. He still felt tired and also sore from his previous day of hard work. Once he awoke enough to sit up and then gaze about to see what was happening, Silvertree offered him a cup of wine he could drink to clear his head. "I heard your father get up to start moving about the house," she explained while she wiped his chin with the cloth before re-wetting it. "You have important work to do. I must get you ready." She showed no signs of the previous night's mirth, nor did she seem to begrudge the way he had sent her to bed. If anything, she seemed ashamed of her behavior and desperate to make amends to prove her staunch loyalty to her savior. He glanced over to the other side of the bed to see that Raining Sunshine was awake, quietly watching them. Her expression of shameful guilt slammed him with the memory of what she had done with Silvertree the night before. Perhaps she thought she had permanently ruined their lives and that he no longer wanted to marry her. Fastillion rolled over to brush the hair from her distraught face. His closer inspection revealed she had a sickly pallor and a miserable countenance. He asked her softly, "Are you all right? I suspect that you've got a massive hangover. It's what Norsemen call a morning sickness that comes from drinking too much wine." She offered a nauseous expression and small nod of agreement. "That must be what afflicts my body," she confirmed. "My spirit is in far worse condition, knowing how you must hate me for what I've done." "I don't hate you, and you've done nothing I wish to reprimand," he replied honestly, and absolved her completely of any wrongdoing. It was totally outside his nature to feel any lingering jealousy about her having drunken indiscretions with another woman. If it had been with a man, it would have been an entirely different matter. As in the Festival of Frigg, it required a man for a woman to commit adultery. He considered the situation with Silvertree to be an acceptable form of therapeutic stress relief. Her guilt prevented her from accepting any forgiveness or compassionate understanding. "She took my maiden's belt off me," Raining Sunshine confessed in her search for a deserved reprisal that might ease her distress. "I only agreed to her teaching me the proper way of applying the lotion. She promised me that it would allow us to be together without me feeling any fear or pain. Only after her fingers were soothing in the balm did I realize that she had tricked me. Instead of preparing me for you, her potion ensnared me with indescribable sensations. It was like I fell into a trance. My memories are hazy, like in a dream, but I remember feeling like I was a kitten with a purring panther grooming my pelt with a lapping tongue. I think I could have shouted for help or tried to run away, but instead I just wantonly gave up all resistance and let her take my virginity. My betrayal is unforgivable." She began to cry. "I had promised myself to you alone." He nearly laughed about her misunderstood source of pleasure that she falsely attributed to the lotion, and not to her amusingly accurate description of Silvertree's talents for giving her such delights. Raining Sunshine remembered the experience only as a hazy dream. His empathy for her turmoil was enough for him to restrain his mirth. "Only a man can take your virginity, my love," he reassured her. "Your virtue is still very much intact. I will put the maiden's belt back on you myself, knowing truthfully that you are no less pure for what took place." "Even if you don't resent what I've done," she told him sadly, "neither do you feel flattered or are in any way rejoicing. Before last night, I did not know the ecstasy that came with a lover's touch. I had thought it would be no more than a dance that celebrated the tender feelings that come from true love and friendship. It would have been better if I had learned the truth from you at the proper time." Silvertree continued to wash Fastillion absently. "Surely you should not blame yourself. I am the source for all this tragedy. What could be wickeder than my seduction of a young virgin from her life of utter abstinence born of pure ignorance? Only a villainous fool such as I could think that it was worse to have deprived you of the knowledge about life's finest and simplest pleasure in the first place. As ashamed as I should be, I don't regret teaching you as I did, and only wish I could have shown you sooner. Even if you need to hate me for what I've done, we both know it won't be long before your own hand seeks to reenact those moments of sweetest satisfaction." The truth of Silvertree's statement stifled any further argument from Raining Sunshine. Shame prevented her from openly admitting that she would indeed find the time to experiment with the magic sensations that until the night before had been completely unknown to her. "Let us not forget my other evils," Silvertree continued her sermon. "Like my own wicked desire to be touched, what could be surer proof of my limitless vice than my desperate longing to feel the embrace of the man whom I have come to adore like no other?" She wringed out the cloth, then wiped it across Fastillion's lower abdomen. Why must Fastillion feel that he is a beast just because he is a man who dares to desire a woman he finds to be beautiful and who already belongs to him? Fastillion relaxed to enjoy the cool washing and think about the things he heard her say. "I have no family, no nation, and no people," Silvertree added. "You plucked me from ruin and death to shelter me from all further harm. You recovered my lost spirit and helped me find an immortal soul. She speaks of betrayal because she loves you, but can't you see that I love you too? I am your slave, so I belong to you both. My very flesh is yours to enjoy or cast into a fire if that pleases you instead. There is no one in the entire world to question what becomes of me. Whatever happens to me is at your whim. I love you, and I did wantonly beg you to take me into your bed. You're a man, and I long for you to answer my call. I ask you, what could be more natural than that?" "Just because something is natural," Fastillion argued obstinately, "it doesn't make it right. If you love me as you say, why did you work so hard to interfere with my future with Raining Sunshine?" "No harm has been done," she answered with a distant sadness. I know men and the ways of their hearts. What she did with me had no impact on your feelings for her. If you had taken me last night, it would not have changed your feelings either. Men don't hate the deer that they kill for meat, neither do they love the animal because it satisfies their desire to eat. Wherein that relationship is your right and wrong. Even though you are both nearly new to the ways of the world, you seem to consider yourselves such unfailing judges on what is proper. I say that it is not wrong for you to hunt and devour those things you hunger for. Just shut up, Fastillion told her, not knowing how else to stop her confounding lecture. I do not have the words to explain to you why it was wrong, but that doesn't make it not so. Silvertree embraced him, knowing that it may very well be her last time. By what right do you two consider yourselves such authorities on matters that the wisest shamans so often confound? My love for you is immortal. You could take innumerable wives or send me back to serving the warriors of the Beothuk, and I would still feel the same longing to be with you. The pleasure I gave her last night was of no more consequence than any other bodily function. Matters of the heart are something else entirely. Love is not physical but spiritual. If the two of you truly love one another, nothing can change that, certainly not me. Fastillion had no comment, but Raining Sunshine did concur. I love you more than ever, she declared to Fastillion while she reached out to him. It took nearly losing you for me to realize just how much you mean to me. I would never know such pleasures again if I could but spend my life with you. He pushed off Silvertree and then slipped into Raining Sunshine's arms. I still want you for my wife, he said, reciprocating her feelings. They kissed with little passion, but great relief and renewed commitment. As Silvertree watched them, she collapsed onto her pallet as though suffering a mortal wound that was her sense of loss and abandonment. She pined, why must the two of you define your love in terms of denial? Must you both sacrifice what you want just to prove that you care about one another? If you were truly in love, you would be more interested in the giving of such joyous gifts than in suffocating one another with your fears and reservations. Raining Sunshine struggled to sit up and did her best to smile warmly, even though she still felt quite ill from her excessive drinking. She crawled down to the pallet and then laid her hand on Silvertree's back. I do love him as much as I claim. If you can make him feel in the way that you showed me, then he has my permission to seek you out for that. More than anything, I want him to be happy and fulfilled. I see now that you have a heart that seeks to find solace amongst a storm of admirers. My desire is to form a single enduring bond that grows stronger with each passing season. We are just different. Neither of us has to be mistaken. Fastillion got up and started to dress so he could leave for work with his stepfather. He said, I'm sorry, Silvertree, but I should have sent you away sooner, so this would never have come about. Raining Sunshine is to be my wife. She has my word that while she lives, I shall have no other. For us, that will be more than enough. Silvertree burst into tears and shivered as though consumed by terror. It would be kinder to kill me, she whimpered, than to send me to live among beastly men to whom I cannot even speak. Give her to me, Raining Sunshine blurted out, desperate to offer her new friend some defense. It would be wrong to turn her out, knowing her as we do. Despite her deceptions, the day we spent together yesterday was special to me. It is not nearly so lonely here while you are gone when I have someone I can talk to. He was eager to get away from them and settle his thoughts through lengthy and private contemplations. A day of hard work would also do much to burn away the least stubborn of his considerations. Before he left, Fastillion made his decision about Silvertree. Since you do not want a Norseman for a husband and the Micmac will not have you, I have no choice but to take you in. If the two of you wish it, you can be a servant for my wife in her home. In truth, I don't want Raining Sunshine confined to the mere duties of keeping a house and cooking for a husband. She has the makings of a great wise woman, as was her mother. I would see her have the freedom necessary to pursue those arts. Silvertree raised herself up, taking Raining Sunshine's hand to revere it. Please say that you will take me as your slave and confidant. I have never known more than the simple life of a servant. To have friends such as you to keep me is my truest desire. Let me prove to you that I can be faultless in my loyalty and obedience. You have a home now, Raining Sunshine stroked her cheek, so you have no reason to cry. I promise that you will always have shelter, food, and protection. Before Silvertree could make some gesture of her gratitude, she noticed how Raining Sunshine pursed her lips and changed into an even worse color than her already sickly pallor. Silvertree quickly snatched a clean chamber pot from beside the bed, then held it so that Raining Sunshine could then promptly retch into it in a most unbecoming manner. Fastillion wanted to lend aid to his fiancée, but Silvertree was already laying her back in preparation of bathing her with the washcloth. "I shall watch over her like my own baby," Silvertree assured him with a wave that he could go. "If any Micmac comes asking about her, I will say that she ate some seafood that disagreed with her. I know that it wouldn't do well for them to find out she had been drinking red water." Fastillion wanted to tell Silvertree that he was secretly glad she was staying and how he actually valued the enlightening experience she had led them through. He kept silent, considering the associated impropriety of the events and the renewed commitment he had with Raining Sunshine. Upon reflection of the night's outcome, he realized that without her able tutelage, he might still make a ruinous spectacle of his wedding night with Raining Sunshine. It had never occurred to him before that he knew so little about her body. Before Silvertree, he would have uncouthly forced a union upon Raining Sunshine with a Norseman's stampeding ignorance. Neither of them would have understood that gentle patience and special care was required for her to learn to accommodate a man. Her very first experience would have been one of unparalleled pain and disillusioning turmoil that would have scarred her interest in him for the rest of her days. Not only did his newly enlightened plan include judicious patience, he would question Silvertree for more specific advice on alternative methods of ensuring that their first night together imposed nothing but the most savory of sensations. To show his gratitude that he couldn't mention, he went to his locker and took out his first hearth-steel knife. It was a small blade that had been suitable for him when he was a boy. He didn't start carrying the massive blade of his bloodfather until he had more appropriately come of age. "I want you to have this," he offered the knife to Silvertree. "I know that it's small, but you can still use it for more things than are worth naming." Silvertree understood the trust and affection behind his gesture. She gazed on him with eyes that beamed adoration. "In the hands of a novice," she said thoughtfully, "a huge blade can do more harm than good." Her coy smile showed that she intended the pun that mirrored his thoughts. Like him, she chose to say nothing more that might only worsen the strained feelings between the three of them. Fastillion went out to find that his stepfather was already at the foundry with the other workers, so he went in to join in the labor that was underway. Alvito said nothing to insinuate that he had noticed that the two women had shared his stepson's room or that any unexpected noises had come from within. While he did his work, Fastillion learned the morning's local news from the workmen. The village would send out men that morning to cut timber on Markland to begin assembling the rafts of logs they required for fixing the palisade. The Micmac men who had delivered the ore barge had departed at first light to return to their home village. Hans Olafsson had formally announced his intention to leave Leifsbudir permanently, just as soon as his people had aided in seeing the repairs completed. Even though it wasn't the prime time of year for sailing to Greenland, Hans remained intent on risking the voyage anyway, rather than see his family slaughtered in an unprofitable war with the Beothuk. His decision wasn't a popular one, since everyone else in Leifsbudir planned on staying. The clans of Straumfjord had yet to learn of the situation with the Beothuk, so their position in the matter was still as yet undetermined. Alvito summoned Fastillion away from the furnace after he had worked only a short while. Fastillion met his stepfather at the foundry's small smithy. One of the workmen had it fully stoked, and blooms of iron heated in the coals. Alvito assigned Fastillion to the chore of hammering the sponges into blanks, which purified the metal during the process. Fastillion was no expert smith, but he had plenty of experience beyond just hammering out the blooms. He could forge tools and reform iron implements. Later on in the day, he repaired several axes and adzes that had serious chips in their blades. A nail pulling bar needed straightening, and his most difficult task was an auger with a broken tip. Fastillion had made significant progress by midday when Silvertree arrived to bring him wine and food. She reported that Raining Sunshine rested comfortably, but remained bedridden with nausea and headaches. He ate standing up beside the forge. Several times he noticed how she indiscreetly admired the way that sweat and hard work defined the muscles of his exposed upper body. She always averted her eyes in an effort to seem indifferent, but the game only made Fastillion more aware of his own physical attraction for her. She went her way as soon as he finished. His work at the forge continued until dark, when both women returned to serve dinner to everyone working the foundry. The men dined while they still manned their various posts. Raining Sunshine served Fastillion, and she visibly cringed every time she poured wine from her decanter. Her first experience with the beverage was one she hoped to make her last. The work continued until midnight, when Alvito finally gave Fastillion leave to go home and get some sleep. He had gotten so little rest the night before, because of Silvertree and her antics, that he felt truly exhausted. Fastillion took a lantern as he headed for the rain barrel behind the hall to wash up. He was black with sooty grime and stank of sweat. Raining Sunshine and Silvertree waited for him outside the front door of the hall. They escorted him around back, where Raining Sunshine held the lantern while Silvertree started to undress him so she could give him a bath. Fastillion kept silent as she soaped him and then scrubbed the lather with a soft bristled brush. He could only take Raining Sunshine's peculiar smile for so long before he spoke up. "Would you mind telling me what's going on?" He had to hold his arms up for his scrubbing. "We've been talking." Raining Sunshine eyed him in a manner that seemed cunning, as though she had schemed during her leisure hours. Fastillion shrugged in that he was unsure of their subject matter. "I thought we resolved all this." "Oh, we did." She paused to direct Silvertree with a pointed finger to be more thorough in her personal washing. "I see nothing wrong with her giving you a bath, considering how well you know each other already. After all, she has dedicated herself to performing the domestic duties." "You heard her say how she feels," he complained. "Isn't this just a bit unfair?" Raining Sunshine shrugged, and her expression showed that she was being tentatively humorous. "If I can't trust the two of you to keep your promises to me, I might need to consider trading you both off for more reliable companions." Silvertree was on her knees as Fastillion gazed down on her. Their eyes met, and they shared an unspoken exchange where they each recognized that the other had been surreptitiously entertaining thoughts about how their experience together might somehow happen differently. Fastillion saw in her a genuine fear of Raining Sunshine's reprisal for such an occurrence. It would surely lead to her mistress casting her out into the wilds to fend for herself. Likewise, Silvertree saw in Fastillion that nothing was worth him losing his wife-to-be. In that moment, Raining Sunshine's threat doused their clandestine ambitions for any union so that it no longer qualified as a true temptation. "I hope that the two of you understand what I'm saying," Raining Sunshine stated palpably to urge them toward reinforcing their commitments to her. "We'll be going to my village soon, and before I speak to my father, I must be certain that there are no misunderstandings." Fastillion felt proud of Raining Sunshine's assertiveness. "I promise to be the best husband to you that I can be. We can leave tomorrow or the day after at the latest. I want to take my manhood ceremony and then marry you, before I leave to spy on the Beothuk." Silvertree dropped her jaw and her scrub brush while she cried, "No, my love." A feeling of horror made her blurt out the inappropriate appellation, "You must never think of going to the lands of the Red Men. If you do, you will never come home again." Raining Sunshine shook her head dumbly, unable to conceive that she was about to marry and then lose her husband in nearly the same day. "What are you saying?" "Someone must go and see what they're up to," Fastillion explained. "I won't go alone, and Silvertree can brief me on all she knows before I leave. No other Norsemen are skilled enough in the woodcraft required. I'm sure a few Micmac will be willing to help me." Before Silvertree could say more, as she desired to, Raining Sunshine silenced her. "Rinse him off now so that we can get to sleep. The rest of this discussion can wait until morning." Silvertree poured pails of fresh water over Fastillion until he was completely clean. The three of them went into the longhouse, heading for Fastillion's room. As soon as he closed the door, Silvertree threw herself against Fastillion's back, then held on desperately. "Send me back to the Red Man clans," she said with broken-hearted determination. "Once I've determined those things you need to know, you can retrieve me from the border." She nearly disguised her fear of going back with the way she deepened her voice to speak with courage. "It's a good plan. It doesn't matter what happens to me, and you would not need to go among them." "You're not going back to them," Raining Sunshine said decisively, while she pulled her away from him. "I would never betray you by telling them anything." Silvertree misunderstood her mistress's resolute rejection of her plan. "I'll return to them as your loyal spy, knowing I have a home to protect and eventually come back to again." Raining Sunshine put 2 fingers to Silvertree's lips to calm and silence her. "You're not going, because I promised to protect you. I won't have you risk your life for a home you've never even had a chance to live in." "Someone will have to do something," Fastillion reasoned. "Otherwise, the Beothuk are just going to come here anyway." With a frown of distaste, Raining Sunshine asked, "Are you saying we should send her back to them? I'm the one who is responsible for her, and I won't allow it." "No," he took her hand. "I'm trying to make you understand why I have to go. It's the best chance we have to survive. I'm sure of it." Raining Sunshine wanted no more of the discussion. Until you've discussed this plan with your father, my father, and the village elders, I'm not going to allow you to do it. That's final, so just shut up about it, and let's get some sleep. She cast aside her tunic and then took him to his bed. Fastillion barely had time to relax into the maize husk-filled mattress with Raining Sunshine cuddled beside him before he fell right to sleep. The next morning began with a blazing sun that promised a hot day ahead. Fastillion felt stifled by the warmth of his blanket, only to discover that the press of a warm body to either side of him caused his excessive insulation. Raining Sunshine's maiden's belt revealed to him that his fiancée slept on his left. A moment later, he realized that it was Silvertree who draped her arm over his chest from the other side. He whispered in Silvertree's ear, "What are you doing here? Do you want her to skin me alive?" Raining Sunshine was the one who was awake. "Let her sleep. I told her she could stay with us." As he started to get up, Fastillion asked, "What the hell for?" He needed to be careful to avoid exposing them to his stiff morning fervour. It was all the worse for having them hanging all over him. As soon as he was out of the bed, Silvertree lazily rolled over to have Raining Sunshine against her instead. She was up half the night, tossing and turning, his fiancé excused. Sleeping alone makes her afraid and lonely. This is how they live in their communal longhouses. He grabbed his clothes, then started dressing by putting on his belt first. "Keep her on your side, then. I don't want her touching me." "Well," she countered, "I didn't think you'd want her touching me either." "I'm not worried about what you do." He headed for the door. "Only one of us can get her pregnant, and it's a lot harder for me to tell you apart in the dark." She sat up as though angry, then surprised him with why, "If you still plan on going to the Beothuk hunting grounds, it's not likely to be a problem for either of us." He had nothing more to say on that matter, so he left without a word, then headed for the foundry. Alvito was already there. Most of the workmen had yet to arrive. Fastillion went straight to the forge to get it ready for a morning of mending tools. His stepfather approached him, but remained quiet for a long while. When Fastillion proved that he had nothing to say, Alvito spoke up. "When are you going to tell me?" Fastillion wasn't sure. "Tell you what?" Alvito stipulated. "Anything?" "I'm marrying Raining Sunshine." Fastillion told him something. "We want to go to her village just as soon as I can get away from here. After my manhood ceremony, we'll have a marriage celebration at her village. If everything goes well, we'll want to live there." Alvito did not object to his son's plans, but his eyes held undisclosed feelings. "What are you going to do with Silvertree?" Fastillion felt confounded by his mixed emotions, so he took some time to consider them. "I don't know, exactly. We both feel attached to her. She'll be staying with us for the time being." "I want to be at the wedding, of course," Alvito needlessly reminded him. "My present to you will be half of your inheritance. It will be more than enough for you to pay Twisted Feather's bride price and also set yourself up any way that you like." Fastillion felt the magnitude of his emotions having said his plans aloud. It somehow finalized the truth of his situation, so he embraced his stepfather. "Do you have any advice about starting a family of my own?" Alvito hugged him back. "You know me, I have no shortage of advice." He held his stepson by his shoulders at arm's length. "In the lands east of Christianity, all men of importance have multiple wives, concubines, call them what you will. If Silvertree has your first child, or worse still, your first son, Raining Sunshine will never be the same. It is the distinction by which women rank themselves in a single household. Among the great harems of the Mohammedans, the aspiration to be the mother of the first heir frequently provokes murder." It was strange advice, but Fastillion had learned his lesson about not listening. He would take it as gospel, even though he didn't plan to have any children with Silvertree or even practicing their manufacture. "I'll keep your advice in mind." "See to it that you do," Alvito reinforced the lecture. "Most people find their true feelings for their wives long after they've married them. Who is to say how you will feel about Silvertree if she stays in your house for long enough?" A life-spooder man came in and interrupted their discussion. Alvito went off to mind the furnace, while Fastillion saw to the repair of the man's axe. By midday, after they ate the lunch the two women brought to the foundry, Alvito gave Fastillion leave to pursue his interests in Raining Sunshine's village. "I have only one stipulation," he told his son with a parting embrace. "You must return for me to attend the wedding." Alvito led his stepson and the women back to the longhouse. From the sea chest under his bed, he took out a small pouch of caribou scrotum that he tossed to his stepson. Fastillion opened the pouch to find that it contained precious treasure. He discovered several diamond rings in settings of platinum, a necklace of exquisite pearls, and 20 stamped coins of pure Byzantine gold. That is wealth enough to purchase 100 comely slave girls from any market in the world. Alvito slammed the chest closed, then pushed it back beneath his bed. Do not just throw it away, but give Twisted Feathers whatever he would ask for your bride. Silvertree peered over Fastillion's arm, and she gasped in disbelief when she admired the austere beauty of the treasures. Fastillion gave her the pearls to handle before he said, "This is too much, father. It is wrong for you to give me the sum of your life's accomplishments." Alvito repeated the word as though it were poison on his tongue. Accomplishments? A moment later, he sublimated his strange reaction into a grimace. What I have given you is but a small part of what you stand to inherit. There is more, much more. What you see there is hardly even a nothing. Though Fastillion was not from the complex societies of the East, he did understand that the amount of wealth Alvito suggested far exceeded anything amassable by a priest or even the most skilled trader and sea captain. Where did you get it? That is my secret, Alvito answered. When my time is done and you have put me in the ground, you will learn everything you want to know from my journals. Until then, respect my privacy. He broke the uncomfortable situation by sending them off. You only have enough daylight left to make the trip, so you better get going. The three of them went to Fastillion's room to pack. Silvertree acted eager to be helpful, yet she remained uncertain what was to become of her. She finally asked, "Am I staying here?" "I'm taking you with me," Raining Sunshine told her. "I have enough authority to assure your safety in my village. If I can see you for who you really are, so can my people. And I'll blindfold you," Fastillion added. "That will go a long way toward keeping them from getting too excited." Silvertree questioned, "What if that isn't enough?" Fastillion considered his options. "There is something else we can do." He swiped his finger under her chin to cheer her up. "Trust me." Once they had collected what they would take, they carried it all down to his sailboat. Fastillion took all of his weapons since he had no way of knowing if he would need them. No one knew just what the Beothuk tribes were doing, and he considered an unexpected encounter with them to be a real danger. On his last trip to the sailboat, he stopped by the foundry to get an old pair of blue iron leg shackles that had hung on one of the walls for years. Alvito had received them from Hans Olafsson as payment for some nails. The shackles had been useless to Hans since no thralls lived in the village. Some men from the village proved helpful in getting the sailboat into the water. Before they left, Fastillion learned that Hans Olafsson had sailed back to Straumfjord along with Oric Valborsen and Thorvald Ragnarsson. They had gone to revitalize old obligations and make plans for defending Vinland from the Beothuk. There was the additional matter of agreeing to terms for a new treaty of cooperation with the Micmac. The number of Vinlanders had not increased much since the founding of the villages. New immigration had always been slight, and the clans had not even expanded much more than to replenish the losses they had accumulated during the First Beothuk War, as well as other interclan fighting. The Micmac population had exploded since the time of the First War. Their change from being primarily hunter-gatherers to farming and raising animals had allowed their numbers to more than triple. Once Fastillion had the mainsail raised and they comfortably cruised west over the Vinland Sea, he settled back to talk with his companions. His main point of interest was Silvertree's knowledge about the Beothuk. He needed to know all that he could if he was to successfully venture into their territories, then return alive. Silvertree began by describing the Beothuk way of life, which wasn't significantly different from the old migratory ways that the Micmac had followed a century earlier. The Beothuk could not support themselves in huge numbers with their limited non-agrarian means of acquiring food. Their nation divided itself into many loosely related tribes of efficient size. They spent their summers at camps in the north and then migrated in winter to occupy warmer hunting grounds in the south. Major differences included the way a Beothuk tribe would live in one huge longhouse that they used communally. Their shamans had total political control over tribal decisions, so they had no equivalent to the Micmac's Council of Elders. The shamans always met in secret. Silvertree explained her lack of knowledge concerning their specific beliefs and activities. When they did have something to say, it was told to an assembly of the men only. I spent most of my time gathering edibles in the forest or doing work around the longhouse. Our tribe had around this many men. She flashed all 10 fingers 3 times. There are many more tribes than that. As he directed her to change seats so that she would stay in the shadow of the jib and out of the sun, Fastillion asked, "How many tribes do you think there are?" She shrugged with no idea. Many more than our tribe ever encountered. We would meet with other tribes on occasions determined by the shamans. There would be ceremonies, feasts, and celebrations. She perked up as she prepared to admit a complimentary fact. On those occasions, I was usually sent to tend to an influential warrior or shaman from the visiting tribe. It was an important part of my duties to represent our tribe's wealth and capacity to show generosity to guests. If I performed well, it was customary for me to receive a gift the next morning to take back to the men of my longhouse. It is shameful among the Beothuk for a tribe to be so poor that they can't uphold their ceremonial responsibilities. Her pride vanished into mortification when she realized that their expressions conveyed disguised revulsion rather than any appreciation for her proof that she had been a valuable resource to her tribe. Some women would be beaten for not being good enough to bring back their present. She bashfully added the detail, as though it might help them take more pride in her enslavement. Her feelings of humiliation helped Fastillion realize that he had been foolish to think that she could live a life of extreme degradation and still not need to accumulate some sense of self-worth and accomplishment. It reminded him of what Alvito had told him about women enduring abuse and how it was the proverbial battlefield for the fairer sex. "You must have been the most beautiful of all your tribe's women," he gave her a much-needed compliment. "I'd wager that a visiting shaman would have to insist that you be of service to him just to keep the rest of his men from killing each other as they fought over the privilege." Silvertree smiled at him because it was true, and the associated pride had sustained her for years, and she still considered it flattering. What else would you like to know about them? From the details he had learned already, Fastillion realized that his plan for acquiring intelligence about the Beothuk was no longer as clear and simple as he had once considered it. With so many small tribes that nomadically marched about their unfamiliar forests, it would be extremely difficult for him to find them, and even more difficult to learn anything once he had. He assumed that the Beothuk leadership convened in some sort of grand council, but he would need to know exactly where that was and when it would take place. Without being able to speak Beothuk, he would have to take someone with him who spoke their language, or else capture an important enemy to bring back to the Micmac for a thorough interrogation. He asked Silvertree, if they were going to have a meeting of all their shamans from every tribe, where would they hold it? Silvertree took her time as she pondered the question, then answered only after a long deliberation. "I'm certain that I was the only Cree that they ever captured alive. It was kind of an important thing to them that they had me. When I was old enough, they took me on a long journey to the Cave of the Spirit Ancestors for my womanhood ceremony to enter the tribe as an adult available to the men. It's their most sacred shrine, and there were more shamans there than I'd ever seen in one place before or since. If they were going to have some important meeting, I'm sure it would be there." Fastillion thought it sounded like exactly the place he needed to find. "Do you have any idea where the cave is or how I might be able to find it?" She paled at the idea. "You can't go there. The Beothuk gods live in that cave. They'll destroy you, then devour your spirit." Fastillion denounced her warning. "My father explained to you that those were no gods that you saw. It will take more than men in costumes for me to be afraid." Raining Sunshine gave him a reprimanding scowl. "You may have great promise as a warrior, my future husband, but you're not the expert killer that you're making yourself out to be. There's a fight coming. I understand that, but why can't you take your place among the other warriors and not try and do this your own way?" "I can't explain to you why," he shrugged. "I know that it's the right thing for me to do. I can feel it in my bones that I have to follow this through." Before she could offer further argument, he made concessions. "I'll talk my plans over with our fathers and the council elders before I do anything stupid. I'm not beyond changing my mind if something better comes to me." Silvertree was about to reveal what she knew about the cave Fastillion sought, but then Raining Sunshine distracted her with conversation concerning lighter matters. The two women were becoming close friends, despite the brief time they had been acquainted and the tumultuous matters that had passed between them. They entertained one another at length by discussing the preparations they wanted to make for the wedding, including the food, Raining Sunshine's wedding tunic, and whispered details about the wedding night. As they neared the coast, Fastillion blindfolded Silvertree so that she wouldn't be able to tell anyone how to find Raining Sunshine's village, even under duress. He and Raining Sunshine had come to trust her, but it was still a polite necessity when they considered the feelings of the Micmac people. It was just nearing sunset by the time Fastillion got the sailboat to the village's riverbank. A large force of Micmac warriors greeted their arrival. The community was in a heightened state of alert in response to the renewed hostilities with the Beothuk. With so many guards on hand, Fastillion had plenty of help for taking his sailboat up out of the water. It was common knowledge among the Micmac that the Norsemen had no close relations with any Marklanders aside from them. Since they didn't recognize Silvertree, it didn't take them long to realize that her blindfold meant that she was the Beothuk woman that Twisted Feathers had told everyone about. Raining Sunshine had left their village on the morning of the day before with the express purpose of killing her. When the amorous host of escorts returned alone, they had reported that Raining Sunshine was romantically involved with Fastillion. The senior man among the guards sent runners to fetch Twisted Feathers and a village elder with the authority to make important decisions. The rest of the warriors kept Fastillion and the two women restricted to the area near the boat landing. The senior guardsman approached Fastillion to seek an explanation. "Why have you brought that woman here?" He didn't bother giving Silvertree the mean expression he wanted to, since she remained blindfolded and wouldn't notice. "You must want us to kill her for you." Fastillion's immediate reaction told him otherwise, so he asked, "Surely you don't expect us to show her any sympathy?" Raining Sunshine put an arm around Silvertree to comfort the woman's growing nervousness. "You have my promise that she is of Cree blood, not Beothuk. I've taken her as my bondservant, and she'll be staying with me in my father's home." Another of the warriors noticed the small knife that protruded from the belt of Silvertree's tunic. "She's armed," he growled, while he raised his spear in a threatening manner. Though the blade was small, it was still hearth steel, which made it more alarming. "Lower your weapons," Fastillion chastised their fearfulness. "I doubt that one blindfolded woman is going to manage to kill more than half of you before you're able to restrain her, even though she is armed with a child's knife." The men relaxed and did their best to conceal their embarrassment. Fastillion's words had cut them sharply because they knew he had recently proved himself in battle against Beothuk war shamans. Not even the older guards had earned the distinction of killing 5 enemy warriors in battle, much less on the same day. Everyone waited without further discussion until Twisted Feathers arrived. The guards parted for the respected champion as he took his daughter aside to speak with her in private. Fastillion held Silvertree's arm and whispered a few assurances to her that everything would be all right. He noticed with some displeasure that Raining Sunshine's father had made a point not to directly meet his gaze. An elderly village councilman arrived with a quartet of bodyguards. The man wore swirling facial tattoos that distinguished him as a person of great importance. Despite his considerable authority, his only garb was a simple loincloth and some black stripes of grease paint, that being the typical dress for a man enduring early summer heat. After a quick briefing from the guards, the councilman approached Fastillion. "I would like to commend you on your victory at Table Rock," he said pleasantly. "I eagerly anticipate hearing your version of the battle." His gaze shifted to Silvertree. "She, however, is another matter. The woman is a dangerous enemy and must be destroyed." His tone carried a strict finality. "I'm sorry for your loss." "Wait," Fastillion interjected. "She knows valuable information about the Beothuk. She was one of their slaves and is now desperately seeking asylum from her captivity. She has seen nothing of your village, and I promise to make certain it stays that way." The councilman asked, "Are you offering to blind her?" He was quite serious, in a tone that implied that hot splinters into her eyes would be a comparative mercy to just killing her. That would also ensure me that she wouldn't be able to run away. "No," he bargained. "I was thinking about keeping her indoors and only bringing her out with her eyes covered. I'm confident that she'll be able to win your trust if you just hear her out." The old man took on an expression of deeper understanding. "Since you're implying that she has won your confidence, can I also assume that she's been wetting your snake as well?" Before Fastillion could answer, the wise old man cut him off. "Not that it influenced your decision-making, of course." Everyone seemed curious about Fastillion's answer. They already knew that he had designs on marrying Raining Sunshine. "I am committed to the woman I seek to make my wife," he said proudly. "This woman is only my slave. I'm not suggesting that you make her a member of the ruling elders. I just don't want her getting drowned in the river or tossed into a bonfire." "Hamstring her in one leg, then," the councilman compromised. "You should find that preferable to blinding her, and she'll still be nearly as useful a slave." When he saw Fastillion's intention to argue, he clarified his position. "There are no acceptable risks to this village during times of war." "If you'll give me a moment," Fastillion returned to his sailboat, "I think I have something that you'll accept as a reasonable alternative to permanently crippling her." He retrieved the iron shackles, then carried them over to the councilman. A heavy chain connected the thick bracelets so that in total they were tortuously cumbersome when worn. It was immediately obvious to the councilman that even a strong man would be unable to run or travel while wearing the chains. Even if a person could carry them, they made it too difficult to distance the legs for running, and their chain would become snagged upon every little bit of bramble. Worse still, the shackles would inflict painful abrasions on the ankles of the victim they forced to wear them. Iron pins secured the cuffs so that a hammer would be required to put them on or remove them later. She must wear them for as long as she is here, the elder stipulated. She must remain ignorant of the details of our village if we are to ever allow her to leave here again. Fastillion felt satisfied with that arrangement. My tomahawk is backed with a hammer. I'll secure her right now, so you can feel confident that it has been done properly. While the Micmac watched, he got the axe, sat Silvertree down, and then manacled her using a large rock as his anvil. She had no need to question what was happening since she had followed the entire discussion. The iron cuffs were obviously preferable to having the Micmac blind her or make her lame by severing one of her major tendons. Once Fastillion had the work done, the elder inspected the pins to be certain that Silvertree could never take them off without extensive effort. He felt satisfied that a noisy process of hammering would be necessary for her ever to remove her shackles. The labor would immediately summon the attention of many villagers. Be careful to observe our agreement if you wish to preserve her from harm, the elder told Fastillion before he departed. I already feel that I am being excessively generous, and that is only because of your aforementioned accomplishments against the Beothuk. It will do you no good to ask for further leniency for her if things go awry. Understood, Fastillion acknowledged his responsibility. She'll not be a problem. You have my promise. The elder paused at a distance to address another matter. The council is meeting tonight. We would like you to present yourself to answer some questions. It will also be an opportunity for you to bring up any pressing business of your own. The invitation wasn't optional, so the elder didn't wait around for Fastillion's agreement. The guards partially dispersed, then remained close enough to satisfy their curiosity while they gossiped amongst themselves. Fastillion unpacked the sailboat and piled the baggage nearby. Before he began to transport it all to Twisted Feather's roundhouse, he went to Silvertree. "Climb onto my back," he told her. "I'll carry you to where we'll be staying." She shook her head in a resolute no. "Hand me my share to carry, and I'll walk on my own." Her resolve to let the Micmac see that she could shoulder any burden they might put upon her impressed him. Fastillion loaded her arms with some gear, hefted some himself, and then led her away. He kept a slow pace and spoke to her the whole time so she could follow him. Once they were inside the roundhouse, he removed her blindfold, then had her sit down. Twisted Feather's daily occupation was as a hunter and trapper, so he had a huge pile of tanned skins that he stacked against the wall in one spot. Fastillion selected a rabbit pelt, then offered it to Silvertree. "I want you to use this to line the cuffs of those manacles to minimize their abrasiveness. If you don't do something, it won't be long before you are bleeding." Before returning to the sailboat, he gave her a warning. "Don't go outside without your blindfold. They don't want you knowing any details about their village. If you do go, there's no telling how they'll react, but I'm sure it will be bad for you." She immediately set to work lining her manacles while he went out to finish transporting the baggage. Fastillion met Twisted Feathers and Raining Sunshine at the sailboat. She immediately stepped up, then embraced him in a clear demonstration of their committed relationship. Her father spoke to Fastillion with the traditional aloofness that was part of their bargaining to transfer Raining Sunshine from her father's household to her husband's house. "Is it true that you want to take my daughter off my hands?" "I do," Fastillion stated with his heart pounding. He hadn't expected her father to bring up the matter before he had actually asked for her hand. Twisted Feathers remained impassive. "My daughter has a strong back and wide birthing hips. She'll make a good wife to the right man. More than a few young warriors of my village have already offered to buy her from me. What are you offering?" "We're in love," Fastillion began. "I'll take good care of her and make sure that she's happy." "Like her marriage ceremony," Twisted Feathers replied with mild annoyance. "Those are details of interest to her, not to me. You better not have broken her to the bed if you can't afford to pay for her." Her father's harsh attitude unnerved Fastillion. He was about to boast on the virtues and magnificence of his fiancée when he suddenly remembered his stepfather's advice on paying for her. Alvito had told him stories about the art of haggling and its importance to the Mohammedan merchants. "Perhaps she has a strong back." Fastillion fell into character and agreed non-committally. "But her hips are as narrow as any boy's. She is also obstinate to the point of being stupid. While she is beautiful, she is an incompetent woman who doesn't cook any better than she cleans. Without a mother's nurturing, you raised her like a boy. While she may be able to hunt, fish, and run like a man, that doesn't do me any good." Fastillion took out his money pouch and then removed a single gold coin, which he offered to hand over. "I know this is being generous, but I do feel that I owe you for all that you've done for me over the years." Raining Sunshine was aghast over all those harsh criticisms, which probably were not all that far from the honest truth. Twisted Feathers remained impassive as he rejected the opening offer. He and Fastillion haggled at length to establish Raining Sunshine's worth in a hard financial sum. Twisted Feathers quoted his daughter's qualities, while Fastillion countered them with fictitious shortcomings until they finally settled on a price that amounted to all the gold coins, as well as the largest of the rings. Gold was highly valuable among the Micmac because of not only its rarity and ready exchangeability with the Norsemen, but also because their artisans could transform the perfectly malleable metal into the most beautiful jewelry. Though her final price was a princely sum, both men walked away fully satisfied. When it was all over, Twisted Feathers embraced his daughter to say his goodbyes. "I want you to know that the two of you are welcome to stay in my home for as long as you need. For years I thought I would be rejoicing over this moment, but now that it is upon me, I find nothing to celebrate about losing my best reason for living." Her conflicted emotions overcame her so that she cried mostly with happiness. "You haven't lost me," she sobbed. "We'll live here in the village and I'll see you every day. Hopefully soon you'll be teaching crafts to your grandchildren." The idea of children nearly made Fastillion feel nauseous. It wasn't in his plans to start a family right away. Their marriage had been a necessity because the Micmacs sold their daughters into matrimony as soon as they came of age. He wanted her for himself, but he hadn't even considered the future repercussions. Since it was getting dark, Fastillion turned away to continue carrying his baggage from the sailboat to the roundhouse. "Hold on," his father-in-law stopped him. He put his daughter aside to embrace Fastillion instead. "It was many years ago that your father and I first discussed the likelihood of this moment. This union is partly why I have always been so partial to you. Now that my precious daughter is yours, I can at long last justify thinking of you as my son." At that moment, Fastillion knew for certain that he had made the right decision. Though war with the Beothuk loomed on the horizon, he felt confident that they would win it. He would miss seeing his stepfather every day, but in return he had a new life with a wife, a people, and a family that was destined to grow through his industrious efforts. The three of them gathered up what remained of the baggage from the sailboat, then headed back for the roundhouse together. This concludes the Saga of Fastillion Lemonde. Book 1, Man of the Vine. Next is Book 2, Man of Many Waters.